A deep, ominous alarm suddenly echoed within the confines of the chamber, followed by the gradual opening of a metallic blast door on one side of the room. Entering was a tall, stern-faced officer, adorned with 3 gleaming gold stars on his epaulets. General Feng Guowei. The commander of Base 116's General Feng approached the incline. 7 soldiers and a burly, bald man simultaneously raised their hands in salute, uniformly exclaiming, "Greetings, Commander." After returning the salute, Feng Guohui's piercing gaze swept over the 6 men and 2 women before him, and he solemnly declared, "Today marks your first real combat mission since you embarked on the 116 project over 2 years ago. It is also the day when the 116 project truly commences. Many of you may feel bewildered as to why, until this moment, you remain oblivious to the details of this mission," he continued. "However, I still cannot divulge more information. For every encounter you are about to face is intrinsically part of this mission. You 8 have trained together as Team TS1 for 2 years. Even though Dr. Zhou, Dr. Xia, and Xiao Qin are not military personnel, they have shown remarkable determination in completing all training requirements. Today, you will represent the 116 project team and the base, as well as countless others of whom you are unaware, to bear witness to history." Zhu Siming, present, replied the only officer among them holding the rank of colonel, standing at attention. "You are the captain of TS1, and your responsibilities weigh heavily upon you. Remember the instructions I previously imparted and ensure that you maintain control over the mission's focus and progress." "Understood. I shall ensure the mission's success." "Very well. Time is of the essence. Prepare to depart, and I wish you a victorious return." Upon concluding his remarks, Feng Guowei offered another salute before executing a swift about-face, leaving behind the 8 members of TS1 in the expansive chamber. Soon, the alarm blared again, but this time it was a sharp and urgent sound. As the alarm sounded, Captain Zhu Siming swiftly began to allocate tasks. "Botter, Wang Jinkai, Sui Xiaolei, you 3 will each operate a sand dune motorcycle alongside me. Song Minyan, you will lead Qin Handang, Xia Yiqing, and Zhou Shangyan on foot." "Understood." They chorused in unison. "Commence dialing." Came the directive from the chamber's intercom. As the command reverberated, the colossal metallic ring, adorned with numerous symbols, began to rotate. When a particular symbol aligned with a downward triangle clasp, the clasp popped out slightly, halting the rotating ring and illuminating it with an orange glow. At that moment, 4 individuals, including Zhu Siming and the bald man clad in metallic armor, dashed towards their respective sand dune motorcycles and swiftly ignited their engines, ready for departure. The remaining 2 men and 2 women lined up under the guidance of a female captain, facing the metallic ring at the incline, poised to set forth at a moment's notice. The metallic ring repeated the process of rotation and halting 6 more times, illuminating 7 active clasps. Suddenly, a vast wave of water surged forth from the previously empty center of the ring, extending nearly 3 meters ahead. Strangely, this wave of water seemed entirely unaffected by gravity. It neither splashed onto the ground nor dissipated, but rather retreated and filled the hollow center of the metallic ring, calming into a serene pool of clear water that gently rippled in the middle. The TS1 team appeared unfazed by this miraculous scene, their eyes gleaming with anticipation rather than surprise. "The passage is established. TS1 may proceed." "Good luck," the intercom announced once more. "Sand dune motorcycles, lead the way. Everyone proceed in sequence," ordered Zhu Siming. With that, he pressed the accelerator, propelling his 4-wheeled sand dune motorcycle up the incline and boldly plunging into the water surface at the center of the metallic ring. Rather than penetrating the seemingly thin layer of water and emerging from the other side, the motorcycle mysteriously vanished into the chamber. Without hesitation, the remaining 3 sand dune motorcycles followed suit, each diving into the water surface within the ring. Next came the 4 on foot, trailing behind the last motorcycle as they approached the metallic ring's base. Leading the way, Song Minyan gazed at the water surface that defied the laws of physics, a mixture of tension and excitement flickering across her striking visage. After a brief pause, she stepped forward and vanished into the chamber. Qin Handang, trailing closely behind, looked at the scene with a complex expression, silently reflecting. At last, the day has come. He then excitedly turned around, let out a whoop, spread his arms wide, and leapt backward into the water. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, Qin Handang felt as though he had just emerged from a cold storage facility. The shimmering surface of water still hung, suspended within the metallic ring, yet it was unmistakably no longer within the base's chamber. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in a dim stone chamber, measuring no more than 300 square meters and approximately 10 meters high. Were it not for the headlights of the four sand dune motorcycles, visibility would have been utterly non-existent. Realizing that two individuals had yet to join them, Qin Handang hurriedly descended the steps leading from the ring. Just as two figures emerged from the water surface as fellow non-military team members, Xia Yiqing and Zhou Shangyan. A minute later, the once tranquil water surface seemed to lose its structural integrity and vanished, leaving behind the empty metallic ring standing silently within the stone chamber. 30 minutes later, the stone chamber was transformed from its earlier dimness, illuminated by four bright lights affixed to 3-meter-high stands in each corner. The sand dune motorcycles and several supplies that had been transported in batches were pushed against the walls. At that moment, Song Minion stood beside two animal cages, containing a small monkey and two white mice, observing their lively antics with satisfaction. "Captain, the vital signs of the experimental animals are stable, confirming our prior assessments. The environment here appears normal, with no signs of contamination." As the military doctor of TS-1, Song Minion also held dual PhDs in medicine and biology. Having just conducted a health check on the 3 experimental animals that had been transmitted through the metallic ring 3 days prior. "Very well," Zhu Siming nodded, then turned to Sui Xiaolei, who was crouched on the ground fiddling with communication equipment. "Xiaolei, any response from the radio or satellite signals?" Sui Xiaolei, a former Marine with expertise in operating various vehicles and mechanical repairs, stood and shook his head. "No response whatsoever, only our intercom is functional. It seems we may be dealing with electromagnetic shielding in this area." Zhu Siming cast a sidelong glance at Qin Handang, opting not to comment further. He clapped his hands to gather the team, then stated, "The inventory check is nearly complete. Since we cannot rely on our communication devices, we must first locate an exit to ascertain our position before devising alternate means to contact the base. Let's organize our gear and set off." As everyone prepared, Zhu Siming called Qin Handang aside and whispered, "Commander Feng has instructed me to consult you in the event of unusual circumstances. Given the current situation, what are your thoughts?" Qin Handang glanced up at a circular carving on the ceiling that appeared to be an ordinary decoration, a peculiar smile flickering across his face as he replied to Zhu Siming, "It's not surprising that we can't contact the base. The communication and positioning devices sent over were unable to establish a signal, which the command center anticipated. As for finding an exit, it should be straightforward, although I haven't thoroughly explored this area. The architectural style is distinctly reminiscent of ancient Egypt. If all goes well, we should be able to find the exit by proceeding in the direction of the ring." Zhu Siming regarded Qin Handang with a profound gaze, instinctively touching the envelope within the pocket of his bulletproof vest, choosing not to inquire further. Observing that everyone was fully equipped, he gestured for departure and led the way toward the direction facing the metallic ring. Qin Handang's assessment proved accurate. Upon exiting the chamber housing the ring and walking approximately 200 meters along a row of stone columns, they soon noticed the air growing increasingly fresh, with natural light appearing ahead. Continuing toward the intensifying light, they advanced several more meters until a colossal exit came into view. Under Zhu Siming's leadership, the group hastily approached, and through the opening, they beheld the azure sky and a pair of towering obelisks standing at least 20 meters high just beyond the exit. Zhu Siming did not rush through the opening, but instead directed Bader, Wang Jinkai, and Sui Xiaolei to cautiously scout along the outer wall of the exit. The expansive dunes and arid air beyond undoubtedly indicated that they were likely situated within a desert. Sui Xiaolei attempted the radio and satellite communication devices again, but still found no response. Meanwhile, Zhu Siming and Wang Jinkai noted a lack of recent human activity in the vicinity. After tentatively confirming there was no immediate danger, Zhu Siming stepped outside, revealing a long incline leading to the towering obelisks at its end. As they advanced along the slope, they discovered that the surroundings were almost entirely buried beneath yellow sands. Upon descending the slope and glancing back towards the grand entrance, a colossal pyramid emerged within their line of sight. A brief calculation of the distance they had traversed revealed that they had arrived at the very base of this magnificent structure. "How can this possibly be a pyramid?" It's inconceivable that there would still be undiscovered pyramids at this point, especially one of such immense scale, exclaimed Zhou Shangyan in disbelief. The other shared a look of bewilderment, having witnessed the metallic rings at the base capable of spatial teleportation. All those privy to the information could not help but speculate about the destination on the other side of the rings. The prevailing conjecture within the base was that it might lead to the depths of the ocean or the interior of some great mountain, akin to the legendary Atlantis of Western lore or the mythical Kunlun of the East. For only such remote locations could have escaped the relentless scrutiny of humanity and the countless satellites above. There had even been musings about connections to the Moon or Mars before live test animals were dispatched. However, upon observing the little monkeys and white mice that had been teleported without any signs of discomfort or alterations to their habits, such speculations had swiftly dissipated. Yet, the sight of the desert and the pyramid before them was utterly preposterous. How could there still exist a pharaoh's burial site that had evaded discovery by the Western colonizers, who descended upon lands like locusts? For them, such a site would be a treasure trove. Moreover, this well-preserved, Grand Pyramid was evidently far more intricate than any they had encountered in books or on television. How could the local government not have engaged in protective studies or commercial development? Something is amiss. There must be individuals at the base who are aware of the situation here. Those 4 sand buggies amidst all the supplies seem rather out of place. It cannot be mere coincidence. Zhu Siming suddenly realized certain irregularities. Not only Zhu Siming, but the entirety of TS1, comprised of elite personnel from various fields, quickly recalled the obvious anomaly following a brief moment of shock. However, as the team leader, Zhu Siming had had a private discussion with Commander Feng Guohui prior to their departure, which prompted him to seek out Qin Handang at the first sign of trouble. A quick scan of the area revealed that Qin Handang had not lingered near the slope, but had instead sprinted further away to a distant dune, fixated upon the pyramid. Suddenly, Qin Handang leapt into the air with exuberance, vigorously waving his right hand towards the sky. As he landed, his foot slipped on the sandy ground, causing him to tumble, yet he laughed heartily, unfazed. This peculiar behavior did not go unnoticed by Zhu Siming or the others. Having ventured the farthest, they were oblivious to what had transpired and feared something might have gone awry, prompting them to rush over. Qin Handang, what's going on? Are you feeling unwell? Song Minyan knelt before him, gently resting her hands on his shoulders as she inquired softly. The others soon gathered around, their concern palpable. In an unfamiliar environment while on a mission, any sudden illness could lead to significant complications. If it were merely a personal health issue, it might be manageable. However, they had all undergone rigorous health examinations before departure, making the likelihood of an unexpected ailment exceedingly slim. Thus, any other scenario would certainly be cause for alarm. Qin Handang did not respond to Song Minyan's inquiry. Instead, he pointed towards the sky behind them, laughing maniacally. "I'm perfectly fine. I'm just thrilled. At long last, the day has come. This is all real. The Stargate. I have arrived. We are witnessing history." Everyone instinctively turned to follow Qin Handang's finger, and in the next moment, they seemed to turn to stone, gaping in astonishment at the sky beyond the pyramid, rendered speechless. The azure sky bore no cloud, yet 3 celestial bodies of varying sizes hung in the heavens, drawing closer. The farthest, and perhaps the smallest, orb was positioned to the upper left of the pyramid, appearing as large as a full moon on Earth. To the right of the pyramid, behind its midpoint, was another sphere that appeared slightly larger and noticeably nearer. The third planet rested to the lower left of the pyramid, seemingly in close proximity to the world where TS1 was situated. At this moment, about 1/5 of its mass lay beneath the horizon, its immense size and proximity creating a striking visual impact. This is undeniably not Earth. This thought resonated collectively among the members of TS1, with the exception of Qin Handang, who understood that this was the nearest celestial body to Earth harboring an active Stargate, known as Abidos. Even if humanity here had yet to bestow a name upon it, Qin Handang resolved to honor his original world by naming it Abidos Star. How can there be 3 moons in the sky? Where, exactly, are we? Are we no longer on Earth? Bartle stammered, his self-doubt purely a product of shock, completely unaware that anyone might respond. However, Qin Handang, the time-traveling prodigy who had been stifled for 5 years, felt a weight lift from his heart. His naturally exuberant disposition could no longer be contained. Hearing Bartle's musings, he eagerly joined the conversation. Of course, This is not Earth, it is Abidos star. However, whether those three above are moons or if this place is one of the moons remains a matter of debate. Upon hearing his assured response, everyone turned abruptly to gaze at Qin Handang, realizing he was, in fact, the only one in the group who comprehended the situation. Zhu Siming recalled the commander's instructions prior to their departure, now fully understanding that this scene was indeed the groundbreaking discovery that would enable him to unlock classified correspondence. As a seasoned special operations commander, Zhu Siming swiftly adjusted his mindset, assigning tasks to restore a sense of normalcy among the team. Bartle, Kaizi, and Xiao Lei will maintain vigilance. Dr. Xia and Dr. Zhou, you are tasked with specimen collection. Ensure you do not overlook anything within a 100-meter radius, be it insects or vegetation if nothing else is available. Gather samples of sand and soil. Song Minion, conduct a health check on Qin Handang to see if he has sustained any injuries. Qin Handang shook his head, preparing to rise. I'm truly fine. I merely lost my balance and fell. That's not acceptable. Song Minion, execute your orders. Zhu Siming disregarded Qin Handang's protests. Everyone, return to the starting camp in 10 minutes. Song Minion, unlike Qin Handang, was a military officer first and foremost, placing her duty above all else. She firmly pushed him back to the ground and retrieved her medical equipment to conduct an examination. Having been averse to doctors since childhood, Qin Handang was particularly apprehensive in the presence of Song Minion, the female medic, and could not muster the courage to resist, thus resigning himself to the examination. Chapter 2. The Stargate Project. 20 minutes later, TS-1 returned to their departure camp, the very chamber within the pyramid that housed the metallic rings. 8 individuals formed a circle, seated upon the ground. Zhu Siming and Qin Handang sat side by side, with Bader to Zhu's left, followed by Wang Jinkai and Sui Xiaolei, while to Qin's right were Song Minion, Xia Yiqing, and Zhou Shengya. Bader, the bald giant clad in metallic armor and wielding a metal scepter, was unmistakably of Mongolian descent, a name that suited his formidable prowess. Prior to joining the Stargate Project, Bader had served as a Special Forces soldier, standing at an imposing 2 meters tall. Not only was he adept in close combat, but he was also a master of various weaponry and a seasoned explosives expert, distinguishing himself even among the elite ranks of Special Forces. Beside him, Wang Jinkai, a premier scout, toyed with a tactical dagger. Despite his unremarkable appearance, he excelled in urban warfare, jungle combat, and stealth reconnaissance. Sui Xiaolei, the epitome of male attractiveness within TS-1, possessed an impressive physique that would likely lead one to mistake him for a celebrity on the streets. In truth, he was a marine skilled in operating various vehicles and mechanical repairs. Next to Qin Handang sat his most intimidating companion, the military Dr. Song Minion. With her ear-length hair, elongated fingers, and composed demeanor, she was not only a captain but also held dual doctorates in medicine and biology. To her right was the mature and wise Xia Yiqing, another dual doctorate holder in mathematics and physics. Although donned in camouflage attire, her shoulder-length hair and slightly weathered skin from years of military training could not conceal her scholarly aura. Lastly, the seemingly refined yet secretly roguish Zhou Shengyan, a dual doctorate in computer science and industrial engineering, was selected for TS-1 due to his expertise in computing, a rare talent in the country at present. Zhu Siming observed the expressions of his team members, noting the absence of negativity. Instead, their faces radiated curiosity and excitement. He felt a sense of relief, reassured that morale remained intact and the team was cohesive. From his pocket, he retrieved the black envelope marked with the highest level of secrecy, entrusted to him by Commander Feng Guohui before their departure. Sealed with 2 distinct wax stamps, Zhu's thoughts momentarily drifted back to his final conversation with Commander Feng at the base before their journey. This envelope contained explanations regarding the true purpose of Project 116. In the event of encountering any extraordinary phenomena, or if Qin Handang were to perish, go missing, or otherwise become unable to communicate, he was permitted to open it and distribute the contents to all team members. Zhu instinctively glanced at Qin Handang, who had indeed been present during that fateful discussion. The young man had expressed his displeasure at the time, exclaiming, "Commander, could you perhaps wish me some good luck? Otherwise, should I just leave? You can have a private chat with Zhu Laoda." With a dismissive snort, Commander Feng retorted, "What do you think? This was meant for you. Just be careful if you go. If things unfold as you suspect, you'll be the one responsible for bringing them back. Don't you dare create unnecessary complications. Now, off you go." find somewhere comfortable to stay. Chastened, Qin Handang did not dare utter a sound. After rolling his eyes dramatically, he made a hasty exit. Reflecting on this, Zhu Siming regarded Qin Handang anew, realizing that the seemingly lazy and carefree individual was far more complex than he had initially perceived. Once Qin had departed, Commander Feng finally divulged the true purpose of their private conversation. In fact, you may open the contents of that envelope once you have transmitted to the other side. However, due to the complexity of the matters involved and the concerns of the higher-ups, this arrangement is necessary. Once there, listen closely to Qin Handang's insights regarding the mission. He is the one most familiar with the entire plan. One crucial point to remember is that you must do everything in your power to ensure Qin Handang's safety and return him at all costs. Remember, at all costs. Zhu Siming grasped the significance of the command. The commander had indicated that Qin Handang was the most knowledgeable about the entire plan, not merely the mission at hand. Although incredulous, he understood that Commander Feng was implying that Qin Handang was the core figure of Project 116. While he could not fathom why such an essential individual would be dispatched on a mission rife with uncertainties and potential dangers, the phrase "at all costs" illuminated the true objective of their undertaking. The remaining members of TS-1, though surprised by the current circumstances, maintained their composure, having been selected as elite candidates. Prior to joining Base 116, and especially before this mission, they had been repeatedly warned of the inherent dangers, with death and disappearance being distinct possibilities. Hence, their mental fortitude remained steadfast. Zhu Siming raised the envelope, announcing, "This is a classified document from Commander Feng provided before our departure. The conditions for its opening have now been met, so I will proceed to open it and share its contents." Under normal circumstances, such an explanation would be unnecessary, but given their current setting beyond Earth, Zhu took the liberty to adjust the details as a commander should. He tore open the wax seal, revealing a single thin sheet of paper with scant text. Within half a minute, Zhu had absorbed all its contents. Overview of the Stargate Project. The Stargate Project was officially initiated in the year 2211 of the Ancestral Emperor's calendar, designated as Project 116. Based on classified intelligence analysis, the Stargate is a device constructed by an advanced civilization for long-distance interstellar transmission. Its authenticity having been preliminarily verified, prompting the decision to pursue the Stargate Project. The primary objectives of this project are to utilize the Stargate for extraterrestrial exploration, thereby advancing our nation's progress in technology, diplomacy, and resource acquisition. The goals of this mission are: 1. To ascertain the destination connected by the Stargate, 2. To search for coordinates of Earth's Stargate and return to the Stargate base. Upon completing his reading, Zhu passed the document to the others for review. It swiftly circulated among the team until it finally rested in Qin Handang's hands. Presently, his emotions were far from tranquil. Unlike the other TS-1 members who had just been informed of the truth, Qin Handang's life over the past few years had not been as carefree as he had often projected. 5 years prior, after a fall at home led to an electric shock that left him unconscious, he awoke to find himself in his family's old house from over 30 years ago, his body restored to the youthful state of his university days. As a seasoned reader of online literature, he quickly realized he had traversed into another realm, though initially uncertain whether it was a soul or body transfer. After several days of cautious exploration and validation, he concluded he had indeed soul transferred into a parallel universe. In this world, the historical trajectory, including his friends and family, bore striking similarities to his original reality, save for one notable difference: the establishment of a new calendar system known as the Yinxia calendar following the founding of the Huagua. The year of Qin Handang's arrival in this new world was 2210 of the Yinxia calendar, yet it was this solitary distinction that left him pondering. Surely, it could not be the case that his journey through time merely served to experience a different calendar. That would be an exercise in futility. Thus, as a veteran of web fiction, Qin Handang endeavored to uncover other disparities between the two worlds. Regrettably, the era to which he had transitioned lacked the internet and mobile devices, essential tools for gathering information. After numerous attempts and explorations yielded little success, he opted for a more imaginative approach. Following the typical narrative arc, he reasoned that his crossing was likely connected to his recent experiences, leading him to investigate the Stargate-themed media he had been consuming at the time. However, without the internet's assistance, sourcing material proved exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, his parents were diplomats stationed at an embassy in a Middle Eastern country. After much persuasion, Qin Handang managed to persuade his mother to accompany him as a translator during his summer break in his second year. When he discovered Professor Paul Lanford's records of the discovery of the Lanford Ring in Egypt from the year 1928 at Cairo University's library, he finally confirmed his arrival in the realm of the Stargate. As a member of the adventurous cohort of time travelers, Qin Handang embraced a reckless spirit over the following 6 months, opting not for a stealthy approach but rather crafting a narrative of an alien invasion leading to Earth's destruction, which facilitated his return to the present. Despite the risks of paternal retribution and potential confinement in a psychiatric institution, he ultimately drew the attention of the higher echelons through his accurate predictions of several significant historical events. Consequently, under his influence, the military, under the guise of establishing a scientific research station in Antarctica, undertook great efforts to excavate the Stargate and 2 corpses of Goa'uld Jaffa warriors from beneath the icy depths of McMurdo Bay. Thus, the apocalyptic narrative that Qin Handang had orchestrated began to gain tentative acceptance, with the existence of extraterrestrial life being confirmed. This led to the formal initiation of the Stargate project, designated Project 116, with Qin Handang naturally positioned as a core member of this endeavor. In order to ensure the complete demise of the Nation's Stargate program, and propelled by the vigorous advocacy of the Qin, Han, and Tang dynasties, the intelligence department of Huagua mobilized its resources within ANSA. Ultimately, they managed to trace the Stargate's whereabouts. It was revealed that in the year following the conclusion of World War II, a research institution inadvertently activated the Stargate, resulting in the mysterious disappearance of Professor Ernest Litfield, a distinguished physicist. Consequently, all related documentation was sealed by the government, while the Lanford Ring was deliberately stored separately from the experimental data. Over the subsequent 2 decades, due to the onset of the Cold War, presidential transitions, and political machinations, the Lanford Ring changed hands among various research institutions and museums. When the intelligence department finally located it, it was being preserved as an artifact from ancient Egypt in a museum in California. Meanwhile, the Stargate discovered in Antarctica had already been transported to Huagua, where Qin, Han, and Tang devised a plan utilizing the resonance effect of having 2 Stargates on the same planet to utterly obliterate any possibility of ANSA reigniting the Stargate. On Christmas Eve that year, Qin, Han, and Tang personally input the coordinates of the Abidos star, activating the Stargate without incident, thereby substantiating the absurd script he had previously concocted. Concurrently, the well-prepared intelligence department of Huagua successfully acquired the second Stargate at no cost during a minor earthquake triggered by its activation in ANSA. It soon became evident that once a time traveler relaxes their boundaries just a tad, the path forward becomes remarkably expansive. Thus, the narrative concerning the Stargate that Qin, Han, and Tang had initially been aware of took a completely different trajectory, compelling him to reassess the alterations he had inadvertently introduced to this parallel world. Although the apocalyptic time travel script he had fabricated to bridge the realms had, to some extent, been corroborated by the significant prophecies he provided, his parents had never uttered a word about it to anyone prior to encountering the final decision-makers. After the discovery of the Stargate in Antarctica, for various reasons, the highest authorities unexpectedly chose not to delve further into the dubious script presented by Qin, Han, and Tang. The senior leaders confined this matter to an exceedingly small circle, with only 3 members of Qin, Han, and Tang's family and fewer than 5 genuinely informed individuals. Against this backdrop, Qin, Han, and Tang was assigned the role of an intelligence analyst and linguistic expert at the Stargate base in TS-1. Regarding this seemingly perfunctory arrangement, he occasionally speculated, perhaps with a tinge of malice, whether he was being tested. However, setting aside the rather dubious position of intelligence analyst, his qualifications as a linguistic expert were not entirely unfounded. Both of his parents were diplomats, endowed with considerable linguistic talent, and thanks to their genetic influence, he possessed a modicum of linguistic aptitude. He attended a foreign language university, where apart from the obligatory English course, he majored in French and Russian, later self-studying Japanese to explore the theatrical works of the island nation. Since confirming his arrival in the Stargate world following his traversal, Qin, Han, and Tang unhesitatingly immersed himself in the languages of North Africa and the Middle East. While he was not foolish enough to entirely transpose the Stargate narrative into this world, it was nonetheless prudent to study the relevant languages, especially since the recruits captured by Apophis were predominantly from ancient Egypt. After all, maintaining the faade of a linguistic expert was paramount. Zhu Siming retrieved the classified documents from Qin, Han, and Tang, igniting them along with the envelope before stating, "You are the intelligence analyst of the team, and you should be the only one who knows the ins and outs of this plan from the very beginning, so the task of enlightening us falls to you." Qin, Han, and Tang had never been one to relish the idea of harboring secrets alone. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to such an extreme tactic to disrupt the Stargate program. Now that the time was ripe, he was eager to share his knowledge of the Stargate. Since they all traversed to alien worlds via the Stargate, most of the related information would be accessible to them. If they could return to the Stargate base in one piece, they could peruse the archives at their leisure. For now, he would merely provide a succinct overview of the Stargate program to give everyone a foundational understanding. In the year 2150 of the Ancestor Emperor era, Professor Paul Lanford of ANSA discovered a colossal circular ring made of an unknown metal on the Giza Plateau in Egypt, which was subsequently named the Lanford Ring. True to the nature of the Ansons, it was unsurprisingly treated as an artifact and transported back to ANSA, in the year 2213. During the construction of a new Antarctic research station, we uncovered some objects that should have been impossible to find there. We excavated another Lanford ring along with connected apparatuses. Additionally, we discovered 2 human corpses clad in metallic armor. Autopsy results revealed that, while their outward appearance resembled that of humans, their internal physiological structures differed significantly, and their genetic makeup did not correspond to any known species on Earth. Furthermore, within the abdominal cavities of the corpses lay the remains of an unknown serpentine organism, which upon examination appeared not to be undigested animal remains, but rather some form of symbiote. Ultimately, through dating analyses of the corpses and the surrounding ice, it was determined that they dated back approximately 6,000 to 8,000 years. Returning to the Lanford Ring, although named after its discoverer, I prefer to refer to it as the Stargate. The Stargate, never mind, I still find it more convenient to use the abbreviation. The Stargate must have been constructed by a civilization with advanced technology. Its purpose is to establish a stable spatial wormhole between 2 stargates using a technology that we have yet to comprehend, thus facilitating rapid and lossless material transfer between distant star systems, including any form of life. As for the operational principles of the Stargate, it is speculated that at one end, matter is disassembled into atoms or even smaller particles, which are then reconstituted intact at the opposite end of the Stargate. Naturally, this remains speculation, and the true principles can only be unraveled through the painstaking research of scientists, a process that is likely to be protracted. Our designated task for the Stargate base is to engage in interstellar exploration through the Stargate in the form of exploration teams, as we have already mastered how to utilize the Stargate to journey from Earth to other planets. The paramount challenge we face now is how to return to Earth from the alien worlds. This is not only the primary objective of our current mission, but also our greatest peril. For if we cannot ascertain a means of return, we risk languishing in solitude until our demise. Chapter 3. Tales of the Stargate. Although Qin, Han, and Tang did not divulge many specifics, the information shared was immense for the other members of the TS, one team who were just being introduced to the truth of the Stargate program. Zhu Siming initially disregarded the others, focusing his attention solely on the task at hand, as conveyed by Commander Foam. What does it mean that we might not be able to return? Did the previous mission briefing not state that if we did not actively contact the base, it would activate the Stargate every 12 hours to reach us? As long as we remain here on schedule, we should be able to return to the base, right? Qin, Han, and Tang shook his head. The base will indeed contact us on schedule, but the issue lies in the fact that the wormhole generated during the Stargate's activation is unidirectional. This means that the Stargate dialing out from Earth can only transport matter to the opposite Stargate. While the opposite Stargate cannot send matter back through this wormhole, we do not know if all wormholes are unidirectional, but at least the wormholes produced by the Stargate are, perhaps intentionally configured that way during its construction. This is quite understandable. If wormholes allowed for bidirectional transfer, simultaneous material transmissions from both ends could lead to interference, resulting in transmission failures or other unforeseen incidents. Just imagine, if a small dog were transmitted from both sides simultaneously. One side might end up with a 6-legged dog while the other only receives a 2-legged one. The thought alone sends a chill down everyone's spine, making it evident that unidirectional wormholes are the wiser choice. Therefore, to return to the base, we must dial the Stargate on this end to connect with Earth. Otherwise, we would be trapped on this planet. But wait, exclaimed Sui Xiaolei. When the base transmitted the probe, were we not able to send back images and sounds? And how can we be certain that this wormhole is unidirectional? Was there not some prior experimentation? At this moment, Sui Xiaolei recalled the previous Stargate testing conducted at the base. Qin, Han, and Tang sighed, stating, "Actually, from the very beginning, based on the intelligence we had gathered, we knew that the Stargate wormhole was unidirectional. However, we did conduct a test when we activated the Stargate for the first time. We transmitted 2 probes from Earth, and then we attempted to navigate one back through the Stargate. Unfortunately, neither Stargate received anything from the wormhole until it automatically dissipated, which I suspect was due to the Stargate effectively consuming them." This information was indeed provided by Qin, Han, and Tang, yet he could not explicitly state it now, leaving him feeling rather frustrated, and he could only express some sarcastic commentary, as for the ability to receive images and sounds through the Stargate wormhole. "We are uncertain of the reasons, but we speculate there are likely 2 primary possibilities. One reason is attributed to the inherent characteristics of electromagnetic signals. Unlike ordinary matter, electromagnetic signals are themselves microscopic particles. During transmission, they may not necessitate the processes of decomposition and reassembly that other substances require, thereby enabling bidirectional transmission. Another reason lies with the civilization responsible for constructing the Stargates. Let's refer to them as the Ancients. As recorded officially, it is speculated that the Ancients had a need for long-distance communication via Stargates, which prompted the incorporation of such functionality during their construction. Due to the vast technological gap, we currently possess no knowledge beyond how to utilize the Stargates. We remain utterly ignorant of their structure and principles, leaving us to conjecture." Zhu Siming exhaled slightly, realizing that although he had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of the Stargate's operation, he at least understood that they were not entirely isolated. Until a method for returning to Earth was discovered, the base could not dispatch further personnel. However, the supply of resources should remain unproblematic. At that moment, Zhou Shangyan pointed towards the Stargate and remarked, "Though the Stargate wormhole is unidirectional, isn't there also a Stargate here? Since the equipment is identical, connecting to the base's Stargate shouldn't pose a challenge, right?" Qin Handang shrugged, expressing his exasperation. "If only it were that simple. Connecting 2 Stargates is akin to making a phone call. One must know the other's number to dial through. We know the number for the Stargate on Earth, but we currently have no idea what the number is to dial back from here." "Are you serious? How is that possible? How did we even learn the number here? Surely there are no other numbers?" Zhou Shangyan exclaimed, wide-eyed. Qin Handang fell silent, immediately struck by a wave of frustration, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame and dissatisfaction with his status as a traveler. All travelers should ideally enjoy some extraordinary privileges. Yet his circumstances seemed woefully inadequate. According to typical narratives, protagonists who traverse dimensions are often afforded special treatment, but it appeared he had offended some heavyweights at the Temporal Management Bureau, resulting in his dismal status. Upon his initial arrival, after undergoing numerous tests, he discovered he neither possessed a system companion nor any extraordinary abilities. The sole benefit seemed to be a fortification of his memories regarding the Stargate series of films and television shows. Albeit not in a photographic memory capacity, quite disappointing. Even this modest enhancement was predicated on his having binge-watched the Stargate series repeatedly. Those scenes he viewed at normal speed were vividly recalled. But if he had watched at an accelerated rate, the clarity of his memories suffered drastically. This was utterly absurd. The Stargate series rarely provided complete coordinates for the Stargates, and being a sci-fi series rather than a mystery one, it was unreasonable to expect viewers to pay attention to such details. Fortunately, the storyline of the film set on Abidos was the inaugural piece of the Stargate saga. Qin Handang had never watched it at an accelerated pace, and the coordinates appeared numerous times within the plot. Yet even then, under normal circumstances, it would be improbable for him to remember the complete coordinates. Thankfully, the benefits of being a traveler were merely lackluster rather than entirely absent, which allowed him to activate the Stargate. However, the limits of his extraordinary attributes ended there, and no matter how hard he strained his mind, he could not recall a second complete Stargate coordinate. Others were either incomplete or foggy and thus utterly useless. Oh, wait, he did remember the Atlantis Stargate coordinates, but they were of little use now. Firstly, there was no ZPM, zero-point module, to provide sufficient energy to activate the wormhole. Secondly, he had already altered the trajectory of most events related to the Stargates in this world. While these changes might not pose significant issues when connecting Stargates within the Milky Way, they could lead to catastrophic bugs in the city of Atlantis in the Pegasus galaxy. Until a solution was found, he had no intention of venturing to Atlantis. Living well was far more appealing. Moreover, Qin Handang came to a significant realization. The parallel world he inhabited could not possibly align perfectly with that of the Stargate series. Take the alien languages depicted in the shows, for instance. It was understandable that most alien civilizations spoke English. After all, it was merely a film. The production team could not feasibly create an entirely new alien language for the sake of realism, especially considering the multitude of alien races featured in the Stargate series. However, in the real world, he did not believe there was a complete absence of language barriers between aliens and humans. Even if the Gold Lord Ra had abducted a considerable number of laborers from ancient Earth, the two civilizations had remained entirely isolated from one another for nearly 10,000 years. It was only reasonable to assume there would be some differences in language and even appearance. Thus, Qin Handang felt that while he could reasonably trust the plot's Stargate coordinates and other objective information regarding planetary environments, matters concerning sentient beings were far too variable and could only be regarded as stories until he experienced them firsthand. Nevertheless, in comparison to the original timeline Stargate project in the Ansa Kingdom, having Qin Handang as a traveler significantly expedited the establishment of the Stargate base in China. After some contemplation, Qin Handang resolved to further explore the matter. The ancients must have established a vast network of Stargates throughout the Milky Way, with each Stargate possessing a fixed coordinate. This coordinate system was constructed through star charts. Having spent some time at the Stargate base and participated in all the Stargate activation experiments, although they had been unaware of the Stargate's true nature at the time, they should not be strangers to it. Qin Handang gestured toward the Stargate behind him, saying, "This is what you are most familiar with." It features 38 distinct symbols, which correspond to various constellations and serve as the dialing coordinates for the Stargate. He then pointed to a device resembling a large vintage telephone dial situated to the right front of the Stargate. You likely haven't seen this before at the base. It is installed in the control room above the Stargate's chamber. Shielded by blast-proof steel and bulletproof glass. It is the dialing control panel, and together with the Stargate, it constitutes a complete interstellar gate. Zhu Siming and the others turned their attention to the dialing control panel, which appeared to be made of the same metallic substance as the Stargate. Connecting it to the ground was a cylindrical base, while at its center was a large, orange-red hemispherical button, surrounded by two rings of buttons engraved with star chart coordinates. The control panel featured 38 buttons corresponding to the Stargate's coordinates. Connecting to another Stargate in the vast cosmos was akin to making a phone call. One had to find the correct number, which was represented by the combination of buttons on the control panel. Qin Handang picked up a nearby square cup and gestured, positing that this cup represented a region in the universe. He then tapped the cup with his hand, hypothesizing that a specific Stargate resided within that region. To accurately locate it within this three-dimensional space, at least 6 coordinates would be needed as reference points. Qin Handang pointed at various sides of the cup, indicating the need for an additional departure coordinate to travel from his location to the Stargate within the pin. Thus, traveling from Earth to any Stargate necessitated the input of 6 destination coordinates and 1 departure coordinate. At this moment, Qin Handang suddenly had a revelation. The 6+1 configuration. What a familiar combination. Isn't that just like the lottery number selection? He felt he had stumbled upon some peculiar secret, quickly shaking his head to disperse these jumbled thoughts and continued with his Stargate education. When a button on the dialing control panel is pressed, the corresponding icon on the Stargate activates. After entering the 7th button, pressing the hemispherical button in the center of the control panel activates the wormhole between the 2 Stargates. Of course, this is contingent upon the coordinates being correct. If the sequence of the same coordinates is altered, the destination will differ. If the coordinates are incorrect, the Stargate will remain unresponsive, reverting to its previous state. At that juncture, Xia Yiqing posed a question. Doesn't that mean if we know which icon represents Earth, we could randomly select 6 button combinations to potentially discover numerous Stargates in extraterrestrial systems? Qin Handang nodded. In theory, that is indeed the case. However, you understand how slim the odds are. With 38 options to choose from, the permutations are astronomical. Moreover, activating a Stargate requires a substantial amount of energy, and even attempting incorrect coordinates demands energy output. Therefore, the best course of action is to have existing Stargate coordinates. Unfortunately, we currently possess only one usable Stargate coordinate, the one right before us. Sui Xiaolei grimaced. His handsome face nearly contorted into a frown. So how do we find the coordinates for the Stargate that leads back to Earth? Are we truly expected to try each one individually? Qin Handang waved his hand dismissively. That is unnecessary. If we had to resort to such methods to find the coordinates to return to Earth, Commander Fong would never greenlight this mission. Intelligence suggests that there are coordinates for returning to Earth located within certain ruins on Abidos. Our primary task is to locate them. As Qin Handang observed the bewildered expressions of the crowd, he suddenly realized, oh, I forgot to mention, Abidos is the name of this planet. Song Mingyan shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, is that what we are focusing on? Where did you gather so much information? Can we trust it? Qin Handang thought to himself that if it weren't for the fear of overly relying on the plot from his past life and then facing unexpected consequences, he could easily share more intel, like the fact that the local chieftain has a beautiful daughter, for instance. Regrettably, he could only ponder these thoughts internally while verbally presenting a different narrative. For the source of the information, one would have to inquire with Commander Fong. After all, the few sand buggies certainly weren't sent for us without reason. At this moment, Xia Yiqing finally couldn't restrain herself from voicing the question that had been troubling her the most. Why is it that the air, gravity, and temperature on this planet are indistinguishable from those on Earth? For years, the scientific community has scoured the vast universe without discovering even a single planet suitable for human habitation, let alone one that can support life. Yet, the Stargate connects us to a planet that mirrors Earth's environment almost perfectly. I cannot believe this is mere coincidence. Qin Handang smiled and replied, of course, this is not a coincidence, to be precise. Any location with a Stargate is highly likely to possess a similar natural environment conducive to human survival. With over 100 billion planetary systems in the Milky Way, I refuse to believe there aren't planets resembling Earth's environment. After all, according to the Big Bang Theory, the entire universe originated from a singularity. It stands to reason that similar celestial bodies can emerge under the same physical laws, as I mentioned earlier. It is hypothesized that the ancients constructed an extensive network of stargates throughout the Milky Way. If we assume we are that technologically advanced ancient civilization planning to establish fixed outposts on other planets, wouldn't we prioritize those planets with environments similar to our home world, or those that could be modified to resemble it through technological means? Therefore, does the existence of a Stargate on Earth not imply that, as a member of the Stargate network, Earth's environment was either specifically chosen or altered? By extension, isn't it only natural for Abidos, a planet with a Stargate, to share a similar environment with Earth? Based on this assumption, coupled with the discovery of 2 suspected alien corpses alongside the Stargate, we believe that even if they did not originate from Abidos, it is highly probable that intelligent life, or even a civilized race, exists on this planet. At that moment, Batel raised the metallic scepter beside him and inquired of Qin Handang in a hushed tone. I only received this armor and weapon a month ago. Their appearance and functionality are completely unlike anything I've encountered before. Old Tang, you mentioned that alien corpses were unearthed in Antarctica. Could it be that they were imitating the armor and weapons of those extraterrestrials? Qin Handang smacked his forehead in frustration, exclaiming, oh no, how could I have forgotten such an important detail? Then, casting an envious glance at Batel, he continued, the armor worn by those 2 aliens was made of an unidentified material. Certainly not from Earth. However, upon comparison, it was discovered to be the same metal used to construct the Stargate, which we have dubbed Nakuta. Tests have shown that Nakuta possesses remarkable metallic properties. Those 2 sets of armor offer exceptional bulletproof and shock-resistant capabilities, making them formidable tools for individual combat. In total, 2 sets of armor and weapons were discovered. One set was sent to the Research Institute, while the other remains at the Stargate base. Batel, the gear you possess is not a replica but rather the genuine article. Doesn't it feel particularly impressive? While Song Mingyan and Xia Yiqing remained unfazed, the other male members of the group could hardly withstand the allure of such enticing equipment, their gazes towards Batel growing increasingly intense. Had this been in the base, they would likely have rushed over to subdue him and strip him of his gear. Batel chuckled, running his hand over his bald head, and remarked, I thought something was off. During training, I was always alone when wearing this gear. Moreover, the weapon is vastly different from those used in the military. It is not part of the same system at all. Sui Xiaolei leaned towards Batel, eagerly reaching out to touch the armor and extolling its quality. My goodness, look at the materials. This is full-body armor. It must weigh over 100 pounds, right? No, it only weighs around 50. It merely looks heavy. Batel replied honestly. Qin Handang added, the metal used in the Stargate is truly remarkable. It has high strength and low weight. Unfortunately, there are no mines for it on Earth. At that moment, Wang Jinkai, who had been fixated on the metallic scepter in Batel's hand, asked, "Is this an alien weapon? How does it work?" "It is an energy weapon that does not require ammunition. Instead, it draws power from an energy crystal within. When we go outside later, Batel can demonstrate it. In case we encounter something similar in the future, it will help everyone feel better prepared." Chapter 4. The indigenous people. Zhu Simon glanced at the time. Nearly 10 hours remained until the Stargate was next activated. Due to the uncertainty surrounding the first Stargate traversal, both the pre-departure mission briefing and the recently unsealed documents describing the mission objectives were exceedingly concise, ultimately summarizing to 4 words: exploration and return. Now that they had confirmed their presence on another planet, the next challenge was figuring out how to return home. "All right, we've rested enough. If we don't wish to spend our lives here eating sand, we must hasten to search for the Stargate coordinates that lead back to Earth. Xiaoqin, you mentioned there are coordinates for the Earth Stargate nearby. Is there any clear direction?" Qin Handang had already replayed the plot from his past life countless times in his mind. Unfortunately, he had watched science fiction rather than documentaries, making it difficult to directly extract answers. However, he did possess some clues, and it was time for another round of Stargate knowledge enlightenment. As you can see, this Stargate is situated within a pyramid, indicating that the Abidos planet must harbor an intelligent race, and there is undoubtedly some connection with us Earthlings. I happen to have relevant information regarding this. Let me share it with everyone. As Qin Handang observed the expectant faces around him, his voice dwindled, eventually fading into awkward laughter. The individuals in TS-1 were all exceptionally astute. They were well aware that he was concealing a secret. He also recognized that his act of feigning ignorance was rather irritating. However, what could he do? He couldn't just publicly proclaim that he was a time traveler, could he? Thankfully, he still had a means to deflect the blame. "Well, it's not that I intend to hide anything. You all understand the confidentiality protocols. Some matters are simply not appropriate to disclose at this time, so let us not dwell on these details. Shall we?" Zhu Simon cleared his throat, reminding everyone that they were still on a mission. The information held by Xiaoqin was central to their objectives, and it was best to exercise patience regarding certain individuals until they returned to base. Qin Handang, feeling exasperated at Zhu Simon's unexpected leadership style, was relieved that the captain still held authority, as everyone heeded his advice and momentarily ceased their glares. Qin Handang seized this opportunity to continue, explaining that based on the 2 alien armors discovered in Antarctica, the beings' identities might be linked to either a religious order or a military faction. Regardless of which, their status would not be lowly, which was precisely why Batel had been equipped with the armor and weapon. In the event they encountered local indigenous residents, he could at least assume a temporary guise. Batel should be well versed in the use of both the armor and the scepter. If we encounter the local indigenous people, he should don the helmet first and observe their reactions. Zhou Shengyan expressed his astonishment. "This thing has a helmet? Where is it? Batel, hurry and fetch it." Batel smiled but remained silent. With a subtle grip of his left hand, accompanied by the sound of metal scraping, the armor around his neck suddenly extended upwards, enveloping his head in the blink of an eye. The helmet's front morphed into a metallic serpent's head with glowing red eyes, startling everyone. Excluding Qin Handang, who remained unfazed, the rest gasped in shock. "What on earth is that? It's absolutely terrifying," Zhou Shengyan exclaimed, exuding a colorful array of exclamations. Song Mingyan patted her chest, saying, "That appearance certainly does not resemble that of a benevolent being." Sui Xiaolei couldn't help but interject, "Wait, were the aliens we dug up really so menacing?" At that moment, Batel's voice emerged from the helmet. "The armor is manageable without the helmet, but once it's on, it does indeed invoke a sense of discomfort." With another series of metallic sounds, he retracted the helmet. Qin Handang mused that it was appropriate for the appearance to be unsettling. The practitioners of dark arts were hardly benevolent beings, and it would be absurd to expect them to possess any normal sense of aesthetics. However, the time was not right for him to voice his thoughts. "See? This is why I say the aliens in armor cannot have lowly identities. With such a design, if you claim they were ordinary folk, I would never believe it. Thus, Batel, the task of playing the part falls upon you. With such an appearance and demeanor, unless you encounter an ally who wouldn't be intimidated." Qin Handang jested with Batel before continuing. "Earlier, we found the exit of the pyramid directly in front of the Stargate. According to the observations made outside the pyramid, The lengthy ramp and 2 obelisks were also constructed in alignment with the pyramid's front. Thus, I believe it is prudent to commence our exploration towards the pyramid's facade, as the likelihood of uncovering clues appears greater. Zhu Siming contemplated this, regardless of whether the conclusion regarding the Qin, Han, and Tang dynasties was derived from his own deductions or supported by prior intelligence. Reflecting on Commander Feng's words, he concluded that his primary focus should be ensuring the safety of this Qin Handang individual, while it would be wise to trust him regarding the Stargate coordinates. Very well, we shall split into 2 groups. I, Bader, Xiaosong, and Xiaoqin will search for the ruins, while the rest will remain at the camp. Awaiting the activation of the Stargate from the base, we estimate we will miss the base's first activation of the Stargate. So Jin Kai, you will be responsible for reporting the situation to Commander Feng. Additionally, you should also investigate the interior of the pyramid, establishing a security perimeter of 300 meters around the Stargate, without venturing too deeply. The 4 of you must stay together during the operation. Understood. Wang Jinkai and Sui Xiaolei responded in unison. They took the sand motorcycles and set off, maintaining radio contact in case of any issues. After 2 years of training together, although 3 were not officially active military personnel, one had undoubtedly become a well-trained, militarized unit, capable of swift action once engaged in a mission. After equipping themselves with camping gear and other survival equipment, Zhu Siming and the others mounted their sand motorcycles and sped away from the pyramid. Plunging into the vast desert, the Stargate base had customized a model featuring dual front and rear seats, which boasted impressive speed, stability, and endurance. With the throttle fully open, they left the pyramid far behind within half an hour. Its silhouette barely visible in the distance. However, before Qin Handang lay an unending expanse of yellow sand dunes. Not a soul nor even a blade of grass was in sight. A sense of unease began to creep into Qin Handang's mind. Contemplating the discrepancies between the Stargate series narrative and the realities of the world. Fortunately, he had refrained from boasting about his knowledge of the situation, or he would have been left embarrassed. The other 3 companions were free from such anxieties, as their experiences during training on Earth had conditioned them to understand that traversing the desert for 2 to 3 hours without encountering civilization was entirely normal. An hour after their departure, Zhu Siming ordered a halt to rest and replenish their water supply. After setting off again, they seemed to have turned a corner, as patches of vegetation began to appear sporadically on the ground. After another 20 minutes of travel, Bader was the first to make a discovery, halting his vehicle and pointing to the right front. Isn't there something moving over there? Qin Handang took out his binoculars, and a laugh escaped his lips as he spotted 2 quadrupeds with spindle-shaped heads and long fur. Were they not the indigenous camels that had nearly dragged Daniel to his demise? They bore saddles, indicating they were domesticated creatures, suggesting the presence of human communities nearby. Song Minyan also caught sight of them through her binoculars. Zhu Siming lowered his binoculars, stating, "Let's follow them, but maintain a moderate speed, keeping our distance." Qin Handang then turned to Bader, saying, "Brother, put on your helmet." Reluctantly, Bader produced the hideous snake-shaped helmet, feeling that donning it diminished his stature, muttering under his breath about the alien's poor sense of aesthetics. The 2 indigenous camels, likely released to forage, grazed leisurely for over 10 minutes before finally lifting their heads and moving in another direction. After crossing 4 or 5 sand dunes, a long, rudimentary wall came into view. The wall appeared to be constructed from a mixture of wood and earth, standing roughly 6 to 7 meters high, with the section before them extending at least 200 meters in length. Every few dozen meters, a watchtower loomed above the wall, with guards wielding spears of unknown material. Zhu Siming raised his binoculars, observing, "Indeed, there are indigenous inhabitants, though they seem technologically unsophisticated." Qin Handang mused internally, "This is just the beginning. Once you traverse the Stargate more frequently, you will come to realize that planets ruled by the Go-Wu-Tu lords generally share a similar plight. Go ensure the slaves diligently mine Nakuta, or without the capacity for rebellion. They provide no opportunities for technological advancement and employ various methods to limit the population of those they deem mere ants." He internally mocked the parasitic race. Zhu Siming turned to Qin Handang, inquiring, "Do you possess any intelligence regarding these indigenous people?" Qin Handang blinked, gazing at him in disbelief, as if to say, "Are you truly not pretending anymore? Do you assume I know everything?" Well, he did have some knowledge, albeit of little utility due to the language barrier. Fortunately, he had access to a translator. Let's proceed directly. We'll wait at the base of the wall. Bader, project your presence confidently. Just strike a pose and refrain from speaking. You're the leader now. And we are merely your entourage. Leave the communication to us. Although Bader's expression was obscured, he straightened his posture and sat more upright on the sand motorcycle, evidently grasping Qin Handang's intent. As they drew closer to the wall, the guards noticed Qin Handang's group. However, with only 4 individuals present, despite their peculiar mounts, they did not seem threatening, so the guards merely observed them intently without taking further action. Bader, clad in his snake-headed helmet, led the way, with Qin Handang, Zhu Siming, and Song Minion following closely behind, soon bringing their sand motorcycles to a halt beneath the city wall's grand entrance. It was unclear whether it was due to the overwhelming presence of Apophis or Bader's striking appearance. But when the guards finally discerned Bader's form, they appeared visibly flustered. Eventually, one bolder individual regained his composure, sounding a horn that hung around his neck. The deep resonance echoed through the air. They did not have to wait long. As within 5 minutes, the city gates swung open to reveal an elder adorned with a headscarf reminiscent of those worn in Earth's Middle East, leading a throng of people, judging by his demeanor. He was likely the chief of this tribe. Bader, remembering Qin Handang's instructions, remained motionless on his motorcycle, silent. The chief approached quickly, brandishing a wooden staff, and knelt before Bader, placing the staff down and uttering an incomprehensible phrase before bowing his head to the ground, prompting the others behind him to follow suit. This display left Bader utterly bewildered. Born in Xinhua Nation and raised under the red flag, he had never encountered such a scene. Forget about Qin Handang's previous admonition to remain silent. He was too intimidated to utter a single word. Fortunately, Qin Handang, ever astute, understood the nuances of the situation. He calmly dismounted and approached the chief, assisting him to his feet. The chief's eyes betrayed a clear sense of trepidation, and after being helped up, he began to babble at Qin Handang, though he understood not a word. However, as a sentient being, they were aware that language was not the sole means of communication. Qin Handang first pointed at Bader, uttering 2 syllables, Jaffa. He then gestured towards the sky, articulating another syllable, Ra. Finally, he formed a triangular shape with his fingertips and encircled the 4 of them with his hands. The chief seemed to grasp the meaning, his fear dissipating, replaced by a respectful demeanor as he chattered away, then bent to the side, bowing and extending his right hand towards the city wall. Such gestures were universally understood among intelligent life forms, and although the words were lost on them, the meaning was clear. This was a form of interstellar etiquette. Qin Handang slightly bowed his head in acknowledgement to the chief before turning to his companions, signaling with an OK gesture, indicating they had succeeded and could now enter. Song Minion's eyes sparkled with admiration. While Qin Handang could be infuriating in many aspects, his ability to navigate such situations never failed to impress. Zhu Siming maintained a stoic expression, as though he had anticipated this outcome, while Bader's earlier discomfort was soothed by Qin Handang's adept handling of the situation. Amidst the gazes filled with awe and curiosity, Qin Handang and his companions entered the seemingly rudimentary settlement unscathed. After parking their sand motorcycles beneath a shaded area, they were led by the chief to a spacious room of approximately 100 square meters at the center of the settlement. The layout and decor suggested it was a gathering place for the indigenous people. A long table occupied the center, flanked by a row of backless chairs. Fortunately, they need not sit directly on the ground. Once seated, the chief commenced another round of chatter, but it was all for naught. Earlier, when introducing themselves outside the walls, the communication had been somewhat manageable, but now that Qin Handang sought to inquire about the ruins, simple gestures were insufficient. Nevertheless, he had prepared for this, retrieving several copies of ancient Egyptian murals from his backpack. He gestured animatedly, yet the complexity of the task proved formidable, and the dialogue remained unproductive. Apart from deciphering that the elder's name was Calum, no substantial progress was made, leaving Qin Handang frustrated, and without recourse, as the sun began to set, signaling the approach of the customary campfire dinner. Qin Handang reluctantly decided to temporarily abandon his inquiries, for in the grand scheme of things, sustenance reigned supreme. Calum departed to prepare the evening feast, granting the TS1 squad a much-needed respite and an opportunity to exchange information. "What were you just chattering about outside the door? How did they suddenly allow us in?" Song Minion was brimming with curiosity. At this juncture, Qin Handang felt there was no need for concealment, and he took the opportunity to enlighten her about extraterrestrial knowledge. The term Jaffa refers to the collective identity of the two extraterrestrials from Antarctica. They belong to an elite faction of an alien race known as the Goiwuda. After surveying their surroundings to ensure no one was listening, Qin Handang lowered his voice and continued. As for Ra, he is one of the most powerful lords among the Goiwuda and the ruler of this planet. However, he does not reside here permanently. He visits this planet only every several years or decades, primarily to collect the ores harvested by the indigenous inhabitants. The ore they extract is the raw material for creating stargates, known as Naquita. Thus, the sole task of all indigenous residents on this planet is to mine Naquita for Ra. This Ra also has another name, the sun god Ra, who ruled over the ancient Egyptians 8 to 10,000 years ago. Eventually, for reasons unknown, this foolish bird was overthrown by the ancient Egyptians. Following this, the ancient Egyptians sealed the rotating Stargate symbols with massive stones, rendering it impossible for the sun god Ra to communicate through the Stargate to Earth again. Ultimately, they buried the Stargate underground to prevent its accidental discovery, which could have led to the sun god Ra's return to Earth. Until it was unearthed by LonFu.it, is likely that the sun god Ra suffered significant losses on Earth, leading him to strictly control the technological development and population size of the indigenous people in his territory to avert a repeat of the Earth scenario on other planets. The sun god Ra also rules over other planets within the galaxy. Hence, he does not personally visit to collect ores every time. Most often, he dispatches some Jaffa to do so. Those elite troops known as Jaffa are the ones who wield life and death authority over the indigenous residents. Now you understand why the indigenous people react so nervously upon seeing Bartle, right? Wow! Where did you acquire such detailed extraterrestrial intelligence? This is incredibly intricate. You weren't sent as an undercover agent to that sun god Ra, were you? The usually composed Zhu Siming finally couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, Song Minyan's eyes blazed with anger. This sun god Ra seemed exceedingly brutal. Wait, he ruled ancient Egypt 10,000 years ago. How is he still alive now? Although Bartle maintained his usual silence, the rapidly flashing red lights on his helmet revealed his inner turmoil. Chapter 5. A clash of perspectives. Before revealing such explosive information, Qin Handang had already considered the scapegoating aspect, which allowed him to be so carefree. Well, you understand the confidentiality protocols. Mainly, he hadn't intended to disclose this at this time. He had initially thought that once they found the local indigenous people, they would quickly learn the location of the ruins and then swiftly depart to search for the coordinates of Earth's Stargate. Who knew that communication would be so arduous at the current pace? It seemed they would have to remain here for a while longer, and the longer they stayed, the more likely they were to be exposed. Although the language barrier alleviated concerns about revealing their identities through miscommunication, their behavioral habits would undoubtedly differ significantly from those of the genuine Jaffa, so they could only confide in each other to mitigate suspicion. The sun god Ra relished in mystique on Earth. He posed as a deity before the ancient Egyptians, and I scoff at that. Yet, one must admit that often, such theatrics yield astonishing results. It remains uncertain how deeply the indigenous people have been brainwashed by the sun god Ra. Should there be zealots among them, safety would be an issue, but more importantly, it was crucial to extract information about the ruins. Relying solely on their firearms to wander aimlessly in the desert would likely result in them perishing before ever discovering the ruins. Zhu Siming's earlier outburst stemmed from the sheer shock of Qin Handang's revelations. He quickly realized that now was not the time for probing deeper. As night approached, returning to camp or venturing out of the city would be unsafe. They could only spend the night here and plan for the next day. I will retrieve the radio to contact the camp. During dinner, please give me and Xiao Song each a couple of those papers so we can attempt to communicate with someone. Zhu Siming concluded as he gestured for Song Minyan to join him in retrieving the equipment from the sandbikes to contact the camp, leaving Qin Handang and Bartle to continue their charade of superiority. Before long, Calum returned to invite them to the banquet, coincidentally meeting Zhu Siming and his group on the way. They exchanged reassuring glances and set off together to partake in the meal. In a clearing within the fortress, a crowd had gathered, with 3 bonfires blazing in the midst. Yet aside from the occasional crackling of burning wood, it was eerily quiet. Above this clearing fluttered a banner adorned with colossal eyes and interwoven lines. Once Calum led Qin Handang and the others to their seats, the atmosphere erupted into lively chatter. Before them lay an array of suspiciously shaped and colored food and drink, and the group exchanged wary glances, none daring to touch these mysterious offerings. Had this been on Earth, even in the most primitive tribes of Africa, as citizens of the gluttonous empire, they would not have hesitated to sample even the most bizarre-looking dishes. But now, they found themselves on an alien planet. Despite the indigenous residents bearing a striking resemblance to Earthlings, they felt it prudent to politely decline the unfamiliar food for the time being, considering that bringing their own supplies would be the safer option. Under Calum's astonished gaze, Qin Handang selected a box of potato and beef meal, skillfully opening the packaging. He mixed the pre-cooked rice and purified water until well combined, then layered the potato and beef on top. Finally, he tore open the heating and water packs at the bottom of the bowl, swiftly placing the meal box atop and covering it, completing a minor display before the indigenous residents. Observing Calum's bewilderment, he was unsure if his act had made an impression, but he felt an inexplicable urge to show off in front of the aliens. Song Minion, witnessing Qin Handang's smug expression, could hardly suppress her disbelief and remarked, "What is there to show off about? They have no idea what this is. If it weren't for Bartle misleading them, they'd probably think you're a fool." Qin Handang chuckled, asserting that it was precisely because of Bartel's imposing equipment that he could afford to flaunt. "Just wait, I will prepare a meal for our esteemed Jaffa." With that, he proceeded to prepare a portion of shredded fish and spicy sauce, and respectfully placed it before Bartle. At this point, Calum seemed to have pieced something together. In his view, the divine envoy's peculiar preferences must be taken into account, and he dared not continue to focus on their meal, instead signaling to his kin to eat and drink as they pleased. Once Qin Handang and his companions finished, Calum summoned 2 tribesmen to present several pieces of or before them, followed by a torrent of rapid speech. Upon seeing the unmistakably naquita or, Qin Handang refrained from making any wild gestures. These items were directly linked to Apophis, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Handang's eyes lit up. He stood and took a piece of naquita or, approaching Bartle. He first feigned a bow, then presented the ore before Bartle, saying, "Old Ba, the time for a performance has come. Just shake your head when I finish speaking, then extend your hand towards me." He gazed expectantly at Bartle, who hesitated for a moment before quickly catching on, shaking his head and extending his right hand. Qin Handang feigned nervousness, promptly setting down the ore and turning to retrieve the ancient Egyptian mural patterns he had just spent ages miming with Calum. Dramatically holding up several pieces of tattered paper, he returned to Bartle, respectfully placing them in his hands while whispering, "Wave these papers in your hand, then shout array," with a louder and fiercer voice. Although Bartle was clueless about Qin Handang's intentions, he executed the actions without hesitation. As Bartel's powerful shout resonated, the indigenous residents, led by Calum, fell to their knees in fear and trepidation. Upon witnessing the situation, Qin Handang promptly retrieved the papers from Badr, then turned to assist Calum to his feet. After a difficult exchange of gestures, he finally managed to soothe him, placing the several mural blueprints into his hands. This time, Calum appeared either frightened or spiritually enlightened, as he suddenly realized that Qin Handang and his companions were in search of the objects depicted in the drawings. He then called upon his clansmen, distributing the blueprints for their perusal while simultaneously speaking at length. Observing this, Qin Handang finally breathed a sigh of relief, returning to his seat to address Zhu Siming and the others. "It seems they have grasped our intentions. It appears that the names of Jafar and the sun god Ra carry significant weight." Zhu Siming gave him a thumbs up, while Song Minion shot him a sideways glance, as if to say that deceiving others had indeed been his forte. Qin Handang shrugged his shoulders, replying helplessly, "I was left with no choice. The language barrier is truly a considerable obstacle. What else could I do but deceive?" After waiting for approximately half an hour, Calum approached with a boy and a girl in tow. The boy appeared to be no older than 12 or 13, standing under 1.5 meters tall, with his hair styled into tiny braids. It was evident that he had been instructed by Calum to maintain a respectful demeanor before these distinguished individuals, his head slightly bowed, though he occasionally stole glances upward, most often at Badr. The contrast between his lively gaze and his feigned serious expression elicited a soft chuckle from Song Minion. The girl beside him appeared somewhat more mature, likely around 15 or 16, slightly taller than the boy, with a lovely visage framed by a gray headscarf. Unlike her brother, she did not furtively observe Qin Handang and the others. Instead, she gazed openly, her brown eyes filled with curiosity. The two appeared to be siblings, and judging by their attire, it was clear that their family held a respectable status within the tribe. Calum guided them before Qin Handang, first bowing deeply to the four of them in greeting. He then pointed to the boy and declared, "Squaw." Following this, he indicated the girl and said, "Sherry." Finally, he gestured to himself, mimicking a hugging motion. Recognizing the scene, Qin Handang quickly deduced that these two were indeed Calum's children. Observing the pair before him, Qin Handang silently lamented their unfortunate fates in the Stargate series, where both were captured by Apophis, with Sherry even pregnant with Daniel's child at the time of her abduction. Ultimately, Squaw became Apophis's host, while Sherry fell victim to the affections of Apophis's consort. Had it not been for the exceptional status of Sherry and Daniel's child, their family's fate would have been utterly tragic. Even so, the siblings' destinies were still harrowing. However, with the absence of Stargate and Daniel in the Ansa Kingdom, it seemed they would never have the opportunity to confront Abidos and the others again. Only Apophis, that avian fiend, lingered, yet Qin Handang had long coveted his wealth, coveted his resources, hoping to find a way to alter the siblings' fates. After seemingly introducing his children, Calum nudged them toward Qin Handang. Noticing that they held the blueprints, Qin Handang donned a kindly expression, beckoning them to sit. Once they were seated, instead of immediately addressing the blueprints, he retrieved a handful of white rabbit milk candies from his bag and offered them. Qin Handang had always been discontented with how the Ansa soldiers lured alien children with mere chocolate. How could his gluttonous empire settle for such meager offerings? He had previously arranged for a selection of distinctive Chinese snacks to be procured for the Stargate base, intending to use a more sumptuous array of delicacies to elevate Earth's reputation. The white rabbit candy was among the primary offerings, which he considered a vital currency, along with spicy strips, stinky tofu, and dried fish, believing that no matter how picky the alien children might be, there would surely be something to suit their palates. Squaw and Sherry gazed at the white rabbit candy with perplexed expressions, prompting Qin Handang to smack his forehead, having forgotten the crucial step of demonstration. He unwrapped a piece of candy, tossed it into his mouth, and nodded encouragingly for them to do the same. Under the enticing allure of the big bad wolf, the two children mimicked his actions, peeling a piece of candy and placing it in their mouths, their eyes widening in surprise and delight. It seemed the white rabbit candy had made a favorable impression, leading Qin Handang to ponder trying stinky tofu next time for an even greater reaction. After instructing the two to save the remaining candies, he finally pointed to the blueprints. Sherry clearly took the lead in their conversation, laying the blueprints on the table and chattering away. Although Qin Handang could not comprehend her words, it did not hinder his smiling nods in response. Had it not been for Zhu Siming and the others knowing his background, one might have thought he understood everything. Once Sherry paused, Qin Handang, piecing together clues from both his limited comprehension and the narrative from his previous life, speculated that the siblings had likely already visited the ruins in secrecy. He then called Calum over, gesturing to the four of them, then indicating the siblings, and finally, lifting the blueprints while extending 2 fingers in a walking gesture. After several rounds of gesturing, Calum seemed to grasp his intent, turning to converse with the siblings, who nodded in acknowledgement. He then relayed the information back to Qin Handang. Although the precise meaning eluded him, Qin Handang surmised that the location was still somewhat distant, necessitating their journey to be postponed until the following day. After all, they were not pressed for time, and traversing the alien desert at night was not something any sensible individual would undertake. Thus, Qin Handang disregarded the accuracy of his understanding, merrily engaging in a lively exchange with Calum, reaching what he hoped was a consensus. When Qin Handang shared his interpretation with Zhu Siming and the others, they were left astounded. Song Minyan, her expression a mix of admiration and disbelief, queried, "What gives you the confidence to deduce that they will take us to the ruins tomorrow just from a series of gestures? By the way, why are you here at the Stargate base? I feel like you would have been better suited for the Foreign Affairs Department." Qin Handang was taken aback, exclaiming, "How did you know about my parents' previous intentions?" However, he quickly realized that his current role was, in essence, that of a diplomat, with the only difference being that his interlocutors were extraterrestrial beings rather than foreign nationals, a minor distinction, indeed. Song Minyan instantly fell into an emotional spiral. If she were aware of the term, Zhu Siming, on the other hand, believed that regardless of the true outcome of their communication, the atmosphere was amicable, affording them some peace of mind while they camped for the night. As for the results, they would soon be revealed. The dinner lasted approximately 2 hours, after which they were shown to their quarters. It was unclear whether it was due to the absence of Daniel's mystical eye of Ra or the presence of Song Minyan among their group. But Qin Handang and his companions were not assigned any alien maidens for the night. This left Qin Handang, who had prepared numerous polite refusals, somewhat disappointed. Chapter 6. Unexpected delight with Badr's assumed identity as Jafar. It was only fitting that the quartet was allocated the finest accommodations within the citadel. Initially, Zhu Siming had contemplated squeezing into a larger room as they were newcomers to a foreign planet. However, whether by fortune or misfortune, Calum unhesitatingly provided each of them with their own chambers. To avoid complications, and given the language barrier, they accepted this arrangement, though fortunately, the rooms were in close proximity, and they had walkie-talkies to facilitate communication. After an unfruitful night of waiting to decline any alien companionship, Qin Handang awoke to the sound of a horn blaring at dawn, feeling a tinge of regret. Rejecting Calum's generous breakfast invitation, the four of them resolved their morning meal with the military rations they had brought along, before seeking out Calum once more to discuss the ruins. It appeared that Qin Handang's earlier antics had indeed borne fruit, as Calum soon returned with his 2 children in tow. After a series of gestures, Qin Handang confirmed that Sherry and Squar would lead them to a location, though whether it was the ruins they anticipated remained to be seen. Dictated by fate, before setting off, Zhu Siming contacted the camp once more. Wang Jinkai informed him that the Stargate base had successfully activated the wormhole the previous night and established communication with them. Commander Feng, upon discovering that they had indeed arrived on Abidos and encountered the indigenous inhabitants, fell silent for a considerable time before listening to the reports from Wang Jinkai and the others. Zhu Siming relayed that they had gleaned information about the suspected ruins from the natives and would soon embark on an expedition, which provided Wang Jinkai and the others with some reassurance. Upon arriving at the Citadel's entrance on their sand scooters, Qin Handang discovered that Calum had not only sent Sherry and Squar to guide them, but had also dispatched a contingent of guards mounted on indigenous camels to accompany them. Impressed by Calum's attentiveness, Qin Handang expressed his approval through his demeanor and gestures, even prompting Badr to playfully pat Calum's shoulder in commendation. It was evident that Calum greatly appreciated this acknowledgement, his smile stretching wide enough to nearly reach his ears. Under the direction of Sherry and Squar, Qin Handang and his companions set out alongside the contingent of camel riders toward the eastern edge of the citadel. After driving for more than 10 minutes beyond the city walls, Qin Handang noticed Squar frequently glancing back with curiosity at their sand scooters. Unable to bear his discomfort, he waved him over. Their communication flowed smoothly. After a few gestures from Qin Handang, Squar excitedly leapt off the indigenous camel to join him on the back seat. Song Minyan observed the glimmer of envy in Sha Rui's eyes. She promptly invited her to join on her sand motorcycle. Amidst the cheers and exuberance of Squar, Qin Handang and his companions were unexpectedly delighted. The 2 young guides aboard their sand vehicle had significantly enhanced their speed. As the velocity of the 4-wheeled industrial marvel was evidently beyond the capabilities of the indigenous 4-legged creatures, the only concern was that the squad of guards riding native camels could not keep pace, trailing far behind. However, it was likely that some among the guards were aware of their destination. They exchanged a few words with Sha Rui while overtaking her, then resumed their slower pace, maintaining a distance behind the sand motorcycle. Qin Handang surmised that due to the distinct tire tracks left in the desert, even if the guards were uncertain of the destination, they could still follow the trail as long as they were not blind. After accelerating for less than 40 minutes, Squar signaled for them to halt near a sand dune. Before the siblings could disembark, Zhu Siming noticed something peculiar about this dune compared to ordinary ones. A segment of yellowish stone bricks was faintly visible at the dune's base, buried beneath the yellow sands and thus easily overlooked. Upon leaping from the vehicle, Squar let out an excited cry and dashed toward the dune, waving at Qin Handang as he passed, indicating for him to follow. Sha Rui also jumped down from behind Song Minyan, displaying a much steadier demeanor than her brother. Her first act upon disembarking was to bow respectfully to Song Minyan, expressing her gratitude for the ride on the sand motorcycle. Although Song Minyan could not comprehend her words, she felt positively inclined towards the girl and smiled, giving her shoulder a gentle pat as a gesture of camaraderie. At that moment, Squar had already reached a slightly elevated section towards the right of the dune's base. A closer inspection would reveal it to be a spot slightly higher than the surrounding sands. Kneeling down, He eagerly began to dig with his hands, and as Qin Handang and the others approached from behind, they beheld a square stone slab roughly 80 centimeters wide emerging before them. Seeing that Squar seemed intent on moving the slab, Zhu Siming and Qin Handang quickly stepped forward to assist. With their combined effort, the slab was easily displaced, revealing a staircase beneath it. They had found it. Squar, splendid work. The sight of what was evidently a relic made Qin Handang's voice tremble with excitement. The coordinates for the Stargate back to Earth were likely hidden below. The other three also wore expressions of exhilaration, instinctively sighing in relief. After all, no one wished to spend a lifetime on such a desolate planet. Zhu Siming halted Squar, who was eager to descend, glancing about the surroundings with caution. He decided not to allow everyone to rush down all at once. As the leader, he and Qin Handang, the intelligence chief, were certainly to go down, and Bartle, embodying the role of the Great Gaffa, would not remain outside as a guard. With limited options, Zhu Siming quickly made arrangements. Shaosong, you stay above with Sha Rue. Wait for the guards to arrive before coming down. Understood. Though she was also curious to explore below, Song Minyan knew she must obey orders. Qin Handang gestured to Sha Rue, indicating for her to remain on the surface with Song Minyan, while he and Zhu Siming descended into the underground ruins. Squar led the way with a torch, while Bartle held a powerful flashlight in his left hand and his weapon in the right. Bringing up the rear, Zhu Siming and Qin Handang, equipped with tactical helmets featuring activated flashlights, walked in the middle. The staircase was steep and lengthy. They descended approximately 50 or 60 steps before reaching the bottom. As Qin Handang surveyed the area, he discovered a spacious hall, its height reaching at least 8 or 9 meters, boasting an area larger than the Stargate chamber at the Stargate base, likely exceeding 2,000 square meters. The sight made Qin Handang's heart skip a beat. He realized with dismay that if the Stargate narrative aligned with the real world, the mural depicting the coordinates for Earth's Stargate and recounting the tale of ancient Egyptians resisting Apophis should be found in a small, dilapidated ruin. However, the place they occupied was anything but small or decrepit. He thought to himself, indeed, narratives linked to intelligent life must be approached with caution. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Don't just stand there. Quickly illuminate the area and search for clues. As Zhu Siming retrieved the flashlight from his backpack, he began positioning it at various angles. Minutes later, the underground hall was ablaze with light. Aside from a dozen large columns providing support, no other partitions existed, allowing for an unobstructed view of the entire hall. The hall was roughly square-shaped, its floor paved with massive white stone slabs, while the walls and ceiling appeared coated in a special pigment, shimmering gold in the illumination, exuding an air of grandeur. Every 5 or 6 meters along the walls stood tall statues of serpent-headed beings, and between these statues, the walls were meticulously engraved with numerous patterns and what resembled inscriptions. As Qin Handang approached, a plethora of familiar symbols flooded his vision, sending his heart racing. Goodness! This is an unexpected yet fortuitous discovery. Zhu Siming and Bartle hurried over, drawn by his excitement. What is it? Have you found the coordinates for Earth Stargate? Zhu Siming inquired eagerly upon witnessing Qin Handang's animated demeanor. To his surprise, Qin Handang shook his head. No, these are not the coordinates we sought for the Earth Stargate. Then what are you so excited about? Zhu Siming exclaimed, bewildered. I thought you found something. Qin Handang grasped Zhu Siming's arm and shook it vigorously. This is even more valuable than finding the coordinates for Earth Stargate. We already have the means of flight. Why would we need a bicycle? Zhu Siming retaliated, pinning him down. Calm yourself. I don't know what you've been training for these past 2 years. That is irrelevant. Do you know what is inscribed on these walls? Qin Handang's finger trembled as he pointed at the wall. Zhu Siming, squinting at the surrounding walls, found the dazzling golden hue somewhat blinding. The content depicted on the walls appeared largely uniform, consisting of vertically arranged elongated rectangular frames. Each frame contained a series of images and symbols. After scrutinizing closely, Zhu Siming noticed some familiar elements interspersed within the patterns and symbols. Realizing the significance, he turned to Qin Handang. If each frame represents a Stargate coordinate, there must be countless ones on these walls and the ceiling. If all these are indeed Stargate coordinates, how can you be sure there are none for Earth? Zhu Siming's mind raced, grasping the implications of the coordinates for the Stargate base. Yet he was more concerned with the immediate practicalities. Qin Handang smirked. Do you recognize those serpent-headed statues? Don't they resemble Bartel's helmet? This must have been constructed by the sun god or A.Do. You think he would leave the coordinates for Earth's Stargate here after suffering a significant loss on Earth? Qin Handang continued. And even if the coordinates for Earth's Stargate were indeed here, there must be thousands of them. How long would it take to test them all? At that moment, Bartle chimed in through his helmet. What are you so excited about? We still can't return, can we? Qin Handang raised a hand, shaking a finger. First, finding this relic filled with numerous Stargate coordinates was one of our long-term objectives on Abidos. I never expected to inadvertently complete this task the very next day. Second, even if we cannot locate the coordinates for Earth's Stargate, as long as we can activate any Stargate among these with a suitable environment, we can use it as a transit point for personnel and supplies between Earth and Abidos, albeit with a bit more effort and time required. Do you not see this as a treasure unearthed? Zhu Siming and Bartle quickly grasped the situation, feeling a weight lift from their shoulders, allowing them to relax. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase, and they turned to see Song Minyan descending, holding Sha Rui's hand. The guards have arrived. Sha Rui asked us to watch from above before coming down, Song Minyan explained. She soon noticed the relaxed and joyful expressions on Qin Handang and the others, eliciting a smile in return. You all seem quite pleased. Has something been discovered? Have you found the coordinates for Earth's Stargate? Zhu Siming recounted the situation to her, and naturally, Song Minyan felt her spirits lift, for no one relished the idea of being stranded on a barren planet. However, Qin Handang appeared to suddenly recall something concerning, furrowing his brow. Observing the change in his demeanor, Song Minyan gently patted his shoulder. What are you thinking? Is there an issue with these Stargate coordinates? Qin Handang looked at her, astonished. Are you really that perceptive? You picked up on that. Zhu Siming and Bartle turned their attention to him, inquiring, what seems to be the problem? Feeling somewhat awkward, Qin Handang scratched his head. Well, I was so caught up in the excitement that I neglected to consider one thing. We might be celebrating a bit prematurely. What do you mean? Zhu Siming pressed. If all goes as expected, we may still need to continue searching for the relic containing the coordinates for Earth's Stargate. Otherwise, we might be stuck eating sand on Abidos for several more months. Qin, Han, and Tang were suddenly doused with a bucket of cold water. Why? This matter involves certain theories of astrophysics. You must have heard of the Big Bang Theory, haven't you? To their surprise, Zhu Siming and his companions shook their heads in unison, prompting Qin, Han, and Tang to realize that this was not a decade or two into the future. While the internet could not be said to be underdeveloped, it was entirely non-existent in this era. People's means of acquiring information were still quite traditional, apart from actively seeking knowledge related to their fields of study and work. Most individuals had neither the channels nor the inclination to delve into knowledge unrelated to their daily lives, let alone the esoteric and impractical realm of physics. Unlike the era Qin, Han, and Tang had traversed from, where science fiction literature and films flourished alongside a highly developed mobile internet, in that time, people, regardless of their interest levels, would inevitably glean insights into cutting-edge scientific theories from various channels, both actively and passively. Faced with teammates possessing differing levels of understanding, Qin, Han, and Tang found themselves yearning for Dr. Xia eaching back at the camp. Unfortunately, distant waters could not quench near thirst. For now, he had to offer a rough explanation from the perspective of a layman. Chapter 7. Mission accomplished. Qin, Han, and Tang gestured towards the resplendent golden walls surrounding them. We now understand that the positioning of the Stargates is based on a composite star map of the Milky Way. Each Stargate, aside from the seventh star map representing its own coordinates, requires 6 additional star map coordinates to locate the target Stargate's position within 3-dimensional cosmic space. Theoretically, these star map coordinates are unique, enabling their use as reference points within the vast scales of the universe. Alas, even the enormity of the cosmos cannot withstand the ravages of time. The only constant in the universe is change itself. At this juncture, it becomes imperative to mention the Big Bang Theory. In essence, the theory posits that our universe originated from a point of infinite density yet infinitesimal volume, known as a singularity. Approximately 13.7 billion years ago, this singularity underwent a cataclysmic explosion in a manner we still fail to fully comprehend, giving birth to the universe we inhabit. Based on this theory, our universe has been in a state of rapid expansion ever since that explosive inception, a fact corroborated by astronomers through the observation of galaxy redshift phenomena. As for what the galaxy redshift phenomenon entails, I cannot adequately explain it at this moment. You may consult Dr. Xia for clarification. Simply put, it is demonstrated through spectral changes that all galaxies within the universe are receding from one another at remarkable velocities. While these physical theories and astronomical phenomena bear little direct relevance to us, they are of significant importance to the Stargate system. The star maps used as coordinates will inevitably alter over time due to the expanding distances between galaxies, leading to the obsolescence of the original Stargate coordinates. It is estimated that the ancient civilization first constructed the Stargate system at least 10 million years ago. With their level of technology, they could naturally correct the effects of galaxy redshift on the Stargates periodically. It is even conceivable that they installed automatic correction mechanisms within the Stargate system to ensure that the coordinates remain valid within certain time frames or ranges, unaffected by the redshift phenomenon. However, the ancient civilization has been absent from the Milky Way for over 2 million years. Even if they had established such automatic correction protocols, it is improbable that their efficacy would remain intact over the vast timescales of millions of years. Thus, while we possess these Stargate coordinates, it is likely that astronomers or physicists will need to perform Doppler shift corrections before they can be utilized effectively. The challenge lies in the Stargate base's confidentiality. I estimate that completing this task without breaching secrecy regulations will take at least several months. Not to mention, finding a suitable planet among so many Stargate coordinates to serve as a transfer station is no small feat. After all, millions of years can bring about significant changes, such as the deterioration of the natural environment of the planet housing the Stargate. Therefore, if we wish to return to Earth swiftly, continuing our search for the correct ruins remains the optimal solution. Once Qin, Han, and Tang had finished their extensive exposition, Zhu Siming and the others were left utterly bewildered, their gazes towards him shifting to something decidedly unusual. Although the shock of discovering they had traversed through a Stargate to an alien planet was profound, they had grown accustomed to various speculations regarding the Stargate's destinations during their time at the base, making the notion of an alien planet far from the most absurd. As Qin, Han, and Tang elaborated on information pertaining to the Stargates and extraterrestrial civilizations. They collectively surmised that the Antarctic ruins certainly contained more than just Stargates and alien corpses. It was merely due to confidentiality that only analysts like Qin, Han, and Tang were privy to such knowledge. However, the revelation of alien civilization information spanning millions, even tens of millions of years, was a different matter altogether. Given their understanding of Qin, Han, and Tang, it was clear from his assured tone that he likely possessed even more outlandish information. Regardless of their personalities, all those selected for TS1 were exceptionally intelligent. Qin, Han, and Tang's series of statements instinctively prompted them to consider the profound secrets concealed behind the Stargate program. Their curiosity was piqued, wondering just how many astonishing secrets remained undisclosed, prompting the government and military to initiate the Interstellar Gate program 3 years prior. Unfortunately, the military's sense of duty and the current environment were ill-suited for such inquiries. Although the nature of the information may be difficult to ascertain, they could still press the informant for further details. Song Minyan, her bright eyes sparkling, turned to Qin, Han, and Tang, teasingly inquired, "Little Tang, have you been possessed by a ghost? How does a slacker like you, who tries every trick in the book to cut corners during training, possess such an understanding of obscure physical concepts?" Qin, Han, and Tang's expression darkened. "Please do not conflate our familial ties. I am not your cousin, and since when am I a slacker? I passed all my training assessments." Song Minyan giggled. "Oh, are you shy now? Is it wrong for a 20-something who still enjoys eating white rabbit candies to be called Little Tang? That's because I have low blood sugar. No need to explain. I'm a doctor. How could I mock you for that? Then could you please wipe that smile off your face before making such a statement?" Zhu Siming interjected. His expression darkened as he interrupted the two squabbling individuals. "Hold on. Is now the time for bickering? Xiao Song, do not let this fellow lead you astray. As for you, are you certain about the situation you just described?" Qin, Han, and Tang generally preferred to reference the plotlines of shows from their previous life when it came to matters of cosmic laws. The chances of error were minimal. We would find out when we returned to the base and test it. Zhu Siming, contemplating the wall inscribed with Stargate coordinates, turned to his 3 companions and stated, "Regardless, this information is vital for the Stargate base. Quickly, go fetch the recording equipment from the vehicle and document everything." For the next hour or so, the 4 of them meticulously filmed every inch of the ruins with their cameras, leaving no corner unrecorded. During the filming, Qin, Han, and Tang suddenly realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. The ruins where the Earth's Stargate coordinates were discovered in the first film should not be too far from the indigenous settlement, as the protagonists had walked there in the film. Yet today, even after nearly an hour of riding sand buggies, they had not reached it. Thus, this was indeed the site featured in the subsequent series, SG-1, where the protagonist discovered it only after residing in Abidos for several months. Realizing this, Qin, Han, and Tang eagerly gestured to Sha Lei. When he tentatively drew the constellation symbol representing Earth on the ground, Sha Lei finally reacted to the image of a triangle with an infinitesimal circle atop it. She extended her slender fingers, sketching a figure on either side of the triangle, then uttered several unintelligible words. Although Qin, Han, and Tang did not comprehend her words, he knew this was a breakthrough. After sharing his conjecture with Zhu Siming and the others, their spirits soared, particularly Song Minyan, who had already felt a connection with Sha Lei and grew even fonder of her. Although this expedition to the ruins did not achieve its initial objectives, it yielded unexpectedly marvelous results. While Zhu Siming and the others remained relatively unperturbed, Qin, Han, and Tang had initially intended to spend months searching for these ruins, only to resolve the matter within a day. Thus, after completing their filming, they hastened back to the settlement, taking advantage of the early hour to grab a hasty lunch before setting out with Sha Lei and Skua towards another ruin. This time, due to its proximity to the settlement, Calum only dispatched 2 guards to accompany them. Under Sha Lei's guidance, Qin, Han, and Tang navigated their sand buggies northward from the settlement. After a mere 10 minutes, Sha Lei signaled them to halt. It was evident that this place had once been a human habitation, now eroded by wind and sand, with only a few lonely walls remaining, leaving the 2 indigenous guards outside. The rest followed Sha Lei as she led them toward the northwest corner of this abandoned settlement. Approaching a seemingly precarious wall, Sha Rui knelt down to clear the loose sand from the ground. Revealing a stone slab adorned with a handle, Song Minyan intercepted Sha Rui, who was about to lift the cover herself, while Zhu Siming and Qin Handang instinctively stepped forward to unearth it. Unveiling a modest opening, Zhu Siming examined the size of the aperture and raised his gaze to Bartle, saying, "It seems that you won't be able to descend, Bartle. You might as well stay up here to keep watch. This wall appears rather unstable. Should it collapse, you can assist us from the outside." Bartle glanced at the hole, which was scarcely wider than his thigh, and deeply sensed the malevolence of this planet. Rather than allowing Sha Rui to take the lead, Zhu Siming took the torch that Squar had just ignited, handed him his flashlight, and then proceeded to crawl through the opening. Song Minyan followed closely with the 2 younger companions, while Qin Handang brought up the rear. After navigating a narrow passage, the space gradually expanded, allowing them to stand upright, yet it remained too constricted for 2 individuals to walk side by side. At this juncture, they began to notice some stone carvings on the walls, which, despite their simplistic lines and abstract patterns, revealed a narrative to someone like Qin Handang, who had spent years studying the languages and history of ancient North Africa. Unfortunately, 3 or 4 years was far too short a time to cultivate an expert in this field, and coupled with his somewhat lethargic disposition, Qin Handang could only be considered a novice, wholly incapable of producing any meaningful interpretations. Thankfully, he was not there for archaeological pursuits. The sole objective was to locate the coordinates of the Stargate. Before long, they arrived at a junction where Zhu Siming halted and turned to Sha Rui. Gesturing for her to lead the way, Sha Rui had undoubtedly ventured here more than once. Without hesitation, she took advantage of the wider space at the intersection, quickly maneuvering past Zhu Siming and heading down the right path. The others followed suit, and after walking for 2 or 3 minutes, they emerged into a room of approximately 30 square meters. As Qin Handang squeezed in last, he noticed an altar-like structure before the wall opposite the passage. Upon closer inspection, a sigh of relief escaped him. The weight of anxiety lifted from his chest. In the center of the altar stood a stone tablet, flanked by carvings that appeared to recount certain events, including a star map representing Earth's coordinates. However, it was the row of designs etched in the middle of the tablet that captivated Qin Handang's attention. To one familiar with the Stargate, it was immediately clear that this depicted a set of Stargate coordinates. Prior to Qin Handang's arrival, Zhu Siming and Song Minyan had already glimpsed the tablet and recognized the Stargate coordinates inscribed upon it. Yet, upon counting, they found only 6 symbols. The space for the 7th had been eroded away. Observing the change in Qin Handang's expression, they realized that these must be the Earth Stargate coordinates they had been seeking. Zhu Siming, concerned, inquired. It appears these should be the coordinates we're after, but there's a crucial one missing. The coordinates are incomplete. With a beaming smile, Qin Handang responded, indeed, these should be the coordinates for Earth's Stargate. The absence of one is not critical. After all, there are only 38 symbols on the Stargate. With these 6 accounted for, we have at most 32 attempts to discern the correct one. Moreover, I know what the 7th symbol is, so we have indeed acquired the coordinates necessary for our return to Earth. Song Minion, intrigued, asked, how do you know what the 7th symbol is? Is it another piece of information you can't disclose? Qin Handang, thinking to himself that the true reason could not be revealed. Could he really tell her he saw it in a television show? Decided to spin a tale instead. Not exactly. Have you ever noticed the symbols on the Apophis Stargate? One of them features 3 small circles surrounding a triangle, which represents the 7th symbol of the Abidos star map. Why? Song Minion asked. Do you remember the symbol representing Earth? A triangle topped with a small circle. Just a friendly reminder, Earth has only one moon, or satellite, while Abidos has 3. Realization dawned on Song Minion. Yet her gaze towards Qin Handang held a hint of skepticism. When did your powers of observation become so astute? Did you already know part of Earth's Stargate coordinates? Believe it or not. Qin Handang deflected, not anticipating her keen insight. He quickly shifted the topic, urging, let's focus on the task at hand. We need to document these coordinates and leave. There's still time to return to the camp before dark after we escort Sha Rui and Squar back to the Citadel. Prioritizing their mission, they swiftly recorded the Stargate coordinates. As they began their retracing of steps, Qin Handang, bringing up the rear, diligently used his military knife to erase all traces of the Stargate coordinates from the stone tablet before leisurely exiting. Upon returning to the surface, Zhu Siming informed Bartle of their successful endeavor and then led the group directly to the Citadel, safely escorting the invaluable Sha Rui and Squar back to Kalem's side. Chapter 8. The Return. Upon returning to the Citadel, Qin Handang and Kalem engaged in a fervent exchange of gestures and guesses, suggesting that Kalem was aware of their impending departure. It seemed that Kalem had never interacted with such amiable Gaffa lords and their retinue. As Qin Handang could discern a trace of reluctance in his expression. Just before they departed, Kalem instructed his kin to bring forth a substantial amount of naquata, or, indicating that this was likely a customary procedure whenever Gaffa visited. Naturally, Qin Handang and his companions could not accept their belongings. Even on an alien planet, the discipline of the Huagua military remained paramount. However, upon witnessing their refusal, Kalem's demeanor shifted to one of palpable anxiety. Zhu Siming and Qin Handang, concerned about the potential for misunderstandings and recognizing that the base likely had a demand for naquata, or, reluctantly took 4 pieces of ore of moderate size. Nevertheless, Zhu Siming endeavored to adhere to principles of fair trade, offering all their remaining rations and snacks to Sha Rui and Squar, along with several lighters, flashlights, and binoculars, as compensation for the ore. Yet, for Earth, which lacked naquata, the value of these few pieces of ore would certainly be significant in terms of both practicality and research potential. Given the unusual circumstances, Zhu Siming would likely find himself writing several additional pages of reports upon their return. After capturing a few group photos with Kalem's family at the Citadel gates, they bid each other wistful farewells. With hearts set on returning, Qin Handang and the others revved their sand scooters to maximum speed, racing towards the pyramid camp. Approximately 2 hours later, Team TS-1 successfully regrouped. Zhu Siming and the others barely had time to recount the day's thrilling adventures to those who had remained behind. Instead, pulling out the Stargate coordinates they had captured in the ruins to begin dialing, as Qin Handang entered the 7 Stargate coordinates, he pressed the hemispherical button in the center of the dialing control panel with trembling hands. The Stargate, true to expectation, activated the wormhole. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Siming immediately began transmitting 2 consecutive communication requests via the previously sent detector from Earth Point 116 base. This is TS-1. Please respond. 116 base. This is TS-1. Please respond. Despite Qin Handang's unwavering confidence in the accuracy of the Stargate coordinates, doubts lingered in the minds of Zhu Siming and the others. He himself felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing that the realities of this world might diverge from the narrative of his previous life, potentially jeopardizing their coordinates. The 8 individuals, 16 eyes, fixated intently on the detector before the Stargate, as if it concealed some rare treasure. They had never felt time drag so excruciatingly slow. The timer on the detector seemed directly linked to their hearts, and they sensed their heartbeats racing dangerously fast. Thankfully, Their torment did not last long. Less than 10 seconds after Zhu Siming's communication request was dispatched, the familiar voice of Commander Feng emanated from the detector. TS-1, this is 116 base. We have received your communication request. Please proceed. Cheers erupted from Qin Handang and his companions, though Zhu Siming remained composed, raising a hand to signal for silence before sending another message. 116 base. This is Zhu Siming, captain of TS-1. We have successfully completed our initial exploration mission with no casualties, and the surrounding environment is secured. We request to return to base. Please respond. Commander Feng's reply came swiftly. TS-1. The base has activated the safety shield. Please return immediately. End of communication. Zhu Siming promptly ordered the team to traverse the Stargate back to Earth. Donning their gear, they rushed through the Stargate. Before returning to the camp, Zhu Siming had already instructed those left behind, including Wang Jinkai, to prepare their equipment. They had packed the supplies needed for their return to Earth, and at his command, everyone surged towards the Stargate. When Qin Handang reappeared in the Stargate's chamber on Earth, he once again felt the invigorating chill that kept one's mind alert. Zhu Siming was the last to emerge from the Stargate, and soon after, the sound of metal scraping echoed as a metal barrier swiftly descended from both sides of the Stargate, completely sealing off the wormholes viewed. It was needless to say that this barrier had been installed upon Qin Handang's suggestion as the Stargate shield. Initially, he had considered replicating the design of the Stargate shield at the Xianshan base, which involved installing an adjustable titanium alloy barrier between the wormhole's view and the Stargate symbol ring. However, it becomes apparent that the narrative is merely a narrative and reality is distinctly separate. Given the current level of technological advancement and our understanding of Stargates, it would be an exaggeration to claim that such devices are entirely unfeasible. Rather, it borders on fanciful thinking. Although science fiction plots cannot be directly replicated, their conceptual frameworks can certainly serve as inspiration. The Stargate shield in the 116th base is comprised of retractable titanium alloy panels positioned on either side of the Stargate. These panels curve inward slightly, and when they converge, the distance to the event horizon of the wormhole is less than 1 millimeter. Due to the integrity constraints imposed during the transmission of matter through the wormhole, the material being transmitted must be entirely reassembled at the far end of the Stargate for the transfer to be deemed successful. Otherwise, it risks being consumed by the wormhole. With less than 1 millimeter of space remaining between the shield and the wormhole's event horizon, the vast majority of transferred material, whether solid matter or energy weapon attacks, cannot complete their reassembly. The only outcome is that they are repelled back into the wormhole, where they are mercilessly devoured. The titanium alloy shield thus serves to physically isolate unauthorized Stargate transmissions and protect the Stargate base from assaults. Of course, this would be an entirely different matter if faced with entities like the Nox, who possess formidable abilities. After stepping through the Stargate, Qin Handang and his companions were immediately enveloped by a considerable cloud of disinfectant mist emitted from the metallic platform they stood upon, completing an initial sterilization. Subsequently, the group, along with their equipment, was escorted to an isolation chamber adjacent to the Stargate's secure room for further examination, as this was their first return from an unfamiliar planet. And caution was paramount. After nearly an hour of various procedures, the 8 members of TS-1 finally emerged from the isolation room and were promptly taken to the Stargate control room. This control room is situated above the Stargate's secure chamber, separated by a thick, movable blast-proof steel plate, behind which lies a vast bulletproof glass wall, providing a panoramic view of the Stargate's secure area. The Stargate's dialing console is also installed behind this glass wall. This space doubles as a conference room, featuring a lengthy table where TS-1 members are seated on either side. The head of the table sits General Feng Guohui, the commander of the Stargate base and concurrently the deputy chief of staff of the Chinese military. Unlike the narrative where the commander of the Ongssar Nation's Stargate project at the Xianshan base is merely a brigadier general, the Chinese side has assigned a high-ranking military official to oversee the Stargate program, fully aware of its significance due to the presence of Qin Handang. From the project's inception, the highest level of military leadership has been designated as the on-site commander and base chief, allowing the seemingly unremarkable 116th base to mobilize nearly all resources at the nation's disposal. The Stargate on Abidos is located at the base of a pyramid, within which there exists a planet with 3 moons. We have discovered an indigenous tribe, with an estimated population of no more than 10,000 based on the size of their settlement. Their appearance bears little distinction from that of Earthlings. Predominantly featuring black hair and brown eyes, the natural environment feels indistinguishable from that of Earth. We have brought back 4 pieces of suspected Naquata or used in Stargate construction. Additionally, 2 ancient ruins were discovered, one of which contained fragmented coordinates for the Earth Stargate. The other ruin yielded a plethora of Stargate coordinates. This encapsulates the general situation of the mission. I will compile a detailed report as soon as possible. Report concluded. Zhu Siming spent nearly an hour delivering the mission briefing, during which General Feng rarely posed any questions, only occasionally jotting down notes. Excellent. Does anyone else have any additions? Noting the collective head shakes from the others, General Feng stated, well then, let us conclude for today. Please return and rest well. You have all worked hard these past few days. Each of you is to submit a written mission report by 5 p.m. tomorrow. Furthermore, this mission remains under strict confidentiality. Do not mention any details to anyone outside your group until explicit orders are received. Meeting adjourned? Yes. Echoed 8 voices in unison. As everyone began to rise, General Feng called out to Qin Handang. Xiao Qin, please come to my office for a moment. Following General Feng into a room adjacent to the Stargate control room, they took their seats across from each other at the desk. General Feng, with a bemused expression, regarded Qin Handang, saying, Xiao Qin, it seems you are harboring quite a few secrets. Only after listening to Siming's report did I realize the extent of the details you possess regarding extraterrestrial civilizations. Feeling embarrassed, Qin Handang scratched his head, unsure of how to fabricate an explanation, and ultimately opted for silence, playing dead. When he initially concocted the narrative of Earth's destruction by aliens leading to his time travel, his sole focus was on attracting the attention of higher-ups to expedite the excavation of the Antarctic Stargate and undermine the Osiris nation's Stargate project. As such, he emphasized urgency while avoiding entanglement in endless scrutiny of minute details. Previously, he only mentioned that the Osiris Stargate project faltered due to intelligence gaps and various constraints, resulting in missteps that ultimately led to Earth's devastation. He had only learned some declassified information after the Osiris Stargate project was forced into the open, which is why he consistently provided information that was macro-level and relatively easy to verify. The benefit of this approach was clear. The information he provided could largely be corroborated on Earth, significantly aiding the advancement of the Stargate project while sparing him from extensive detail investigations. However, such a flawed narrative could hardly convince any political figure entirely. Nonetheless, the decision-makers of China maintained a consistent flexibility and tolerance, not delving deeply into the various suspicions amid continued positive feedback. The first official Stargate mission of TS-1 compelled all parties in the know to address the existing issues, as the myriad details consistently divulged by Qin Handang essentially signaled to the higher-ups that he was no longer concealing anything. During the first routine contact after TS-1 traversed the Stargate, General Feng recognized the problem from the reports provided by Wang Jinkai and others, prompting him to immediately reach out to the decision-makers to inform them of Qin Handang's situation. Zhu Siming's mission briefing today further substantiated their prior suspicions, making General Feng's private meeting with Qin Handang an unavoidable necessity. General Feng, amused by Qin Handang's pretense of ignorance, remarked, Now you choose to play dead? You seemed quite liberated when you were with the aliens. Enough of this charade. You must realize that despite our previous endeavors on Earth, the Stargate project has yet to enter a substantive phase. However, once we set foot on extraterrestrial soil and encounter alien civilizations, everything fundamentally changes. Regardless of the veracity of your earlier claims, it is of little consequence now, for we believe your intentions were to shield Earth from alien invasion. Let us bypass the trivial speculations and focus our energies on how to best avoid repeating the mistakes of the Osiris Stargate project. Based on TS-1's inaugural mission, it is foreseeable that the Stargate project will receive increased support, leading to a gradual escalation in the frequency and scale of Stargate traversals. Correspondingly, the likelihood of encountering various unforeseen dangers will also rise rapidly, potentially posing direct threats to Earth's security. Therefore, I solemnly ask you, is there any crucial intelligence you need to bring to our attention? Qin Handang was nearly brought to tears by General Feng's words, realizing that this signified the decision-makers still deemed him trustworthy despite their doubts regarding his previous fabrications. Having already made choices on Abidos, and with General Feng's words weighing heavily, he felt there was no longer a need for concealment, aside from matters related to the Stargate series which he simply could not disclose. It was indeed necessary to lay everything bare, as he could not participate in every Stargate traversal mission. was evident that exploration teams would continue to expand, soon giving rise to TS2, TS3, until TSN. Should other teams misjudge due to insufficient intelligence, they would not only face peril but could also endanger Earth by fostering new adversaries or losing crucial allies, which, in a certain sense, was more intolerable than the former. With a resolute heart, Qin Handang raised his gaze to meet General Feng's eyes and solemnly stated, "I have made my decision. There is indeed significant intelligence that requires sharing. But have the leaders determined who will be privy to this information?" General Feng tapped his fingers on the table, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Chapter 9. An unexpected visitor. Qin Handang regarded General Feng without flinching. "I apologize for having concealed certain matters, but among them are events that I shall never disclose to anyone, including my parents. Regardless of how the leaders perceive my previous narrative of apocalyptic time travel, I assure you that the threats posed by Stargates and extraterrestrial invasions are far from fictitious. The Stargate program has progressed to its current phase, particularly when I realized that I had truly set foot on the soil of an alien planet. I became acutely aware that without a firm grasp of essential information regarding extraterrestrial civilizations, we would be confronted with numerous perilous individuals and situations, while simultaneously risking the squandering of countless opportunities. Thus, I have resolved to compile the principal information I possess about foreign civilizations and the significant events that may transpire, ensuring that the exploratory team is not misled when encountering unforeseen circumstances on distant worlds, and that our leaders can prepare contingency plans in advance for certain scenarios. However, this presents a dilemma. Unlike the previous matters I mentioned, the new intelligence encompasses a broader scope, making it challenging to restrict those in the know to an exceedingly limited circle. A prime example is TS1. When they traverse the Stargate to undertake extraterrestrial exploration missions, they must confront all manner of unknown dangers and opportunities. Should they remain oblivious to pertinent intelligence, the consequences would not only impact this exploratory team but could potentially jeopardize the entire Stargate program, and even the entirety of Earth's civilization. Conversely, if this intelligence were to disseminate too widely, it might be prematurely acquired by nations such as Angsa, with unpredictable repercussions, especially since we are currently ill-equipped to endure the losses that direct confrontation would entail. Wouldn't we? Unless we have already secured an absolute strategic advantage through the Stargate program, such as possessing our own spacecraft. Yet, this is clearly not something that can be accomplished overnight. Thus, Commander, this is my conundrum. I am acutely aware of the disastrous outcomes that could arise from the Stargate program spiraling out of control, and I have already altered too many variables, diverting many matters entirely onto a different trajectory. This has been the source of my indecision. I am uncertain of what constitutes the correct choice. However, now that the discussion has reached this point, I believe it is best to leave the matter to our leaders to ponder, as it is more suited to my disposition to manage the execution rather than the planning. Upon hearing Qin Handang's words, Commander Feng smiled reassuringly. "It is commendable that you consider so many factors. It demonstrates that you are not the type to act impulsively without regard for consequences, which is admirable. I had intended to discuss grand philosophical principles with you, but it seems there is no longer any need for that. Very well, it will not impede your rest. Return and organize the task reports and intelligence materials. The leaders should soon arrive at a resolution regarding the Stargate program." After exiting the office, Qin Handang felt an unprecedented sense of relief. It was evident that he was not the type to bear secrets well. Those burdensome worries devoid of joy were better left for others to manage. Was it not far more appealing to simply traverse the Stargate and embark on a business trip to another planet? TS-1 was undoubtedly receiving the best treatment at the Stargate base. At the very least, each member had their own private room. Consequently, upon returning to the dormitory, Qin Handang was not disturbed. Having been in a state of heightened tension and excitement on Abidos, he found that once he began to relax, the mental fatigue became overwhelming, and he collapsed into a deep sleep. In the ensuing days, he occupied himself either with writing the task report for Abidos or organizing the plot information stored in his memory, sifting through the crucial intelligence for future reports. Meanwhile, the other members of TS-1, after submitting their respective task reports, tacitly refrained from discussing the content of their missions in private. Although Commander Feng had only requested that they refrain from mentioning the mission details to anyone outside the team, no one was naive. Qin Handang's various actions on Abidos, coupled with Commander Feng's demeanor during the mission briefing, led them to realize that it was prudent to adhere to confidentiality protocols and avoid unnecessary complications. On the 5th day after returning from Abidos, the atmosphere within the Stargate base suddenly grew tense, with security levels heightened and restrictions imposed on cross-floor activities. The members of TS-1, summoned to a meeting, entered the Stargate control room amidst this somber atmosphere, arriving as the first attendees. To their surprise, name placards were set up at the long conference table, with their seats positioned at the end. Mirroring their previous arrangement, Zhu Siming, Batel, Wang Jinkai, and Sui Xiaolei sat facing the entrance, while Qin Handang, Song Minyan, Xia Yiqing, and Zhou Shengyan faced them, oriented towards the Stargate's secret chamber. Upon witnessing this setup, they immediately surmised that today's meeting would undoubtedly include other leaders, and they promptly took their designated seats. Once seated, everyone's gaze turned towards Qin Handang, who they recognized as the only one likely privy to any insider information. Although they did not vocalize their inquiries, their expressions conveyed their curiosity. Aware of the situation, Qin Handang shrugged, indicating that there was no need for speculation. It certainly would not be anything detrimental. He was not merely being evasive. His understanding of the meeting's content led him to conclude that TS-1's participation indicated that the extraterrestrial exploration operations were poised to resume swiftly, and TS-1 would remain the sole choice for executing missions. At that moment, a man and a woman entered through the door. The man, in his 50s, of average build, wore a black suit, had short hair and a square face, and sported black-framed glasses, his expression a blend of seriousness and approachability, exuding the aura of a government official. The woman, tall and clad in a dark green suit, had long hair cascading over her shoulders, radiating grace and warmth, and appeared to be in her 40s. Seeing these two figures enter, Zhu Siming and the others, though unfamiliar with them, noted their age and presence, realizing they were not ordinary individuals, and thus politely stood to salute. Qin Handang and his 3 companions hastily rose to look back, with Song Minyan offering a salute, while Xia Yiqing and Zhou Shengyan nodded in acknowledgement. However, Qin Handang was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Dad, Mom, what are you doing here?" The other members of TS-1 were equally surprised, never expecting to witness such a familial reunion at the Stargate base. The newcomers were none other than Qin Handang's parents, Qin Chuan and Tang Li, who had previously served at the Chinese embassy in a Middle Eastern nation. Following the discovery of the Stargate, they had been reassigned to the capital, taking on different roles within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The couple first nodded in acknowledgement to the other attendees, with Tang Li smiling as she said, "Hello everyone, it is a pleasure to meet you here. Thank you for taking care of Tang Tang over the past 2 years." Qin Handang rolled his eyes. "Mom, I told you not to call me by my childhood name. How else should I address you? Are you itching for a reprimand?" Qin Chuan replied with a scoff. Qin Handang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, as if he could dig his toes into the ground to escape the moment. Hastily shifting the topic to introduce his parents to his TS-1 teammates, leading to a round of cordial exchanges. Song Minyan seized a moment to whisper to Qin Handang, "Tang Tang, that's much more endearing than little sugar brother." Qin Handang rolled his eyes again, pretending he had not heard, and inquired once more of his parents, "What brings you to the base?" "What else could it be? Director Qin and Director Tang are here for a meeting." "Of course. Did you think I called your parents because you performed poorly?" Just as they were about to respond, Commander Feng's voice resonated within the control room. Before Qin Handang could interject, 2 more individuals entered behind Commander Feng, the kind one often sees on television. The 5 soldiers instinctively stood at attention, excitedly exclaiming, "Good day, leaders, good, comrades." As the 2 leaders took their seats, the atmosphere in the Stargate control room immediately turned serious. The senior leader occupied the main position at the conference table, while the other leader and Commander Feng took their seats at the head of Zhu Siming's side. Qin Chuan and Tang Li then sat beside Qin Handang. Commander Feng presided over the meeting, first introducing the members of TS-1 to the 2 leaders, followed by a formal introduction of Qin Chuan and Tang Li, announcing their purpose for being there. The initial Stargate traversal mission had been successfully completed, confirming not only the authenticity of the Stargate's connection to extraterrestrial planets, but also the discovery of alien civilizations. With the continued advancement of the Stargate program, it is anticipated that we will land on more planets and encounter additional extraterrestrial civilizations. As part of the military, the Stargate base's primary duty is interstellar exploration. However, the The separation of military and politics is a fundamental aspect of our nation's political ecology. Therefore, after completing the preliminary exploration of a new planet, should we require continued communication with the local civilization, this responsibility will fall to other departments. To this end, the Central Authority has decided to establish the Department of Extraterrestrial Civilizations within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, specifically tasked with managing communications with alien civilizations. For confidentiality reasons, the Department of Extraterrestrial Civilizations will temporarily be incorporated within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs structure, but its operations will take place within the framework of the Stargate base, directly overseen by the Central Authority, with its work reported directly to them. The Central Authority has appointed Director Qin Huan as the inaugural head of the Department of Extraterrestrial Civilizations, fully responsible for its affairs, and has appointed Director Tang Li as the interim charge d'affaires for Abidos, tasked with managing communications with the native civilization of Abidos. Upon hearing this, Qin Handang was incredulous, feeling as though he might burst. It dawned on him that he would now be working under the watchful eyes of his parents every day. The very thought of it cast a shadow over his future prospects. Now, let us invite Director Qin to say a few words, Commander Feng stated after announcing the appointments, passing the floor to Qin Huan. Qin Huan smiled and said, "I appreciate Commander Feng's introduction. The Department of Extraterrestrial Civilizations is still in its infancy, and for the time being, we are the only 2 staff members, so we will require the support of Commander Feng and the Stargate base for many matters. Especially Team TS-1, you are the frontline personnel facing extraterrestrial civilizations, and nearly all first-hand information will originate from you. Your strong cooperation will be essential in the future. Here, I have a small request. I just glanced at the mission report from Qin, Han, and Tang, and I noticed that the indigenous civilization of Abidos is mostly referred to as indigenous residents and indigenous civilization. This carries a somewhat disrespectful connotation, so I hope we can strive to use more neutral terms like native civilization and indigenous people in the future." Understood, Qin, Han, and Tang replied dejectedly, a wave of childhood fears imposed by parents resurfacing in his mind, and he even felt an impulsive urge to apply for a transfer from the Stargate base. Most members of TS-1 felt anxious as well. Although Qin Huan was addressing Qin, Han, and Tang, the language used by the others, aside from Song Minyan and Xia Yiqing, was quite similar, suggesting that Qin Huan was hesitant to speak directly about them and instead took his son as an example. However, the members of TS-1 simultaneously felt a sense of secret delight, for Qin, Han, and Tang, that lazy fellow, had often vexed them, and now it seemed he had encountered a formidable challenge. Commander Feng, smiling, continued the thread of Qin Huan's words. "Little Qin, did you hear that? Make sure to seek advice from Director Qin and Director Tang whenever you have the opportunity." At this moment, Qin, Han, and Tang felt that the Stargate base was no longer a friendly place, and fleeing in the night seemed like a tempting choice. The others present could not empathize with Qin, Han, and Tang's feelings. On the contrary, they found inexplicable joy, leaving Qin, Han, and Tang in a solitary world of hurt. Observing that the atmosphere had shifted from its earlier tension, Commander Feng continued, "Let us return to the topic of the Stargate project. The advancement of the Stargate project inevitably involves interactions with extraterrestrial civilizations. The diversity of civilizations in the universe is likely to surpass that of Earth. Currently, we know of several distinctly different extraterrestrial civilizations, including the technologically advanced ancients capable of constructing stargates, the enslaving Goiwutu, and the subjugated indigenous people of Abidos. Previously, due to some unresolved matters regarding the Stargate, certain information remained classified. However, those issues no longer exist, so before we embark on the next interstellar exploration mission, it is necessary to consolidate all information related to the Stargate and extraterrestrial civilizations to provide intelligence support for the advancement of the Stargate project. TS-1 is the only exploration team for the foreseeable future, and possessing detailed intelligence is crucial for the safe completion of your exploration tasks. The Department of Extraterrestrial Civilizations must communicate with various alien civilizations, and understanding the characteristics of these extraterrestrial civilizations is a prerequisite for effective dialogue. Additionally, the Central Command requires comprehensive intelligence for long-term strategic planning. One of the core founders of the Stargate project, Qin, Han, and Tang will now systematically impart relevant knowledge to us. After Little Qin's report, feel free to raise any questions. Today's meeting contains highly classified information. No details should be disclosed without written authorization from Central Command. All right, Little Qin, You may begin. Qin, Han, and Tang composed himself, setting aside his grievances about working with his parents, and commenced his course on the history of major civilizations in the Milky Way. Though his knowledge was derived from fragmented information from past series with questionable accuracy, it was certainly better than being utterly in the dark. Chapter 10. Galactic Memories. Qin, Han, and Tang cleared his throat, contemplating Commander Feng's preamble that it appeared the higher-ups were prepared to turn the page on the previous melodramatic script, so he bypassed the issue of intelligence sources and directly began discussing several civilizations and races. After the recent expedition to Abidos, it should be confirmed that extraterrestrial civilizations exist in the universe. However, among the myriad civilizations and races, there are strictly speaking only 8 that can truly be considered advanced civilizations within the known Milky Way. Of course, when I refer to advanced civilizations, I am purely considering combat capability, unrelated to technological or moral standards, as combat prowess often defies reason. If we were to categorize based solely on Earth's interests and moral perspectives, these 8 races could be divided into 2 opposing factions. The friendly faction comprises the Furlings, Nox, Asgardians, and Ancients, while the hostile faction includes the Goi-Wutu, Parasites, Replicators, Machines, Wraiths, and Ori. Let us first discuss the friendly faction. The Furlings are the most mysterious among all civilizations. They have completely vanished from the Milky Way, with no trace remaining except for one location. The leaders may recall that the Stargate activated by the Angsa nation at the end of World War II was destined for that place. But unfortunately, the coordinates for that Stargate are not available. However, according to Angsa's declassification protocol, the archived information will reach its 50-year confidentiality period in no more than 3 years, giving us a chance to obtain those Stargate coordinates. There should be a recording device at the Stargate that contains discussions among the Ancients, Asgardians, Nox, and Furlings on various topics. The value of that device is immeasurable from any perspective to this point. Qin, Han, and Tang paused, noticing the intense interest from everyone present. This was where the presence of Qin Chuan and Tang Li proved advantageous, as inquiries could be made without hesitation. Qin Chuan adjusted his glasses and, looking past his wife at his elder son, asked, "Does that planet have indigenous residents?" To which Qin, Han, and Tang replied, "Not to my knowledge, and the natural environment there has begun to deteriorate rapidly. It won't be long before the area surrounding the Stargate is likely to be unsustainable. So once we obtain the Stargate coordinates, we must rush over to secure that device." Commander Feng's eyes gleamed with insight upon hearing this, yet he remained silent, jotting down notes. Noticing that no one else intended to ask further questions, Qin, Han, and Tang proceeded. "Strictly speaking, we do not even know whether the Furlings originated from other star systems and then returned to their home star system, or whether they immigrated from the Milky Way entirely to other star systems. Thus, we should merely retain an impression of this civilization, as I estimate the probability of discovering related information thereafter is exceedingly low. Next, let us discuss the Nox. Their appearance is quite similar to ours. Or rather, most intelligent races in the Milky Way share a resemblance. I find it hard to believe there is no trickery involved. The Nox civilization has developed in a direction entirely different from ours. To put it in simple terms, they resemble the immortal cultivators in our country's fantasy novels. The Nox are friendly, cherish nature, and seldom utilize technological products. They possess incredibly long lifespans, with ordinary Nox individuals living for thousands of years, if not longer. Nox individuals possess formidable physical capabilities, with abilities such as invisibility and flight being standard. Although they prefer a life of tranquility, their combat prowess is certainly not to be underestimated. If they were to engage, I doubt more than 3 civilizations in the Milky Way would be a match for them. To provide a more relatable example, a mature Nox can activate a Stargate without needing to dial a control panel or even external energy. They can activate it solely through their physical presence. Observing the astonished expressions in the room, Qin, Han, and Tang sighed and continued to pique their curiosity. Furthermore, do not assume that the Nox, who cherish nature, live a life of hardship. They have their own urban settlements, most of which are concealed and suspended in the air. One can only imagine the formidable combat capabilities of these airborne cities. Additionally, although the Nox enjoy a life of seclusion, they do venture to other planets through Stargates for exploration. Should they encounter civilizations they deem worthy of interaction, the Nox will maintain stable connections with them. Overall, if we encounter the Nox during interstellar exploration, while we cannot expect them to provide us with assistance, if handled appropriately, they could become potential allies. While everyone was intrigued by this seemingly powerful yet non-threatening civilization, there was evidently no pressing need for immediate information, so Qin, Han, and Tang proceeded to introduce the next race, the Asgardians. Their appearance is similar to that of the ETs in Angst's science fiction films, and their technological level is exceedingly advanced, with their starships ranking among the top combat forces in the Milky Way. Moreover, they share similar values with us, perhaps even exhibiting a higher moral standard. They offer appropriate protection to weaker civilizations, such as liberating them from the enslavement of the Goiwu lords, yet they generally refrain from providing technological knowledge that exceeds the developmental level of those civilizations. However, they are not entirely inflexible when it comes to technology dissemination. Should an alliance be formed, they would likely not object to assisting in the construction of a starship or even forming a joint fleet. At this point, Commander Fong could no longer contain his excitement. Is there really such a favorable possibility? The Asgardian civilization should indeed be our primary objective during interstellar exploration. Qin Handang sighed wryly, remarking, perhaps it is true that nothing in this world is perfect. On one hand, it is exceedingly unlikely that we will encounter genuine Asgardians within the Stargate system. On the other hand, should we encounter them in the cosmos, it may not necessarily bode well, as the associated dangers are considerable. Presently, the Asgardian civilization is itself enmeshed in turmoil, facing two existential dilemmas. First and foremost, in a certain sense, they are a civilization on the brink of extinction, a predicament stemming from their misguided choices in the realms of reproduction and evolution. Millions of years ago, they developed a seemingly sophisticated cloning technology capable of perfectly replicating a person in their prime, as well as seamlessly transferring an individual's consciousness into the clone. This remarkable cloning technology alleviated their concerns regarding knowledge transmission, allowing brilliant scientists to flourish without the threat of obsolescence, thus propelling the intellectual capacity of their entire race to unprecedented heights. After hundreds of thousands of years of technological advancement, the Asgardians ultimately opted for a path of asexual reproduction, ceasing direct procreation and instead perpetually cloning themselves, transferring their consciousness from one clone to another. In terms of consciousness preservation, the Asgardians achieved a form of immortality. Initially, this choice seemed advantageous alongside technological progress, as the pursuit of eternal life is a common aspiration among most life forms. However, the Asgardian cloning technology, while nearly perfect, was not without its flaws. Each cloning process resulted in a minuscule loss of cellular vitality. This seemingly trivial loss did not escape the Asgardians' attention, yet it was an issue they could not resolve through technological means. Nor did it impair the functionality of the clones. They pondered this concern for millennia, failing to recognize any negative consequences arising from it. Gradually, it became a matter of neglect, ultimately abandoned, yet even so, it took them over 100,000 years to fully embrace the path of cloned immortality. However, time renders all things fragile. A millennium without consequence, 100 millennia without consequence, does not imply that 1,000,000 years will yield the same results. Over such extensive time scales, even the slightest discrepancies can lead to profound transformations. After the Asgardians formally abandoned sexual reproduction for over 2 million years, they discovered that, through successive generations of self-replication, their clones began to suffer from alarming genetic degeneration, with the root cause being that minute loss of cellular vitality. In their desperation to reverse the genetic decline, the Asgardians employed every conceivable method. Yet this transformation proved irreversible, due to millions of years of cloning iterations and the cumulative effects of genetic degradation. The Asgardians have completely lost the ability for sexual reproduction, thus extinguishing any potential for population growth within their civilization. As each generation of clones continues to degrade, the Asgardian population gradually diminishes. It is estimated that within a few tens of thousands to 100,000 years, with the passing of the last Asgardian, this civilization will inevitably vanish from the cosmos. From the perspective of human evolutionary history and average lifespan, a span of 100,000 years may seem interminable, bordering on eternal. Yet for advanced civilizations such as the Asgardians, Nox, and the Ancients, it amounts to merely a handful of generations, a tragically brief interval. At this point, Qin Handang involuntarily paused, leaving everyone in profound shock, both in awe of the Asgardians' extensive history and in disbelief at their impending extinction, while simultaneously feeling a sense of reverence for the impotence of science within the vastness of cosmic time. Although Qin Handang was already well aware of these matters, he quickly regained his composure and continued. Furthermore, the Asgardians are not even a native civilization of the Milky Way. Their home world resides in a distant star system. Due to a lack of manpower, the Asgardians currently maintain only 2 or 3 space fleets within the galaxy. And since they primarily navigate through space vessels rather than the Stargate system, the likelihood of a direct encounter with them remains low. The Asgardians' genetic degeneration does not pose a threat to us. However, their second dilemma is quite another matter, presenting an acute danger that could spell disaster for us all. This predicament involves another hostile civilization, which I shall elaborate upon shortly. Qin Handang shamelessly interrupted here, forcing himself to continue speaking about the last benevolent faction of advanced civilizations amidst the resentful gazes of the others. Next, we turn our attention to the Ancient Ones, a civilization so powerful that it established a Stargate system within the Milky Way. Like the Asgardians, the Ancient Ones are not native to the galaxy. They too migrated from another distant star system. The population of the Ancient Ones has always been relatively small, perhaps one reason they chose to employ the Stargate technology for interstellar exploration. It is widely acknowledged that Stargates, whether in terms of size or other limitations, are not particularly suited for large-scale troop movements. It is speculated that the Ancient Ones arrived in the Milky Way approximately 40 to 50 million years ago, subsequently utilizing the Stargates to explore the galaxy and establishing an extensive Stargate network in the process. The Ancient Ones appear to be quite willing to share appropriate scientific knowledge with less advanced civilizations. And to some extent, they actively disseminated advanced technology, continually enlightening the native civilizations of the Milky Way. As time passed, their presence spread throughout much of the galaxy. However, aside from a few members who chose to remain in their exploration sites and integrate into local native cultures, the vast majority of the Ancient Ones preferred to reside together on a single planet. About 5 to 10 million years ago, a virulent disease erupted on the planet inhabited by the Ancient Ones, seemingly targeting them specifically. Even with their technological prowess at that time, they were unable to eradicate the disease, which threatened to spread throughout the galaxy. In desperation, the Ancient Ones constructed a massive, interstellar-capable city to transport their entire population away from the Milky Way. Thus, the Ancient Ones vanished from the galaxy, leaving behind their vast Stargate system and various legends. At this moment, Qin Handang suddenly wore a mischievous grin and teasingly remarked, "By the way, the city built by the Ancient Ones is called Atlantis, and their longtime home planet and final departure point is Earth. How about that? Surprised? Unexpected?" It seems Qin Handang's revelation was indeed shocking, leaving everyone, including the commander, utterly astonished. Chapter 11. Galactic Chronicles 2. After being momentarily stunned by Qin Handang's astonishing revelations, Song Min-yen, regaining her composure, reached out to touch Qin Handang's arm and asked in a hushed voice, "So you were saying that a highly advanced prehistoric civilization once existed on Earth?" Qin Handang nodded and then shook his head, stating, "It is actually more than that. Some Earthlings should still carry fragments of the Ancient Ones' genes. Strictly speaking, Earthlings are a second evolution of the Ancient Ones. Or rather, the descendants of the Ancient Ones." Song Min-yen gasped, "That is impossible. Both archaeological sites around the world and evolution theory provide no evidence of extraterrestrial intervention in the evolution of Earthlings. And according to your account, the Ancient Ones left the Milky Way millions, even tens of millions of years ago. How could they have possibly influenced the evolution of Earthlings?" Qin Handang waved his right index finger. "The process remains unknown to me. Perhaps it is evidence left behind by the Ancient Ones themselves, or it may have been inherited through certain biological means." Song Min-yen's eyes widened, and just as she was about to respond, Qin Handang quickly interjected, "Don't look at me like that. I know it sounds a bit far-fetched, but when we discuss the ghost race later, you will understand that it is not entirely impossible. Moreover, while the Ancient Ones left Earth and the Milky Way as a whole, that does not mean that everyone departed. Do you remember those few who chose to stay behind and integrate into the native civilizations? Additionally, given the existence of the Stargates, it is not out of the question that some may occasionally visit Earth for leisure or familial connections. Lastly, there is one more point. Do the Commander and Commander Feng recall that when we transported the Stargate from Antarctica, I insisted that no further excavation activities should occur in the vicinity? Commander Feng nodded. How could we forget? At the time, we speculated that something else must be beneath the surface, but since you were so serious about it, coupled with the fact that the Stargate itself was already a considerable hassle, we had the research station strictly monitor the area. Not only did our personnel refrain from any activities, but we also discreetly intervened to halt the exploration efforts of other nations nearby. Qin Handang wore an expression of someone who had anticipated this. I suspected as much. If they had continued digging, they would have come to me for trouble long ago. Beneath the deeper layers of snow in that vicinity lies encased an ancient female of a long-extinct human lineage, preserved for at least several million years. Remarkably, she is still alive. However, she has contracted a certain virus. Any reckless interaction would inevitably lead to infection, and finding a remedy seems almost impossible. Given the physical constitution of us Earthlings, one would hardly survive beyond 3 days post-infection. Goodness, upon hearing this, everyone's gaze towards him shifted dramatically, even those, his parents and superiors, who had previously endured his nonsensical time travel tales could not maintain their composure. This was, quite frankly, a living biochemical weapon. Fortunately, she is buried deep within Antarctica. Had this been elsewhere, humanity might have already faced a humanitarian catastrophe. Song Minyan felt her expertise severely challenged today, as Qin Handang, that troublesome individual, repeatedly cast doubt upon her worldview with his outlandish claims. You mean to say that ancient human lineage is still alive? That seems implausible. We are not talking about mere decades or centuries, but millions of years. Qin Handang looked apologetically at Song Minyan, pondering, who would have thought I'd define myself in the Stargate universe? Since the Stargate has been confirmed, many circumstances likely align with this reality. Alas, when I mention another race, you shall understand. This frozen ancient lineage is likely in a unique stage of evolution. Though she is infected with a virus, awakening her would almost certainly lead to a fatal outcome due to the infection. Yet, she has advanced further in her evolutionary path compared to the ancient race that fled the Milky Way. She possesses a hint of superhuman abilities. Although she cannot heal herself, she can certainly mend our fragile earthling forms. The cost, however, would be the acceleration of her own ailment, hastening her demise. This explains why we cannot excavate her just yet, unless we first establish contact with the Nox or Asgard races to awaken her, as they likely possess means to treat this ancient being. After all, it has been quite some time since she contracted the virus, and with her being the sole individual, the presence of those two races would mitigate the risk of infection. The commander could not help but rub his temples. Ignorance was bliss until now, but now that he was aware, he felt compelled to take action. He turned to Commander Feng and said, "It appears we must bolster our presence in Antarctica. We cannot afford any missteps." "Understood, I shall make arrangements," came the reply. "It seems this research station in Antarctica falls under the jurisdiction of the Stargate base, and Commander Feng was also troubled, needing to strengthen defenses without drawing undue attention. All thanks to that fool Qin Handang, who seems to revel in chaos." Qin Handang secretly smirked, thinking to himself, this is just the beginning. Antarctica is no ordinary place, for beneath the Stargate ruins lie even greater treasures awaiting discovery. Now then, having addressed our allies, allow me to discuss the 4 formidable antagonists. This enemy faction is not one to be trifled with. I will categorize them by combat prowess and threat level. The first is the Goi-Wat-E, a name transliterated from its original form. When engaging with other extraterrestrial civilizations within the Milky Way, it is advisable to refer to them as such, for this group boasts the most extensive influence throughout the galaxy, recognized by the majority of races as a malevolent force. Most species instantly comprehend who is being referred to upon hearing the name. However, from the perspective of their behavioral traits, I would prefer to label them the parasitic race. This race has indeed been encountered by the commanders. They resemble serpentine entities discovered in the 2 Gaffa corpses excavated from Antarctica, which are merely juvenile forms. The Goi-Wat-E likely originated from a primal planet's aquatic environments, subsisting by parasitizing other organisms. Unlike other parasitic species that compete for their host's nutrients or outright consume them, the Goi-Wat-E does not kill its host. Instead, it enhances the host's immune system, aids in healing ailments and injuries, and significantly prolongs the host's lifespan. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shangyan could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Are there truly such benevolent parasites? How did they earn the status of villains?" Qin Handang sighed, "Doesn't it seem perfect? But what if I told you that while the Goi-Wat-E grants its host a robust physique, it simultaneously usurps the host's consciousness? The Goi-Wat-E is an exceedingly rare parasitic organism capable of directly commandeering the host's brain, exerting its will over all of the host's actions, a quintessential example of usurpation. If that were all, It would be one thing. Typically, when an external entity commandeers the brain and seizes consciousness from a medical standpoint, it can be classified as brain death. Brain death. What does it matter how one perishes? All life exists within the food chain of the universe, and any being may fall prey to another. Survival of the fittest provides little cause for lament. The malevolence of the Go'i lies in its ability to suppress the host's consciousness without extinguishing it. They allow the host to observe every action taken with their own body, while being utterly immobilized within their own mind. This torment continues until the Go'i can no longer prolong the host's life, at which point it will vacate the host's body. The Go'i possesses a remarkable capacity for extending its host's lifespan. For instance, the theoretical limit for us Earthlings is around 120 years. However, the Go'i can extend this to between 8,000 and 10,000 years. As Qin Handang elaborated, the expressions of those present grew increasingly grim, as they could envision the horror, helplessness, and despair faced by the hosts of the Go'i. No sentient being could endure such torment on a soul level. It is devoid of humanity. Bartle, in particular, could not reconcile with such a fate and exclaimed, "This parasitic race is inherently the enemy of all humanity. Why haven't those advanced civilizations eradicated such a vile species?" Qin Handang shook his head in response. That's precisely why there are no perfect entities in this universe. If there is no flawless good, then conversely, there is no flawless evil. As for why the Go'i has not been exterminated, but instead thrives in the shadows of the Milky Way, the reasons are exceedingly intricate. Let us first delve into the fundamental characteristics of the Go'i, so that we may be prepared when encountering them on other planets. The growth patterns of the Go'i are peculiar. In their immature stage, they lack sentience, behaving similarly to ordinary animals and acting purely on instinct. This phase is referred to as the juvenile stage. When a Go'i attains sentience, it is deemed fully mature, known as the mature stage. Strictly speaking, only the mature form is the true Go'i. Unlike the vast majority of sentient beings, the juvenile and mature forms of the Go'i, aside from their outward similarities, can be regarded as entirely distinct species. Elaborate on the juvenile stage of the Go'i. Prior to locating a host, they must reside in water, whether freshwater or saltwater. Their preferred host is, intriguingly, humans. They parasitize the abdominal region, specifically around the navel. The juvenile form penetrates the host's body through the navel and begins to modify certain internal organs. This transformation can last from 3 days to a week, depending on the individual's constitution. During this period, the host experiences extreme weakness due to the alterations in their internal organs, alongside symptoms such as high fever and fatigue. The 2 Gaffa discovered in Antarctica were, in fact, hosts for the juveniles. Upon dissecting the Gaffa, it was revealed that the host's liver, spleen, and gallbladder had severely atrophied, creating a pouch-like organ to accommodate the juvenile, termed the parasitic pouch. Once the modification is complete, the host appears largely unchanged, save for a cross-shaped incision around the navel, which houses the parasitic pouch. The juvenile breathes through this opening and can swiftly detach from the host if necessary. Due to their lack of sentience, the juveniles do not affect the host's consciousness or awareness. A successfully parasitized host can still think, breathe, eat, and even engage in romantic relationships without interference. The juveniles possess a formidable survival instinct and capability, which extends to their hosts, endowing them with exceptional immunity, rendering them nearly impervious to illness. In instances of injury or poisoning, the juvenile instinctively heals the host, as long as the injury does not involve the complete loss of critical organs. The host will recover provided they maintain normal eating habits, without the need for medication. Of course, the healing timeframe correlates directly with the severity of the injury. However, should the host sustain injuries that exceed the juvenile's healing capabilities, the juvenile will unhesitatingly detach, seeking either another host or retreating into the water to await a more opportune moment. In addition to acquiring formidable healing abilities, the lifespan of the host will also be extended, as the normal maturation period of the larva ranges from 800 to 1,000 years. Generally, the larva is reluctant to switch hosts. Thus, regardless of the original host's lifespan, it will be prolonged until the moment of the larva's maturation. Of course, the larva's capacity for extending life is not without limits. It can at most prolong the host's peak physical capabilities to 8 to 10 times their original maximum lifespan. This explains why the larva favors humans as hosts. For the normal maximum lifespan of humans is between 100 to 120 years. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, they need not contemplate changing hosts before the larva matures. Naturally, the longer the host's normal maximum lifespan, the more advantageous it is for the larva. Within the Milky Way, there exists a human race with an original maximum lifespan of 200 to 300 years, characterized by robust physiques for both genders and exceptional combat prowess, making them natural warriors. Consequently, the Goi-Wutai prioritize selecting elite fighters from this race to become hosts for the larva. This race is known as Jiafa. However, hosts that are parasitized by the larva cannot become hosts for the mature form. Thus, once the larva matures and detaches, regardless of the host's physical condition, they will swiftly perish due to the loss of immunity and vital organs, unless they become hosts for another larva. The larva significantly enhances the host's abilities and lifespan without impeding their normal life, and without the risk of controlling their consciousness. Frankly, if one were unaware of the circumstances surrounding the mature form, the larva of Goi-Wutai would appear to be the most perfect beings on Earth for humans. I suspect this is also a primary reason why Goi-Wutai has evolved from a mere parasitic species into a formidable force. The first batch of human hosts likely regarded them as treasures. Sometimes I ponder whether Goi-Wutai is indeed a species created to test human nature. Many individuals, even when aware of the dangers posed by the mature form, might find it challenging to resist the fatal allure of the larva. Myself included. Chapter 12. Tales of the Galaxy 3. Qin Handang's reflections on the Qin, Han, and Tang dynasties are far from baseless. He has repeatedly asked himself, if he were gravely injured and on the brink of death, and a Goi-Wutai larva were nearby, could he withstand the temptation to become its host under the driving force of survival instinct? Unfortunately, each time the answer has been the same 3 words: cannot resist. Well, all of the above is mere pretense. For Qin Handang, this is not even a dilemma. When faced with death, who would be so sentimental? What could possibly save one's life, if not this, in truth? What Qin Handang contemplates each time is how long he would hesitate before deciding to become a host for a Goi-Wutai larva, if one were right beside him. The answer, astonishingly, is also 3 words: 3, 2, 1. Observing others being drawn into deep contemplation by his words, Qin Handang suddenly smiled and cheekily remarked, "Luckily, we need not worry about this matter, for someone has already blocked the way." Is it any wonder that the larva and mature form of Goi-Wutai can almost be regarded as 2 distinct species? It is not solely due to the mature form's development of sentient awareness. Rather, the manner in which the mature Goi-Wutai treat the larva is truly beyond words, evoking sorrow in the hearers and tears in the witnesses. At this juncture, I must impart some knowledge about Goi-Wutai. First, whether in larval or mature form, the only distinction lies in size. Their anatomical structure is entirely the same, indicating that this race does not possess a gender dichotomy. Their determination of gender is solely derived from the host. Second, genetically speaking, the larva and mature form of Goi-Wutai do not belong to a parent-child lineage, but rather a sibling lineage, as all Goi-Wutai in the Milky Way stem from 3 to 5 maternal figures. These mothers, like the larvae, act purely on instinct, as if perpetually birthing larvae is their only inherent drive. Third, Goi-Wutai with independent territories are referred to as lords. They not only enslave other races but are also in constant conflict amongst themselves. Consequently, fewer than 20 Goi-Wutai lords remain in the entire Milky Way, with those perishing in mutual slaughter far outnumbering those eliminated by other races. Fourth, only the lords know the whereabouts of the maternal figures. Although all Goi-Wutai are birthed from these mothers, the lords merely regard them as tools for producing larvae, devoid of any maternal affection, only cold exploitation. Fifth, there appears to be a quota system among the lords regarding newly born larvae. All larvae are nurtured by mature Goi-Wutai, who allocate them to selected Jiafa for parasitism, thereby transforming these Jiafa into their elite warriors. Sixth, the Goi-Wutai possess a strict hierarchy. Mature forms can completely control the actions of the larvae, and before most larvae evolve into mature forms, they are typically extracted and killed to prevent an excess of mature forms from posing a threat to the lords. Seventh, those rare few larvae that evolve into mature forms will either be parasitized by a lord's chosen mate, forcibly making them a partner, or will be implanted into hosts with special skills, compelling them to become their servants. Thus, among the Goi-Wutai, relationships between mates and between masters and servants are eternally fraught with betrayal and bloodshed. Due to the myriad of convoluted issues within the Goi Wutai, the outside world rarely witnesses unclaimed larvae. Compared to other races coveting the larvae, the mature forms act swiftly and ruthlessly. Upon hearing Qin Handang's insights on Goi Wutai, everyone felt a wave of revulsion. Zhu Siming remarked with disdain, "This Goi Wutai race is truly bizarre. What an odd species. You claim the mature forms possess sentience, yet I see no evidence of intelligence. This is all just perversion." Qin Handang laughed heartily, declaring, "This is merely the tip of the iceberg. The deeds of the mature Goi Wutai extend far beyond this. The mature forms enter the host's body through the back of the neck, taking residence along the spine to control the host's brain and nervous system, thereby achieving complete dominion over the host. Unlike the larvae, the mature forms do not alter the host's physical structure or enhance immunity. Thus, the host's body remains unstrengthened, and their lifespan is not extended as a result. The mature forms extend the host's lifespan through technology and ruthless measures. Each Goi Wutai lord possesses a healing chamber resembling a stone coffin. This chamber serves two purposes. Firstly, it excels at healing injuries. It can even revive a person if their brain cells have not entirely lost their vitality. Secondly, it slows the aging process by periodically resting in the healing chamber. Both the host and the Goi Wutai can maintain their bodies in peak condition for a time. Does this sound familiar? A device that heals and combats aging. What a perfect invention. Unfortunately, perfection is a myth in this world, and the healing chamber is no exception. Just as there are limits to extending life through the healing chamber, so too are there limits to the Goi Wutai's life-prolonging abilities, both capping at 8 to 10 times the original maximum lifespan. Consequently, I have sometimes speculated with malicious intent about the principles and materials behind the creation of the healing chamber by the mature forms. After all, they must execute numerous larvae nearing maturation, which cannot solely be attributed to fears of losing their power. Furthermore, the limitations of the healing chamber's life-extending effects are not the primary concern. The real danger lies in its side effects. The chamber possesses a strong addictive quality, regardless of whether it is used for healing or prolonging life. Once someone uses it 3 to 5 times, they become unable to break free from its dependency. Does this sound familiar? Observing the expressions of realization on others' faces, Qin Handang couldn't resist a quip. Even the formidable Goi Wutai cannot withstand the allure of such addictive substances. It seems that even in space, the fight against addiction cannot be relaxed. If mere addiction were the only issue, it would be manageable. However, prolonged use of the healing chamber also alters the user's personality, making them increasingly selfish, self-centered, and arrogant. This is one of the main reasons the Goi Wutai have become so erratic and cold-hearted. Thus concludes the fundamental history and characteristics of the Goi Wutai. Should I recall any additional information, I will promptly add it to the base's database. Now, let us discuss the combat prowess of the Goi Wutai. They lack a unified government with a myriad of lords scattered throughout the Milky Way, each governing several to hundreds of planets. While they primarily traverse the stars via stargates, they also possess a substantial fleet of spacecraft. Why not take a guess at what their ships look like? Upon mentioning this, interest peaked among all present, regardless of military affiliation. Although the leaders, Commander Feng, and the Qin Chuan couple refrained from speaking due to their status, others eagerly shouted out answers. Flying saucers, disc-shaped? The well-educated Zhou Shangyan confidently guessed a popular model favored by foreigners. It seems you have indulged in an abundance of science fiction novels while abroad. Haven't you? The shape of flying saucers appears rather implausible to me. I believe they should resemble that of aircraft carriers. Xia Yiqing tends to favor the design of naval vessels, while Song Minyan's imagination is considerably more expansive. Perhaps she envisions a serpentine form. Given Gao Wu's arrogance, it wouldn't be surprising if their spacecraft were designed in accordance with their own physical appearance. The iron-willed soldiers, including Zhu Siming, who sat opposite, had never considered the existence of extraterrestrial beings before stepping onto the planet Abidos. Moreover, during a time when science fiction films were not rampant, they found themselves momentarily devoid of ideas. However, Xia Yiqing's perspective clearly resonated with them, leading them to rally behind her. Qin Handang, hesitant to inquire about the opinions of the other prominent figures, promptly announced a negation. Congratulations to all, none of you have guessed correctly. Yet, it is indeed quite challenging to comprehend Gao Wu's thought process. I would argue that one must be truly unwell to arrive at the correct conclusion. Now, can you fathom why there exists a solitary pyramid on Abidos? Surely you jest. Do not tell me that pyramid serves as Gawut's worship. A shiver ran down Zhu Siming's spine. Qin Handang raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are sharp, my friend." However, the pyramid itself is not a warship. It functions as a landing pad for the spacecraft. Regardless of their size, Gawut spacecraft are all pyramid-shaped. Typically, large vessels do not descend directly to the ground but rather establish a pyramid as a base, allowing the ship to rest upon it. Zhu Siming pondered aloud. Does that imply there are passageways atop the pyramid that connect to the ship? Qin Handang shook his head. Not at all. Due to the limitation in the number of their juvenile forms, Gawut adheres to a strategy of elite soldiers. Despite the substantial size of their ships, the number of soldiers is rather scarce. It is estimated that on a space warship the size of the Abidos pyramid, there are merely 100 to 180 Gauld, or even fewer. Zhu Siming inquired, how do they disembark from the spacecraft? There are two methods, came the reply. Point one is to pilot a fighter jet directly out, while the other is quite distinctive. Oh, you recall the circular object on the ceiling of the Stargate Hall on Abidos? That is the conduit Gawut utilizes to connect the ship to the external world. Gawut possesses a light transmission technology, utilizing a series of rings crafted from Naquata metal to transport individuals and objects directly from the spacecraft to the ground, entirely eliminating the need for a physical passageway. Light transmission technology? A chorus of intrigue resonated among the group at the mention of this novel term. Qin Handang scratched his head awkwardly, admitting, I certainly do not know the specifics of how it works, but this technology appears to exist within the technological framework of all advanced civilizations. Both the ancients and the Asgardians have similar capabilities. However, it seems Gawut's light transmission technology is the least advanced. They must rely on physical devices such as the transmission rings to utilize it, resulting in limitations regarding the size, quantity, and efficiency of transported objects. This topic evidently surpassed the current technological comprehension of Earthlings, and those like Qin Handang, who were merely familiar with the plot, found it challenging to elucidate further. Thus, no one pressed him for more details, opting instead to seek clarity at a later time. In contrast to the technological aspects, Gawut's governance is astonishingly rudimentary and brutally simplistic. It is likely that the lords of Gawut have been profoundly influenced by the healing chambers, their self-serving and arrogant nature deeply ingrained within them. Consequently, they govern their territories with a system that resembles a slave society. This is not due to ignorance of more efficient systems, but rather their hubris leads them to perceive themselves as divine beings. Indulging in the mindless adulation of their subjects, under the influence of the healing chambers, it is improbable that the lords of Gawut would consider alternative forms of governance, for how they have managed to develop technology despite such primitive systems. It is likely due to the parasitism of researchers from more advanced civilizations, which can be easily accomplished with a handful of mature hosts. However, I speculate there may be another possibility. The earliest Gawut mature forms may have fully invaded a civilization with a higher technological level through parasitism, thus explaining why all the Lord spacecraft share a remarkably uniform design. Although Gawut overwhelmingly surpasses contemporary Earth civilization in individual capabilities, technology, and military strength, Qin Handang holds them in disdain. Their weaknesses are glaringly evident. While large-scale confrontations would yield no chances of victory, with the right strategy, surreptitiously dealing with a few lords is not particularly arduous, especially considering these individuals are currently preoccupied with suppressing resistance forces. With this in mind, Qin Handang felt it necessary to emphasize the refreshing faction within Gawut. While Gawut is, by and large, a remarkably twisted race, it is true that perfection in goodness and evil is a myth. This sentiment applies aptly to this particular species. Currently, the majority of Gawut lords are engaged in the eradication of a resistance group that specifically targets them, the Tok'are. After delving into the myriad absurdities surrounding Gawut, you would hardly anticipate the true nature of the Tok'are, for they are, in fact, a faction within Gawut. Did I not mention that all Gawut originate from 3 to 5 maternal hosts, the Tok'are? However, stem from a singular maternal host that has undergone mutation. Unlike other hosts that act purely on instinct, this particular one has evolved a sentient consciousness akin to that of mature forms. Exhibiting a profoundly righteous worldview point, one could say that the trajectory of biological evolution is utterly unpredictable. Chapter 13. Galactic Memories. For amidst a sea of astonished gazes, Qin Handang introduced this, his favorite group from the Stargate series, in a lively tone. This mutated maternal host imparted its basic consciousness to all the juvenile forms at birth, resulting in two significant outcomes. Firstly, the juveniles it produced evolve into mature forms much more swiftly than their counterparts, as they benefit from inherited wisdom. The second outcome is that the mature forms that emerge from these juveniles possess perspectives that starkly contrast with those of other Gawut, to the point of being diametrically opposed. The term Takare is what they have chosen for themselves to distinguish their identity from that of other Gawut. Notably, Takare mature forms take meticulous care of their juvenile forms until they evolve into maturity, rather than seeking hosts to exploit them for combat. This relationship resembles that of human adults nurturing children. Furthermore, when seeking hosts, Takare ensure they obtain the host consent in advance, engaging in a period of communication prior to parasitism to confirm that both parties share compatible worldviews. Should either party deem the other unsuitable during this process, the Takare will forego the parasitism, even at the cost of their own lives. Thus, I have always believed that rather than seeking hosts, the Takare are in search of soulmates. The challenge they face in finding hosts far surpasses that of individuals seeking romantic partners. Upon parasitism, Takare do not suppress the host's consciousness. Instead, they share bodily autonomy equally, adhering to the principle of one half for each. Whether one has control for half a day or a full day is left to mutual negotiation. Additionally, the Takare will never utilize healing chambers for recuperation or longevity. They prefer to share their vitality with their hosts. It is noteworthy that the lifespan of a mature Gawut can extend to several millennia. By employing healing chambers, they can stretch their lifespans to tens of thousands of years, often replacing numerous hosts throughout their lives. In contrast, Takare will only accept their original lifespan and may significantly reduce their own longevity after sharing vitality with their hosts. However, regardless of how the Takare share their vitality, their lifespans remain considerably lengthy for the majority of human hosts, resulting in the necessity for Takare to change hosts at least 3 to 4 times throughout their lives. Nevertheless, some Takare may choose to forego further parasitism after the death of a host, opting instead to live out their remaining days in their original form. A few even choose to end their own lives upon the passing of their hosts, which is truly heartrending, due to the fundamental ideological conflict between the Takare and Gawut. The two factions are irreconcilable. Encounters between them invariably lead to a life-or-death struggle, leaving no room for negotiation. Yet, for various reasons, the Takare are far weaker than Gawut, facing relentless oppression for thousands of years. While their current situation may not be one of utter despair, it can certainly be described as a struggle for survival. No one anticipated the existence of such contrarian elements within a race as aberrant as Gawut. It is akin to a lotus emerging unsullied from the mud. The 3 women present were clearly intrigued by the Takare's approach to selecting hosts. As seasoned diplomats, Qin Xuan and Tang Li keenly recognized the opportunities therein. Thus, Qin Xuan interjected with a timely question. Are you aware of the reasons behind the Takare's dire circumstances? Do they possess any fixed territory? The faces of Qin, Han, and Tang exhibited a tinge of regret. Although the principles upheld by Tokuruwa were commendable, it indeed resonated with the old adage. Success and failure often stem from the same source. Frankly, I am not at all surprised that they could not contend against Goi Wuti, as their vulnerabilities were abundantly clear. Firstly, their mature form's approach to seeking and treating hosts was flawed. Tokuruwa's moral standards were impeccable, to the point of bordering on the romantic. However, this very idealism led to unforeseen complications in their quest for hosts, compounded by the war against Goi Wuti, which left Tokuruwa in a state of demographic decline for millennia. Secondly, there was the issue of being latecomers. Tokuruwa emerged after Goi Wuti had already established itself, possessing territories, starships, and advanced technology. Tokuruwa could only catch them off guard before they became aware of their presence, managing to acquire a few ships and related technologies. Subsequently, Tokuruwa did manage to find unclaimed planets to serve as bases. But alas, their late start meant that when the lords of Goi Wuti recognized them as a significant threat, they initiated a full-scale assault against Tokuruwa. The vast disparity in power led to continuous defeats, loss of territory, and a dwindling population. It is estimated that Tokuruwa now controls merely 3 to 5 planets, with perhaps only 2 or 3 star ships remaining. In truth, Qin, Han, and Tang did not fully comprehend the current plight of Tokuruwa. instead deducing their situation from the narrative of the Stargate series. Regardless, the differences were negligible to the inhabitants of Earth. Yet, others could not remain as composed as Qin, Han, and Tang. Observing the stark reality that Tokurua had merely a handful of planets and starships made it seem as though Earth's civilization was exceedingly formidable. The uninformed members of TS-1 regarded Qin, Han, and Tang as overly boastful, while the leaders and the Qin-Chuan couple speculated whether this young man had become somewhat arrogant lately. Regardless of Tokurua's current state, they still possessed the power to easily overpower the entirety of Earth's civilization, let alone just the nation of Huagua. Qin, Han, and Tang felt perplexed by the strange looks from others, as if they were witnessing the foolish son of a landlord. Nevertheless, there was a flaw in Tokurua that had yet to be mentioned. The initial two weaknesses were not truly fatal, but Tokurua's most significant issue lay in their rigid adherence to principles and inflexibility. They were woefully incapable of adapting to. In truth, Goi Wuti also had weaknesses that Tokurua could exploit. The Galaf, considered elite soldiers by Goi Wuti, possessed their own capacity for resistance. There was an opportunity for collaboration between the two factions against Goi Wuti. However, serious misunderstandings arose between them, instigated by Goi Wuti's deliberate manipulation. Tokurua believed that the Galaf became hosts out of a desire for the capabilities of Goi Wuti's immature forms, subsequently becoming accomplices in the Lord's oppression of other races and the pursuit of Tokurua. Conversely, the Galaf perceived Tokurua and Goi Wuti as indistinguishable, viewing their conflict as merely a tussle between rival factions of Goi Wuti, given that Tokurua's parasitism on other humans was undeniable. Over time, thousands of years of conflict forged deep-seated enmity between them. Not only had they failed to cooperate, but they had not even found the opportunity to sit down and discuss matters calmly. Ultimately, Qin, Han, and Tang shrugged their shoulders in resignation, stating, "This is the intricate relationship that has evolved over millennia between Goi Wuti, Tokurua, and the Galaf. While it is true that the avian ilk of Goi Wuti is indeed repugnant, they are nonetheless a powerful race dominating much of the galaxy, possessing both strength and cunning. Without the intervention of other forces, even a potential alliance between Tokurua and the Galaf would not guarantee victory against them." In this cosmic backdrop, the struggle for civilization was a notion that Qin Chuan had never contemplated before. Nevertheless, as a diplomat, he found the triangular relationship of Goi Wuti's civilization intriguing. Sensing that Qin, Han, and Tang were nearing the end of their exposition, he posed a question. There remains substantial potential for reconciliation between Tokurua and the Galaf, provided that an appropriate intermediary can facilitate an opportunity for them to set aside their grievances and engage in a thawing dialogue. After all, do they not share a common enemy? By the way, why have the Asgardians and the Nox not intervened in this conflict? Qin, Han, and Tang responded with a tinge of regret. The Nox are far too laid back. They rarely intervene in the disputes of other civilizations unless provoked. This may be attributed to their long lifespans and the multitude of experiences they have endured. Although Goi Wuti appears formidable now, to the Nox, they are merely a fledgling entity. Moreover, Goi Wuti has likely faced setbacks before the Nox, making them hesitant to encroach upon Nox territory. As for the Asgardians, alas, they are simply outmatched. Maintaining the safety of their protected planets is already a considerable challenge for them. Was it not mentioned that aside from genetic degradation, they face another significant dilemma? Just as the weakest antagonist, Goi Wuti, has been discussed, it is now time to address the greater threat posed by the replicators. Zhu Siming exclaimed in astonishment. Are you suggesting that, in terms of combat prowess and threat level, Goi Wuti is the weakest of them all? Ah, is that so? I must apologize for my lack of clarity. I tend to rank them from weakest to strongest. Regarding combat capability and threat, Goi Wuti is indeed powerful to us, but when compared to the other three civilizations, they fall significantly short. Furthermore, these foolish avians possess an erratic mindset. Their self-serving nature is matched only by their cowardice. If sufficient pressure is applied, they can be compelled to the negotiation table. Compared to the other three civilizations, Goi Wuti is akin to a delicate white lotus, easily bullied. Now, regarding the replicators, I find it difficult to categorize them as a civilization or a species. Essentially, they consist of a collective of nanobots, endowed with formidable self-repair, self-replication, and autonomous learning capabilities. The replicators are impervious to virtually all physical and most energy attacks. When disassembled, they simply reassemble, wasting only a modicum of time, which holds no significance for them. They relentlessly consume, assimilate, and transform any metallic substance, growing ever larger in scale. They can devour all metallic elements on a planet, including those within living organisms, swiftly rendering the environment lifeless and desolate. Being robotic in nature, the replicators lack emotions and fear of death. Their sole purpose is to replicate, and replicate. Moreover, they exhibit a keen interest in all technological products. Studying the scientific principles behind these metallic artifacts before assimilation, which enables them to swiftly overcome the constraints of stargates and autonomously manufacture powerful starships to scour the galaxy for civilizations to consume. The Asgardians likely encountered the replicators during their explorations in the galaxy. Their advanced technological civilization and starships undoubtedly appeared as enticing targets for the replicators. Since their first encounter, the replicators have fixated on the Asgardians. Consequently, the Asgardians have devoted nearly all their efforts to combating the replicators. One could argue that without the Asgardians' endeavors, a significant portion of galactic civilizations would have succumbed to the replicators by now. Ultimately, the Asgardians found themselves with no alternative but to set a trap on their home planet, luring the replicators from across the galaxy and ensnaring them on their homeworld, temporarily sparing many civilizations in the galaxy from devastation. Once Qin, Han, and Tang finished speaking, most attendees felt little impact from the revelation. In an era where computers had yet to become commonplace, the concept of robots was foreign to the majority, leading them to perceive the replicators as significantly weaker than Goi Wuti. Failing to grasp why Qin, Han, and Tang considered the replicators to pose a greater threat, Wang Jinkai, completely indifferent to robots, voiced his confusion. Given this perspective, the replicators do not seem particularly formidable, do they? After all, the Asgardians have managed to handle them, haven't they? Qin, Han, and Tang reflected for a moment, realizing the necessity of presenting a more straightforward, relatable analogy. Many might be familiar with the story of placing grains of rice on a chessboard, right? If there exists a sufficiently vast 64-square chessboard, one places 1 grain of rice on the first square, 2 grains on the second, 4 grains on the third, and so on, doubling the quantity each time. In the initial squares, the numbers appear modest, but by the time one fills all 64 squares, the total reaches an astounding 10 to the 89th power. The replicators operate on this principle of incessant self-replication. If we disregard the time needed to extract metallic elements from minerals, a replicator could complete a replication cycle in mere seconds. Of course, as their numbers increase and their mass expands, the speed will diminish, but only marginally. Now, consider this. When a replicator robot appears on Earth, how long would it take to deplete the planet's metal resources? While I am uncertain about the exact amount of metal on Earth, even in the most optimistic scenario, it likely would not exceed a year, would it? Chapter 14. Galactic Chronicles 5. Upon hearing Qin, Han, and Tang's revelations, all present were struck with astonishment. Such a phenomenon seemed utterly insolvable, indestructible, and capable of regeneration. Could this not be considered a glitch in the universe? Zhou Shangyan found himself intrigued by how the Asgardians managed to deal with the replicators. It appeared that the Asgardians were indeed formidable, able to handle such a terrifying entity with apparent ease. Qin, Han, and Tang offered a wry smile, remarking, "What do you mean they can handle it?" The Asgardians merely managed to confine the replicators, and they paid a tremendous price for it, nearly exhausting their entire race's resources in the endeavor. As a highly advanced civilization with millions of years of development, the allure of their home planet to the replicators was self-evident, at least within the Milky Way. They had not discovered a more enticing target for consumption. Therefore, when the Asgardians used their home planet as bait, the replicators, even aware of the potential trap, followed without hesitation. After all, the replicators possessed no true concept of life and death. They merely understood the imperative to consume metallic elements, to assimilate advanced technologies, and to perpetually replicate, thereby augmenting their own existence. However, in the face of the Asgardians, a civilization of significant antiquity and sophistication, the replicators were still rather naive. They never anticipated that the Asgardian strategy was, in essence, time itself. The Asgardians exerted their utmost efforts to create a region of time dilation on their home planet, intending to confine the replicators for as long as possible and then gradually implement their plans. Commander Feng inquired, "What exactly is a time dilation region?" Can the Asgardians manipulate time? How is that even possible? The advantages of the Huawan language became apparent in such moments. Even those unversed in physics could glean a semblance of understanding from the terminology. For someone as knowledgeable as Xia Yiqing, a PhD in physics, the implications were staggering. Could this truly be an achievement attained only at the pinnacle of technological advancement? Qin, Han, and Tang's eyes reflected a mixture of turmoil and yearning as he spoke with a hint of aspiration. I cannot ascertain whether manipulating time is a feat achievable solely through advanced technology. However, the ancients and the Asgardians have certainly accomplished it on a smaller scale. For instance, within the ancient civilization, there were individuals who created devices resembling time machines, though ultimately such innovations were prohibited by their highest council, likely due to the dire consequences that ensued. It was likely that the Asgardians devised their plan based on the effects observed near black hole event horizons. Utilizing a gravitational device, they created a spatial region where the flow of time was severely distorted, causing the replicators, once ensnared within, to experience time at a rate thousands of times slower than that of the normal universe. Furthermore, apart from the few spacecraft serving as bait, there were no metallic elements available for the replicators to consume and expand, thus trapping them for millennia. Regrettably, the replicators were not subject to death. While the time dilation region could confine them, it could not annihilate them entirely. Moreover, in the long run, time remained on the side of the replicators. The Asgardians were also concerned that, in the absence of replication and expansion, the replicators might evolve in knowledge and technology, potentially discovering a means to escape the time dilation region. In recent centuries, the Asgardians had noted troubling changes among the replicators within the time dilation region, indicating they were likely nearing a breakthrough. This time frame might extend for several decades or even a century, yet pessimistically, it could be less than a decade. If that were the case, the Asgardian civilization might face annihilation before their population naturally dwindled. Should the replicators obliterate the Asgardian civilization, they would likely seek a way back into the Milky Way, heralding a true catastrophe. After Qin, Han, and Tang finished speaking, the leaders and the Qin-Chuan couple fixed their gazes upon him, seemingly attempting to glean some insight from his expression. Qin, Han, and Tang merely nodded slightly, causing the leaders' countenances to grow grave. The TS-1 team, while sensing the formidable nature of the replicators, remained unaware of Qin, Han, and Tang's full background. Witnessing the sudden change in the leaders' expressions left them bewildered. Since his arrival in this world, Qin, Han, and Tang had harbored a deep-seated fear of the replicators' threat. In the series, the replicators nearly brought the Asgardians to the brink of extinction. And with his interference altering the fates of so many, he was uncertain whether it would ultimately lead to catastrophic consequences. However, he did possess a trump card. The creator of the replicators, Reese, presented an opportunity. In the series, due to the lack of communication with the Asgardians from the Xi'an mountain base, Reese was eliminated before her foundational code could be retrieved. Now, with Qin, Han, and Tang's involvement, there remained a fighting chance. He believed it prudent to disclose this information directly, as he was unaware of the address of the Stargate where Reese resided. If another exploration team stumbled upon it first and inadvertently activated her, the implications could be dire. Let us not be overly pessimistic. After all, the Asgardians are still at the forefront, are they not? Moreover, the reason the Asgardians have yet to discover a definitive method to eradicate the replicators is largely due to their ignorance regarding the origins of the first replicator. Without tracing back to the source, they remain oblivious to the fundamental code governing them. In this regard, we still have an opportunity to contribute. Qin, Han, and Tang paused momentarily, suddenly contemplating that aside from Reese, there might be other avenues to pursue, albeit fraught with risk or requiring a certain ruthlessness. The leaders, initially brightened by the prospect of Qin, Han, and Tang possessing something of substance, grew wary when he hesitated. The chief leader jestingly chided, "If you have a solution, do not keep us in suspense. Have you not felt the sting of Director Qin's reprimand for some time? Are you feeling a touch mischievous?" Upon hearing this, Qin, Han, and Tang's expression faltered, casting aside the less certain matters and promptly divulging the intelligence concerning Reese. The first replicator was, in fact, created by a robot. However, her intent was not to forge a machine of destruction, but merely to procure a companion. If one were to delve into the details, it would reveal a rather tragic tale, but that is of little consequence now. Theo summarized succinctly, a scientist from a relatively advanced civilization, driven by some inexplicable impulse, utilized nanobots to construct an intelligent robot resembling a young girl, whom he named Reese and treated as his daughter. Yet, either due to his lack of experience with daughters or societal prohibitions against such mechanical life, he isolated Reese from the world upon her creation. Consequently, feeling lonely and isolated, Reese sought companionship and crafted a metallic insect, enabling it to replicate itself to bring forth more friends. The outcome, as one might predict, was catastrophic. The unassuming insect, driven by its foundational directives, spiraled out of control, replicating wildly until it no longer obeyed Reese's commands, ultimately leading to the destruction of that civilization. However, it seems that due to its fundamental programming, the replicators did not harm Reese or the scientist. Instead, they left behind an abandoned city for them, activating the Stargate and departing the planet to embark on their consuming journey across the galaxy. Overcome with guilt, the scientist confined Reese within a chamber and placed her into a state of dormancy. It is presumed he ultimately took his own life, for how could one live with the knowledge that their actions led to the obliteration of an entire civilization? Commander Fong asked, "So we must locate that planet and establish contact with the Asgardians. This could potentially resolve the threat posed by the replicators?" Indeed. However, the challenge lies in the fact that we currently possess neither the Stargate coordinates for Reese's planet, nor have we encountered the Asgardians. Both must remain on our task list for the time being. Finding the Asgardians should not be overly difficult. Whether we encounter them or not is inconsequential. Yet, we must exercise caution regarding Reese's planet, considering that future exploration teams will not be limited to TS-1 alone. Thus, I will share what information I have, ensuring that whoever reaches that place first will have some context. Given the complete destruction of the civilization, that planet is likely desolate. Furthermore, the Stargate's location should be an abandoned city, intentionally left for Reese by the replicators. Lastly, while Reese may have entered a dormant state, she has not been destroyed. Therefore, she still emits faint energy signatures, which can be traced to locate her. After reflecting briefly, Commander Fong declared, "Since the characteristics of the Stargate's location on that planet are so distinct, we need not complicate matters. Let us establish a unified action protocol. From now on, any exploration team that discovers a suspected abandoned city near the Stargate shall immediately halt their exploration and report back to base, allowing the base to coordinate subsequent actions. We must adopt a better safe than sorry approach to maximize the prevention of unforeseen incidents." The esteemed leader nodded and remarked, "General Fong is indeed correct. This matter is of utmost importance and allows for no negligence. Little Qin, is there anything particularly noteworthy regarding the replicators?" Qin Handang pondered for a moment, realizing that the sudden thoughts he had previously entertained were fraught with uncertainties, which the Xingmen base was not in a position to address at present. Thus, he replied, "Nothing further, just this. The key is to avoid awakening the robot Ruiz." While the other members of TS-1 remained in a state of confusion, the higher-ups appeared to hastily finalize a new regulation for Stargate exploration. Qin Handang, observing them, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such is the disparity of information. The leaders inferred from his earlier tone and expression that the replicators would likely break through the temporal traps set by the Asgardians within a decade at most. Qin Handang was evidently lacking in confidence regarding this, recognizing that the robot Ruiz represented a significant turning point. Hence, a rough plan was hastily devised to respond to it. After discussing the first two negative examples, Qin Handang felt considerably lighter. Although the latter two hostile civilizations were more fearsome, they were, after all, quite distant as long as they did not engage in reckless behavior or suffer from extraordinarily bad luck. They should not have to confront them directly in the near term. However, he dared not gamble on the improbability of such events occurring, so it was prudent to take preventive measures. The next race to be discussed was the Spectres, phonetically rendered as Ruiz. Indeed, it bears a resemblance to the name of the robot that created the first generation of replicators, Psi. This name is becoming somewhat psychologically haunting. Speaking of the Ruiz, one cannot help but mention the ancients once more. Do you recall that they departed the Milky Way in their flying city, Atlantis, after encountering an incurable infectious disease on Earth? After leaving the Milky Way, their destination was the distant Pegasus galaxy, where the ancients seemingly freed themselves from the affliction, subsequently repeating their previous endeavors in the Milky Way, in the Pegasus galaxy. The ancients re-established a Stargate system and actively sought intelligent life, disseminating scientific knowledge on a grand scale, as if they were intent on recreating a galaxy. Over millions of years, the ancients' influence spread across a significant portion of the Pegasus galaxy, during which time numerous indigenous civilizations emerged under their guidance, resulting in a flourishing star system. However, calamity struck. It remains uncertain whether the ancients were simply unlucky, as they frequently encountered bizarre twists of fate. An evil race suddenly emerged in the Pegasus galaxy, feeding on human vitality, possessing formidable regenerative abilities, near-immortal lifespans, and extraordinary reproductive capabilities, along with the ability to construct powerful spacecraft. Does this not sound reminiscent of the Replicators? Yet they were veritable carbon-based beings. Known in the Pegasus galaxy as Ruis, the Ruis rapidly expanded their influence, and no civilization or race in the Pegasus galaxy could withstand them. Countless civilizations were obliterated, and races exterminated, with the ancients themselves facing relentless defeat. Following their investigations, the ancients concluded that the Ruis had evolved from a type of insectoid species native to a certain planet in the Pegasus galaxy. Sound familiar? It bears some resemblance to the Goiwuda. However, they far surpassed the Goiwuda in strength. They were not parasitic insects but rather creatures that fed on the life force of biological entities. These insects would attach themselves to a host like leeches and drain them to the point of becoming desiccated corpses. Their method of sustenance did not involve the conventional consumption of flesh and blood, but rather the direct extraction of vitality. Do not inquire what life force entails. It appears the ancients were also unable to discern that. Regardless, a being drained by such insects would experience the passage of decades or even centuries in a mere instant, transforming from a youthful adult into a frail elder, ultimately becoming a corpse suitable for mummification. Chapter 15. Galactic Past 6. Xu Shangyan shuddered at the thought of the insectoid race's method of feeding. During his studies in the Angsa Kingdom, he had encountered such creatures in a museum. He envisioned himself being instantaneously drained, and he felt utterly disheartened, unable to suppress his sarcasm. Previously, he had thought the universe would be unbearably lonely if it were solely inhabited by Earthlings. However, if beings like Replicators, Goiwuda, and Ruis were prevalent throughout the cosmos, perhaps it would be better to remain solitary and desolate. Qin Handang sighed and lamented. Who can argue with that? I too believe our universe is perilously dangerous. If not for the existence of Stargates, it would be quite agreeable to live a contented life as a humble native on Earth. Alas, even if we do not venture beyond the Stargates, other races will inevitably enter through them, not to mention the existence of interstellar spacecraft capable of traversing vast distances. There is no escaping it. If doom is inevitable, I would rather take the initiative and strike out. At least for the sake of my peace of mind. The esteemed leader chuckled at this, saying, Indeed, only by taking the initiative can we seize control of our fate. The Stargates present not only threats, but also opportunities. The Stargate initiative heralds a monumental shift not seen in millennia. You all have a heavy responsibility ahead. Everyone felt a surge of fervor. While Earth's civilization was yet unable to genuinely step beyond its confines, the Stargates had conveniently afforded Huagua the chance to engage in interstellar exploration. What could be more enticing than this? Qin Handang felt this sentiment acutely as he was witnessing the convergence of science fiction and reality, a truly exhilarating experience. Nevertheless, he knew that his education on interstellar civilizations must continue, so he cleared his throat and resumed discussing the evolutionary path of the Ruis race. The frightening aspect of this life force-consuming insectoid race did not end there. While siphoning vitality, they could selectively merge fragments of the genes of their hosts. This capability was the primary reason for their evolution from insects to humanoids. The critical leap that enabled this transformation stemmed from the ancients, likely occurring during their explorations in the Pegasus galaxy when one of them fell victim to the insectoids. The ancients were not merely a technologically advanced civilization. Their achievements in exploring their own potential were equally remarkable, as exemplified by the ancient woman still encased in ice beneath the Antarctic snow. After merging with the genetic fragments of the ancients, the insectoids experienced a dramatic acceleration in their evolutionary process, ultimately transforming into the Ruis, a name that would instill fear across the entire Pegasus galaxy. The evolved Ruis retained the abilities of their previous insectoid forms, even enhancing them further. They could heal themselves by absorbing vitality, surpassing the regenerative capabilities of Goiwuda larvae. As long as their heads remained intact, they could restore severed limbs to wholeness. Moreover, the vitality they absorbed could be directly utilized to replenish their own. granting them a form of immortality as long as there were living beings to sustain them. Even more daunting was the technological prowess that the Ruiz developed. Their methods of constructing spacecraft were uniquely characteristic of their race, resulting in bioships. When constructing a vessel, they would first cultivate the control and power centers of the ship based on Ruiz genetic material, continuously providing nutrients to the power center. Concurrently, the Ruiz would guide the control center to facilitate the growth of the ship according to pre-established blueprints. Ultimately, they would possess a living spacecraft, which, unless completely obliterated in a single blow, could gradually recover from even the most severe injuries. Furthermore, these biological ships boasted unparalleled maneuverability, as the genetic ties between the ship and the Ruiz allowed for seamless control. Akin to an extension of the pilot's consciousness and limbs. It required only two individuals to operate a spacecraft, a striking advantage in combat situations, rendering conventional spacecraft utterly inadequate against them, the ancients included. After nearly 1,000,000 years of warfare, the human civilizations of the Pegasus galaxy, led by the ancients, faced total collapse. The ancients found themselves reduced to a single refuge, Atlantis. One might wonder what ultimately became of the ancients. Yet, for a moment, no one responded, as they were all astounded by the might of the Ruiz. This was a civilization of the ancients, boasting a history spanning at least tens of millions of years. A high-tech society that had once thrived across two galaxies, nurturing and enlightening countless indigenous civilizations, now reduced to a solitary city. How absurd! Did the Ruiz truly not possess an unfair advantage? After a while, Zhu Siming spoke up. Surely the ancients were not completely annihilated? That Atlantis was able to traverse from the Milky Way to the Pegasus galaxy should allow it to reach other star systems. Returning to the Milky Way shouldn't pose a challenge. Zhu Siming's perspective found resonance among the others. After all, the ancients were seasoned veterans. Even if they could not win, could they not escape? Qin Handang first gave a thumbs up, then sighed and said, "You are correct in part. The ancients were indeed not wholly exterminated by the Ruiz, but they did not return to the Milky Way aboard Atlantis. There are likely two reasons behind this. The first is their apprehension that the rice race might follow in Atlantis' footsteps into the Milky Way, as the ancients do not wish to witness a repeat of the tragedy that befell the Pegasus galaxy. The second reason stems from the harrowing experiences they endured in both galaxies, which led the ancients to a profound realization, prompting them to embark on an entirely different evolutionary path. Thus, over 10,000 years ago, the ancients anchored the city of Atlantis on a remote planet within the Pegasus galaxy and submerged it beneath the ocean. Subsequently, they designated the Stargate of Atlantis within the entire Stargate system of the Pegasus galaxy as the sole gateway to the Milky Way. Ultimately, the ancients activated the Stargate connecting to Earth, and after millions of years, their entire race returned from the Pegasus galaxy to Earth. Zhou Shangyan exclaimed in disbelief, "How is that possible? The ancients returned to Earth over 10,000 years ago. Why is there no trace left by them?" This disbelief was shared by others, as 10,000 years, while a lengthy span for Earth's civilization, is negligible for a civilization like the ancients. If they had returned to Earth, it would be implausible for humanity's extensive archaeological endeavors to have uncovered not a single trace. Zhu Siming speculated, could it be that the ancients merely used Earth as a transit point and left immediately after arriving? However, Xia Yiqing countered, stating that if that were the case, then the earlier mention of the Stargate coordinates becoming obsolete due to the redshift phenomenon would be illogical. The ancients would have had to adjust the Stargate coordinates if they utilized it to depart from Earth, unless they chose not to use the Stargate and instead constructed a spaceship to leave. After a pause, she dismissed her own hypothesis, but it still did not make sense. If the ancients were eager to leave Earth, the Stargate would indeed be the fastest option, while building a spaceship would undoubtedly take much longer. Qin Handang chuckled. Zhu Dazhang guessed half right. After returning to Earth from the Pegasus galaxy, the ancients did leave. But they did not regard Earth as a mere transit station. Rather, they perceived it as their final destination. The ancients believed that the root cause of the infectious diseases they encountered in the Milky Way, along with their inability to withstand the rice race in the Pegasus galaxy, lay not in their technological inadequacies, but in the limitations imposed by their physical forms. Furthermore, having long studied the mysteries of the human body, after suffering a devastating defeat in the Pegasus galaxy, they resolved to abandon their corporeal forms and ascend to a higher dimensional existence. In fact, the ancients had made this decision prior to their return to Earth, likely considering that despite their crushing defeat in the Pegasus galaxy, they still wished to leave behind a contingency in the Milky Way, hoping that one day a civilization would venture into the Pegasus galaxy to reclaim their lost glory. As for whether the ancients corrected the coordinate drift of the Stargate system, I cannot ascertain, for after returning to Earth over 10,000 years ago, they swiftly completed the process of abandoning their physical bodies for a spiritual transformation. This transformation bears a striking resemblance to the legends of transcending and ascending in our culture, and I suspect there may be some connection, though I lack evidence. Song Minyan inquired with a peculiar expression. So, this highly advanced technological civilization of the ancients ultimately resorted to mystical practices, and they succeeded. That seems rather implausible. Qin Handang replied with a smile, "Please do not misunderstand. What the ancients engaged in is not some supernatural nonsense. Their choice was entirely based on their research into the dimensions of the universe and their self-awareness, likely drawing inspiration from the Nox and Asgard races, and even the enigmatic Fling race. Ultimately, this was merely a bold attempt by the ancients in scientific research and cosmic exploration, albeit a rather audacious one, to abandon their physical forms en masse. Truly remarkable. The others present shared a sense of empathy. For it is indeed challenging to fathom what a civilization that has existed for tens of millions of years has endured, especially considering that their own history spans merely a few thousand years. Without even having ventured beyond their home planet, at this moment, Xia Yiqing curiously asked, "What is the nature of the higher dimensional space to which the ancients ascended? Is there a connection between higher dimensional space and our current realm?" Qin Handang scoffed, "Dr. Xia, you overestimate my understanding. Such matters are beyond someone like me. However, there is certainly a connection. Yet the ancients were very cautious about intervening in the affairs of the lower dimensional universe. Likely due to the overwhelming power of higher dimensional beings, as excessive interference could yield unpredictable consequences for the lower dimensions. In any case, the whereabouts of the ancients have transcended our current comprehension. Though they did leave a remnant on Earth, while they abandoned the Pegasus galaxy, they still hoped that one day the civilizations of the Milky Way would defeat the Rice race, for the original civilizations of the Pegasus galaxy suffered immensely. As for what the ancients left behind on Earth, well, the leaders may have already surmised it. Antarctica. Beneath the snow layers near the Stargate, not only lies the ice-encased female of the ancient race, but deeper still, there exists a forward base of the ancients. Although its size is not vast, it contains numerous valuable artifacts. Unfortunately, until a foolproof plan is devised to relocate that ancient woman, any excavation efforts would jeopardize the entire civilization of Earth, as the virus that even the ancients could not neutralize would likely decimate the majority of Earth's population. Qin Handang's words might exaggerate the danger, yet he undeniably covets the treasures within the forward base, though he does not dare to take the risk. Once they encounter the Nox or Asgard, they would likely be willing to assist this ancient, as they have been old friends for tens of millions of years. As for Commander Feng, he has grown weary of the situation in Antarctica. Aside from increasing the number of guards and surveillance, he has no immediate plans, merely hoping for no incidents. This time, the matters regarding the ancients have been largely clarified. And Qin Handang did not forget to conclude with the intelligence on the Pegasus galaxy. After the disappearance of the ancients, the Rice race became increasingly unrestrained. However, as is often the case in the universe, extremes lead to reversals. The Rice race gradually discovered that under their frenzied hunting and breeding, the Pegasus galaxy had dwindled to a point where there were insufficient humans to sustain their appetite. What followed was a scenario inevitable for any civilization facing such issues: civil war. The Rice did not engage in lengthy battles, not out of lack of desire to fight, but rather due to the absence of sustenance to fuel their conflict. Zhu Siming interjected, "Wait, this doesn't make sense. Is the Rice race insane? Must they exclusively prey upon humans? Are there not other species with vitality available for their consumption?" Qin Handang sighed. "This is precisely why we say that luxury leads to frugality. The abundance of vitality seems directly correlated with the level of intelligence of the species, and it is not merely a matter of quantity but also of quality. At least, that is the perspective of the Rice. The sole consumers. After having savored the vitality of sentient beings, the Rice lost all interest in other species. Thus, after a period of civil strife, the higher-ups of the Rice decided to convene a ceasefire meeting, resulting in the formulation of a rather inhumane plan known as the Dormant Breeding Program. I believe the name itself gives away the sinister nature of this plan." Zhou Shangyan murmured to himself. "I knew it. None of these villains have a normal mindset, They are all perverts. Chapter 16. Galactic Chronicles, End. Although those present had largely guessed the content of the rice race's plan, Qin Handang still provided a brief overview. The so-called dormant breeding program entails that all rice enter a state of hibernation within their respective ships, leaving only a small number of personnel to oversee the vessels and conduct periodic patrols throughout the Pegasus galaxy via the Stargate system. The hibernating rice resemble cold-blooded creatures in winter dormancy, their bodily functions reduced to the bare minimum necessary to sustain life, allowing them to survive for hundreds or even thousands of years without nourishment. During this period, the plan grants other civilizations in the Pegasus galaxy the time and space to develop, with the primary goal of restoring their population numbers. Subsequently, the rice would awaken in batches and at scheduled intervals, hunting humans according to their designated territories, feasting to their satisfaction before once again entering hibernation, thus perpetuating this cycle to the present day. Under normal circumstances, the rice would remain in the distant Pegasus galaxy. And if we do not actively seek confrontation, the likelihood of encountering them is virtually non-existent. However, considering the unstable factor of the replicators in the Milky Way, obtaining control over Atlantis could serve as a viable path. Firstly, Atlantis may harbor technologies capable of countering the replicators. Secondly, Atlantis itself is an immensely powerful weapon and tool for migration. Should the replicators truly return to wreak havoc upon the Milky Way, Atlantis stands out as my best option. Even if it cannot vanquish the replicators, it can preserve the ember of civilization for Huagua. Although we remain unaware of the actual scale of the city of Atlantis, it is worth noting that the ancients managed to thrive and flourish in the Pegasus galaxy by leveraging this very city after overcoming the afflictions of disease. It is evident that the scale of the city of Atlantis is unlikely to be insignificant. And since the ancient civilization deliberately concealed it, it suggests that it probably still harbors valuable artifacts, with the most probable being a wealth of technological knowledge. Thus, as long as we refrain from provoking the rice race in the Pegasus galaxy, quietly securing Atlantis, whether to bring it back to Earth or remain within the Pegasus galaxy, would undoubtedly yield substantial gains. Once Qin Handang finished speaking, the assembly fell into silence, gazing at the supreme leader. As the allure of Atlantis was overwhelming, after all, it is a city capable of traversing entire star systems. Most importantly, if Qin Handang's intelligence is accurate, it currently remains unclaimed territory, seemingly allowing for immediate control upon arrival, without the need for fierce competition with others, effectively inheriting the ancient civilization's ownership of Atlantis. However, the supreme leader had an abundance of considerations, and a swift decision was implausible. Moreover, he shot a glare at Qin Handang, questioning him. Little Qin, are you trying to be clever again? Atlantis surely cannot be that easily accessible, right? Are you plotting something within the Stargate project? Qin Handang chuckled sheepishly. He had not intended to conceal his thoughts. But now was not the time to elaborate, merely seeking to lay the groundwork. What ill intentions could I possibly have? Let me introduce the final antagonist, if we are to speak of it. Rue is the true ultimate boss. This civilization does not reside within the Milky Way, and its precise location remains unknown. The reason for bringing them to light is due to their overwhelming power. Avoiding them is preferable, as encountering them would necessitate feigning death in Atlantis as the most prudent choice. Was it not previously stated that the ancient civilization was not a native civilization of the Milky Way? Their origin lies within the galaxy of Rue, and in fact, the ancient civilization is merely a branch of Rue, having fled their home galaxy due to defeat. By the heavens! Though no one dared to voice it aloud, this sentiment echoed within the hearts of most present. Strictly speaking, Rue is not merely a singular race but a civilization that intertwines governance and religion. The priests of Rue possess abilities akin to those of the Nox, coupled with advanced scientific knowledge, rendering them a formidable force. Yet, curiously, they do not venerate nature as the Nox do, nor do they pursue the pinnacle of scientific advancement like the Asgardians. Instead, they are fervent about compelling other races to revere the Rue as deities and objects of worship, convincing their followers that their knowledge and abilities stem from Rue, ultimately leading to the expectation of sacrifices to Rue. The priests of Rue further demand that all races or civilizations they encounter adhere to their faith, imposing stringent religious control and directly annihilating non-believers and heretics. The ancient civilization contends that Ao is merely an advanced civilization that has discovered how to thrive in higher dimensional spaces, and the so-called sacrifices are merely the high-dimensional beings feeding on the beliefs, convictions, and consciousness of lower-dimensional beings. The ancient civilization is dedicated to disseminating their ideology throughout the galaxy, and the outcome is predictable. Akin to the struggle between Tok'ro and the Go-E Witch, the disparity in power is too great, rendering the ancient civilization unable to resist the purging by Ao, ultimately leading them to retreat to other galaxies, with the Milky Way as their destination. Although the ancient civilization fled their home galaxy, the pursuit by Ao has never ceased. Indeed, the ancient civilization's devastating infectious disease bore the mark of Ao, as the spread of plague has long been one of the priests' means of intimidating and controlling other races. Despite Ao's inability to pinpoint the ancient civilization's location at that time, they still managed to deploy a virus through some means, prompting the ancient civilization to vacate the Milky Way to prevent Ao from following their trail. While the ancient civilization established a Stargate system within the Milky Way, Ao is the true expert in utilizing Stargates. Unlike the ancient civilization, which constructed Stargates of the size we currently see, Ao can build colossal Stargates capable of transporting space warships. These massive Stargates draw energy from stars or even black holes, with diameters reaching several kilometers, possessing terrifying long-range deployment capabilities. Even upon their return from the Pegasus galaxy to Earth, the ancient civilization had yet to catch up to Ao's technological level. In their presence, the copyists and the Rice are insignificant. This also constitutes one of the reasons the ancient civilization ultimately chose to abandon their physical forms and ascend to higher dimensional spaces. Only in this manner could they stand a chance against Ao upon their return. There is little more to share regarding Ao, but it is likely that they represent the most challenging civilization we may encounter, not only due to their considerable distance but also because they remain oblivious to the Milky Way's exact location, thus ensuring a degree of safety. However, we must exercise stringent control over the diverse artifacts brought back during our space exploration, as there may be one or two items capable of establishing a consciousness linked to the inhabitants of the Ao galaxy, such as certain small black stones or a communication device discovered in a place known as Avalon. Qin Handang, undeterred by the incredulous gazes of those around him, concluded his remarks. Zhu Siming interjected, "Listen, little Qin, you can speak plainly. There's no need for such elaborate circumlocution. Rest assured, we will not press you on what should remain unasked." "So you are merely telling us to avoid that place called Avalon, correct?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Handang scratched his ear. "Well, it's not that we shouldn't go. There are indeed some valuable things there, provided we keep that communication device secured and not place it alongside certain small black stones." Thus, Qin Handang's educational course on the primary races and civilizations of the Milky Way came to a close. While only the Nox, Go-E Witch, and the copyists are truly native civilizations of the Milky Way, the other sentiments remain unknown. However, the high-ranking officials suddenly felt that their usual complex tasks were not quite as burdensome. Compared to the trivial disputes on Earth, the Milky Way is fraught with peril, where a moment's carelessness could lead to the annihilation of their home planet. Though the Stargate base appears modest in scale, its responsibilities are substantial. The decision to appoint the highly qualified Feng Guohui as the Deputy Chief of Staff was indeed a judicious one, as a lower-ranking individual would have instilled little confidence. With a complex mood, the Supreme Leader turned to Qin Handang and said, "I hear from Commander Feng that you have new suggestions regarding the Stargate base. Please share them." At that moment, Qin Handang recalled an inconspicuous feature of the Stargate dialing control panel from the Abidos pyramid, which led to a new plan. "All right, we must start with the dialing control panel. I had almost forgotten about this matter." The ancient civilization inexplicably set up a small program within the control panel to cache Stargate addresses, allowing it to automatically record the 10 most recent successful dialing coordinates. Unfortunately, we currently lack spare dialing control panels for research. Otherwise, we could have obtained 20 valid Stargate coordinates, at least those that were once valid. However, that is not the crux of my message. The crux is that if we reach other planets via the Stargate and then return directly to the base through another Stargate, it would effectively leave the Earth Stargate's coordinates stored within that dialing control panel. If that location happens to be a planet controlled by the Go-E Witch, they could potentially exploit this method to uncover the coordinates of the Earth Stargate, subsequently launching an attack or infiltration. Thus, I suddenly realized at Abidos that we could establish a transit station there, requiring all exploration teams to first stop at Abidos for necessary inspections before returning to Earth. Of course, there is no need for such complications when departing. We can still leave directly from here. This transit station would enhance the base's confidentiality, though it would complicate the processes and incur additional expenses. Qin Handang's proposal was evidently not one that could be decided on the spot, yet it was clear that the officials were intrigued. However, he was preparing to deliver one more piece of bad news. Moreover, regardless of whether we utilize Abidos as a transit station, we must confront a significant issue. It is the domain of the sun god Ra, although it is a remote planet of little concern to him. The Nakuta mine there is something he would never relinquish. This means the sun god Ra will inevitably return to Abidos, and this occurrence should not exceed 3 years. Therefore, we now face two choices. One is to avoid encountering the sun god Ra. In this case, we cannot even use Abidos as a transit station and must strive to erase our traces there. The second option is to strategically prepare over the next 2 years, catching the sun god Ra off guard upon his arrival at Abidos and eliminating him directly. After Qin Handang concluded, the control room fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard, each individual staring at him in disbelief. After a long pause, Qin Xuan suddenly slapped the back of Qin Handang's head, nearly propelling it into the conference table, and then blushed with anger, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by eliminate him? Do you think this is a street brawl among petty thugs? What you are suggesting constitutes an act of war against an extraterrestrial civilization equipped with spacecraft. No less. What thoughts occupy your mind throughout the day?" Qin Handang, filled with fervor reminiscent of the Qin, Han, and Tang dynasties, spoke with an air of disdain. Those foolish creatures, the Goi Wuda, whose minds have been shattered by the treatment facilities, are a disgrace to civilization. As long as we continue to employ the Stargate for interstellar exploration, a conflict with them is inevitable. There exists no possibility for peaceful coexistence between us and the Goi Wuda. Unless we revere them as deities, forsaking our dignity and scientific inquiry, regressing to a slave society of millennia past. Given that they are our mortal enemies, why not strike first? I have previously asserted that the sun god Ra was expelled from Earth by the ancient Egyptians over 8,000 to 10,000 years ago, but have we ever considered how the inhabitants of Earth at that time could have achieved such a feat? It is crucial to remember that the sun god Ra did not arrive with legions through the Stargate to dominate the ancient Egyptians. He possessed a fleet of spacecraft stationed on Earth, and astonishingly, after his expulsion, he did not contemplate returning in his vessel. Though direct evidence may be lacking, I would not believe for a moment that the ancient race did not play a role in this. This timeline coincides perfectly with the return of the ancient race from the Pegasus star system to Earth. The most plausible scenario is that the ancient race covertly intervened to warn and expel the sun god Ra. Additionally, the absence of Nakuta or on Earth, or its previous existence having been fully mined, may explain why the sun god Ra has not returned in the past 10 millennia. However, since the ascension of the ancient race, they have not manifested again. Ra may have been unaware of this situation previously, but that does not guarantee he will remain uninformed in the future. Who knows when he might whimsically send a contingent of Galoth to Earth to gather intelligence? Once he discovers that the ancient race is absent from Earth, and that the planet now boasts billions of inhabitants, what do you suppose he will do? For your information, whether in the Milky Way or the Pegasus star system, due to the existence of the anti-human races Goi Wuda and Wraiths, no planet within the Stargate system has a population counted in the hundreds of millions. Chapter 17. Filial piety. Seeing the increasingly grim expressions on everyone's faces, Qin Handang continued to stoke the flames. It is apparent that, considering Earth's current population and putting aside the distant Wraiths race, the Goi Wuda would certainly not relinquish the tantalizing prize that is Earth. Furthermore, we have already visited the Abidos star. It is conceivable that the sun god Ra might uncover traces of our presence. Even if we were to cease all activities from this point forward, we would still face the threat of his direct arrival on Earth. As for why it is imperative to eliminate the sun god Ra swiftly, it is due to the self-serving nature of the Goi Wuda. They would not readily divulge their failures on Earth to other lords, nor would they disclose Earth's location. Yet, no one can guarantee that he will never share information about Earth with others. I can easily conceive of two scenarios. For instance, should he suffer defeat in a conflict with other lords, He might offer up Earth's information as compensation, or he might mistakenly believe that the ancient race still resides on Earth and intentionally leak its coordinates to his enemies, orchestrating a treacherous scheme. Therefore, while he remains the sole Goiwuda Lord aware of Earth's precise location in space, and is still oblivious to our arrival at Abidos, the most advantageous, if not the only, course of action is to set a trap and eliminate him. As for the notion of waging an undeclared war, in the face of existential threats to our race and the survival of our civilization, such frivolities hold no weight. Moreover, the Goiwuda is not a member of the Earth Alliance. Personally, I believe that employing any means necessary against the Goiwuda should carry no moral burden. After all, this is a matter of survival. Initially, Qin Handang's rebuttal had softened Qin Chuan's demeanor, but the final remarks reignited his ire, prompting him to reach for the back of Qin Handang's head once more. Still defiant, are we? Slap. You think you have a point, do you? Slap. You believe you can resort to any means necessary? Slap. Do you think warfare is akin to a mere game, that one can simply declare war at will? Furthermore, the circumstances surrounding the Goiwuda remain your unsubstantiated claims. The veracity is yet to be established, and here you are, clamoring for bloodshed. Who gives you such audacity? Rubbing his stinging neck, Qin Handang's temper flared. Qin, you may speak as you wish, but if you have the capability, do not resort to violence. When have I ever said we should strike immediately? I have stated repeatedly that it will be 2 years or more before the sun god Ra will arrive at Abidos. Even if you wish to fight, you would find no opponent. What do you mean by unsubstantiated claims? Do you not require evidence? There are Goiwuda on Earth. We can simply expend some effort to capture one for interrogation. What do you mean? And there are Goiwuda on Earth. And where are these Goiwuda? Qin Handang's angry outburst left everyone astonished, prompting several inquiries. He had not intended to reveal the existence of those unfortunate children so soon, but in his heated frustration, he blurted it out. Blinking, he feigned ignorance. Oh, did I not mention this before? Noticing his father's restless hand, Qin Handang hastily added, but it is not yet the right time. I fear that revealing it too early may lead to unforeseen consequences. At present, there are likely 3 mature Goiwuda on Earth, 2 of which are in their original, hostless forms, sealed within 2 canopic jars that appear to be clay pots. Located near a sunken vessel off the coast of New Jersey in the Ansa country. These jars were used in ancient Egypt to contain the internal organs of pharaohs. The other is entombed within a sarcophagus inside a Mayan pyramid in Mexico. Oh, that sarcophagus is none other than a treatment facility. The members of Team TS-1, bound by military discipline, would most desire to interrogate Qin Handang about how he acquired such precise intelligence, as it was becoming increasingly absurd. While the senior officers and the Qin couple understood the situation, they still found it incredulous. The information Qin Handang provided today could not be explained merely by his status as a time traveler. Qin Handang, having reached a point of recklessness, adopted an attitude of indifference. Previously, he had concealed this information out of fear that the Stargate might merely be a fleeting dream, worried about the consequences of boasting. However, since his journey to Abidos, those worries had dissipated. After spending the past few days organizing his memories of the Stargate narrative, he felt it essential to act swiftly and decisively. Reality often diverged from the familiar plotlines he knew. Qin Handang believed it crucial to advance the Stargate plan as much as possible while there remained a 2 to 3 year advantage, seizing every opportunity to gain ground before regretting a lack of resources later. While no one dared to address the matter of confronting the sun god Ra directly at Abidos, the issue of the Goiwuda on Earth was simply too pressing to ignore. Although Qin Chuan's remarks about unsubstantiated claims were rather harsh, they did raise an important question. Possessing a mature Goiwuda would undoubtedly resolve many issues. Zhu Siming stroked his chin and murmured, "These matters are situated abroad. They are rather challenging to manage. The 2 beneath the water are, after all, within Ansa's borders, and avoiding detection would be quite difficult, while the one in Mexico seems less troublesome." Upon hearing this, Qin Handang chuckled. "Zhu, you are mistaken. If given a choice, I would recommend recovering the sunken ship as the safer option. The Goiwuda in Mexico presents unique challenges. It is not straightforward to handle, and even if captured, complications may arise." Huh? What do you mean? The Goiwuda within the Mayan pyramid is in a parasitic state, with a female host, before being forcibly sealed into the sarcophagus by Apophis. She roamed the earth under the guise of the goddess of love, Hathor. Hathor possesses an exceedingly troublesome ability. She can ensnare men to do her bidding through the emission of a certain aura. This ability is utterly irresistible, at least for us Earthlings, meaning any attempt to capture or subsequently detain her must be conducted entirely by women. I harbor no disdain for my female compatriots. But given the current personnel configuration at the Stargate base, we lack sufficient manpower to execute this task. Wow. Zhu Siming could not contain his expletive. Is that even possible? I refuse to believe that our military resolve cannot withstand such influence. Qin Handang coldly snorted. I advise you not to attempt it. This phenomenon is akin to drug addiction. Willpower alone cannot resist it. If you lose your sanity and your integrity, do not say I did not warn you. Then let us find a way to salvage the sunken ship. Zhu Siming decisively relinquished the idea upon hearing the term integrity. Should he succumb to such an influence, it would become an indelible scar upon his life. A stain he could never erase. In Qin's words, it would be a complete social death. Among those present, with the exception of Tang Li, Song Minyan, and Xia Yiqing, all were male, none wishing to court such troublesome affairs. Furthermore, as Qin Handang had pointed out, the Stargate base is indeed a military installation, with an alarmingly low ratio of female personnel, most concentrated in medical and logistical roles. The few who, like Song Minyan and Xia Yiqing, engaged in fieldwork were even rarer. Organizing an all-female team capable of executing military operations in a foreign land within a short time frame seemed implausible. Nevertheless, Commander Feng had already begun contemplating this matter. For one cannot simply ignore the presence of a Goi Wuda at large on Earth. After spending several years in the Angsa nation, Zhou Shangyan conceived an idea. The salvage of sunken ships is, in fact, a lucrative business in Western countries. We could easily hire a salvage team under a pseudonym in Angsa to undertake this task. By positioning a few individuals as investors, we could discreetly retrieve the pottery once it has been salvaged. Additionally, there is the Osiris golden emblem, Qin Handang remarked. Referring to the ruler of the underworld in ancient Egyptian mythology, I shall find a photograph of a similar style later. Or perhaps I should just pay a visit myself. Dream on, Qin Xuan, said Tang Li. Not a chance. Commander Feng chuckled. Oh, you two leaders. The members of TS, one remained silent, yet their gazes towards Qin Handang were akin to that of a fool, all contemplating that had this been in the past. It might have been excusable. Given his current demeanor, however, he shouldn't even think about stepping out alone, domestically or abroad. Traveling to other planets would be simpler, after all, with 7 others accompanying him. Qin Handang remained unfazed. Grinning as he leisurely remarked, if you won't let me salvage the sunken ship, that's one thing. But once we acquire the Osiris golden emblem, won't I have to go out for that? That emblem is the key to activating a small Goi Wu Te spacecraft. This task surely falls to TS-1, doesn't it? How many secrets does this fellow still conceal? At that moment, everyone silently criticized him in their hearts. Though intensely curious, no one dared to inquire about the whereabouts of the Goi Wu Te spacecraft. Instead, Qin Handang shifted the conversation to another topic. Our interstellar exploration plan faces 2 pressing issues, the addresses of the stargates and language barriers. The first issue is nearly resolved. We have obtained a wealth of Stargate addresses from Abidos, which should be organized soon. Next, we will proceed to test each address. As long as we can activate the wormhole, we will be able to embark on our explorations. When we first discovered the Stargate addresses in Abidos, I must have overthought it. 10,000 years ago, the sun god Ra utilized the Stargates on Earth, indicating that the automatic calibration programs set by ancient civilizations are far more sophisticated than I had imagined. Furthermore, the 38 star map coordinates on the Stargate have never been changed, suggesting that there is no need for manual calibration of coordinates. I had previously been misled by the bugs in the series. Reminding myself that the plot should not be taken at face value, lest the consequences be dire. The second issue, however, is rather troublesome. The task of accurately translating and converting 2 languages from scratch is time-consuming and labor-intensive, especially considering the multitude of races and civilizations within the Milky Way. This may pose the most significant challenge for our exploration team for a considerable time. Nevertheless, there are not entirely insurmountable shortcuts. The entire Stargate system was established by the ancient civilizations, and given their historical pursuit of native cultures and the enlightenment of scientific understanding, it is likely that many races and civilizations in the galaxy still retain linguistic elements of the ancient civilizations. Therefore, if we can locate the remnants of the ancient language system, it would be immensely beneficial. The most probable location for such findings would be Atlantis, yet regrettably, we currently lack the means to reach there. Another possibility lies with the Go-E-Wu-Te language. Considering the current division of power in the galaxy, the Go-E-Wu-Te directly or indirectly controls the most planets. Thus, finding a way to master the Go-E-Wu-Te language might be a more prudent choice. Consequently, capturing those two unfortunate souls still submerged beneath the sea would prove advantageous in multiple ways. The problem, however, is that they currently lack hosts. Communication with the essence of Go-E-Wu-Te is impossible, necessitating the preparation of two hosts for them, which is somewhat cumbersome. If I were to follow my own ideas, it would be remarkably simple, albeit lacking in finesse. While others could largely infer Qin Handang's plan, the matter is delicate and may not be well received. It ultimately depends on the leader's perspective. However, observing the expressions of the commanders, it was evident that they harbored few reservations about this undertaking in such a vast nation. Would finding two individuals deserving of severe punishment truly be a challenge? This is the real world, not the cinematic realm of Angsa, where virtuous characters would clearly have no place within any violent organization. This practicality is what pleases Qin Handang. Ever since he forged a connection with the celestial realms, his dealings have been refreshingly pragmatic. As long as legality, reason, and sentiment are somewhat aligned, most matters can progress. Were this to occur in Angsa's entertainment industry, it would undoubtedly devolve into a farcical display of virtue signaling. However, during this period, we must strive to avoid encounters with the indigenous people while traversing the Stargates. The method of communication in Abidos, involving gestures and drawing, is exhausting and prone to misunderstandings. On the other hand, should we unwittingly enter the territory of Go-E-Wu-Te, our information could be easily compromised. At this juncture, the two commanders engaged in hushed conversations with Commander Fong, who subsequently announced, until the establishment of a transit station in Abidos is finalized, T.S. One will not be dispatched to new planets. For the time being, you will accompany Director Qin and Director Tang to Abidos to interact with the indigenous people there. However, the testing of the Stargate addresses will not be put on hold. The base will take this opportunity to screen all the Stargate addresses, dispatching small probes to all gates capable of activating wormholes to ascertain the basic conditions on the other side. Compiling all this data for future reference once decisions are made regarding the Stargate missions. Chapter 18. The optimal host Commander Feng's arrangements effectively placed the Stargate mission on hold. Albeit reluctantly, No1 anticipated that Qin Handang, having completely liberated himself, would unveil such a plethora of shocking revelations. It was outrageous. Yet, Qin Handang remained unconcerned. Regardless of the secrets he harbored, they paled in comparison to the profound implications arising from the complete validation of the interstellar gates. It was entirely normal for the leaders to exercise caution at this juncture. Commander Fong stated that the focus of the Stargate base would be on diplomatic affairs and testing the Stargate addresses in Abidos. Yet it was evident that they were merely awaiting the retrieval of those two unfortunate Go-E-Wu-Te. Seems the intelligence agencies in Angsa have their work cut out for them. This enlightening session on the races of the Milky Way concluded amidst the complex emotions of the attendees, with Commander Fong and the Qin couple remaining behind for further discussions, while the TS-1 team was granted respite. Today's meeting had provided ample information for them to digest. Upon returning to their quarters, Qin Handang began contemplating what activities to engage in to pass the time, speculating that the salvage operations in Angsa would not take long. Unlike normal private companies engaged in shipwreck salvage, the objectives of the Chinese intelligence agency were crystal clear. As long as they located the three target items, their mission would be deemed complete. Given China's current financial prowess, they would likely expedite the process through monetary means, as this is the hallmark of true players of financial prowess. Though Qin Handang did not exploit the advantages of his unique status to secure personal benefits, the critical information he divulged at the national level has undoubtedly allowed China to gain significant advantages amid the global political turbulence of recent years. After all, the resources and talent from the Northern Elder Brother are genuinely appealing. Not to mention the various fluctuations in financial markets triggered by the Northern Brothers' collapse, which have allowed the well-prepared Chinese government to reap substantial rewards, vividly illustrating the phenomenon of whale falls. In the days that followed, the TS-1 team primarily shuttled between Abidos and Earth. Qin Handang endured a life of profound hardship, lamenting the unbearable nature of working alongside his parents. However, his teammates found great amusement. For who wouldn't enjoy witnessing the parental reprimands of others? Nevertheless, the Qin couple proved their linguistic talents as seasoned diplomats, managing to engage in halting conversations with the indigenous people of Abidos within just a month. Their approach left the T.S.1 youngsters astonished. After 3 days of observing the indigenous people, Qin Xuan and Tang Li discovered that under the intentional suppression of the sun god Ra, the natives had remarkably failed to develop a mature writing system over the millennia. This revelation prompted the Qin couple to adopt a different strategy. Rather than attempting to learn and translate the indigenous language, they resolved to conduct a literacy campaign in Mandarin on Abidos. Consequently, the TS-1 team was drafted as temporary teachers for the Mandarin literacy class. Thus, the first significant expenditure following the establishment of the Extraterrestrial Civilizations Bureau was the procurement of educational materials for elementary-level instruction. Everything from blackboards and chalk to pencils and erasers, from picture-based literacy cards to comprehensive dictionaries, and from calligraphy books to exercise workbooks, was transported in no fewer than 3 journeys using off-road vehicles. Although the transit station has yet to be confirmed, this does not hinder the Stargate base from continuing to send supplies to Abidos. Sand buggies have been replaced with military-grade off-road vehicles, and high-capacity energy storage batteries are now plentiful within the pyramids. High-capacity batteries have emerged as one of the critical pieces of equipment that China has rolled out ahead of schedule. Thanks to Qin Handang's advocacy, once the nuclear power generator at the Stargate base is activated, it will generate an immense amount of electricity, far beyond what the current scale of the base can utilize. However, the Stargate base is situated in the heart of the desert, making it impossible to supply excess power to nearby areas. Thus, high-energy batteries became the sole option, not only providing the Stargate base with a substantial reserve of backup electricity, but also offering a continuous power source for interstellar exploration missions, significantly enhancing the endurance of exploration teams during their extraterrestrial endeavors. After a grueling month serving as a substitute teacher on the planet Abidos, Qin Handang finally received some good news. The intelligence department, with the support of financial resources, successfully completed their mission, delivering a plethora of ancient Egyptian artifacts to the Stargate base. Wasn't it stated that only 2 canopic jars and the Osiris golden badge were necessary? Why then were there so many items? Staring in disbelief at the assortment of relics filling half of the storage room, Qin Handang blurted out his astonishment. Zhu Siming pointed to 2 figurine jars and a gleaming golden badge, which had been set aside on a table. These are the items you mentioned, but the head of the intelligence department from the Ansa country thought it would be too conspicuous to take just the target items. Since they had already incurred the expenses, they opted to send everything over instead. Commander Feng suggested that once you have the time, you should sift through these items. Who knows what peculiarities you might discover? Once you have sorted them, we can send them away. Qin Handang thought to himself, do you have some misunderstanding about me? I am not a tomb raider. Why should I be tasked with treasure hunting among these artifacts? With a heart full of resentment, he gazed at the canopic jar brazenly displayed on the table, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. His expression changed dramatically as he grabbed Zhu Siming and bolted out of the storage room, slamming the door shut behind them, before tremblingly asking, are we really going to transport these items from Ansa country all the way back, and then display them so carelessly on the table? Zhu Siming responded incredulously, what else could we do? However, we were extremely cautious during transport, wrapping them layer upon layer, so they certainly weren't damaged. Qin Handang felt an overwhelming weariness wash over him. It seemed they truly had not grasped the perils of the Guo Wutai Zhu. Those contain the mature forms of Guo Wutai. If even a small breach awakens them, they will seize the opportunity to complete their parasitism in an instant. Once they control the host, who knows what bizarre abilities they might manifest. Are you certain the Stargate base can withstand their chaos? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhu Siming's expression darkened. He summoned 2 soldiers, instructing them to guard the storage room and prohibit anyone from entering or exiting, before taking Qin Handang to meet Commander Feng. After hearing Qin Handang's report in the office, Commander Feng recognized that they had indeed been careless, overly focused on confidentiality and underestimating the dangers posed by Guo Wutai. Thinking it was merely 2 jars, that moment, Qin Handang realized he had been too engrossed in the narrative, overlooking some details that were commonplace in his previous life. The current climate was not that of 2 or 3 decades later. Only last year, the Northern Power had just officially disbanded, and the new century had yet to herald the rapid economic development of Huagua. People's mindsets remained relatively conservative, with concepts like bioweapons, alien invasions, and rampant viruses still feeling far removed from their reality. Even the Stargate base, positioned at the forefront of interstellar exploration, had only recently been completed 2 months prior. And having encountered no dangers on Abidos, it was hardly surprising that others would overlook security measures that even he, a traveler well-versed in the Stargate narrative, had not anticipated. Following a period of profound self-reflection, Qin Handang and Commander Feng engaged in an impromptu discussion regarding security measures against extraterrestrial life forms, and then Qin Handang addressed the 2 canopic jars. The base currently lacked X-ray and MRI equipment, and sending them to a hospital for testing seemed inappropriate. Perhaps they could first procure 2 sealed containers made of bulletproof glass, followed by conducting energy reaction tests, if the jars truly contained 2 mature Guo Wutai. Then the jars were mere facades, as there must be energy supply devices within to sustain their vitality. Once confirmed, they could simply place them alongside their hosts. Further testing would be unnecessary, as their primary objective was intelligence gathering, not scientific research. Commander Feng saw no objection and promptly made arrangements. Fortunately, the process proceeded smoothly without any unforeseen incidents. 1 day later, the canopic jars were transported away, and 3 days after that, they returned alongside 2 unconscious individuals. Commander Feng summoned Qin Handang and Zhu Siming to his office, inquiring if they were aware of the recent arrival of the canopic jars and the 2 individuals. The 2 nodded, and Qin Handang curiously asked, "What sort of individuals are those?" His tone was understandable. Anyone sent as hosts for Guo Wutai could hardly be considered respectable. However, he was intrigued to know just how disreputable these 2 individuals could be. Commander Feng chuckled. "It just so happens that a few days ago, during an operation to apprehend some spies from the Palpan country, there was a mishap. They were a step too late and failed to prevent these 2 from committing suicide by poison. Despite efforts to save them, they ultimately suffered brain death. After our last meeting, the higher-ups granted the Stargate base some permissions from the National Security and Intelligence Departments, and now this situation is quite fortuitous." Qin Handang couldn't help but laugh. "Is the Palpan country so cooperative? It's as though they delivered a pillow just as I was feeling sleepy." Commander Feng chuckled in agreement. "Indeed. However, they won't be giving us this opportunity for free. If possible, we should see if we can extract any information from the Guo Wutai regarding those 2. There are suspicions that they might possess additional spy lists that the national security has yet to uncover. Of course, the national security is unaware of the Stargate base's situation, so there is no pressure. After all, it's a case of trying to revive a dead horse as if it were alive." Qin Handang gave a thumbs up. "I must commend them. They managed to extract benefits from extraterrestrial entities without even realizing it." Commander Feng waved his hand. "Let us set that aside for now. The monitoring of Guo Wutai and the parasitism of the host will be entrusted to TS1. Zhu Siming, do you have any issues? I assure you the task will be completed. I will be keeping a close watch throughout," Zhu Siming replied emphatically, not wanting to miss out on such a fresh and thrilling assignment. Nevertheless, Commander Feng took this matter very seriously. While he had delegated the task to Zhu Siming, he still planned to oversee the parasitism process of the Guo Wutai in person. Meanwhile, Zhu Siming promptly began gathering the members of TS1. And as they walked, he inquired of Qin Handang, "The Palpan country spies are brain dead. Can Guo Wutai still achieve parasitism?" Qin Handang smiled. "Do not underestimate the mature forms of Guo Wutai. Remember Tokro? They are willing to sacrifice their own lifespan to heal and prolong that of their hosts. Thus, it is evident that the mature forms possess such capabilities. They merely choose not to utilize them. Moreover, the suppression of the host's consciousness is merely a cruel and perverse preference of theirs, not a prerequisite for parasitism. Therefore, if we create an environment where Guo Wutai must choose to treat the host, they will naturally opt for a survival strategy that benefits them." As they spoke, they arrived at the holding cell within the Stargate base, where the other members of TS1 had also gathered. Following a random pairing, the 2 Guo Wutai were confined in separate cells alongside the Palpan spies. The cells were devoid of anything except for the lying spies and 1 canopic jar. Commander Feng and TS1 positioned themselves behind a single lens in one of the cells, prepared to proceed one by one to prevent any special communication methods between the 2 Guo Wutai. Zhu Siming had already briefed the team on the mission details, and now the members of TS1 resembled children visiting a zoo, eager to press their faces against the bulletproof glass. Among them, Song Minion displayed the greatest enthusiasm, chattering incessantly. "This is truly a rare opportunity. There has never been a case in the medical field of someone coming back to life after brain death. So no one can definitively ascertain whether consciousness persists after such an event. Regardless of the outcome, it will serve as a milestone answer for the medical community. Qin Handang could not help but exasperatedly rub his forehead. Even now, you still think of academic research. But even if you know, what can you do? This matter cannot be published as a paper. What does that matter? At least I will know the answer. Song Minyan maintained an exceptionally positive mindset. Zhu Siming then declared, "All right, let us begin." Subsequently, a gun barrel extended from the wall above the cell and fired a specially designed impact round at the canopic jar on the floor. Strong enough to shatter the jar but not penetrate fully, ensuring the Guo Wutai inside Wuden Ti be killed outright. The canopic jar toppled in response, the shot precisely breaking the lid and releasing some unknown liquid. As Qin Handang and the others watched with eager anticipation, after about a minute, a serpentine creature emerged slowly from the jar's opening. Unlike snakes on Earth, its head appeared more menacing, and it possessed a pair of small, fleshy wings positioned toward the back of its head. It quickly detected the Palpan's spy lying nearby and, in an instant, lunged towards his neck, burrowing into him in the blink of an eye. The spy, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly convulsed violently for a moment before quickly regaining tranquility. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the figure on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. An eerie light emanating from them. Familiar with the parasitic tactics of the Goi Wuda, Qin Handang clapped his hands together and exclaimed with excitement, "It worked!" Chapter 19. The king of nonsense. While the others were still astonished by the host's transformation, they recognized from Qin Handang's reaction that success had been achieved. However, Song Minyan raised a question. What differences will there be in the host after being possessed by Goi Wuda? Is it just that their eyes will glow? Qin Handang pointed to the individual in the cell, who could now be referred to as Goi Wuda. He explained that upon possession, the host exhibits 2 prominent external characteristics. The first is the glowing eyes, which do not remain illuminated constantly but typically occur during consciousness switching or heightened emotional states. The second characteristic is a change in voice, which is persistent. If Goi Wuda is in control of the body, their voice resembles that of someone using a voice changer, deep and gravelly, a tone utterly unachievable by an ordinary person, making it distinctly recognizable. As if in response to Qin Handang's explanation, the Goi Wuda in the cell abruptly sat up. However, he was shackled with leg irons and handcuffs, clearly restricted in his movements. In a moment of desperation, a flash of light flickered in his eyes again, and he shouted in anger, uttering words that were neither in Mandarin nor the language of the Foot Basin country, clearly the tongue of Goi Wuda. Indeed, his voice matched Qin Handang's description, sounding as if filtered through a voice modulator, unmistakably not produced by a normal human. Commander Feng glanced at Qin Handang and suggested, "Why don't you have a word with him?" He eagerly agreed, quickly moving to press the communication button on the wall. "Are you Goi Wuda? Do you understand human speech? If you do, state your name. I'm not dealing with nameless entities. What the hell? What kind of threatening language is this?" Commander Feng could hardly believe that Qin Handang would take such an approach. Did he think this was some underworld negotiation? The Goi Wuda in the cell seemed momentarily taken aback. Whether he understood everything or merely recognized the term Goi Wuda was unclear. He then began to survey the room, his attention drawn to the glaringly obvious single lens. Struggling to his feet, he staggered toward the mirror and raised his hand to strike the glass, continuing to utter incomprehensible phrases in evident fury. Unfortunately for him, the single lens was made of bulletproof glass and without the power of possession. The Goi Wuda was unlikely to inflict any damage. Seeing him still cursing in the language of Goi Wuda, Qin Handang felt that, despite the mutual incomprehension, they could not lose momentum. He pressed the communication button again. "Enough with the gibberish. I don't understand you. You need to recognize your situation. You're a prisoner now, so behave yourself. Answer my question. What is your name?" Everyone collectively sighed in exasperation. Had Qin Chuan and his wife been present, they surely would have berated this disgraceful fool. How could someone from a distinguished diplomatic family behave so poorly? The sudden voice seemed to startle the Goi Wuda in the cell, causing him to pause and close his eyes as if contemplating deeply. After 2 or 3 minutes, he raised his head and fixed his gaze on the single lens, uttering in Mandarin, "Who are you? How dare you treat the great Osiris in such a manner?" Qin Handang laughed heartily, thinking his luck was quite favorable. as they had successfully released a character who had previously escaped the narrative. He turned to Commander Feng and remarked, "It seems I was correct. That golden badge belongs to him, Dado? It appears the host's consciousness is still present. Let me test him. Osiris? I don't recognize the name. Let our people communicate. I know his consciousness is suppressed. I must confirm his safety before we can continue our discussion." The surrounding crowd was left speechless. So, had he transformed into a negotiator with the kidnappers? Osiris, evidently unaware of the gravity of his predicament, responded with anger, "What kind of creature have you brought me? There is no consciousness within this body. Are you using a clone to humiliate me? Goodness, those two statements carry a lot of weight," Qin Handang remarked, glancing at Song Minion. "He doesn't seem like he is lying. But something feels off. How could he speak Mandarin and claim the host lacks consciousness? Does he think I'm easy to deceive?" Song Minion took a moment before replying, "He might not be lying." He mentioned clones, suggesting that Goi Wuda has previously attempted this form of hosting. While they appear to disapprove, it indicates that his assertion about the host's lack of consciousness isn't merely fabricated. Qin Handang remained skeptical and continued to engage Osiris. "Impossible. I am well aware of Goi Wuda's capabilities. You excel at manipulating the host's consciousness. Moreover, you can speak our language now. If the host lacks consciousness, how could you accomplish this?" Osiris was enraged, having never before encountered such indignity. In a fit of fury, he roared, "How could an ant like you comprehend the greatness of a god? It is trivial for a god to extract a mere fragment of linguistic memory from your simple minds." Qin Handang scoffed, "You dare to call yourself a god? If you truly were one, how could you fail to save our people?" Osiris was on the verge of apoplexy, slamming his fist against the mirror. "The consciousness of this body has long since dissipated, leaving nothing but instinctual memories, no different from those loathsome clones. I command you to bring me a robust body at once," Qin Handang retorted mockingly. "It seems you've been confined in that little jar for too long. You might not even know that Goi Wuda has been utterly extinct for 4 to 5 millennia. We exerted considerable effort just to unearth you from the earth. Do you understand your current status? While no one regards you as a god anymore, you are indeed a rare species, quite precious." His words struck shock into Osiris, and even Commander Feng and T.S.1 were taken aback. "You spewing nonsense," Osiris exclaimed. "It's impossible. The great Goi Wuda could not possibly be extinct. We are the gods who rule over you ants." His eyes flashed with renewed intensity. "Am I deceiving you? The entity you've possessed is an indigenous person we found locally. Aren't you capable of controlling the host's consciousness? Ask him if he knows what Goi Wuda is. I can assure you, he has never even heard those words. I have already told you, there is no consciousness in this body. Then delve into his memories. See if you can uncover any trace of information related to Goi Wuda." It seemed Osiris was nearing the brink of insanity, reiterating that the consciousness had long vanished. "You foolish ant. Do you not understand that the disappearance of consciousness means all intelligent memories have faded away? All that remains are instinctual and functional memories. No, you don't even grasp this. You must be lying to me." Qin Handang turned to Commander Feng, stating, "It seems that a brain-dead individual truly lacks consciousness. The intelligence the National Security Agency seeks is likely unattainable." Everyone could see that the spy from the Foot Basin country appeared to be thoroughly finished, and Osiris's demeanor did not suggest pretense. "What do I gain from deceiving you? Do you know how your Goi Wuda became extinct? Over 5,000 years ago, a newly ascended lord attempted to parasitize the Asgardians and the Noxians, which thoroughly angered them, resulting in their joint annihilation. Of course, the Tok'ro also played a significant role in that." Qin Handang's revelation of such advanced races as backdrop had a notable effect, as Osiris began to waver, clearly aware that if those 3 races united, Goi Wuda would be no match for them. Qin Handang decided to stoke the flames further. "Do you know how I found you? After the extinction of Goi Wuda, many bounty hunters in the galaxy made a living by excavating the ruins of your kind. I am honored to be one of them. However, I was born too late, and nearly all undiscovered ruins have vanished. While excavating a derelict site of RA, I inadvertently discovered that he had sealed and buried 2 lords who opposed him. It was through tracing these leads that I unearthed you. I initially thought I would only find a corpse. Yet you have provided me with such a grand surprise. Do you know how valuable you are now?" Qin Handang's words left both sides in stunned silence, especially Commander Feng, who began to suspect that this individual had indeed engaged in this line of work before his reincarnation. Given the wealth of detailed information, Osiris was now beginning to believe Qin Handang's fabrications, his heart filled with uncertainty. For over 10,000 years ago, Goiwuda was a dominant force across much of the galaxy. Even those who opposed them did not dare to openly humiliate a lord of Goiwuda. What do you want? The lord of Goiwuda, accustomed to selfishness and arrogance, immediately softened his stance upon sensing the precariousness of his situation. Seeing the bait taken, Qin Handang knew he could not let the opportunity slip away. You are aware that we, the bounty hunters, never overlook any item that can fetch a handsome price, as long as you can present something that satisfies me. I assure you that I will not hand you over to the Asgardians, the Noxians, or the Tok'roks. Osiris began to haggle, but how can I be certain that once you obtain the goods, you won't continue to sell me out? The envy of the Qin, Han, and Tang dynasties towards the wealth of the Go-Wutsa lords has been a long-standing sentiment, and I am well prepared for this. Based on my understanding of your Go-Wutsa, I find the likelihood of you reneging on our agreement far greater than my own. Here's a thought. Since you have been extinct for thousands of years, and only a handful of people recognize your language and script, why not teach my people first? This way, your investment is minimal, and I shall consider it a form of earnest money. You have no idea how much time I spent deciphering the inscriptions in Ra's ruins. By the way, when you were excavated, a small spacecraft was discovered nearby in a temple. Judging by the design of the key, it must belong to you, correct? Fortunately, the Go-Wutsa vessels are straightforward to operate. One does not need to understand your language to pilot them. However, they do have minor issues from prolonged disuse. Can you repair them? The earlier ramblings of Qin, Han, and Tang merely served as a prelude to his true intent. From the narrative perspective, the Go-Wutsa ships boast a high level of intelligence and, unlike the ancient people's devices, which are often equipped with genetic locks, anyone can operate them without any linguistic barrier. As their controls are primarily managed through a spherical interface that connects directly to the operator's consciousness. However, Qin, Han, and Tang were unsure if reality mirrored this, and after an elaborate exchange with Osiris, he seemingly casually inquired about it. Osiris, caught off guard, believed that the other party had already discovered the ship and its operational methods, completely unaware that it was merely a ruse. He thought that the need for him to repair the ship presented a unique opportunity for him to gain leverage. Teaching you without a language barrier is no issue. I can certainly repair the ship as well, but I have my conditions. First, you must remove these items from my possession and find me a new host. Having received the most desired answer, Qin, Han, and Tang was no longer inclined to engage further and responded rather dismissively, stating he needed to confer with his companions and asked Osiris to wait. He then turned to Commander Feng with a bright smile, exclaiming that the T.S.1 could prepare to set out to retrieve the spoils, a spacecraft, though it was merely a small transport vessel. It possessed all essential functions. Commander Feng, still dazed from listening to Qin, Han, and Tang's discourse with Osiris, was abruptly informed that a spacecraft was about to be acquired, prompting him to glare and order everyone to return for a meeting. Upon returning to the Stargate control room, Commander Feng and the TS-1 team gathered around the conference table to hear Qin, Han, and Tang's explanations. Did I not mention that the Osiris golden emblem serves as the key to a spacecraft? Previously, I was not entirely certain whether Osiris truly concealed a vessel. My earlier banter was merely to confirm this matter. You all witnessed his reaction, and now the sole question is whether the sun god Ra discovered it at the time. As long as he did not, the ship is most likely still in its original location. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Such a cleverly hidden clue. At this moment, Commander Feng was less concerned about the ship's whereabouts, as Qin, Han, and Tang had already briefed the higher-ups on this matter after the last educational session. However, he still harbored one question. Can you operate the ship? It is a spacecraft, and aside from driving a car, you cannot even pilot an airplane, can you? Moreover, how will you stealthily navigate it while abroad? Qin, Han, and Tang replied with a sense of pride. Did I not just probe the operational methods of Osiris's ship? He was so taken in by the notion that it required his repairs that he never questioned the driving methods, so piloting it will certainly not pose a problem. Chapter 20. The Spacecraft Qin. Han and Tang's tone grew increasingly buoyant as he continued. As for stealth, it is even simpler. Firstly, the Osiris temple is situated in a desolate desert, remote and modest in size, not even regarded as a legitimate tourist destination amidst the numerous ancient ruins in Egypt. As long as we maintain a low profile and utilize the cover of night, we can ensure our actions go unnoticed. Furthermore, regardless of the size, Go-Wutsa ships possess three indispensable functions, one of which is invisibility. This invisibility is not the conventional radar-evading stealth we speak of. It is optical invisibility, rendering the vessel undetectable to the naked eye. Therefore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, even piloting the ship around Cairo during the day would elude observation. Optical invisibility. Is that truly the case? If such a feature exists, what military secrets remain? The officers, led by Commander Fong, felt a surge of excitement. This capability was no laughing matter. Indeed, it is genuine, though not without limitations. The ship achieves maximum invisibility while stationary. Unless it collides directly with something, it remains imperceptible to the naked eye. However, in flight mode, the invisibility effect diminishes, although the ship would still be invisible to the naked eye. A keen observer might discern disturbances in the light along its flight path. Of course, this flaw only becomes apparent during low-altitude flights on a planet. If the ship were to ascend to higher altitudes or venture into space, such light anomalies would be exceedingly difficult to detect. Xia Yiqing swiftly grasped the underlying principle. Optical invisibility entails the ship scanning the surrounding spatial environment and projecting it to conceal itself. This method demands exceedingly high computational power for spatial scanning and projection during motion, making flawless projection nearly impossible, hence the occurrence of light distortion. Qin, Han, and Tang shrugged, saying, "I am not versed in these principles." But the results speak for themselves. In the desert, utilizing the invisibility function, it is entirely feasible to extract the ship without attracting any attention. At this juncture, Zhu Siming inquired, "You mentioned that the Go-Wutsa ship possesses three essential functions. What are the remaining two?" Qin, Han, and Tang's lips curled into a smile, unable to contain his elation. "You will be even more astonished when I reveal the other two functions: a teleportation ring and an energy shield." You all are familiar with the teleportation ring, and you can likely guess what the energy shield entails. The energy shield can deflect both physical and energy assaults away from the ship's structure. As long as the shield's energy is not fully expended, the vessel remains impervious to destructive attacks. However, the vibrations caused by kinetic dispersion are unavoidable. It can be said that for a spacecraft to traverse the cosmos for extended periods, an energy shield is an indispensable component. Otherwise, regardless of the materials used in constructing the ship, it would be incapable of withstanding collisions with various objects in space at high speeds. Moreover, the energy shield also serves to insulate against cosmic radiation, maximizing protection for the crew against the perils of space exposure. Thus, not only the Go-Wutsa ships, but all vessels capable of interstellar navigation are equipped with energy shields. Compared to invisibility and teleportation rings, the energy shield is the essential standard configuration for any spacecraft. Qin, Han, and Tang's exposition on the Go-Wutsa spacecraft helped solidify the TS-1's forthcoming mission. However, Commander Fong still required approval from the higher-ups, as undertaking operations abroad cannot simply be decided upon by the military alone within the political framework of Huagua. The approval for this endeavor, however, came swiftly. The following evening, all members of TS-1 found themselves aboard an international flight from the capital to Cairo. With visas and identification sorted expeditiously in this era, few individuals from Huagua travel abroad for leisure. To maintain a low profile, TS-1 presented themselves as members of a business delegation from Huagua. The other members of the delegation. They appeared as privileged youth, seizing the opportunity to travel abroad under the guise of official business. Naturally, this was the persona they needed to project, for as soon as the plane landed, these privileged youths would concoct an excuse to break away from the group. After landing at Cairo International Airport, Zhu Siming greeted the delegation leader and then took TS-1 off for a private business reconnaissance. The 8 members split into 2 vehicles sponsored by a local company that had dealings with Huagua, and according to their pre-planned route, they first explored the ancient city of Cairo for 2 days before plunging into the western expanse of the Sahara Desert. The Huagua Intelligence Department had already ascertained the origins of a sunken ship while salvaging it in Angsa country 60 years ago, during which the Angsarians pilfered numerous artifacts from the Osiris temple, including 2 canopic jars sealed with Go-Wutsa. The Intelligence Department followed the clues and easily pinpointed the general location of the Osiris temple. Having spent over a month in Abidos, the TS-1 team had become accustomed to searching for targets in the desert, thus encountering no significant obstacles in locating the ruins of the Osiris Temple. Since the shameless plunder by the Asgardians over 60 years ago, the Osiris Temple has lost much of its archaeological value. Coupled with its remote location, it rarely attracts visitors, resulting in a lack of management. When Qin, Han, and Tang arrived, they beheld a temple ruin largely buried beneath the sands. Only the rooftops of the temple were exposed above the dunes, while the entrance lay hidden beneath the horizon. Fortunately, this dune had formed around the ruins of the temple, and aside from a thin layer of loose sand, the entrance remained unburied. By the time T.S.1 arrived at the temple, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Zhu Siming cautiously led Bader, Wang Jinkai, and Sui Xiaolei in a thorough inspection of the surroundings. The advantage of the desert terrain was its complete lack of concealment. It did not take long for Zhu Siming to ascertain that they were the only ones in a radius of several dozen miles. After securing their equipment, Zhu Siming took the lead into the long-abandoned temple. Upon entering, they found themselves in a rectangular hall measuring over 200 square feet, its walls adorned with faded murals that chronicle tales from millennia past. Qin Handang produced the Osiris gold emblem and proceeded directly toward the wall opposite the entrance, where he could vaguely discern 2 humanoid figures depicted in the mural. Below them was a long platform, likely intended for offerings. Upon the platform, a series of reliefs adorned the surface, and at the center of the main relief, a groove matched perfectly with the lower half of the emblem he held. Qin Handang aligned the emblem with the groove and pressed it down, only to hear a series of clicks as a hidden compartment emerged from the center of the platform, emanating a warm orange glow. The compartment measured approximately 1.5 meters in length and 0.5 meter in height, containing several rows of storage slots, all of which were empty except for the central one. Inside lay a golden metallic object. One end formed a spiral metal ring about 3 fingers wide, while the other end consisted of 5 small metallic sleeves, each the size of a finger, adorned with a large red gemstone at the connection point. Upon seeing this item, Qin Handang's face lit up with joy. It was indeed a treasure. Without hesitation, he donned it on his left hand, the spiral ring wrapping around his forearm, while the 5 metal sleeves slid onto his fingers, positioning the gemstone perfectly in the palm of his hand. Observing Qin Handang's deft movements, his companions were left speechless, pondering just how many secrets he concealed within at that moment. Qin Handang's thoughts were solely focused on this multifunctional wristband, an essential accessory for a warlock of the Goi Waiyud. As he adorned the wristband, he felt a slight sting in his palm, indicating that the wristband was binding itself to his nerves or other bodily tissues. Sure enough, within a minute, he felt as if the wristband had become an extension of his left hand, responding to his thoughts as if it were alive. Closing his eyes, he silently probed the wristband's information in his mind and quickly grasped its basic functions, though he knew this was not the time for an in-depth exploration. He opened his eyes and said to Zhu Siming, "Boss, it should be operational. I'll check if the spacecraft is still here." With that, he raised his left hand toward the emerging compartment, silently commanding the ship to activate. After a few seconds, they felt the temple tremble, as if an earthquake were upon them. Qin Handang's heart leapt with excitement. He lowered his hand and removed the Osiris gold emblem from the relief, causing the compartment to retract. Aside from some disturbed dust at the interface with the platform, there was no indication that a mechanism had been hidden beneath it. He wiped his hand across the platform to obscure any traces of the compartment's appearance before turning to Zhu Siming and saying, "We can board the ship now. What about the 2 vehicles outside?" Zhu Siming inquired, "How many people can the spacecraft accommodate? Are you sure you can pilot it back to the Stargate base?" "The spacecraft can easily carry us all. As for piloting, I believe I can manage, but I need to see it in action first," Qin Handang replied. Zhu Siming pondered for a moment, realizing they could not leave the vehicles behind, and disappearing would attract too much attention. "All right, you take the others onto the spacecraft. I'll wait outside and see if the ship can cloak itself. Once you're aboard, focus on controlling the ship. If all goes well, drop Xiaolei off, and I'll return to the city with him to return the vehicles before flying back home. You can then take the others directly to the Stargate base. If you can't pilot the ship, we'll devise another plan." Qin Handang nodded, "No problem." Chapter 21. Invisibility and Flight. Qin Handang looked up at the temple's apex and soon spotted a circular relief approximately 2 meters in diameter above the entrance steps. He positioned himself there and beckoned the other 6 to form a circle around him, while Zhu Siming dashed outside the temple. After Zhu Siming exited, Qin Handang placed his right hand on the wristband on his left hand and silently commanded, "Commence teleportation." The circular relief above them shifted outward, revealing a 2-meter-wide opening, from which 5 circular metallic rings swiftly descended, encircling them. A brilliant light surged upward through the rings, and in an instant, Qin Handang and his companions vanished. The 5 metallic rings rising and disappearing into the temple as if they had never existed. Meanwhile, outside the temple, Zhu Siming turned to see the temple's roof transforming into a massive, spire-like vessel. Its overall shape resembled an irregular pyramid. Its base, unlike a standard equilateral triangle, formed an isosceles triangle, resulting in a clearly defined head shape at the intersection of the 2 longer sides. The shorter base measured approximately 6 to 7 meters, while the longer sides were around 10 meters. The height from the base to the apex of the vessel was estimated to be 6 to 7 meters, roughly the height of 2 stories. At that moment, 5 metallic rings emerged from the cargo hold at the rear of the vessel, accompanied by a flash of light, as Qin Handang and the others materialized on board. Qin Handang quickly surveyed his surroundings, confirming he had indeed boarded the vessel. Without pausing to examine the internal details, he dashed toward the cockpit at the front of the ship. The cockpit was reasonably spacious, but it only featured 2 seats. In front of the seat on the right was a red spherical control device about the size of a basketball, which served as the primary controller for the vessel. Qin Handang seated himself in the main pilot's chair, placing the multifunctional wristband beside him, and grasped the spherical controller firmly. A tingling sensation coursed through his hands, though it was fleeting. Similar to the initial feeling when he donned the wristband, Qin Handang felt as if the spacecraft had integrated with his body. With just a thought, he could control it to perform various operations. Without further ado, he mentally commanded, "Engage invisibility." While he sensed no immediate changes within the vessel, he believed the command had been successfully executed. Meanwhile, on the ground, Zhu Siming witnessed the entire process as the spacecraft vanished before his eyes. The cloaking process was swift. From his perspective, the space surrounding the ship appeared to warp, rippling like water, before the vessel faded like ink dissolving in water, ultimately disappearing from sight in under 10 seconds. Once the ship became invisible, Zhu Siming picked up his radio and called out, "TS-1, this is Duanqing. You have successfully engaged invisibility. Over." Each team member of TS-1 had their own code name, and Zhu Siming's was Duanqing. On board the vessel, Bader's radio crackled to life with Zhu Siming's voice, prompting him to respond. "Received that we have boarded the ship, and Qin Handang is attempting to pilot it. Over indeed." Qin Handang had given himself the code name Lieqiang, which, while somewhat pretentious, seemed fitting given his name. Upon hearing Zhu Siming confirm that the invisibility system was operational, Qin Handang felt a wave of relief. It seemed that Goi Wutu's spacecraft control system was quite sophisticated. It appeared that all advanced civilizations employed similar control systems. The ancient races, the Asgardians, and the Rees all followed suit, indicating a natural progression in technological development. Now that the ship was cloaked, Qin Handang no longer felt rushed. He diverted his attention from the spherical controller and glanced up at the cockpit's windshield, which occupied the entire front of the cockpit. The material did not appear to be glass, but rather some form of transparent crystal, allowing him to see the world beyond the ship. Currently, the vessel hovered approximately 3 meters above the ground, directly in front of the spire of the Osiris temple. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Handang turned the ship around and lowered its nose, finally spotting Zhu Siming and the 2 vehicles they had arrived in. Understanding that Zhu Siming was awaiting his response, yet realizing that familiarizing himself with the ship would take more than a few minutes, he turned to Bader and said, "Old Ba, let the boss know I need a bit more time. It would be better for him to wait under the circular relief at the temple while I teleport him aboard." After communicating with Zhu Siming, Bader promptly returned to the temple to await boarding. The other team members aboard the ship had never witnessed the teleportation process, so they gathered around the teleportation ring, eager to observe. Qin Handang approached the wall adjacent to the cargo hold, where a button with a circular ring symbol was clearly designated as the activation key for the teleportation ring. He reached out and pressed it, activating the ring, which began to descend. Under their watchful eyes, the teleportation ring swiftly ascended from below, and 5 metallic rings floated above the ground. A dazzling light flashed, and Zhu Siming's figure materialized aboard the vessel. Indeed, Experiencing the sensation of being transported oneself is entirely distinct from witnessing others undergo the same phenomenon. Both are undeniably wondrous, akin to traversing a Stargate, albeit devoid of that chilling sensation. Physically, apart from the blinding brilliance that momentarily dazzles the eyes, there are no other sensations to speak of. Qin Handang was eager to familiarize himself with the spacecraft's controls. Exchanging a brief greeting with Zhu Siming before returning to the pilot's seat, as his hands gripped the control sphere, he felt that familiar tingling sensation once more. In his mind, he murmured, "Display the map." Immediately, a vast holographic window materialized before him, revealing a map with a golden point pulsating at its center, indisputably representing their vessel. Gazing at the map, Qin Handang found it somewhat unfamiliar. Realizing it was likely due to the scale of the display, he contemplated shrinking it in no time. The perspective of the holographic map began to recede, unveiling the well-known terrains of North Africa and the Middle East, albeit with some discrepancies compared to current geography. This was to be expected, considering the spacecraft had been buried beneath the sands for over 10 millennia, leading to significant alterations in the Earth's landscape. At this moment, an idea sparked in Qin Handang's mind. He wondered if he could rescan the terrain to update the map. The spacecraft responded swiftly, ascending rapidly. The holographic display flickered as the map's scale continued to adjust. Upon reaching a certain altitude, the vessel astonishingly altered its course, entering a level flight mode. With his limited geographical knowledge, Qin Handang could only surmise that they had surpassed the typical cruising altitude of aircraft. Observing the ever-changing map, he understood that the spacecraft was autonomously scanning the surface, so he chose not to interrupt the process, curious to see just how intelligent this small vessel truly was. Meanwhile, the members of TS-1 gathered around. Zhu Siming plopped down in the co-pilot's seat, peering intently at the control panel before him. Unlike the spherical controller at the pilot's position, the co-pilot station boasted a control panel adorned with a plethora of unfamiliar symbols. Exercising wisdom, Zhu Siming refrained from meddling, instead requesting Wang Jinkai to document the control panel meticulously with his camera. The others stood silently behind the two pilots, mesmerized by the shifting vistas outside the windows. Although uncertain of their destination, they recognized that Qin Handang was diligently attempting to control the ship, thus refraining from disturbing him. After a period of observation, it dawned on them that the vessel was in the process of mapping the Earth. Acknowledging that this was not a task to be completed hastily, they turned to explore the ship's interior. The spacecraft's interior was predominantly decorated in gold, covering an estimated area of 40 square meters. While not entirely segmented, it was evident that the ship was divided into two primary sections. The cockpit, slightly smaller at under 10 square meters, featured a control panel on the right wall, equipped with several buttons inscribed with cryptic symbols. No one dared to experiment with their functions at that moment. Only Wang Jinkai took the liberty to photograph the control panel. In the rear section of the ship lay a transmission ring. Approximately 2 meters in diameter, with around 2 meters of space from each of the three walls, where several metal boxes were stacked, likely supplies prepared by Osiris, filled with treasures yet untouched due to prudence. The small spacecraft was quickly explored, especially since its contents were not easily accessible. Consequently, the members of TS-1 reconvened in the cockpit, as the ever-changing scenery outside and the continuously updating map on the holographic display maintained their intrigue. After approximately an hour, the ship began its descent, soon revealing the pointed rooftops of the Osiris temple once more. Qin Handang exhaled a sigh of relief. He understood from the ship's feedback that the map had been successfully updated. Turning to Zhu Siming, who was seated in the co-pilot seat, he remarked, "Boss, I've preliminarily mastered the flying functions. While a comprehensive understanding of the vessel is still a ways off, I can certainly pilot it back to the Stargate base without issue." Zhu Siming, having anticipated this, replied, "Then we shall proceed as planned. Xiao Lei and I will return to Cairo to return the vehicle and then board a flight home. You will pilot the ship with the others back to the Stargate base." As the team leader's directive was naturally to be followed, Qin Handang opted not to utilize the transmission ring to send Zhu Siming and Sui Xiaolei out of the spacecraft. Instead, he first landed the vessel on the ground and then made his way towards the control panel located behind the pilot's seat. He scrutinized it closely before tentatively pressing the largest button. With a sharp click, the wall beside the panel slid aside, revealing an entrance over 1 meter wide and 2 meters tall. This was, in fact, the proper door for entering and exiting the spacecraft. The crew had grown accustomed to Qin Handang's knack for inadvertently unveiling surprises related to alien civilizations. They marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship of the Greco-Roman vessel. Before the door's revelation, none had anticipated its existence. Before exiting, Zhu Siming retrieved a satellite phone he had brought specifically for this mission to contact the Stargate base. Upon hearing the report, Commander Feng promptly approved his arrangements. Inquiring, asked Xiao Qin how long the ship is expected to take to reach the base. Qin Handang, contemplating while gripping the spherical controller, hesitantly estimated 5 to 10 minutes. This was a speed that was both unexpected yet reasonable. After a moment of silence, Commander Feng continued, "What is the size of the ship? Can it fit into the Stargate's chamber?" Qin Handang assured him, of course, when the chamber was designed, considerations were made for accommodating such small vessels. Its dimensions were tailored accordingly. Both parties on the call were momentarily speechless, realizing that this audacious endeavor had been premeditated. Commander Feng, slightly exasperated, instructed, "All right, have Xiao Qin hurry back with the ship. We will prepare to open the chamber at the base." After concluding the call, Zhu Siming and Sui Xiaolei exited the spacecraft and drove back to Cairo. While Qin Handang piloted the vessel towards the Stargate base, he ascended to the previous scanning altitude before mentally pinpointing the base's approximate location on the map. The ship, as anticipated, began to automatically head east at a rapid pace. Minutes later, the spacecraft began its descent, and vast stretches of desert came into view. Just as Qin Handang contemplated searching for the terrain near the base, the holographic display flickered. The map minimized and shifted to the upper right corner, revealing a real-time image of the area beneath the ship. With this advantageous enhancement, Qin Handang swiftly located the base, which now had a massive 10-meter diameter chamber opened above it. He guided the ship downwards into the chamber. Ultimately, the vessel landed smoothly, and through the windows, the imposing Stargate came into view, indicating that they had docked within the Stargate's chamber. After securing the ship, Qin Handang opened the hatch, stepping out alongside his TS-1 comrades. The Stargate chamber was under constant surveillance, and the sudden appearance of TS-1 triggered an alarm. Qin Handang waved towards the Stargate control room. Commander Feng, having been prepared, promptly ordered the chamber to close before heading to the Stargate chamber. Observing the chamber's closure, Qin Handang returned to the ship to deactivate its cloaking device. Despite having been mentally prepared, Commander Feng felt a complex mix of emotions upon witnessing the unexpectedly materialized vessel. The ship's cloaking capability was undeniably formidable, bordering on excessive for military standards, while the sight of a mere small craft was manageable. The thought of a large warship, just one, could potentially overpower any force on Earth was a daunting prospect. As Commander Feng stepped aboard the ship, TS-1 followed suit. Previously, while the vessel was in flight, they could only gaze in awe at its interior, their curiosity reaching a boiling point. Now that they had returned to the Stargate base, they were obliged to conduct a thorough inspection of the ship, but before proceeding, they needed to consult Qin Handang regarding any restrictions on the vessel. Bartle inquired, "Xiao Qin, we are preparing to inventory the supplies aboard the ship. Based on your understanding, is there anything we should avoid touching, or any areas that are off-limits?" Qin Handang shook his head. Such small spacecraft typically lacked particularly strange features, like self-destruct mechanisms. However, he advised them to refrain from tampering with the control panel on the pilot side for the time being, as the vessel possessed some offensive weaponry. "We'll wait for the captain to return before taking the ship out for a gradual test. For now, let's inventory the boxes in the cargo hold, but until we ascertain their purposes, we should refrain from removing them from the ship." The leaders of the Greco-Roman civilization often collect or manufacture peculiar items, especially in a vessel intended for escape. None can predict the secrets those boxes might conceal. Upon hearing that the ship harbored offensive weaponry, Commander Feng's eyes widened. While the specifics of the weaponry's capabilities remained unknown, the Stargate initiative had only been underway for less than 3 months, yet they had already acquired a spacecraft that vastly exceeded expectations. This was indeed a delightful dilemma. As one of the highest-ranking military officials in a major nation, Commander Feng's perspective extended beyond mere military considerations. Otherwise, he would not have been appointed as the head of the Stargate initiative, which had never been solely a military project. While acquiring a high-performance spacecraft thrilled him as a soldier, it also implied that the outlandish tales Qin Handang had previously recounted were now being validated, which posed a significant concern. Disregarding the formidable adversaries from the Qin, Han, and Tang dynasties, who could effortlessly erase the Earth from existence, one must ponder whether there exist other, less amicable races and civilizations within the cosmos. Commander Feng does not believe that, given the current strength of Huagua, they can act with impunity, even if they were to acquire several more extraterrestrial spacecraft as formidable as the ones before them. It would not suffice. After all, the character of the Huagua people dictates that anything not independently manufactured would not be deemed entirely trustworthy. Yet, technological advancement cannot be achieved overnight as one might with tomb raiding or robbery. It appears that the seemingly unattainable city of Atlantis might indeed be the ultimate safeguard. The torrent of thoughts swirling in Commander Feng's mind did not hinder him from scrutinizing the storage compartments aboard the TS-1. At this moment, Qin Handang was equally engrossed in Osiris's collection, eschewing considerations of the spacecraft's controls. The cargo hold was lined with a stack of metal boxes of various sizes, neatly arranged in 2 tiers against 3 walls. Currently, Bartle and Wang Jinkai were lowering a square box, approximately 1 meter wide, from the 2nd tier to the ground. The box was not locked, and Bartle effortlessly opened it, revealing a neatly organized array of zigzag-shaped metallic objects within. While the others were uncertain of their purpose, Qin Handang recognized them all too well. These were Zat guns. He reached into the box, retrieving one to examine, finding the physical object far more exhilarating than its portrayal on television. The Zat gun, characterized by its zigzag or serpentine design, comprises 3 segments of metallic tubing. The uppermost segment, resembling a snake's head, is relatively robust. The middle section mimics the snake's body, while the final segment tapers like a snake's tail. Qin Handang could only marvel at the ingenuity of Goi Wat, who designed a weapon inspired by its own form. Judging by the metal's texture, the Zat gun was likely forged from Nakuta metal, explaining Goi Wat's extensive efforts to scour the galaxy for slaves to mine, as the quantity required was indeed substantial. Grasping the Zat gun by its tail-like segment, he discovered a button on its left side. With a gentle press, the Zat gun emitted a click, causing the 2 junctions of the 3 segments to slightly part, the gun body elongating marginally. While the middle segment remained unchanged, the section resembling a snake's head opened like a serpent's mouth, and 2 small red lights illuminated atop it. Noticing the curious gazes of those around him, Qin Handang explained, "This is one of Goi Wat's standard weapons, phonetically referred to as the Zat gun. It is an indispensable tool for domestic travel, robbery, kidnapping, and obliterating evidence. The Zat gun, akin to the staves wielded by GFA, belongs to the category of energy weapons, albeit with somewhat diminished potency. It requires no ammunition, functioning as long as its energy crystal remains intact, yet its utility is markedly practical. The most remarkable feature of the Zat gun is its 3-stage firing capability. Should the target be human, the first shot induces excruciating pain, leading to unconsciousness. If the second shot is fired before the target regains consciousness, it results in death. However, it does not end there. A third shot post-mortem causes the corpse to vanish, likely due to molecular disintegration. Zhou Shangyan expressed astonishment. Is it truly that sinister? How could Goi Wat conceive such a weapon? If this were to fall into civilian hands, it would indeed be terrifying. One could commit murder without a trace. 3 shots and even the ghost would be unable to locate the body. Thus, it is destined to be a strictly regulated item, likely reserved for those executing extraterrestrial exploration missions." Qin Handang remarked. Commander Feng's expression darkened. The Zat gun was indeed rather perverse, and Qin Handang was correct. It must be tightly controlled. After placing the gun back in the box and counting, Qin Handang noted that this box contained at least 20 to 30 Zat guns. He chuckled. It seems this item may become a standard feature for the TS, one out aside from its limited range. It possesses no other drawbacks, particularly suitable for capturing prisoners. Following the discovery of 2 boxes of Zat guns, they unearthed 3 boxes containing GFA armor and staff weapons, sufficient to equip 9 GFA warriors. Upon opening the 7th box, they encountered a collection of spherical metallic objects, roughly the size of large apples, adorned with several translucent circular apertures. Qin Handang paused momentarily, then, with delight, lifted one to scrutinize closely. This appeared to be a weapon akin to a stun grenade, capable of rendering targets temporarily incapacitated through light and sound waves, ideal for surprise assaults. However, he lacked absolute certainty and deemed testing necessary. Although it may not directly slay foes, it was undoubtedly a valuable asset, and they had 3 boxes of these. The The subsequent 3 boxes revealed an assortment of crystals and gems of various sizes and shapes, which Qin Handang surmised were energy crystals or gems intended for use with zat guns, staff weapons, or wristbands. Chapter 23. The Hawk-Style PUA. The final 3 boxes were peculiar. Upon opening them, they discovered transparent test tubes, each the size of a water bottle, containing a gel-like pale blue substance. After more than 10,000 years, these boxes had managed to maintain a frozen state within, akin to the sealed canopic jars of Osiris, likely equipped with Nakuda energy storage devices. Qin Handang had not encountered such items in the series, but Osiris, currently a captive in the base, could provide answers later. After inspecting all 15 boxes, Qin Handang felt a tinge of disappointment. While the contents were undoubtedly valuable, aside from the 3 boxes of frozen unidentified items, there were no unexpected treasures, merely standard equipment from What. He had initially hoped Osiris would have stashed some extraordinary goods aboard his escape vessel. However, reflecting on the situation, it seemed reasonable. During their confrontation with RA, they would have utilized any worthwhile items available, leaving only practical equipment for their retreat. After inventorying the supplies, Commander Feng returned to the Stargate control room with the TS-1. Following Bartel's mission briefing, all eyes turned to the gleaming golden wristband on the table, while Qin Handang, unsurprisingly, resumed his role as the commentator. This item likely constituted standard equipment for each What Lord. I cannot ascertain its exact name, but I believe referring to it as a multifunctional wristband poses no issue. The wristband should possess 5 functions: activating the spacecraft, controlling the transport ring, generating an energy shield, launching shockwave attacks, and conducting mental interrogation. The activation function likely requires prior binding to a specific spacecraft, and it is probable that only one vessel can be bound at a time. As for the transport ring control function, it remains uncertain whether prior binding is necessary, and for now, we cannot test it. We shall have to seek answers from Osiris. The energy shield operates similarly to the spacecraft's shield, capable of deflecting physical and energy assaults, though its protective range is limited to the wearer. The shockwave attack, I surmise, might be a reverse application of the energy shield, delivering an assault via energy shockwaves. While its direct lethality is modest, it can be creatively combined with other offensive strategies. Finally, the mental interrogation function is likely exclusive to What, necessitating formidable mental strength and conscious control. This function of the wristband is tailored specifically for What, as they are the masters of consciousness control. These are all the functions of the wristband that I am aware of. Any additional hidden capabilities will need to be ascertained through questioning Osiris. After Qin Handang's exposition, Commander Feng suddenly felt weary. The advanced technology of these extraterrestrials is indeed somewhat overwhelming. Even the simplest items resemble divine artifacts. Should they truly confront such beings, the odds of victory appear grim. Contemplating the imprisoned Osiris, he could scarcely imagine the chaos that would ensue should he escape and commandeer this spacecraft. Commander Feng resolved to refrain from utilizing these items until he reported to his superiors. All items brought back from the spacecraft would be sealed in Warehouse A1, and no one was permitted to extract or use them without his explicit command. The spacecraft would also remain untested until he had debriefed his superiors. The meeting was adjourned. With restrictions on movement and usage, a listless Qin Handang decided to engage his TS-1 comrades in visiting Osiris. During the past few days, TS-1 had been absent from the base, halting another What parasitic plan, and even Osiris had been neglected, receiving only periodic deliveries of food and water. According to a comrade overseeing Osiris in the monitoring room, while he occasionally raged and cursed, he behaved quite submissively during mealtimes, seemingly content with the base's prison fare. Qin Handang was taken aback. What sort of meals have we been preparing for him? A comrade chuckled. Aside from that brain-dead fellow next door, he is the only one in the entire base enduring prison food. The leadership hasn't given any special instructions, so how could the cafeteria staff possibly prepare separate dishes for him? They simply replicate whatever the delivery brother eats when they bring him his meal. Qin Handang stared in astonishment. Goodness, are you all this casual with your prison management? But he soon resigned himself to the reality. What other course of action could they take? The Stargate base is certainly not a prison. Although Osiris is an extraterrestrial being, he is a parasitic entity whose sustenance is dictated by the needs of his host's body. Thus, there is no necessity to prepare special meals for him. However, it was unexpected that Osiris would come to appreciate the cuisine of the base. Yet, reflecting on the meals at the base cafeteria. Qin Handang, who had spent several days in the arid North African sands, instinctively swallowed hard, suddenly realizing that Osiris's fondness for the base's food was not merely a taste for prison fare, but rather a conquest by the culinary delights of Huagua. Amused yet exasperated, Qin Handang proceeded to the cell to interrogate Osiris. Standing before the single lens, he observed Osiris, who was lethargically slumped against the wall, evidently affected by days of confinement and neglect. Pressing the communication button, he remarked, "Old Osiris, how have you withered in just a few days?" The sudden voice startled Osiris, but he quickly recognized the insufferable tone, igniting a spark of anger within him. His eyes gleamed with fury as he sprang up, disregarding the constraints of his ankle shackles, and rushed to the lens, raising his fists in a furious display. "You wretched insect, how dare you address your god in such a manner? When I capture you, you shall know true suffering." Qin Handang scoffed disdainfully. "Oh, is that so? Is that all you've got? It seems your time in confinement hasn't taught you any lessons. You still attempt to play the deity here. Have you truly lost your wits?" Osiris was on the verge of madness. As one of the lords of the Gual-Wutu, he had never endured such indignity. Even when sealed away by the sun god for a millennium, he had been devoid of consciousness, save for the brief agony of being forcibly separated from his host. In the eyes of these arrogant lords, losing to another lord was embarrassing, yet it paled in comparison to the humiliation of being imprisoned by other races. Qin Handang's approach to dealing with the Gual-Wutu was straightforwardly ruthless. Pick up artist tactics. He considered the psychological manipulation and control methods that would later be widely exploited by unscrupulous individuals as tailor-made for the Gual-Wutu. Transforming into a deceptive charmer, Qin Handang unleashed a torrent of verbal assaults upon Osiris, belittling him from his grotesque appearance to his inability to reproduce, from his silence upon leaving his host to his inability to feed himself, and from his diminutive intellect to his inferior physique. He spared no insult. The onlooking T.S.1 companions were dumbfounded. What enmity could provoke such vitriol? Despite understanding the malevolence of the Gual-Wutu, they found themselves nearing sympathy for Osiris, as the poor creature had fallen into the clutches of this insufferable individual. Unable to strike back or win an argument, and continuously subjected to a barrage of trash talk, one could only imagine the psychological toll on Osiris, who was teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, Qin Handang remained unfazed. This was merely the beginning. Each lord of the Gual-Wutu was a master of mental manipulation, and he knew that such trivial verbal attacks would hardly affect Osiris. He prepared for a protracted battle, ready to engage in a war of attrition. After completing the day's PUA session, Qin Handang temporarily abandoned his initial line of questioning and instead sought out his comrades to lower Osiris's meal standards, instructing them to serve him unappetizing yet filling dishes over the next couple of days. Song Minyan, who had been trailing them, could no longer bear to watch. Although the Gual-Wutu were hardly deserving of sympathy, they still required their cooperation for intelligence. Provoking Osiris so brazenly did not seem wise. Qin Handang chuckled, "You underestimate these Gual-Wutu lords. With their formidable mental capabilities, how could they be genuinely provoked by mere words?" Perhaps he was initially thrown off, but I guarantee he is merely performing now, attempting to lull us into a false sense of security. However, they lack the tempering of society. Little did he know that some acts of pretension could eventually become reality. A mere psychological tug-of-war was insufficient. Physical stimuli were also necessary. Initially uncertain about how to proceed, he was fortuitously informed that Osiris was quite pleased with their cuisine. What a stroke of luck! Song Minyan inquired, "If physical torment is required, there are myriad methods at your disposal. Why go through the trouble of focusing on food? Hand it over to me. I can guarantee his submission within 3 days." At first, Qin Handang wore a confident expression, but upon hearing Song Minyan's predatory suggestion, he seemed to recall a fearsome scenario, his countenance shifting dramatically to coercing confessions violates the Geneva Convention on Prisoners of War. "I advise you not to cross that line." Song Minyan snorted coldly. "I believe you not. Were you not the one who discreetly consulted me about the Gual-Wutu not being a signatory to the Geneva Convention?" Qin Handang feigned righteousness. "That was not me. You must be mistaken. Besides, I suddenly recall that torture might not be effective on the Gual-Wutu. He could sever his consciousness from the host's body during interrogation. rendering himself impervious to pain. Chapter 24. The transfer base. Upon hearing Qin Handang's speculation, Song Minion exclaimed, "The Gwawutu can do that? That's not the same." Qin Handang replied, suddenly recalling a Gwawutu lord in the series who was entirely defenseless against gourmet food. His confidence in the plan swelled. The pursuit of culinary delights is entirely driven by Osiris' own desires, and the brain-dead host we provide is rather fortuitous. With the host's consciousness dissipated, he cannot compel the host to partake in actions he is unwilling to perform, which greatly benefits my strategy. Though Song Minion remained skeptical of Qin Handang's dubious tactics, who else could better understand these extraterrestrials than him? 2 days later, Zhu Siming and Sui Xiaolei returned to the Stargate base, and Commander Feng received the latest directives from the higher-ups. Once again gathered in the Stargate control room, TS-1 and the Qin Chuan couple were present. And Commander Feng brought encouraging news. The Central Command had deliberated carefully and made arrangements for the next phase of the Stargate project. First, the interrogation of the 2 Gwawutu captives would be assigned to Qin Handang, considering his familiarity with them. While the use of torture was strictly prohibited, he could explore various methods, including negotiation, though any specific negotiation content must be submitted for review by me and Director Qin beforehand. The objective was to extract more intelligence from them, particularly regarding the Gwawutu's language, power distribution, and knowledge of Naku metal. Should any needs arise during the interrogation, they were encouraged to approach me at any time. Not a problem. This is exactly what I desire. Qin Handang eagerly accepted the task. Who could refuse the opportunity to pua a Gwawutu lord? Commander Feng then posed a question regarding the spacecraft. Is there a possibility that the ship could be seized and commandeered by other Gwawutu lords upon encountering them? Qin Handang was momentarily taken aback by Commander Feng's query. Just as he was about to assert that it was impossible, he recalled an episode where a captured Gwawutu warship had a backdoor, which ultimately led to the ship losing control after entering space. After a period of contemplation, he formulated his response. I cannot guarantee with absolute certainty that such a situation will not occur. My understanding of the Gwawutu's spacecraft system is limited. However, given that this ship was left by Osiris for his escape, it is unlikely he would leave such a fatal flaw unguarded. Thus, I believe that even if the ship has a backdoor, only Osiris would know of its existence and usage. As long as we keep a close watch on him, there should be no issues. Commander Feng found this analysis sound and continued, the Central Command has decided that this ship will serve as the basis for all future confiscated enemy alien vessels, which will be designated for use by the Stargate base. In principle, these ships are to be employed solely for missions related to the Stargate project. Therefore, Zhu Siming, you will lead TS-1 in a comprehensive evaluation of the Gwawutu spacecraft, quickly mastering all its functions and creating a pilot manual. Furthermore, all TS-1 members must learn to operate the ship. Understood. We will complete the task. The members of TS-1 displayed expressions of delight. While it was uncertain whether new weapons would be forthcoming, the few items aboard this ship were already tantalizing. Next, Commander Feng addressed matters concerning Abidos. He announced that the Central Command had approved Qin Handang's proposal to establish a Stargate transfer station on Abidos. The base would construct a Stargate operational and defensive system within the pyramid at Abidos. And upon completion of all projects, the interstellar exploration mission would resume. In the future, TS-1 will embark on interstellar missions directly from the Earth Stargate base, but upon returning, it will first arrive at the Abidos Stargate transit base before finally returning to the Earth Stargate base. In light of the impending construction and subsequent operations at the transit base, a substantial number of permanent personnel will be dispatched to Abidos. However, our current understanding of Abidos is still limited to the vicinity of the pyramids and the native settlements. To ensure the safety of personnel and facilities at the transit base, TS-1 must first conduct a thorough exploration of Abidos within the maximum reconnaissance radius, completing the mapping of the area surrounding the transit base. Recently, the base will allocate some new reconnaissance equipment to assist you in this task. Zhu Siming, TS-1 has quite a number of tasks recently, so please manage your time wisely. At this moment, Qin Handang raised his hand and spoke. Commander Feng, may I interject? We might consider piloting the spacecraft directly to Abidos. It could complete a reconnaissance of the entire planet and create a map in a remarkably short time. Everyone seemed momentarily stunned by Qin Handang's suggestion. It was true that no one had previously contemplated this possibility. However, it was understandable that they overlooked this option, as the spacecraft had only been acquired 2 days prior, and the process of obtaining it was rather effortless. Consequently, in the minds of most, this spacecraft was merely a unique trophy, and they had yet to fully realize that it had been constructed by the alien civilization with the widest sphere of influence in the galaxy. Although it was compact in size, its performance was formidable, and interstellar travel was merely a standard feature. Commander Fong promptly set aside his previous topic and curiously inquired, "How so?" Qin Handang, while toying with the pin in his hand, elaborated, "When it comes to directly piloting the spacecraft to Abidos, we currently possess several advantageous conditions. First, we now know that the first 6 coordinates of the Stargate address correspond to its location within the galaxy. By using these 6 constellations for positioning, we can surmise the approximate location of Abidos in the galaxy. Second, similarly, we can deduce the general direction of Earth from the perspective of Abidos. Third, with the first 2 points for mutual reference, astronomers should be able to achieve more accurate positioning. Fourth, although we have not yet completed a comprehensive assessment of the spacecraft, it is certain that the spacecraft from Goiwutu contains a galactic star map within its navigation system. Moreover, this vessel was intended for Osiris's escape, so I refuse to believe it could operate blind within the galaxy without navigation. Therefore, based on these 4 points, I believe it won't take long before we can attempt to pilot the spacecraft directly to Abidos. After all, didn't the Central Command decide to assign the spacecraft solely to Stargate missions? Thus, the significance of keeping the spacecraft on Earth is rather minimal. Furthermore, if we consider Abidos as a transit base, it stands to reason that we have likely resolved to take action against RA in over 2 years, right? Having an additional spacecraft there would also aid in our tactical deployment. Commander Fong pondered for a moment and then stated, "This coincides with the mission I am preparing to discuss next. The Central Command has decided to initiate an offensive plan against the Sun God RA, which will be the primary task of the Stargate base over the next 3 years. Therefore, Xiao Qin, I will promptly submit your suggestion for consideration. In the meantime, you should continue executing the previously assigned missions. The final matter pertains to the native inhabitants of Abidos. Considering long-term interests, the Central Command has decided to treat them as an independent nation. Consequently, the Extraterrestrial Civilization Department will undergo an expansion and establish a permanent diplomatic institution on Abidos. However, given the population, social structure, and developmental progress of the Abidos natives, relations will not be conducted entirely according to Earth's diplomatic standards for the time being. The specifics of this will be overseen by the Extraterrestrial Civilization Department, while the Stargate base will only handle auxiliary matters. Directors Qin and Tang, we must maintain close cooperation moving forward, as the Nakuta metal mine on Abidos will be one of our core interests there for an extended period. The plan against the Sun God RA is also related to this." Upon hearing this, everyone present grasped the implications. There had indeed been a significant breakthrough in the study of Nakuta metal, and the rich mining experience and ore reserves of the Abidos natives had substantially strengthened our position. It is evident that the people of Huagua would not resort to the cold-blooded brutality exhibited by the Angsarians. Instead, they opted for a relatively equitable trade approach, which is why the Extraterrestrial Civilization Department was tasked with handling these matters rather than the military, a machinery of state violence. Commander Fong clearly had no intention of concealing anything from them regarding this matter, as everyone present was a core member of the Stargate project. While their military and professional capabilities were indeed exceptional, they certainly were not the primary criteria for their selection. The research department of the Stargate base had made important progress on Nakuta metal based on the relevant intelligence provided by Xiao Qin. We have confirmed that Nakuta metal exhibits outstanding performance in energy storage and release. For instance, in the case of batteries, adding just 1/10 of Nakuta metal to the primary materials can enhance storage capacity tenfold while significantly reducing the impact of charge and discharge cycles on battery lifespan. Furthermore, increasing the content of Nakuta metal can further improve storage efficiency, and theoretically, we could even manufacture entirely Nakuta metal-based energy storage devices. Chapter 25. Maiden Voyage. Qin Handang had long suspected this, and it was indeed a research direction he had proposed. However, upon hearing of the progress, he could not help but exclaim, "No wonder the Stargate and dialing console are made of Nakuta metal. It really does possess such extraordinary energy storage capabilities." Commander Fong replied with a smile, "And that's not all. The energy release capabilities of Nakuta metal are even more astonishing. Although we still do not understand the underlying principles, batteries manufactured with Nakuta metal can release energy exceeding their storage capacity during discharge. This excess release increases as the proportion of Nakuta metal in the storage material rises. It certainly sounds miraculous." Qin Handang sighed and remarked, "No wonder the ancient people used Nakuta metal to construct stargates. The energy required to activate a wormhole can be sustained for hundreds of years or even longer. Merely by the few energy crystals within the dialing console. It's clear that Nakuta metal's energy conversion efficiency must be extraordinarily high if we use the Stargate system as a reference. Our current research findings have yet to approach the limits of Nakuta metal. And I almost forgot something. I'll inform the Research Institute later that Nakuta metal's remarkable energy conversion rate should be related to its ability to draw energy from other dimensions. Unfortunately, even if we know the direction, it won't be of much use in the short term, as these matters currently lie entirely within our knowledge blind spot. Once the supply of Nakuta metal stabilizes and the Research Institute can manufacture Nakuta metal generators and engines, I anticipate even greater surprises. Our own spacecraft will rely on it to resolve energy and propulsion issues." Qin Handang did not forget that RA had once added Nakuta metal to the nuclear bombs prepared by the Angsarians in retaliation for their actions on Abidos. He predicted that the modified nuclear bombs would possess an explosive power magnified several dozen times, illustrating the terrifying potential of Nakuta metal in terms of energy conversion efficiency. Upon receiving Commander Feng's relay of the Central Command's orders, everyone realized that the momentum of the Stargate project had once again intensified, with the Nakuta metal mine on Abidos being the most crucial driving force. Indeed, the most fundamental driving forces behind the development of human civilization were food and energy. Even after technology advanced to a certain extent, energy remained the only ultimate source of power. In the face of the interests of the state machinery, there was no room for negotiation or compromise with the anti-human alien race like Goi Wutu. Action was the only recourse. From a purely strength perspective, RA was undoubtedly leagues ahead of Earth civilization. However, on Abidos, with careful planning and strategy, the odds were still favorable, particularly with the spacecraft and weapons provided by Osiris significantly enhancing Huagua's chances of success. If the Stargate base were indeed able to eliminate RA, it would serve as a form of retribution for Osiris, making it only reasonable to extract some benefits from him as a prepayment for services rendered. In the following days, the Stargate base became exceptionally busy, with the frequency of Stargate activations increasing once more. This was made possible by the base's possession of a separate nuclear power unit. Otherwise, such a massive energy demand could not be sustained by an ordinary power station. The majority of the base's energy consumption stemmed from activating the Stargate wormholes. Due to the traditional caution of the Huagua people, the original dialing console was relegated to a backup for emergencies, while Qin Handang's self-made makeshift version, based on the dialing system of the Xiantian base, finally took center stage. Although the Research Institute had only produced a semi-finished product, since the commencement of large-scale testing of Stargate addresses obtained from Abidos, the sheer volume of over tens of thousands had given Commander Feng a headache. To prevent the energy of the original dialing console from being depleted, Commander Feng insisted that the Research Institute bring forth their semi-finished product, creating a semi-automated manual dialing system for the Stargate. Each time this makeshift dialing system is employed to activate the Stargate wormhole, it consumes over 10,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity and takes a full 10 minutes. When factoring in the downtime for equipment maintenance, regardless of whether the Stargate address is valid, one can only manage to complete 50 to 60 dialing attempts in a single day. A strikingly low efficiency coupled with excessive energy consumption. Although dialing efficiency has drastically decreased, it has provided a novel use for the surplus nuclear power generated by the base, significantly enhancing electrical efficiency. Additionally, it has established a secure backup system for the Stargate, a result that Commander Feng finds satisfactory. Meanwhile, the testing of the TS-1 spacecraft is also progressing smoothly. After all, it is designed for ease of use. According to Zhou Shangyan, anyone familiar with video game consoles can pilot this spacecraft. Following successful basic control tests in the desert near the base, Commander Feng's application to relocate the subsequent spacecraft testing to outer space, proposed by TS-1, has finally received approval. Today marks the momentous occasion of their inaugural venture into space aboard the spacecraft. Although it is not a vessel constructed by the Huagua, it nonetheless signifies the first tangible departure of the Huagua people from the confines of Earth, making it a day worthy of commemoration from any perspective. Who says that captured spoils are not deserving of recognition? After all, when the Huagua military was first established, they received significant support from a certain transportation brigade commander. To feast upon the enemy's resources is not beneath one's dignity. Therefore, even though public announcement is not feasible, the Stargate base has prepared a modest ceremony for the spacecraft's commissioning. This escape pod, originally belonging to Osiris, has now been assigned a Huagua spacecraft designation, GA-01. Indeed, the Huagua people are quite meticulous. They do not forget the well digger when drinking water, and they have taken care to reflect the vessel's origins in its designation, honoring the contributions of the Go'i-Wuda tribe. In addition to the GA-01 designation, the customary practice of assigning a codename has been followed, and after much deliberation influenced by Qin Handang's insistence, it has been aptly named Aochuang. Qin Handang claims this spacecraft represents an opportunity created by Osiris, although no one believes his fanciful tales, fully aware that he is likely attempting to smuggle in some personal agenda. Yet alas, no one possesses any evidence. One continues to board the vessel in its entirety, and during this period, they have also equipped the spacecraft with additional features, such as new seating, given that long-duration space travel necessitates the comfort of sitting rather than standing. Seated in the pilot's position is still Qin Handang. While it is merely a formality, everyone feels it is fitting to bestow upon him the honor of piloting Huagua's first manned spacecraft into space. Activating the shields, engaging cloaking, and ascending, Qin Handang expertly executes the trifecta of commands, as the Aochuang automatically departs from the Stargate base and swiftly climbs, soon breaking free from Earth's atmosphere. After takeoff, everyone crowded into the cockpit, and upon confirming their entry into space, Qin Handang halted the spacecraft and turned its nose towards a vast blue planet that appeared in the viewport, captivating the attention of all 8 souls aboard. This was a breathtaking panorama that countless individuals had dreamt of. Since the dawn of human civilization, only 2 superpowers had achieved such a remarkable feat, yet they now accomplished it with such ease, instilling in all members of TS1 an indescribable sense of surrealism. That moment, Xia Yiqing jumped in place, confirming that little Qin was indeed correct. The Aochuang is equipped with some form of gravity control system. As I feel no change in gravitational force whatsoever, it appears that during abrupt stops and accelerations while flying on Earth, this system also contributes to the stability of the spacecraft. Others, unable to contain their excitement, began to jump as well, discovering it felt no different from being on Earth. Zhou Shangyan remarked, although little Qin asserts that this is merely the most basic spacecraft within the Go'i-Wuda fleet. It truly exemplifies the old adage, though the sparrow is small, it has all its vital organs. Every necessary function is present. Who could argue otherwise? Sui Xiaolei began counting on his fingers. Energy and propulsion systems, cloaking, shields, light transmission, life support, terrain scanning, mapping. Now they are even adding gravity control. What else might come next? Offensive weaponry, hyperspace travel. If extraterrestrial beings were to arrive on Earth with vessels of this caliber, civilization here would undoubtedly face peril. Qin Handang sighed. Indeed, the Go'i-Wuda alone is enough to present a headache. In reality, the galaxy is teeming with an array of peculiar races and civilizations, both good and bad, in ample supply. We must tread carefully. Our current goal is to seize the opportunity of interstellar exploration to acquire various technologies and resources, swiftly securing some means of self-preservation. As it stands, our status in the cosmos is akin to running about in the nude. After this moment of reflection, Qin Handang restarted the spacecraft, proceeding with their planned orbital flight around Earth. During this process, they closely observed the colossal testament to human ingenuity that is the International Space Station. Although Huagua has been excluded from the International Space Station project by ANGSA, there is no denying that it represents the pinnacle of human technological achievement. Even as Qin Handang sat silently aboard the cloaked spacecraft, observing it, he could not ignore the current technological gap between Huagua and ANGSA, as well as the previous Northern Elder Brother. However, the discovery and activation of the Stargate will fundamentally alter this dynamic. While this may raise suspicions of unethical conduct, Qin Handang found himself exhilarated by the thrill of subterfuge. Indeed, engaging in such deceitful escapades is a delightful endeavor when one is the architect of the scheme. After completing 4 orbits around Earth, Qin Handang relinquished the pilot's seat. As TS1 had duties to fulfill. Each member was to master the operation of the spacecraft, a direct command from Commander Feng, thus initiating a rotation for the 3-day long-distance mission. Chapter 26. Lunar landing. The first to replace Qin Handang as pilot was Sui Xiaolei, a former Marine with expertise in piloting skills. Given that all members of TS1 had previously piloted spacecraft on Earth, Sui Xiaolei settled into the seat and expertly placed his hands upon the control sphere, quickly directing the Aochuang towards the moon. Their next destination. They also aimed to test the conventional flight speed limits of the Aochuang. Once in space, with restrictions lifted, Sui Xiaolei began to steadily increase the spacecraft's speed. Minutes later, he realized that the Aochuang had reached its maximum velocity. However, they were unable to comprehend the text displayed on the holographic interface, leaving them unaware of their current speed. Meanwhile, Qin Handang and the others were not only observing the scenery outside the viewport and the patterns changing on the holographic interface, but they had also set up a camera behind the pilot's seat to record the holographic display before the viewport. Although they could not yet decipher Goiwuda, capturing the navigational interface during their journey would allow for further study once they had extracted useful information from Osiris. Merely 30 minutes later, the Aochuang came to a halt in lunar orbit. While they could not interpret the flight data from the holographic interface, they quickly estimated the spacecraft's maximum speed by dividing the distance from Earth to the Moon by the total time taken, 200 kilometers per second, which translates to a staggering speed of 720,000 kilometers per hour. This velocity exceeds the escape velocity of the solar system by 12-fold. However, in the vastness of the cosmos, it still felt extraordinarily sluggish. Upon reaching lunar orbit, Sui Xiaolei did not immediately descend to the lunar surface but instead commenced a lunar flyby, activating terrain scanning and mapping functions, one of their objectives for this mission. As the Aochuang circled the moon, Zhu Siming began to change into his spacesuit with the assistance of the others, as he would attempt an extravehicular walk and lunar soil collection following the spacecraft's landing. Huagua had never before experienced an extravehicular walk on the moon, and with risks unknown, Captain Zhu Siming willingly took on this crucial task. The moon's surface area is considerably smaller than that of Earth, and the spacecraft's speed was greater than when on Earth, allowing the mapping to be completed in less than half an hour. Subsequently, Sui Xiaolei landed the spacecraft in a crater on the far side of the moon. Zhu Siming, now clad in a bulky spacesuit, gestured for the others to enter the cargo hold, then pressed a button on the control panel connecting the cockpit and cargo hold, causing a metal door to materialize, completely separating the two sections. This discovery was one of the outcomes from recent testing on Earth, likely conceived to ensure that the transport ring could function under various conditions. For instance, during transportation in space. Activating the transport ring could compromise the vessel's airtightness, and isolating the cargo hold would prevent pressure changes from affecting the cockpit. After Zhu Siming closed the isolation door, he approached the spacecraft's hatch and leaned against the wall before pressing the door opening button. As the hatch opened, he was abruptly met with a powerful pulling force attempting to draw him toward the void of space. However, thanks to the wall behind him and the magnetic boots on his feet, he remained firmly within the cockpit. It appeared that the spacecraft's gravity control system had detected the pressure change and began automatically adjusting the internal gravity. Zhu Siming soon felt the pulling force caused by the depressurization dissipate, and his body grew lighter. It seemed the spacecraft's gravity control system had calibrated the internal gravity to match that of the moon, preventing the rapid extraction of air from the vessel. Zhu Siming glanced at the air and pressure monitoring device in his hand, noting that while the pressure had dropped, the air levels remained stable. Cautiously, he rotated his helmet and slowly removed it, discovering that he could breathe normally, which allowed him to finally relax and turn back to open the isolation door. The T.S.1 male crew members burst out of the cargo hold in a frenzy of excitement. However, due to the spacecraft's gravity being reduced to a mere 1/6 of its original strength, none of them managed to control their momentum properly, resulting in a comical collision with the walls. Only Xia Yiqing and Song Minyan treaded carefully behind, unable to suppress their laughter at the sight of their fellow male compatriots tumbling in a heap ahead. Qin Handang, along with his companions, disregarded their dignity, scrambling to their feet and glancing towards the hatch where Zhu Siming stood. Qin Handang's expression conveyed a sense of vindication. It seemed our previous speculations were indeed accurate. The spacecraft's gravity control system had automatically adjusted in response to the rapid loss of air, ensuring the integrity of the life support systems within. Zhu Siming, while securing his helmet, declared, "I intend to venture outside the shielded area to collect lunar soil. You all will pilot the ship above and retrieve me with the teleportation ring in 15 minutes. Qin Handang replied, "Rest assured, boss, but before that, we must capture a few photographs and record a video. This is a historic moment, the first lunar expedition and a testament to our walk on the moon." Zhu Siming chuckled, "Though that may be true, I find myself surprisingly devoid of excitement. Perhaps it's because we've already been to Abidos. I lack the exhilaration I felt when I first beheld the entirety of Earth. Sighing, he mused, alas, have we become a bit too complacent? Qin Handang slapped his thigh, exclaiming, indeed, we have. The TS. One members exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison, proclaiming, we are indeed floating. This was followed by a hearty laugh. Soon after, Zhu Siming embarked on the first lunar excursion for the people of Huagua, while Qin Handang and the others faced the arduous task of figuring out how to adjust the gravity control system from the cockpit. The spherical control console at the main pilot station was solely responsible for flight-related functions, while other operational controls were concentrated on the panel in front of the co-pilot seat. Back on Earth, they had refrained from meddling with the co-pilot's controls out of fear of accidentally activating the weapons and hyperspace systems. Now, even on the moon, they hesitated to touch anything, as there were still ANSA country satellites orbiting. They had been instructed to maintain a low profile before departing from Earth's orbit. With the gravity control system having adjusted passively, they pondered for quite some time at the co-pilot station. Still too apprehensive to take action, Qin Handang lamented, once the boss returns, we should make a hasty retreat. This is exceedingly stifling, Song Minion scoffed. And what progress have you made with Osiris? It's been days. And all I see is you engaging in petty banter without asking any substantive questions. This remark rekindled Qin Handang's energy. No need to rush. Patience is key. After this business trip, we'll be able to demonstrate the effectiveness of PUA techniques. Well, I look forward to witnessing that. With the control panel off limits for the moment, the crew resorted to idle chatter to pass the time. Fortunately, 15 minutes passed swiftly, and Zhu Siming soon returned safely, carrying a large container of lunar soil, transported back to the spacecraft by the teleportation ring. Only then did Qin Handang and the others dare to search for the gravity control buttons on the console. Their memories served them well, as they quickly spotted a previously unseen icon flashing rapidly on the holographic display. They found a corresponding button on the control panel and pressed it decisively, feeling their bodies grow heavier as the solid ground sensation returned, restoring the spacecraft to normal gravity levels. After a round of cheers, they promptly recorded the discovery, knowing further testing of the gravity control system was imperative. Next, Xia Yiqing took the helm, preparing to head towards the destination of their mission, Mars, a journey exceeding 55 million kilometers. The primary objective of the TS-1 mission was to test the hyperspace flight capabilities of the Aochuang. Although they had yet to interrogate Osiris for relevant intelligence, Qin Handang speculated that the vessel of Goi Wutua must possess two flight modes: the conventional mode, where the spacecraft navigates through normal space, constrained by the laws of physics, rendering it impossible to exceed the speed of light, or even reach 20% of that speed. Under such speed limitations, interstellar travel was unfeasible, as no intelligent being could endure such prolonged journeys. Even beings like Goi Wutua, known for their longevity, faced the same constraints. Thus, advanced civilizations equipped their vessels with a second flight mode: hyperspace travel in the universe of Stargate, apart from the arrogant species known as the Ori utilizing supergates for interstellar travel. Other races predominantly relied on hyperspace mode to tackle the challenges of vast distances. Naturally, Aochuang, as Osiris's escape vessel, would not lack this function. With Qin Handang's limited understanding of physics, he struggled to comprehend the scientific principles at play. Yet he surmised that hyperspace travel likely leveraged the concept of multidimensional space to overcome the constraints of distance and speed. The notion of multidimensional space frequently appeared throughout the Stargate series. From the ancient energy source ZPM to the interdimensional bugs wreaking havoc at the SGC, and even SG-1 fleeing from Ori priests. The proximity between Earth and the Moon did not warrant hyperspace travel, making the journey to Mars an ideal opportunity to test this flight mode. After launching from the lunar surface, Xia Yiqing accelerated the spacecraft towards Mars, pushing it to the limits of conventional speed. She began mentally contemplating commands to initiate long-distance travel and activate the hyperspace mode, targeting the nearest planet ahead. Chapter 27. Mars. The intuitive nature of the Goi Wutua's consciousness-driven controls proved exceptionally user-friendly for novice pilots. When focused solely on piloting, one need not concern themselves with other control buttons or the holographic display. Merely concentrating their thoughts on the command sufficed, as the system intelligently processed the intent without requiring precise verbal commands. Ultimately, the precise command that triggered the effect remained unknown. The Aochuang suddenly jolted violently, causing all but Xia Yiqing and Song Minion, who were seated at the controls, to tumble helplessly to the ground. As they regained their footing, Xia and Song gazed out the viewport, astonished by the dramatic transformation of the scenery. No longer the endless void of darkness, but rather a vibrant, kaleidoscopic tunnel. The resilient Qin Handang and his companions quickly cursed and picked themselves up. Upon witnessing the view outside the window, they were momentarily stunned, soon realizing that the spacecraft had successfully entered hyperspace mode. Qin Handang stared at the simultaneously familiar and alien multidimensional passage, overwhelmed by a whirlwind of emotions as scenes from the series replayed vividly in his mind. At times, he found it difficult to discern which reality was genuine. However, he was never one to indulge in melancholic musings. After a brief moment of reflection, he shifted his focus to practical matters. Dr. Xia, what prompted you to activate hyperspace mode? How will we know once we reach Mars? Xia Yiqing released the control sphere, closed her eyes, and recalled that the commands flooding her mind had been numerous. I'm uncertain which specific command had the desired effect, but I categorized them roughly, and the final few were all directed at the destination, Mars, albeit phrased differently. Thus, I believe the spacecraft likely initiated hyperspace travel based on my setting for the destination. At that moment, Zhou Shangyan, who had been fixated on the holographic display, interjected, Dr. Xia, why not attempt to summon a star map of the solar system or galaxy? Since Osiris prepared this escape vessel, it stands to reason he would have mapped out potential hiding locations, implying the ship must possess corresponding navigational charts. Excellent suggestion. I evidently lack experience, having focused solely on the flight mode without considering the star map, Xia Yiqing realized, promptly returning her hand to the control sphere and beginning to visualize the solar system star map. This time, she quickly found the right approach, as the familiar star map of the solar system soon appeared on the holographic display, clearly showcasing the sun and the orbits of the 8 planets. With a thought, she amplified the star map scale until only the orbits of Earth and Mars remained visible. Between the 2 planetary orbits, a small red dot blinked incessantly, steadily advancing towards Mars. The crew quickly grasped the significance of this display. Xia Yiqing had not only accessed the star map, but had also revealed the ship's trajectory. It appeared that the vessel had indeed entered hyperspace mode due to her prior targeting of Mars. Automatically switching flight modes based on the distance traveled, truly intelligent, Xia Yiqing marveled. Qin Handang comprehended this revelation even more clearly. After all, Goi Wutua had roamed the galaxy for hundreds of thousands of years. Although their leaders exhibited some eccentricities, their technological prowess was beyond anything humanity could currently aspire to. Observing the movement speed of the Ouchwang, as displayed on the holographic viewport, it is estimated that this journey of over 55 million kilometers will take no more than 2 or 3 minutes to reach its destination. The members of TS-1 quickly found their seats, lest they stumble when the spacecraft exited its hyperspace mode. Indeed, they had scarcely settled into their seats when the vessel trembled once more, concluding its vibrant hyperspace journey, and the dark hues of the universe resumed outside the viewport, with a fiery red planet floating in the starry expanse nearby. Although they were prepared for it, Qin Handang couldn't help but voice his incredulity. This is utterly unreasonable. It took over half an hour to travel the 380,000 kilometers from Earth to the Moon, yet somehow, the journey of more than 55 million kilometers from the Moon to Mars takes less than 3 minutes. Summer Yiqing interjected, to be precise, the actual travel time using hyperspace from the Moon to Mars would likely be under a minute. The time spent transitioning in and out of hyperspace accounts for a significant portion of the journey, and the spacecraft could have continued to accelerate in hyperspace. However, due to the relatively short distance from Earth to Mars, the ship began preparations to exit hyperspace before it had the chance to accelerate. TSK, 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 listen to this. The distance of 55 million kilometers is apparently too short. Dr. Xia, you might want to keep that to yourself. If you were to say that outside, you'd find yourself quite friendless. Qin Handang jested. Summer Yiqing replied earnestly, I am merely stating an objective fact. Given that the Gua Wu-T spacecraft can traverse interstellar distances, its actual travel speed must exceed the speed of light for such journeys to be feasible. Traveling at the speed of light from Earth to Mars would only take a little over 3 minutes, so in the grand scheme of the cosmos, tens of millions of kilometers is truly insignificant. Zhu Ximing also expressed his reflections. While the logic is sound, it is genuinely difficult to acclimate to distances measured in tens of millions of kilometers. It feels akin to a penniless lad counting his meager coins suddenly becoming a billionaire overnight. The leap is simply too vast. Little did they know, Summer I Ching added, tens of millions of kilometers is merely a unit of distance within our solar system. If, as Qin suggested, we were to travel to Abidos, we would be measuring in light years. This left everyone in contemplative silence, as they were all accustomed to the confines of Earth, and suddenly experiencing interstellar travel was truly disorienting. Although they had traversed through the Stargate to a distant star system, the interstellar travel mode via wormholes did little to convey the vast gulf between two star systems. It was only through the inefficient method of traveling in a spacecraft that one could truly grasp the boundless expanse of the universe and the insignificance of humanity. In the midst of their conversation, the Aochuang had already entered Mars orbit, and Summer I Ching relinquished the pilot seat to Song Min Yin. Upon taking control, Song Min Yin systematically operated the spacecraft to complete the mapping of Mars, allowing Huagua to obtain comprehensive maps of both the Moon and Mars in less than half a day. The absurdity lay in the fact that Huagua had yet to even see the manned spacecraft they had manufactured. Qin Handang suddenly began to understand why the leaders of the Central Command were hesitant to allow the Aochuang to intervene in terrestrial matters. They likely feared that taking too large a step could lead to unintended consequences. After completing the mapping, Song Min Yin lowered the spacecraft to Mars' surface. This time, she opted for a close-range observation rather than a direct landing. Much like Earth, Mars boasted mountains and canyons, yet the landscape was dominated by endless dunes and gravel, an utterly desolate sight. Reflecting on how Earthlings once believed in the existence of a more advanced Martian civilization only amplifies the absurdity of their isolation. However, the polar regions of Mars revealed a different spectacle, featuring vast white ice sheets, an astounding discovery for those less versed in astronomy, as water is the essence of life. After circling the Martian surface a few times, Zhu Ximing donned his spacesuit to excavate soil, conveniently collecting some ice as well. However, this time, Zhu Ximing did not step onto the Martian surface through the hatch. Instead, he used the teleportation ring to complete the round trip without the Aochuang ever landing. Once Zhu Ximing returned to the Aochuang, he took the co-pilot seat while Zhou Shangyin assumed the role of the pilot. Unlike Earth and the Moon, which were constantly monitored by artificial satellites, Mars currently lacked any such orbiting constructs, allowing them to finally conduct a comprehensive test of the co-pilot's control panel. Unlike the pilot seat, which focused on the spacecraft's flight operations, Qin Handang speculated that the co-pilot's position controlled the weapon systems and life support among other functionalities. Mars was the perfect testing ground for the spacecraft, free from surveillance and the concern of endangering personnel or property, allowing them to fully explore all functions of the control panel in the ensuing hours. One took turns operating the Aochuang, thoroughly familiarizing themselves with its capabilities. The weapon systems were of paramount interest, and the results aligned with Qin Handang's expectations. The Aochuang was equipped with two offensive weapons, a beam cannon and a power bomb. Admittedly, these names were rather lackluster, as Qin Handang had insisted on naming them after acquiring the rights. The beam cannon is an energy weapon that emits a swift white beam upon firing, boasting remarkable speed, almost indistinguishable from light speed, making it nearly impossible to evade. One must rely on shields to withstand its assault. Without shields, survival becomes a matter of luck. The beam cannon's downside is its limited range, categorizing it as a single-target damage weapon. In contrast, the power bomb is also an energy weapon that releases a blue energy sphere, which detonates violently upon impact. Its strengths and weaknesses are the inverse of the beam cannon: slower speed but wider area of effect. The complementary nature of these two weapons was clearly intentional, and Zhu Ximing speculated that the beam cannon was primarily designed for space combat, while the power bomb was better suited for use on planetary surfaces. The team was generally pleased with the Aochuang's weapon systems. The combination of attack speed and area coverage was well balanced, and both weapons possessed formidable power. Furthermore, as energy weapons, they eliminated concerns over ammunition, allowing for unlimited fire as long as sufficient energy crystals were available, reminiscent of wielding unlimited ammunition in a video game. Chapter 28. Deception. Apart from the weaponry, all other operational aspects of the Aochuang were meticulously confirmed. Shields, stealth, gravity control, star maps, communications, external scanning, and spacecraft performance monitoring, encompassing every conceivable detail. It was at this juncture that the Aochuang was officially integrated into the Stargate base's equipment inventory, and it was anticipated that it would soon embark on an unprecedented interstellar voyage. Having familiarized themselves with the spacecraft's operational intricacies, One was left with but one final task: ensuring survival provisions during the prolonged space journey, which was the primary reason for this mission's duration of 3 days. Although the Aochuang featured a comprehensive life support system, it was evidently not designed for long-term voyages. Aside from the 2 pilot seats, there were no additional chairs. Moreover, facilities for resting, washing, and dining were conspicuously absent. And within the cramped confines of approximately 40 square meters, there was simply no space for such amenities. Tio thoroughly assessed the potential issues that might arise during extended travel. T.S. One decided to refrain from utilizing hyperspace mode on the return journey, instead opting for the conventional mode's maximum speed. At the Aochuang's maximum velocity of 720,000 kilometers per hour, the return from Mars to Earth would take just over 3 days. They also planned to dedicate approximately 1/3 of the distance to testing the autonomous transition into and out of hyperspace, meaning that under conventional flight mode, covering over 30 million kilometers was estimated to take merely 2 days. Over the next couple of days, T.S. One experienced a remarkably unforgettable journey. While provisions for food and rest were manageable, the disposal of various types of waste posed a significant challenge. With 8 individuals aboard the small spacecraft, the daily generation of waste was substantial, and the accompanying odor was quite bothersome. Ultimately, it was Qin Handang, familiar with Gua Yiwu T's equipment, who proposed a straightforward solution: using the teleportation ring to eject the waste into space. The teleportation ring could not be utilized during flight. The spacecraft had to come to a stop each time waste needed to be disposed of, inevitably prolonging the voyage. Yet, this rudimentary spacecraft could only manage so much. On the 3rd day after departing from the Stargate base, the Aochuang successfully returned and Commander Feng's anxieties finally subsided. After all, this was the first genuine interstellar journey undertaken by the Huagua people, which included the additional tasks of landing on the Moon and Mars, making it impossible not to feel tense. Had it not been for his position, Commander Feng would have relished the opportunity to join TS-1 on this mission. What soldier wouldn't yearn to partake in a space venture? Alas, Commander Feng's application to traverse the Stargate was still languishing in the leader's office. At times, he couldn't help but wonder if the leaders were intentionally stalling him out of jealousy for not being able to go themselves. If Qin Handang were to catch wind of such thoughts, he would undoubtedly retort, "Have some confidence. Remove any doubt. The leaders simply do not wish for you to embark on a solo adventure." Upon the return of the Aochuang, a flurry of modifications commenced, not to enhance its functionality, given the current lack of technological prowess, but rather to install living amenities in preparation for the journey to the Abidos star. Meanwhile, Qin Handang, along with his companions, sought out his old friend Osiris. Remarkably, after 3 days of absence, he found himself experiencing a twinge of nostalgia, even though they had never truly met face to face. In fact, it was not only Qin Handang who felt this way. Considering safety concerns, Osiris had been isolated since his release from the canopic jar, seeing no one aside from his host, effectively confined in solitude. This period marked the darkest chapter of Osiris' existence, evolving from initial fury to a creeping sense of fear. Especially in recent days, even the maddening voice that had incessantly tormented him had vanished, leaving him utterly neglected save for the occasional meal delivered through an activity window. Communication is an inherent necessity for all sentient beings. Irrespective of technological advancement or moral disposition, prolonged isolation can drive one to madness. This is the insidious nature of the Gru whose malevolent actions toward their hosts are truly grotesque. Osiris was now beginning to sample the very pain wrought by his past misdeeds. Qin Handang, along with Zhu Siming and Song Minyan, arrived at the confinement chamber. Upon witnessing the despondent Osiris, Qin Handang felt not an ounce of sympathy. Were it not for the need to extract information from him, he would have relished the thought of leaving him to languish. "Well, old friend, you seem to be faring well after a few days apart. Perhaps my visit has interrupted your peace." Qin Handang's voice reverberated within the confines. Osiris abruptly lifted his gaze towards the monocle, his ire igniting instantaneously, prompting him to leap up and bellow at the mirror, "You wretched insect, where are you? If you have the courage, do not cower behind the wall." Osiris was oblivious to the subtle thread of fear woven into his rage. Prolonged solitude had instinctively ignited a desire for interaction, even a face-to-face meeting. Unfortunately, Qin Handang remained acutely wary of the Gru Witch's parasitic capabilities, preferring the security of interrogation from behind the wall. "Do not be impulsive. Did I not mention unearthing one of your Grewwich vessels? I've been occupied with some cargo and stumbled upon some rather valuable items. But there is one piece I have yet to identify, hence my visit to consult you. What have you discovered? Osiris, still retaining his wits, shifted to a cautious demeanor upon encountering a tangible matter. Qin Handang had no qualms about revealing the details. Energy crystals, Zat guns, Gaffa's armor and scepter, stun grenades, and several crates of items preserved in ice. Notably, the frozen goods had no corresponding entries in the Grewwich records left behind. Osiris, familiar with the contents of his escape vessel, recognized the implication of Qin Handang's words. The ship had indeed been discovered. Although the names were misaligned, he understood their applications, leading him to conclude that concealing this information was of little consequence. Thus, he responded candidly, "Ah, you ignorant fool, those are life-preserving items. Translated into your tongue, they can be termed as life energy concentrates. Each can sustain an adult for at least 3 days with the necessary energy and hydration. Goodness gracious, isn't that akin to Grewwich's version of magic beans? Quite a treasure indeed, albeit in limited quantity. However, this could prove useful on the long voyage of the Ouchwang to Abidos star." Qin Handang harbored no fears of Osiris' potential deceptions. They were not naive, and verification would ensue. Even if Osiris had ulterior motives, it would be challenging to inflict harm, yet should he attempt such treachery, his own life would undoubtedly be forfeit. Surely, he understood the gravity of this situation. It appears to merely be food, hardly worth much. Those weapons, however, hold greater value. Qin Handang scoffed dismissively, then shifted the conversation to his true purpose for visiting. "We have located a buyer for that ship, but as you know, those who comprehend Grewwich language are nearly extinct. The buyer requires us to provide a translation for the control interface. And thus your worth has arrived, if you catch my drift." Isolated from the outside world, Osiris unwittingly found himself ensnared in Qin Handang's rhythm. Under Qin Handang's persistent insinuations, Osiris gradually accepted the reality that the Grewwich had been eradicated. Regarding the possibility of Nox, Asgard, and Tok'ro committing such an act of annihilation, Osiris did not harbor significant doubts, as numerous civilizations had faced extinction for inciting the Grewwich lords. This time, however, the roles had merely reversed. "Are you asking me to teach you Grewwich language? Very well, but I demand a new host. This one is utterly worthless, a mere defective product, an affront to my dignity." Qin Handang chuckled coldly. "What delusions are you entertaining? A new host? Do you think acquiring one is a simple task? Moreover, we lack the time to start from scratch in learning Grewwich language. For now, we merely require a translation of the ship's control interface to negotiate with the buyer. Shortly, I shall present you with images of the control interface, and you may annotate them for USAS for learning Grewwich language. I certainly have no time for that. Perhaps I'll recruit some newcomers to study it." As they are more at leisure, Osiris seethed with indignation. He had offered to teach them Grewwich language, yet this wretched insect dared to express disdain. However, he was aware that they needed his assistance regarding the translation of the ship's control interface. "As long as you require my services, I shall not concern myself with whether you desire to learn Grewwich language. You shall not receive my help without offering something in return." Qin Handang felt a surge of amusement. He had indeed hooked his quarry. "I am a businessman, and I believe in fair trade. Translating a mere control interface hardly warrants a new host, but I believe we can enhance your rations a bit. What do you say? Good food is a rare commodity on this planet." The mere mention of food ignited Osiris' fury. "Do you have the audacity to bring this up? Are you deliberately withholding my provisions? The food delivered to me grows more unpalatable by the day, and you wish to barter with me over it? What do you take me for?" Qin Handang nearly burst into laughter. It seemed the soldiers acting as part-time jailers had faithfully executed his prior directives. Observing Osiris' plight, it appeared he had developed a psychological aversion to the meals. "Old Osiris," Qin Handang said earnestly, "I assure you, I am in no position to dictate matters on this planet. I have expended considerable resources to extricate you, yet still await a return on my investment. I cannot afford to be extravagant, but rest assured, from this day forth, I shall personally subsidize your meals, ensuring you are well cared for you are, after all, my golden goose, a rather valuable one at that." Osiris felt something amiss in Qin Handang's words, but could not pinpoint the issue. He contemplated briefly before relinquishing his concerns, lamenting his own misfortune. Had that spy from the Foot Basin Nation not perished, he would not find himself in such a predicament, despite his adeptness in the language. It was merely a byproduct of inheriting the language instinct from the remnants of his host's memory through sheer mental fortitude, and he could not reach the original consciousness level of the host in such a short span. Standing beside Qin Handang, Zhu Siming and Song Minyan were utterly astounded. This fellow, perhaps a natural-born con artist. He spins lies without a hint of hesitation, and his arguments are so coherent that one wonders how Osiris will react when he eventually learns the truth. Yet, Qin Handang refrained from employing torture. His current methods of deception and manipulation violated no regulations, and as witnesses, they could only observe the unfolding drama. For now, it appeared that Qin Handang's cunning stratagem was yielding favorable results. Suddenly, Osiris posed a question that momentarily took Qin Handang aback. I do not yet know your name. Shall I continue referring to you as Insect? Qin Handang pondered for a moment, recalling the Gru's reputed ability to curse with merely a name. However, considering Osiris's stature as one of the 9 pillars of ancient Egyptian mythology, it was prudent to remain cautious, reminiscent of the caution inspired by the deity Hathor from the Mexican pyramids. Thus, Qin Handang resolved to withhold his true name, chuckling lightly. My apologies, it seems I have overlooked this. Friends ought to share names. I am sure Yuan Shintaro. Zhu Siming and Song Minyan exchanged incredulous glances. Was it truly necessary to fabricate such a triviality? Osiris, oblivious to their thoughts, saw it merely as a name, trusting that the one in an advantageous position would not resort to such trifles. Yet, Qin Handang intended to do far more than simply provide a false name. Osiris's unexpected inquiry stirred a sense of unease within him, prompting a decision to avoid direct encounters unless absolutely necessary. Having reached a consensus with Osiris, Qin Handang and his companions naturally would not go back on their word. They promptly sought out the part-time jailers, instructing them to restore the initial quality of the meals. However, Osiris must adhere to a strict timeline for translating the control interface. Subsequently, Qin Handang and his team proceeded to another cell, where they discovered a canopic jar and a spy from the Foot Basin Kingdom. Previously, for various considerations, they had left these 2 individuals unattended. Yet, this was hardly a legitimate hospital, and retaining a brain-dead person seemed a waste of resources. Thus, Commander Feng decided to release another Goiwu-2. With Osiris's experience as a precedent, the handling of the second was naturally more straightforward. The canopic jar was shattered. The awakened Goiwu-2 immediately burrowed into the host's body to complete the parasitism. Unlike Osiris, this Goiwu-2 exhibited no intense emotions upon sitting up. Instead, she calmly surveyed her host's physique, briefly lingering on the shackles before closing her eyes to reflect. After about half an hour, she leisurely rose and approached the convex lens, uttering words that took Qin Handang by surprise. Isis. Although I do not know who you are, I still thank you for rescuing me and providing me with a host. While a deceased host is not the ideal choice, at least I am satisfied with the host's gender. Qin Handang gazed at the calm-faced woman opposite him in the mirror, inwardly exclaiming in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this random allocation would result in such a precise pairing of the 2 Goiwu-2. Indeed, the 2 spies sent by the National Security Department were a man and a woman, who had been posing as a couple within the country. Qin Handang had never considered the issue of gender compatibility between the Goiwu-2 and their hosts, as he viewed both as mere tools. It sufficed that they were alive and capable of speech. However, by an unexpected stroke of luck, he found himself pleasantly surprised. He recalled that the series had mentioned that these 2 sealed Goiwu-2 appeared under the guise of a married couple. Yet he had subconsciously assumed that the Goiwu-2 were devoid of any gender perception, adapting automatically to their hosts. Evidently, he had been mistaken. Another reason Qin Handang had overlooked was that in the plot of the Stargate series, this Isis had met her demise before making an appearance, ultimately ending up as a dissection subject. The name Isis was not unfamiliar to Qin Handang, who had studied ancient Egyptian language. Like Osiris, she was one of the 9 deities in Egyptian mythology, embodying life, magic, marriage, and fertility, and was also the wife of Osiris. Realizing this, Qin Handang's mind immediately rang alarm bells. This Goiwu-2 was likely far more formidable than Osiris and could very well be another Hathor. Hastily, he voiced his concerns, causing Zhu Siming's expression to shift. He promptly reported to Commander Feng, preparing to elevate the security level of the cells. Aside from TS-1, No one was permitted to speak or meet with these two Goiwutu. Greetings, Lady Isis. I am Shintaro Ishihara, an interstellar archaeologist, adventurer, and merchant. By a twist of fate, I have awakened you. However, given my knowledge of the history of the Goiwutu, I must tread carefully. Should I inadvertently offend you? I hope you will be understanding. Qin Handang was adept at adjusting his demeanor. He had been quite confrontational with Osiris, but was now exceedingly courteous toward Isis. Song Minyan rolled her eyes at the obvious double standard, reminding him that this individual was now the lord of the Goiwutu. Even if her host had not perished, she was still a spy. He should not let her beauty cloud his judgment. Upon hearing this, Qin Handang instinctively glanced at Isis. It must be said that the former spy from the Foot Basin Kingdom did possess an appealing appearance. She was petite and charming, with a face as delicate as porcelain, resembling a kawaii little doll. If it were not for the undeniable proof of her being a spy, it would indeed be challenging to connect the two. Don't be ridiculous. Am I the kind of person who would fall for such tricks? I am well aware of the nature of the Goiwutu. How could I possibly make such a blunder? Yet, one must adopt different strategies when dealing with different individuals. With someone as impulsive and irritable as Osiris, one could not afford to be polite. One must establish dominance to as for the lady before him. Since she wished to play the role of the calm and rational individual, he would certainly play along. Otherwise, how could he extract information? Song Minyan could sense that Qin Handang's initial pleasantries were laced with ulterior motives. She merely found his tone and demeanor toward the woman inexplicably displeasing. It's best that you know this. Just don't end up losing your wits and your body like you mentioned with Hathor. If that were to happen, we would laugh at you for a lifetime. Qin Handang felt a wave of frustration. Could she not wish him some good fortune? However, this lady might indeed bear some resemblance to Hathor, perhaps possessing extraordinary abilities. At that moment, Isis spoke again. Hello, Shintaro Ishihara. What do you mean when you say you know the history of our Goiwutu? Do you harbor any misunderstandings about us? Naturally, Qin Handang reiterated the tale he had spun for Osiris. Surprisingly, apart from a brief flicker of excitement in her expression, Isis quickly regained her composure, as though the demise of her kin had not affected her in the slightest. However, recalling the selfish nature of the Goiwutu, he deemed this to be her expected reaction. It was Osiris who seemed to be the one performing. Feeling drained, Qin Handang realized that these Goiwutu were all exceedingly cunning, making them difficult to handle. Fortunately, the advantage lay with him. The deceiver would always hold an edge. I remember being captured by RA alongside my husband. Osiris, I wonder if you discovered his presence when you found me? Isis posed an unexpected question. Although the two canopic jars that had been stolen years ago were buried together, Osiris had not mentioned Isis even once upon awakening. Thus, Qin Handang had assumed they were not sealed together. However, with Isis's inquiry, it appeared that was far from the case. Could it be that Osiris was a cat? This was an intriguing revelation. Qin Handang felt a surge of excitement. He had initially planned to manipulate both sides, but now decided to alter his strategy. Indeed, I discovered you both buried within the temple of Osiris, and I awakened Osiris a fortnight ago, assigning him a host. Coincidentally, his host is also married to yours. They both suffered simultaneous brain death due to an accident. Yet he has never mentioned you to me. Song Minyan could no longer contain herself and pinched Qin Handang, utterly exasperated. This man was insufferably shameless, turning a straightforward interrogation into a soap opera, attempting to sow discord between a couple. How much more outrageous could he be? Upon hearing Qin Handang's insinuating response, Isis fell silent, only to speak after a moment. Perhaps he is simply cautious. After all, awakening from a long seal only to discover his lost freedom must be quite disconcerting. But could you arrange for us to meet? Qin Handang thought to himself, how bold must I be to dare facilitate such a meeting? He promptly and tactfully declined. Osiris is currently in a volatile emotional state. I believe it prudent to allow him some time to cool off. Once the moment is right, I shall certainly arrange for you to meet. However, I find myself facing a minor dilemma. Might you be able to assist me, Lady Isis? They were somewhat uneasy about entrusting the translation task to Osiris, as no one else understood the Goiwutu language. Thus, the best course of action appeared to be having both translate and then cross-reference their findings. This was one of the reasons for hastening Isis's awakening. Seemingly intent on maintaining her friendly persona, Isis agreed to his request without stipulating any conditions. Having accomplished his intended task, Qin Handang felt it wise to depart hastily. He sensed something peculiar about Isis's calmness and cooperation, regardless of whether these two Goi Wutu were scheming against them. They had made tangible progress. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would soon receive detailed information regarding the control interface of the Aochuang. Having successfully completed 2 tasks, T.S. 1 swiftly proceeded to Abidos star for environmental reconnaissance. With the construction of the transit base underway, the task could not afford to wait until the arrival of the Aochuang to glean as much information about Abidos star as possible. The Stargate base had even dispatched newly developed small reconnaissance drones. According to the original timeline, Huagua had no plans to develop reconnaissance drones at this stage. However, Qin Handang had been relentlessly promoting this project. Before establishing satellite launch bases and transporting large reconnaissance equipment to other planets, miniaturized reconnaissance drones had become indispensable tools for interstellar exploration. Therefore, since the inception of the Stargate project, Qin Handang had included unmanned reconnaissance drones as a key project in his submitted list of critical technologies. Fortunately, the technology surrounding small unmanned aerial vehicles presents minimal challenges for a nation like Huagua, which has successfully launched artificial satellites. The previous hesitance was primarily due to a lack of vision and demand. With the advent of the Stargate project propulsion system, Huagua has successfully developed an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft that meets basic requirements within a mere 3 years, and has even undergone one iteration. The version currently dispatched to the planet Abidos is already the 2nd generation. The TS-1 team has become quite enamored with the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, as it proves exceedingly useful for Stargate traversal. The reconnaissance mission on Abidos offers a perfect opportunity for them to hone their skills. However, it appears that Abidos is merely a mineral-rich planet under the dominion of RA, with no signs of human activity detected within the aircraft's maximum range. While this is somewhat disappointing, it can also be viewed positively, as it significantly enhances the security of the Stargate transit base. Thanks to the existence of the pyramid, the transit base requires minimal infrastructural development. Combined with the unlimited investment of manpower and resources, the construction progresses rapidly. Merely a month and a half later, although the external appearance of the pyramid remains unchanged, the interior has undergone a profound transformation. Firstly, the Stargate Hall has been remodeled according to the design of Earth's Stargate base, equipped with everything from the Stargate shield to fire suppression points. Remarkably, the area of the hall has been expanded without compromising the structural integrity of the pyramid, and the passageway leading from the hall to the pyramid's entrance has been straightened. Additionally, other levels of the pyramid have been fully utilized, with offices, conference rooms, medical stations, research facilities, dormitories, training rooms, canteens, ammunition depots, and warehouses all established, even including 3 holding cells. The swift completion of the transit base's construction is largely attributable to the continuous supply of high-energy batteries from Earth's Stargate base. With energy constraints eliminated, infrastructural development poses no challenge for the people of Huagua. During this past month, TS-1 has completed detailed reconnaissance tasks within a 100-kilometer radius of the transit base. Aside from discovering mountainous rivers on the fringes of the desert, no other signs of human activity have been found. Meanwhile, Qin Handang has gotten along quite well with the 2 Wutu former lords at Earth's Stargate base. Osiris appears to have little resistance to the diverse and delectable cuisine of Huagua, and no longer clamors for a host change as long as he is well-fed and watered. He shows no aversion to the Wutu language lessons arranged by the base. The interactions between him and Qin Handang have also become less contentious, as apart from a few language learners, only Qin Handang frequently engages him in conversation. Although Osiris has never ceased to seek information about the outside world through various means, the language students are seasoned operatives from the intelligence department and are reluctant to divulge any external matters. As for Qin Handang, the con artist, the majority of his utterances are mere fabrications, with the remaining statements being trivial. Over time, Osiris, not being foolish, has come to terms with the fact that no new information is forthcoming and has resigned himself to being a mere parasite. At least in terms of his outward demeanor. On the other hand, Isis maintains her calm and rational persona since regaining consciousness. Aside from occasionally requesting to meet Osiris, she behaves quite obediently, answering Qin Handang's various inquiries with candor, and does not impose any conditions for exchange. This prompts Qin Handang to wonder whether Isis has developed psychological scars after being sealed in the canopic jar for 10,000 years. or if she has simply succumbed to despair upon learning of the annihilation of the Gwawutu. Isis seems indifferent to the plight of the Gwawutu over the years, but exhibits a keen interest in matters concerning Asgard. Nox and Thor. Were it not for the belief that someone as feeble as her, who couldn't even best the diminutive Ra, could not possibly stir any significant upheaval among these three races, Qin Handang would be convinced that she is plotting some nefarious revenge scheme. However, adhering to the principle of cautious navigation, Qin Handang deftly diverts the conversation whenever it veers towards these subjects. Moreover, Qin Handang's underhanded strategies to complicate the relationship between Osiris and Isis involve weaving classic tropes of scoundrel behavior from future soap operas into their discussions. Initially, Isis seemed indifferent to these narratives, but eventually, she inexplicably developed a fondness for the contrived plots Qin Handang concocted, even urging for more, leaving him utterly astounded and muttering to himself that perhaps she has truly lost her mind. Qin Handang's machinations have effectively dissuaded Zhu Siming from participating, as both the cell and its surroundings are under surveillance. After a few follow-ups, he decisively abandoned any involvement in such morally compromising activities. In contrast, Song Minyan displayed great interest, participating without fail, eager to observe whether Qin Handang, a master of tall tales, could ultimately deceive the two ancient foxes. To her astonishment, she too became enamored with Qin Handang's melodramatic adaptations, resulting in what should have been a serious interrogation devolving into a live drama viewing session. Absurd indeed. However, all of this came to a halt with the completion of both the Stargate transit base and the modifications to the Aochuang ship. One day, Commander Feng summoned TS-1 to the Stargate control room for a meeting. The Central Command has decided to formally resume interstellar exploration missions, and the plan for the Aochuang to travel to Abidos has also been approved. The purpose of gathering you all here is to discuss the execution details of these two missions. I have two proposals. One is to form TS-2 by splitting the original TS-1 into two teams, each comprising 4 new members to undertake the interstellar exploration and Aochuang missions, respectively. The second proposal is to temporarily divide TS-1 into 2 teams to execute these 2 tasks. Given that this involves your own experiences and situations, I have called you here to discuss it openly. Do not hold back, and feel free to propose alternative plans. Commander Feng's words took everyone by surprise, leading to a moment of contemplation and silence. To be honest, most present did not anticipate such a situation arising today. Although they have been a team for over 2 years, they have only been actively engaged in Stargate missions for a few months. And it is indeed a challenge to request their suggestions on interstellar exploration and navigation at this juncture. Consequently, after a while, the gaze of the group gradually shifted towards Qin Handang, as this individual possesses a profound understanding of the Stargate project beyond that of the others, making it prudent to hear his thoughts first. Qin Handang soon realized he had once more become the focal point of attention, and fortuitously, he did have some insights to share. Thus, he spoke candidly. Firstly, I believe it is not yet the right time to expand the exploration team. One of the objectives behind establishing TS-1 was to gain experience for the future large-scale formation of interstellar exploration teams. However, due to various reasons, TS-1 has been stalled after its first official Stargate mission, and it can be said that the initial goal of accumulating interstellar exploration experience has not made substantial progress. Furthermore, the journey of the Aochuang to Abidos does not require as many as 8 individuals. The ship size is limited. While having more personnel can indeed help manage unforeseen circumstances, it places excessive strain on the ship's capacity. I believe a maximum of 4 people is sufficient. As Qin Handang continued, he observed Commander Feng's expression, noting that he seemed momentarily uninterested in interjecting, so he proceeded. Additionally, regarding the exploration tasks associated with Stargate traversal, I think temporarily reducing the size of TS-1 also serves as a means of experience accumulation. The reason TS-1 comprises 8 members is due to the unique nature of this team. But other exploration teams in the future will likely not be as fully staffed. In the initial conception of the Stargate project, exploration teams designated with TS would primarily consist of 4 members. Predominantly military personnel, the primary mission of the TS teams is to conduct preliminary explorations of new planets, assessing the natural environment and social structure surrounding the Stargate, while subsequent scientific research and diplomatic affairs will be managed by other teams. For instance, diplomatic matters will be handled by the Extraterrestrial Civilizations Department, while scientific tasks will be overseen by specialized research teams, with civilian members like Dr. Xia, Dr. Zhou, and myself typically being part of these scientific teams. Other matters such as commerce and technological exchanges will also be handled by professional teams. Therefore, if one were to execute interstellar exploration tasks in a 4-member team format during this period, it could still be considered a valuable experience accumulation in terms of personnel and composition. Hence, I believe it is more appropriate to temporarily split one into 2 teams to concurrently undertake the interstellar exploration and navigation missions. Qin Handang's remarks evidently resonated with Commander Feng, and since this was already one of his alternative plans, he saw no dissent from the others and thus decisively opted to implement the division proposal. The next order of business was to discuss personnel grouping. Qin Handang eagerly expressed his desire to participate in the Aochuang's interstellar navigation mission, but Commander Feng coldly rejected him, informing him that such a notion was out of the question. As it was a direct order from the Central Command, it was no laughing matter. Although the Aochuang appeared advanced, it represented a venture into interstellar travel that humanity had never undertaken before, and the risk level was immeasurably higher than that of Stargate exploration. The individual known as Qin Handang conceals an abundance of secrets and vital intelligence, and the fact that he has not been confined within the Central Command continuously is a testament to the considerable leniency of the higher-ups. His audacious desire to embark on an interstellar voyage aboard a spacecraft is nothing short of ludicrous. Ultimately, it was concluded that Zhu Ximing, accompanied by Sui Xiaolei, Xia Yiqing, and Zhou Shangyan, would journey to Abidos star aboard the Aochuang, while Ba Taer would lead Wang Jinkai, Song Minyin, and Qin Handang in the ongoing interstellar exploration mission through the Stargate. Qin Handang expressed profound disappointment at this outcome and sought solace from Osiris, leading to an unexpected outburst of anger from Osiris, who had been subjected to a barrage of unsolicited insults. The exchange between them, conducted through a single lens, lasted nearly an hour, much to the amusement of Song Minyin, who could barely contain her laughter. Strangely enough, despite the heated confrontation, Qin Handang left in high spirits. However, upon reviewing the surveillance footage later, he discerned that Osiris did not appear as furious as he had outwardly shown. Rather, there was a hint of satisfaction in his expression. This revelation set off alarm bells in Qin Handang's mind. Yet he could not pinpoint the cause of his unease, ultimately resigning himself to inaction for the time being. After departing from Osiris's cell, Qin Handang also intended to confront Isis. However, in stark contrast to his brash approach with Osiris, he adopted a more refined demeanor in her presence. "Miss Isis, I have just come from Osiris, and I must regretfully deliver some distressing news. Recently, I required Osiris's assistance with certain matters, yet he made an excessively demanding request. Consequently, I thought of you, hoping you might leverage your connections to persuade him to lower his demands. Firstly, I apologize for concealing your true identity from Osiris. I had previously noted his lack of mention regarding you, which led me to inform him that you were unearthed alongside him from the ruins, albeit without a suitable host, hence your continued confinement. I assured Osiris that should he refrain from making unreasonable demands, I would endeavor to find you a suitable host post-haste, facilitating your reunion. However, to my astonishment, Osiris presented an utterly unexpected condition in exchange for his assistance. He desires to utilize the host I had prepared for you, or to execute you in his presence. My goodness, I can scarcely believe my ears. Are you not married? Why would he treat you thus? Or have you deceived me? Isis's reaction was not immediately discernible. Yet Song Min Yan's wide-eyed disbelief was evident. Unbeknownst to her, she had increasingly lost control of her expressions over the past few months, her once composed demeanor cultivated through years of medical training nearly unraveled by Qin Handang's antics. Are you a devil? Such absurd fabrications you conjure? Though she held an adversarial stance towards the grievous witch, she found it difficult to accept Qin Handang's deliberate attempts to sow discord between spouses. Qin Handang, however, remained unfazed, asserting, "You underestimate the grievous witch. There exists no genuine friendship, kinship, or love among their lords. Intrigue and betrayal are the very essence of their relationships. I merely seized the opportunity presented." At this juncture, a trace of derision flickered across Isis's delicate visage, the target of her scorn ambiguous, whether aimed at Osiris or Qin Handang. "Oh? Is that so? Pray tell, what does Mr. Ishihara Shintaro intend to do? Will you hand me over to him?" Or perhaps you have alternative plans? Or do you require me to prove my honesty? Isis's calm response took Qin Handang by surprise. This was not the reaction he had anticipated. Shouldn't she be either cursing Osiris in fury or questioning the veracity of his words? Her current demeanor, one of resigned acceptance, left him momentarily at a loss for words. Aren't you curious as to why Osiris would treat you this way? Your reaction raises suspicions regarding your previous statements. Isis unexpectedly chuckled. Mr. Ishihara Shintaro, it appears you do not truly grasp the nature of us grievous witches. Regardless, I find further discussion futile. You would struggle to discern the genuine intentions of both myself and Osiris. However, I am quite intrigued about your need for Osiris's assistance, which appears to afford him the audacity to demand such exorbitant prices while under your confinement. Perhaps you might enlighten me on your needs. I assure you, my conditions will not be burdensome. Qin Handang was momentarily taken aback. He had no pressing matters that required their aid, and even if he did, he lacked the courage to entrust them with anything under the current circumstances. He was not eager to court danger. Yet, he understood the importance of maintaining a commanding presence, and his mind, ever devious, churned rapidly until he concocted a plausible tale to placate Isis. If Miss Isis is willing to assist, that would be splendid. Surely you are familiar with Naquata? During your reign, the grievous witches seized numerous Naquata mines and possessed advanced techniques for refining and utilizing this metal. However, with the downfall of the grievous witches, while some of the techniques were inherited by the races you once ruled, most merely utilized the equipment left behind by their lords without possessing the requisite technical capabilities. Over time, as the original equipment deteriorated, finding someone capable of repairs became increasingly difficult, let alone producing new equipment or achieving technological advancements. Recently, I discovered a planet abundant in Naquata, likely once a resource stronghold of one of your lords. Now forgotten due to its remoteness, for millennia, the indigenous inhabitants have tirelessly mined Naquata, yet no one has come to collect the ore. One can only imagine the vast quantities that remain. However, that planet only possesses primitive mining techniques and lacks the means for refinement and processing. Hence, I sought Osiris's help to impart the relevant techniques. Yet, to my dismay, Mr. Osiris made an outrageous demand that I find utterly unacceptable, and thus the matter remains stalled. Should Miss Isis be able to assist? I assure you that you shall not be left wanting. Isis remained non-committal after hearing Qin Handang's account, merely inquiring, what sort of conditions did Osiris propose that you found utterly intolerable? Qin Handang thought to himself, how on earth should I know? With a forced bravado, he replied, the terms were so shocking that I dare not sully Miss Isis's ears by uttering them. Upon hearing his words, Isis erupted into laughter, a reaction that astonished both Qin Handang and Song Min-yin, marking the first time she had displayed such exaggerated emotion since regaining consciousness. After several moments of mirth, she gazed at the single lens with a complex expression, stating, it seems the grievous witches have truly met their demise. You are woefully ignorant of our kind. I suspect Osiris deliberately proposed an unacceptable condition to deflect you. For he lacks any detailed knowledge regarding Naquata. Qin Handang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his fabrications would yield such unexpected fruit. Seizing the moment, he pressed, oh, pray tell, how so? Yet, Isis chose not to elaborate further and instead made her first request beyond merely meeting with Osiris. I wish to speak with you in person. Chapter 32. Departure. Upon hearing Isis's request for a face-to-face meeting, Qin Handang's immediate instinct was to refuse. It was absurd to consider exposing himself to potential danger. The last thing he wanted was to be parasitized or controlled. Miss Isis, I cannot acquiesce to your request for a meeting at this time. Surely you understand my predicament. The reasons behind the annihilation of your grievous witches are still widely discussed among various races and civilizations throughout the cosmos. I lack the confidence to confront a grievous witch, unlike the three advanced civilizations. Isis chuckled lightly. I understand your concerns. You fear I might attempt to parasitize you. Therefore, I shall not press you. You are entirely free to arrange a meeting in a manner that ensures your comfort. I will comply with any conditions you set forth. I do not perceive this to be a considerable challenge, for we are not true deities, incapable of omnipotence. Otherwise, we would not have faced annihilation. Would we? A peculiar sensation stirred within Qin Handang. There was something distinctly sinister about Isis. Why had the series depicted her demise so abruptly, leaving him without the advantage of information to exploit? Clearly, becoming accustomed to deceit was not without its drawbacks. Very well, I shall keep you waiting for now. I have other matters to attend to. Once I find the time, I will respond to you. Ultimately, Qin Handang resolved to employ a delaying tactic. After exiting the cell area, Song Min-yin, visibly concerned, asked, "You're not seriously considering meeting with her, are you? Aren't you worried about falling into a trap?" Qin Handang scoffed, "I'm not that reckless, I was merely engaging in idle chatter with them. You shouldn't take it so seriously. These two grievous witches are undoubtedly plotting against me. For now, let us leave them in suspense. We likely won't have the time to deal with them anytime soon. Indeed, the launch of the Aochuang spaceship is imminent, and the Stargate exploration mission is poised for a restart. They are currently engrossed in extensive preparations, leaving little time to engage in circles with the two captives. 3 days hence, in the Stargate chamber, Commander Feng and the TS-1 team are gathered outside the Aochuang spacecraft. During this period, Osiris has successfully completed the translation of the control interface, complemented by the extraction of key parameters of the Aochuang from Qin Handang and others, thus enhancing TS-1's understanding of the craft. Remarkably, the Aochuang possesses a star map of the Milky Way, albeit one organized around Ra's sphere of influence, featuring not only planets under Ra's dominion but also territories of rival lords, with hundreds of clearly marked celestial bodies. Abidos, situated within Ra's domain, was swiftly located on the Aochuang's star map, approximately 13.7 light-years from Earth to in the vastness of the cosmos. This distance is not insurmountable, however, from the perspective of Earth's current technological capabilities. It presents a daunting chasm. Knowing the distance between the two planets, one could readily calculate the estimated travel time to Abidos by understanding Aochuang's maximum cruising speed. Osiris disclosed that the Aochuang can reach speeds up to 100 times the speed of light in hyperspace mode, a figure that does not represent the upper limit of the Gru-Wu-2 vessels, which exhibit even more astounding velocities. However, this does not imply that the Aochuang itself exceeds the speed of light. Rather, it achieves superluminal effects through the additive effects of traversing multidimensional space. Undoubtedly, the Aochuang's hyperspace engine is constructed from Naquata metal, which Xiaoqing suspects possesses certain multidimensional properties, correlating with its exceptional energy storage efficiency. It appears that the nation of Hua will inevitably seek out Naquata mines throughout the cosmos, as this metal is undoubtedly a resource of immense strategic value. It is no wonder that Qin Handang's ambush plan against RA received approval. Considering the tumultuous actions of Angsa in the Middle East, one can understand the core motivations at play, albeit Hua's approach is markedly more refined and amicable. Based on the Aochuang's maximum speed in hyperspace, it is projected to reach Abidos in approximately 50 days. Without the Stargate as a point of comparison, this speed would be astonishing. However, the prospect of utilizing the Stargate to arrive at Abidos in mere seconds renders this velocity somewhat lackluster. Truly, there is no harm in acknowledging that comparisons bring perspective. One can only conclude that the Stargates crafted by the ancient human race are akin to a bug in the cosmic fabric. Although the Aochuang is eclipsed in efficiency by the Stargate for interstellar travel, and it is not a vessel of Hua's own making, this journey marks Hua's inaugural use of a spacecraft for interstellar navigation. A milestone worthy of commemoration, Commander Feng has conveyed his final words, rendering a solemn military salute to the poised Zhu Siming, Sui Xiaolei, Xiaoqing, and Zhou Shangyan. This venture will bridge the span of over 10 light-years. Fraught with undeniable risks, should any calamity befall them en route, they would find themselves bereft of any support in dire circumstances. These 4 individuals might become eternally lost, their remains rendered irretrievable. After saluting Commander Feng and their fellow TS-1 teammates, Zhu Siming and the others stepped through the Aochuang's hatch. The interior of the Aochuang has undergone further transformations. The cockpit now retains only 2 newly added seats aside from the primary and co-pilot's chairs. The cargo hold has been equipped with 4 sets of bunk beds, alongside several storage boxes filled with weapons, food, and drinking water. Among these, 3 boxes contain life energy supplements discovered aboard the Aochuang. While the base retained 2 for testing, the remainder was returned intact, as these substances could prove life-saving in critical moments. Zhu Siming and Sui Xiaolei took their places in the cockpit, waved farewell to the viewport, and activated the cloaking and shielding systems, silently soaring out from the hangar, embarking on their nearly 2-month interstellar journey. After the Aochuang's departure, the remaining half of the TS-1 team commenced preparations for the first mission following the Stargate exploration plan's restart. During the hiatus of Stargate traversal, The Stargate base has completed over 2,000 dialing attempts, uncovering more than 1,000 valid Stargate addresses, achieving a modest efficiency exceeding 60%. Despite the lack of systematic maintenance, nearly half of the Stargates have become non-functional over millions of years due to various reasons. Nonetheless, it is surprising to Qin Handang that so many remain operational. However, not all activated Stargates are suitable for exploration. Reconnaissance feedback has revealed some Stargates situated in precarious locations, on planetary orbits, near volcanic lava, in frigid zones, and beneath deep waters, among others. Ultimately, just over 1,000 Stargates were deemed safe for traversal, with nearly 200 temporarily unfit for exploration. The task of selecting destination planets naturally fell to Qin Handang, who has been immersed in the Stargate control room, scrutinizing the videos transmitted from various Stargates. Initially, he believed that the narratives from his past life would significantly aid in selecting destinations. However, he quickly realized their utility was minimal. The content of the narratives seldom focused on areas surrounding the Stargates, and the small recon drones dispatched by the base were essentially disposable, their capabilities inherently limited. Once deployed, the drones would conduct a 360-degree panoramic capture, followed by a check for the presence of a dialing control console, ensuring its integrity. Upon completing these reconnaissance tasks, the drones would fulfill their basic mission, leaving the rest to chance. While their remaining battery life permitted, the base would maneuver them as far from the Stargate as possible for further exploration, capturing whatever they could along the way. Qin Handang first eliminated planets where the drones encountered hostilities, regardless of whether they lay within Gru-Wutu territory. He had no desire to engage with planets that would attack recklessly before they could defend themselves. Next, he dismissed planets where the environment surrounding the Stargates appeared artificially manipulated to an excessive degree. While such planets typically harbored indigenous inhabitants and might seem promising, Qin Handang could not forget that many of the deep pits depicted in the narratives originated from such places. Currently, with only a 4-member team, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. After sifting through the remaining Stargate videos, Qin Handang's eyes grew weary, but he ultimately identified a preliminary list of 100 planets that appeared relatively safe. He then selected one at random for further review, confirming the absence of any significant anomalies, and designated it as the first destination for the mission's restart. Following Zhu Siming's departure aboard the Aochuang, the second-ranked officer, Major Bader, assumed command of the remaining half of the TS-1 team. For this exploration mission, he donned jungle camouflage combat gear rather than the metallic armor of Garfa, standing resolutely in the Stargate chamber. After nearly 10 minutes of manual dialing, the Stargate wormhole was successfully activated, and, as per protocol, a remote-controlled probe was dispatched for initial safety assessments. Wang Jinkai observed the monitoring screen, noting that the transmitted images bore no distinction from the previous reconnaissance videos, prompting Bader to push the mobile multifunction storage cabinet into the Stargate wormhole before following suit. Qin Handang, Song Minyan, and Wang Jinkai then stepped in sequentially behind Bader, vanishing into the Stargate chamber. The planet designated SA-0258 at the Stargate base basked under the blazing sun, and the coolness Qin Handang had felt upon traversing the wormhole quickly dissipated. Observing Bader maneuvering the multifunction storage cabinet beside the dialing control console, Qin Handang rushed to assist, soon joined by Song Minyan and Wang Jinkai, who also appeared before the Stargate. Chapter 33, Tribe. This Stargate mission employed new equipment, the mobile multifunction storage cabinet. This innovation, devised by the Stargate base's research facility, is a cube measuring 2 meters on each side, equipped with omnidirectional wheels, allowing it to remain upright regardless of how it lands, thus maintaining its mobility. The exterior is constructed from bulletproof armor, while the interior is lined with shock-absorbing material, partitioned to store batteries, military tents, medical supplies, food, drinking water, and a variety of emergency provisions. The concept of the multifunction storage cabinet was indeed proposed by Qin Handang. Under ordinary circumstances, such a device may not be utilized, but should unforeseen circumstances arise, it could serve both defensive purposes and provide essential supplies for survival, acting as a form of insurance for Qin Handang, who has always valued his life. However, it seems that on planet SA-0258, the contents of the storage cabinet remain unnecessary for the time being. Aside from the heat, there are no unusual occurrences, if not for the presence of a large and a small sun overhead. One might think they were on Earth. The environment here is strikingly similar to that of Earth. How did the ancient human race manage to locate so many habitable planets? Song Minyan exclaimed while gazing at the dense jungle nearby. Meanwhile, Wang Jingkai began surveying the environment surrounding the Stargate, soon signaling to the others to gather. Qin Handang and the others quickly converged around him. Numerous tracks were evident, both new and old, indicating the presence of indigenous inhabitants on this planet. Wang Jingkai pointed to a series of varying-sized footprints beneath the foliage. The Qin, Han, and Tang dynasties were not taken aback by this. It was entirely anticipated. The ancient civilization's ability to establish a Stargate in this location strongly suggests the presence of indigenous inhabitants. After all, one of their primary objectives in exploring the cosmos is to disseminate the enlightening light of technological civilization. Bartle instinctively rubbed his bald head, pondering the social development status of the local natives. Song Minyan glanced around, feeling a sense of foreboding. Given that there had been continuous human activity in the vicinity, yet the Stargate remained unguarded, it was likely that both technological and societal development levels were not particularly advanced. Upon conducting a preliminary survey of the surrounding environment, they discerned that the topography of the area surrounding the Stargate was relatively straightforward. To the east and south of the Stargate lay a tropical jungle, while to the west and north appeared to stretch an unbroken mountain range. With human footprints discovered in the jungle, one naturally opted not to venture far into the mountainous terrain. Unlike their previous expedition on Abidos, only half of the one team was present, making it impractical to station personnel near the Stargate. Thus, Bartle led the team along the trail marked by the human footprints. As they progressed, their conviction that a human settlement lay nearby strengthened. For the scattered tracks gradually coalesced into a well-defined path. Indeed, where there are many footsteps, a road naturally emerges. After traversing the jungle for over an hour, they stumbled upon a more definitive indication of human activity, a towering cylindrical totem. Standing over 3 meters high, the pinnacle of the totem was a colossal statue of a raven, its golden eyes and silver beak imbued with a benevolent aura, cradling 10 intricately carved human heads, each bearing a distinct smile. Below this was the grim visage of a silver wolf's head, bearing sharp teeth as it gazed skyward. Beneath the wolf's head was another raven, this one devoid of kindness, fiercely pecking at a serpentine creature. Qin Handang immediately recognized it as a Goi Watyud. The base of the totem was a colossal silver human face, malevolent and grotesque, adorned with an oval engraving that housed an inverted symbol. Qin Handang was well acquainted with this symbol. It was none other than the emblem of the jeweled. Furthermore, the mark on the forehead indicated it belonged to one of Apophis's subordinates. It appeared that this place had once been the territory of the Goi Wutu, governed by a jeweled. However, judging by the totem's depiction, the Goi Wutu had likely been vanquished. As Qin Handang spoke, he was suddenly struck by an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the totem. He felt certain he had encountered it before. Without a doubt, it had appeared in some episode of the narrative. Yet, this was not the time for reflection. Once they arrived at their destination, the answers would reveal themselves. Fortune seemed to be smiling upon them once more, and Qin Handang's spirits began to lift. Bartle, gazing at the jeweled effigy, remarked with relief, "If that's the case, it's fortunate we aren't wearing jeweled armor. Otherwise, the natives might perceive us as enemies." Qin Handang chuckled in response. Indeed, the situation on Abidos was unique, specifically orchestrated. In a standard Stargate exploration, donning such armor would be improbable. Although the Goi Wutu wield considerable power, they also have many adversaries. Encountering them would certainly lead to misunderstandings. In the series, among the members of one was Tilk, a jeweled, whose very presence, marked by the Apophis insignia on his forehead, constantly signified his identity, making protective armor a prudent choice. However, one was comprised solely of Earthlings. If they were to don jeweled armor and provoke hostility, it would be sheer folly. After passing the totem and walking for approximately 20 more minutes, they finally beheld a human settlement. Observing the scattered village devoid of walls and the primitively clad natives confirmed Song Minyan's assertions. It was evident they were still entrenched in an era of slash-and-burn agriculture. One did not make a concerted effort to conceal their presence, and thus they were quickly noticed by the vigilant natives, who encircled them, 7 or 8 warriors clad in leather armor, armed with metal spears and bows, shouting incomprehensible phrases. Qin Handang felt a headache coming on. The language barrier was truly frustrating. At times, he wished for a glitch in reality akin to that in the narrative world, where all of humanity spoke a singular language. Alas, such a notion could only exist in fiction. Nevertheless, communication was not entirely impossible, as sentient beings share certain universal traits, such as the expression of a smile, as a vanguard for interstellar exploration, TS. One possessed a peculiar yet practical skill set, the ability to present a friendly smile at any moment, which is said to be the most universally understood expression among different races. Qin Handang extended his empty hands, displaying a sincere smile to convey his non-aggressive intent, and, regardless of whether the natives comprehended him, he attempted verbal communication. "Greetings, we are explorers from afar, having arrived here through that enormous ring." As he spoke, he gestured to illustrate a large circle and retrieved a photograph from his pocket to show them. Having watched hundreds of episodes of the Stargate series, Qin Handang had supplemented his knowledge with various actions that had been contrived for the sake of the storyline. The photograph he now displayed was one such example. It depicted a Stargate, with several indistinct figures standing beneath it in the absence of a common language. This rudimentary yet direct method of introducing themselves seemed effective. Upon viewing the photograph, the warriors paused, and one of them tentatively reached for it. Qin Handang, fully aware of how to proceed, unhesitatingly handed the photograph to the native, maintaining a beaming smile. The warrior examined the image closely before turning to speak a few words and then hastily departing. Qin Handang exchanged glances with Bartle and the others, collectively sighing in relief. It seemed they could avoid immediate conflict, a promising sign. While both parties silently awaited the next move, Qin Handang took the opportunity to scrutinize the indigenous people. They bore a striking resemblance to the people of Huagua, with their wheat-colored skin, black hair, and eyes, and their facial features were not overly pronounced. If dressed appropriately, one could easily mistake them for fellow Huagua citizens, hardly recognizing them as foreigners, let alone extraterrestrials. The natives before them, adorned in leather armor and adorned with bird feathers, painted their faces and bodies with patterns reminiscent of indigenous warriors from Africa and South America. After roughly 4 to 5 minutes, the warrior who had taken the photograph returned, accompanied by a robust man clad in silver metallic armor. He held the Stargate photograph and approached Qin Handang, scrutinizing him from head to toe before examining Bartle and the others. With a smile, he placed his left hand over his chest, bowing slightly in greeting, and uttered a phrase that was completely unintelligible. Seeing this, Qin Handang recognized the need for a straightforward means of communication. Introducing names, he pointed to himself, speaking slowly, syllable by syllable. "Qin Handang." He then gestured towards Bartle, articulating "Ba Te Air," followed by Song Minyan and Wang Jinkai. This method of introduction was simple enough, and it appeared the native understood Qin Handang's intent, as he also pointed to himself and declared, "Tenenai." Qin Handang's eyes brightened. Progress was being made. He mirrored the native's gesture, placing his left hand over his chest and bowing slightly. "Greetings, Tenenai." After exchanging names, the tension dissipated. Despite the language barrier, Tenenai led Qin Handang and his companions into their village. Upon entering the settlement, Qin Handang observed carefully. Although it lacked the fortifications seen among the natives of Abidos, this was still a substantial tribe, having constructed numerous wooden dwellings that extended for miles. The vast expanse of the indigenous community appeared to be well planned. The entrance they had initially entered was the outermost area, likely housing the warriors tasked with vigilance and training, for only robust men wielding various weapons traversed this space. With no elderly, women, or children in sight, as they ventured deeper into the village, they encountered cultivated fields and various workshops, with a small river meandering through the area. Besides the young men, there were also many adult women engaged in labor. Further in lay the heart of the tribe, where the elderly played with children. The tribe exuded vitality and order, and in stark contrast to the residents of Abidos, these people appeared to live in a state of relative ease and comfort. As Qin Handang observed the attire of the natives, he found it increasingly familiar. Unlike the other members of TS-1, his greatest advantage as a time traveler from 30 years in the future was the immense informational edge he possessed. This advantage was not merely reflected in foreknowledge of significant events, but also in the vast breadth of information available. The powerful internet of modern times allowed anyone with access to stay informed about global affairs without ever leaving their homes. As Qin, Han, and Tang gazed upon the vividly colored traditional garments before them, a revelation dawned upon them. These resembled the nearly extinct styles of primitive tribes from South America. It appeared that the inhabitants here were descendants of slaves captured by Apophis from Earth. However, unlike Ra's reign of terror in Africa, this fiend seemed to have claimed dominion over South America. One couldn't help but ponder how many Wuda lords had once congregated on Earth. This was illogical. He had always believed that only Ra had ruled over Earth for a time. Yet, it seemed Apophis had also graced this planet with his presence. In a wonder, he had later traversed Earth's Stargate. Were the ancient humans, retreating from the Pegasus galaxy, the ones who had banished him? No, that couldn't be right. The series had depicted a lord of Eastern descent, suggesting that multiple Wuda lords coexisted on Earth, each claiming their territory. Given the nature of these lords, who among them did not govern several, if not dozens, of planets? Why then engage in petty territorial disputes on the diminutive Earth? This defied logic. Moreover, there was no Nakuta or on Earth. Why would the lords gather here? And why had they not returned? If the ancient humans had indeed driven them away, why had they not annihilated them instead? Given the notorious actions of the Wuda against Earth's natives, the ancient humans were unlikely to have simply expelled them. All evidence suggested that, while morally high, they were no pacifists, unyielding in their dealings with adversaries. It appeared that either the Wuda lords who once roamed Earth were not expelled by the ancient humans, but rather met with some other undisclosed fate, or Earth itself concealed certain secrets. Otherwise, it was unfathomable for the ancient humans to regard Earth as a base of operations and long-term settlement within the galaxy, while the Wuda lords flocked here only to retreat in defeat. Never daring to return, Qin, Han, and Tang found themselves unexpectedly entangled in a web of conjecture regarding the identities of these indigenous people, so much so that they ceased to observe the tribe's circumstances. While Qin, Han, and Tang remained lost in their thoughts, Turner led T.S.1 into a spacious chamber, evidently designed for gatherings. The sudden halt of their steps jolted Qin, Han, and Tang back to reality. This was not the time to ponder questions devoid of precise answers. Shaking his head to dispel the scattered thoughts, he surveyed his surroundings. The room was adorned with numerous small tables, reminiscent of ancient single-person dining tables from Hua country, approximately 30 centimeters high and over half a meter long. Each table was accompanied by a soft cushion, clearly intended for individual seating. Under Turner's guidance, Qin, Han, and Tang gathered around a table, soon receiving a selection of water and food placed before them. Adhering to TS1's initial cautious principle, they refrained from sampling the local cuisine upon their arrival at the planet. However, as they later reflected on their actions, they recognized the shortcomings of this approach. If they were presented with local food, it indicated a positive rapport with the inhabitants. Rejecting their offerings seemed an unfriendly gesture, regardless of location. On another note, Qin, Han, and Tang considered that, from the perspective of the Stargate series, most intelligent beings in the galaxy shared physiological similarities with humans from Earth. With many of the indigenous people on various planets being slaves abducted by the Wuda lords, in this context, excessive vigilance during interstellar exploration evidently outweighed its benefits. Thus, TS1 decided to amend their approach. As long as the planet's inhabitants were humanoid intelligent beings and sufficient goodwill was expressed during their interactions, they need not entirely refuse the food offered, allowing one or two members of the team to abstain. Naturally, the role of abstaining fell to the team's medic, Song Minion, as she would be best equipped to provide effective treatment should any adverse effects arise. Observing Turner take a sip from his cup, Qin, Han, and Tang, feeling parched, quickly lifted their wooden cups to drink, discovering the taste surprisingly pleasant. This was not well water or river water, but rather a juice derived from some fruit. A delightful blend of sweetness and tartness that suited Qin, Han, and Tang's palate perfectly. As the group settled, an awkward silence ensued, hindered by their language barrier, leaving them staring blankly at one another while sipping their water. Nonetheless, TS1 was an expeditionary team, and with Qin, Han, and Tang's strategic insights, they were well prepared. Bartle retrieved a square black object from his backpack, an advanced laptop purchased from the Angsa Kingdom. While others regarded it as a pinnacle of technology, Qin, Han, and Tang could only describe it as clumsy and bulky. Accustomed to the sleek laptops and tablets of the future, this model was rather unappealing. Yet any technology was better than none, especially since it had been modified by Zhou Shangyan. Acknowledging the language barrier they faced with virtually all indigenous peoples, the Stargate base, following Qin, Han, and Tang's suggestion, produced a video on Stargate exploration. The video bore no direct relation to Earth but was set against the backdrop of the ancient humans and the history of the galaxy, featuring a multitude of synthesized images to narrate the history of the Stargates and their current exploration endeavors. The video simulated the ancient humans' construction of the Stargate network, the Goa'uld theft of this network to dominate the galaxy and enslave other races, as well as various experiences of the exploration teams traversing different planets. The most audacious aspect of the video was transplanting the history of the ancient Egyptians overthrowing Ra onto the planet Abidos, thereby concealing Earth's existence while showcasing the resistance against the Goa'uld and the subsequent victory. Lasting a mere 15 minutes, the video was devoid of subtitles or voiceovers, yet it featured background music. After all, music transcends language barriers, allowing individuals of diverse tongues to resonate emotionally. Initially, Turner was captivated solely by the laptop, but as the video progressed, he gradually comprehended its essence, his expression growing increasingly serious. Upon its conclusion, Turner began to speak rapidly, his words tumbling forth, yet they remained incomprehensible to Qin, Han, and Tang, who wore expressions of confusion. Frustration evident in Turner's demeanor, he abruptly rose, gesturing for TS1 to follow him, to which they complied. Turner led them from the tribal encampment into an untouched jungle, evident by the lack of a proper path. Once within the jungle, Turner showed no signs of halting, deftly pushing through the dense underbrush as he guided Qin, Han, and Tang deeper into the wilderness. After traversing the jungle for over half an hour, Turner began to call out two fixed words, Takaya and Zers. Qin, Han, and Tang were perplexed but chose not to intervene, opting instead to remain vigilant of their surroundings. After several minutes of calling, a massive crow emerged, landing upon a sturdy branch, instantly capturing their attention. Turner seemed to anticipate its arrival, his face lighting up as he greeted the crow with a slight bow. Exclaiming, "Zers!" Bartle and the others were taken aback, realizing that the entity Turner had been calling was, in fact, a crow. Meanwhile, Qin, Han, and Tang found themselves lost in thought, as if grasping at elusive memories. Just then, a gigantic wolf, its fur gray and white, bounded into view, causing Bartle and the others to startle, hastily drawing their Zat guns, aware of the heightened danger it posed compared to the crow. However, Turner beamed with delight, calling out, "Takaya!" This realization dawned on Bartle and the others. These were indeed the two protagonists from the totem they had seen on their journey. It appeared that these two animals were revered as totemic deities by Turner's tribe. Chapter 35. Deities. Unlike Bartle and the others, who perceived the crow and wolf as the indigenous people's totemic spirits, Qin, Han, and Tang's previously vague memories crystallized upon the wolf's appearance. These were not mere totemic deities. They were, in fact, the very gods of the planet's inhabitants. Yet, even if they were divine, the language barrier remained, rendering communication futile. Under the onslaught of past memories, Qin, Han, and Tang swiftly dismissed the notion, silently critiquing the situation. After enthusiastically greeting the two divine beings, Turner began to gesticulate animatedly, and as he spoke, Qin, Han, and Tang could discern an unexpected glimmer of intelligence in the wolf's eyes. Truly, they were remarkable. The transformed deities exhibited far greater sentience than their true animal forms. However, the other members of TS1 were less convinced. Observing Turner conversing earnestly with the massive wolf, Bartle reconsidered his earlier judgment, realizing that this seemingly warm-hearted individual was, in fact, quite unreliable. After Turner finished speaking, the great wolf howled at the crow perched on the branch, and to everyone's astonishment, the crow seemed to comprehend, responding with a couple of caws directed at the wolf. Bartle and the others stood there, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Could it be that these two creatures were genuinely communicating with Turner? Had they perhaps traversed the Stargate in a manner that led them from the Milky Way to a mythic realm? It appeared that Turner indeed understood the dialogue between the wolf and the crow. As he turned to Bartle and began gesturing animatedly, Bartle, completely at a loss regarding the meaning of his gestures, soon realized that since Qin Handang was already aware of these deities' true identities, he would quickly catch on. "Captain, please take out the laptop and replay the video we showed Turner earlier," Qin Handang suggested as he patted Bartel's arm. Bartle looked at Qin Handang in astonishment. "Are you serious? Trust me, I believe I have figured out who they are. This opportunity is not to be missed." With Qin Handang's firm assurance, Bartle knew that this fellow held many secrets. So he complied and retrieved the laptop from his backpack, placing it on a nearby large rock. To his amazement, the great wolf casually sauntered up to the computer, while the crow flapped its wings and swooped down, landing directly on the wolf's back, which the wolf seemed utterly unfazed by. Bartle and his companions began to realize that these two were certainly not ordinary animals. Once the computer powered on, Bartle immediately started playing the video. The brief 15-minute video concluded swiftly, and the great wolf turned to look at the crow seated on its back, emitting a low, muffled sound, to which the crow nodded and cawed in reply. Amidst the collective bewilderment of TS1, Turner, surprisingly, seemed to understand again, flashing a cheerful smile as he gestured to Qin Handang, indicating for them to put away the laptop and follow him. What choice did they have? Since communication was futile and comprehension elusive, they could only follow the familiar face. However, before departing, Qin Handang pulled Bartle and the others to bow slightly to the crow and the great wolf. Before setting off with Turner appeared decidedly more enthusiastic than before. It was unclear what insights he had gleaned from this visit to the deities, but he didn't care whether Qin Handang and the others understood him, as he began to chatter incessantly on their return journey. Naturally, Qin Handang, being a social butterfly, couldn't let Turner outshine him, and thus the two engaged in a nonsensical dialogue, frequently gesturing to enhance their interaction. Bartle and the others were utterly impressed, baffled by how these two could generate such an abundance of conversation. Upon their return to the village, Turner led them back to the previous reception hall. And it seemed mealtime was approaching, as soon after they took their seats, a variety of food was brought forth. At least from its appearance, the food from Turner's tribe appeared vastly superior to that of Abidos, primarily consisting of roasted meats accompanied by several fruits, and what seemed to be a beverage of some sort. Qin Handang surveyed the array of food before him, inhaling the mouth-watering aroma, and felt his saliva uncontrollably pooling. He then suggested to Bartle, given the warmth of their hospitality, it seems we won't be leaving anytime soon. We should indulge and partake in the feast, at worst. We can split our meal, each sampling 2 or 3 different dishes to mitigate the risk of any adverse effects. Bartle recognized the validity of this concern, given that this mission, like all Stargate exploration tasks, was not bound to a same-day return. The base had set a standard duration of 7 days for each assignment. Therefore, they could not afford to be excessively cautious, as it contradicted the very purpose of their exploration, which was to engage with different civilizations. All right, considering Turner's demeanor, it doesn't seem like there's any trickery at play. However, we are unsure if we might have an allergic reaction to these alien foods. So let us each choose 3 dishes to consume, keeping our portions moderate, Bartle instructed. Understood. Qin Handang eagerly reached for a golden brown piece of roasted meat on the table, biting into it as the rich, smoky flavor flooded his mouth, the succulent juices coating his lips. Indeed, the South American-style roast never disappoints. Observing Qin Handang devouring his food with such relish, Turner beamed with delight, repeatedly gesturing for Bartle and the others to dig in. Song Minion shook her head in disbelief at Qin Handang's voracious appetite, picking up a fruit that resembled a tomato and taking a gentle bite. The sweet juice mingled with the soft flesh of the fruit made her squint in pleasure, as this exotic fruit instantly captivated her palate. Bartle and Wang Jinkai also found their preferred dishes and began to eat, unexpectedly discovering that this tribe possessed a remarkable culinary talent. Although they each selected different foods, every single dish was delightful, with no one encountering any unpleasant surprises. As for the beverage that resembled wine, Qin Handang was the first to sample it. This pale blue drink appeared to be a type of fruit wine, seemingly low in alcohol content, smooth on the palate with a strong fruity aroma. Qin Handang thoroughly enjoyed it, frequently toasting with Turner, as if they were long-time drinking buddies. However, he seemed to have overlooked one crucial detail. Those delectable drinks often pack a potent punch, a principle that remains true even across the vast expanse of the cosmos. Ultimately, Qin Handang ended up drinking to the point of losing consciousness. The following morning, when Qin Handang awoke from his slumber, he momentarily failed to recall his whereabouts until he heard Song Minion's teasing voice. "Oh, our great wine connoisseur Qin has finally awakened. Impressive. You managed to get drunk on a new planet. I admire you. I just wonder how you'll write your mission report upon returning. Oh no. Qin Handang instantly regained his senses, rubbing his face as he remarked, "The wine was quite good, not at all harsh." "Are you still savoring the taste?" Song Minion shot back, visibly annoyed. "Are you feeling unwell in any way?" Sitting up in bed, Qin Handang stretched and shook his head. "Not at all. In fact, I feel better than ever. That was the most restful sleep I've had. I believe this wine would fetch a good price back on Earth." Song Minion threw a pillow at him, exclaiming, "You can't stay serious for a moment. As long as you're fine, stop reminiscing and hurry up and wash up. We have tasks to attend to with that." She exited the room. Yesterday, when Qin Handang first started drinking, there was no issue. But as the evening progressed, Bartle and the others could clearly see that something was amiss. He and Turner were draped over each other, holding their cups, which had now become flasks, drinking, dancing, and singing to their heart's content. Utterly intoxicated. Had they not been witnessing it firsthand, Bartle and the others might have suspected that he had ingested some hallucinogenic substance, as his exuberance was quite a sight to behold. Ultimately, both Qin Handang and Turner succumbed to inebriation, even embracing each other and refusing to part ways, prompting Bartle and the others to exert considerable effort to separate the two with the help of the tribe's members. Before this, Song Minion had not forgotten to capture the moment with photos and videos, for such incriminating evidence could not be overlooked. Once they arrived at the accommodations arranged for them in the village, Song Minion felt it necessary to keep an eye on Qin Handang throughout the night, fearing that his drunken state might lead to unforeseen issues. None of them wanted to return with an embarrassing report detailing an incident of public drunkenness during an extraterrestrial exploration mission. Oblivious to all this, Qin Handang awoke refreshed and began his morning routine. Just as he finished tidying up, Turner came knocking at the door. Despite the significant language barrier between them, it was evident that last night's revelry had not been in vain. Turner affectionately led Qin Handang and his companions to a room filled with elegantly dressed elders, who appeared to be the actual leaders of the tribe. Turner animatedly spoke to the elders in front of Qin Handang and the others before gesturing for Bartle to replay the video once more. After viewing the footage, the elders engaged in hushed discussions, then spoke a few words to Turner, who seemed quite pleased. After bowing respectfully to the elders, he then took Qin Handang and the others away. Even without a shared language, Turner's efforts made it clear to Qin Handang and his companions that the tribe was willing to continue engaging in dialogue. With this understanding, they realized their mission had not been in vain. However, the language barrier would inevitably prevent them from remaining in the tribe for long. Ongoing communication with the natives was a long-term task that fell outside the scope of the exploratory team's responsibilities. And eventually, personnel from the Extraterrestrial Civilizations Bureau would come to take over. The three primary objectives of the Stargate initiative, technology, diplomacy, and resources, had seen TS-1 achieve its preliminary diplomatic mission within Turner's tribe. And since it was clear they would not accomplish anything regarding technology here, their focus would soon shift to the resource aspect of their assignment. Chapter 36. Hidden Secrets. After breakfast, Qin Handang expressed his intention to take his leave from Turner. Upon understanding his meaning, Turner displayed a reluctant expression but did not attempt to stop him. However, as he escorted TS-1 out of the village, Turner presented Qin Handang with a silver long knife that he always carried. To the surprise of Bartle and the others, Qin Handang did not refuse. Instead, he offered his binoculars in exchange. After teaching Turner how to use it, it was clear he was quite pleased with the gift. Giving Qin Handang a hearty pat on the back before letting him go. Once outside the village, Qin Handang halted Bartel's plans for further exploration of the planet. "Captain, let us return to the Stargate base. There is crucial intelligence that needs reporting." Bartle looked puzzled. "What's going on? Is there an issue with this tribe? Or with that crow and wolf?" "Both, in a sense, and there's more." Qin Handang drew forth the silver longsword presented to him by Tenani, demonstrating its weight by swinging it lightly with his right hand, effortlessly severing a small tree of a bowl's circumference nearby. Only then did he pass it to Bartle upon grasping the weapon. Bartel's expression shifted, his gaze fixed skeptically upon the longsword in his hand. "Why is it so light? What material is this crafted from?" "It must be a local specialty of this planet. The indigenous people refer to it as Ku. Said to be a rare metal 100 times lighter than iron, yet simultaneously 100 times more durable. We ought to return and conduct a thorough analysis." Realization dawned upon Bartle. It appeared that this was yet another piece of the enigmatic intelligence sourced by Qin Handang. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Bartle decisively resolved to lead the team back to the Stargate base. Upon reaching the Stargate, Qin Handang established a connection with the wormhole of Abidos, after which Wang Jinkai produced a fixed-frequency intercom to initiate communication. Base 146, this is TS-1. Please respond if you hear us. This marked their inaugural return to Earth via the transit base of Abidos. And as the base had been approved for establishment in June of 2214 by the Emperor, it was unceremoniously designated as Base 146, TS-1. This is Base 146, please continue. Wang Jinkai replied, TS-1 request to return to base. The surrounding environment is secure, please respond. The base has deactivated the safety shield, you may proceed, over. After completing the necessary procedures, Bartle and Qin Handang first pushed the multifunctional storage cabinet and remote probe into the wormhole, before following suit in turn. Upon their arrival at Abidos, they swiftly conducted routine checks and promptly made their way back to the Earth Stargate base. Commander Feng, upon learning that TS-1 had returned so swiftly from their mission, sensed that something was amiss and immediately summoned them to the Stargate control room for a meeting. Bartle commenced by briefing them on the mission's proceedings, concluding with, Little Qin has important intelligence to report. Hence I decided to interrupt the mission and return to base. Commander Feng turned to Qin Handang, speak. What have you discovered this time? Qin Handang placed the long sword, gifted to him by Tenani, upon the table before Commander Feng. Try this blade. Commander Feng, gazing at the approximately 1 meter-long silver sword, extended his hands to grasp it, only to be astonished by its unexpectedly light weight, akin to a plastic toy blade. Running his fingers along the blade, he felt the cold metallic texture, confirming that it was indeed a metal sword. Bartle added from the side, Little Qin can effortlessly cleave through a small tree with one hand. Though light, this blade is exceedingly sharp. Commander Feng regarded Qin Handang once more, gesturing for him to continue his explanation. This planet, designated SA-0258, was formerly the domain of the Lord Apophis of the Go'i-Wuda, whose indigenous people were enslaved miners abducted from South America over 10 millennia ago. Approximately a millennium ago, the true natives of this planet expelled Apophis and chose to coexist peacefully with those Earth immigrants. However, due to vast disparities in technological advancement and appearance, the natives opted to assume forms familiar to the Earth immigrants, providing them protection and a metal known as Ku. The raw ore of this metal was brittle due to impurities, yet once refined, its hardness could reach 100 times that of steel, while its weight was merely 1% of steel. This sword was forged from such metal, and as everyone could see, its performance was remarkable. If utilized in the construction of aircraft or spacecraft, it could resolve numerous issues, making it a rare mineral comparable to Naquata, with even lower distribution. The Earth immigrants evidently lacked the technology to refine this metal, thus the natives periodically supplied the refined metal through rivers. Catering to the needs of the Earth immigrants in this long-term coexistence, the Earth immigrants revered these natives as deities. However, unlike the Go'i-Wuda, these natives did not enslave them, nor did they actively influence their technological and societal development. It seemed that the majority of advanced civilizations in the galaxy typically approached less developed species in one of two extremes, either treating them as subhuman, as the Go'i-Wuda did, or, like the Nox, Asgardians, and the natives of this planet, refraining from interfering in the technological and societal progress of underdeveloped civilizations, instead assuming the role of passive observers or protectors. The appearance of the natives bore a striking resemblance to humans, with the primary distinction being in their facial features. At the mouth and nose area, they possessed respiratory organs akin to gills. As for the name of these natives, their habitation, population, societal structure, and technological development level, I remain uninformed. However, they at least possess the following technologies: shape-shifting, instantaneous transportation of beings or objects to other spaces or dimensions, and formidable healing abilities. Additionally, like the Nox, they can activate the Stargate wormhole without a dialing console. This encapsulates my knowledge regarding that planet. Although the members of TS-1 had previously witnessed Qin Handang's almost prophetic intelligence capabilities, each time they heard him recount such information so nonchalantly, it felt profoundly uncanny, as though he were observing everything from a divine perspective. Even Commander Feng, who was somewhat privy to Qin Handang's background, found it incredulous. Such depth of intelligence could not merely be attributed to his identity as a time traveler. Nevertheless, faced with Qin Handang's audacious demeanor, they could only suppress their peculiar feelings once more, directing their focus toward the intelligence itself. Commander Feng's primary concern remained the Earth immigrants. You mentioned that the tribespeople, like the natives of Abidos, are descendants of slaves captured from Earth by the Lord of Goiwuda. How many more descendants of Earth immigrants exist in this galaxy? This matter had long been a point of interest for the central authorities. After all, pure extraterrestrials might be one thing, but the identity of these Earth descendants could hold significant implications for TS-1 or the Stargate base. However, politicians had far more to ponder. Qin Handang took a deep breath and shook his head. I cannot ascertain how many Earth ancestors were abducted to other planets. However, within the dominion of the Lords of Goiwuda, the two largest groups are likely the Garaf and the Earth descendants. Therefore, as long as we continue our interstellar explorations within the Milky Way, the probability of encountering various Earth descendants remains high. Commander Feng recognized that this matter bore little relevance to him. His role was merely to relay the information to the central authorities. After inquiring briefly, he redirected his attention toward the metal material known as Ku. This sword should be taken to the Research Institute for analysis to ascertain its properties. If its capabilities are indeed as Little Qin described, is there a possibility for large-scale procurement from them? Without a second thought, Commander Feng dismissed the feasibility of China sending personnel for mining operations. Given the current confidentiality level of the base, there simply would not be enough manpower to undertake such an endeavor. For a considerable time, purchasing the metal would be China's sole option. Qin Handang smirked. He recalled that in the series, Tanani's tribe adhered to a principle of sufficiency when requesting from the deities, and these extraterrestrial natives were opposed to large-scale mining of Ku. Furthermore, due to the meddling of the NID, the situation had escalated to the point where they directly invaded the Xi'an mountain base. Although they ultimately spared the base, they returned and sealed their Stargate. However, nothing in this world is absolute. What the hypocrites from Angsa could not achieve may still be within the capabilities of the Chinese. I'm uncertain about this matter. It will depend on the efforts of the Extraterrestrial Civilization Department for gradual communication. After all, we have yet to overcome the language barrier. Thankfully, the introductory video of the Stargate we produced proved effective. The other party demonstrated a willingness to deepen their understanding of us. I believe we can attempt this. After all, even if it fails, there is no loss. Not only do they possess the Kemetal, but this advanced extraterrestrial civilization also harbors animosity towards Goiwuda. Should we indeed find ourselves at war with Goiwuda, they might lend us their assistance. Furthermore, although they do not engage in technological exchanges with Tanani's tribe, it does not imply they will treat us similarly. Our current technological level surpasses that of that tribe significantly. Even if we still lag far behind truly advanced civilizations within the Milky Way, the advancements in technology resulting from the Stargate program are bound to exceed those of the past. Thus, let us proceed with normal communication. I estimate it will take several years to completely resolve the language barrier, and we cannot predict what the situation will be by then. Chapter 37. Meeting face-to-face after hearing Qin Handang's report, Commander Feng felt a complex array of emotions. Since the initiation of the Stargate program, the fortunes of the Stargate base had been rather favorable. They had safely returned with a wealth of Stargate addresses from Abidos and discovered Naquata metal. Subsequently, they captured two lords of Goiwuda from over 10,000 years ago on Earth, effortlessly acquiring a spacecraft capable of interstellar voyages. A newly discovered material has emerged, comparable to the renowned Naquata metal, and preliminary contact has been established with a civilization possessing advanced technology. However, all these promising beginnings have been somewhat impeded by the barriers of language, leading to a frustrating scenario where urgency yields little progress. Commander Feng currently feels as though he is staring at a lavish banquet spread before him, yet is restrained from partaking, resulting in considerable vexation. Nevertheless, this is a common occurrence in interstellar exploration. Even the mighty four advanced civilizations led by the ancient human race find themselves constrained by linguistic issues during exchanges of scientific knowledge, often having to resort to the intricate realm of microphysics to establish a common ground. After TS-1 delivered its mission briefing on planet SA-0258, Commander Feng broached the subject of an unexpected situation involving the imprisoned Lord Osiris of the Guawati.it. Seems that Osiris, having been isolated for an extended period, may be experiencing psychological distress, as he has refused to engage in the current mode of communication since yesterday. He insists that if he is to continue teaching the Guawuda language, it must be conducted face-to-face with the students. Xiaoqin, Do you think he is genuinely unable to withstand the pressure of prolonged solitary confinement, or does he harbor ulterior motives? Qin Handang's initial reaction to Osiris's demand was suspicion, suspecting that the fellow might be up to something devious. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that such a response was not entirely unexpected, considering Osiris had not seen anyone for nearly 2 months, with all his interactions being mere voices without faces. It is only natural for anyone to develop psychological issues after such an extended period of isolation. Nonetheless, Qin Handang does not believe that Osiris is truly crumbling under pressure. After all, he is the lord of the Guawuda, renowned for his mental prowess. While a portion of his request may stem from unbearable loneliness, it is likely that he is primarily testing the waters. I believe we should refrain from allowing him direct interaction with the students just yet. Although they are seasoned operatives, they possess limited understanding of the Guawuda lords, and I fear they may inadvertently fall into Osiris's trap. After all, he has been confined for a considerable time, and I have yet to meet him face to face, so I feel it is time for a personal encounter. Previously, when Isis proposed a face-to-face meeting, did we not begin to retrofit an interrogation room? It should be ready for use now, shouldn't it? Perhaps we can allow Osiris to test the waters, as I have a peculiar feeling about Isis. Commander Fong pondered for a moment and concurred, stating that there was no issue with that. You should converse with Osiris and see if you can extract any useful information from him. Qin Handang chuckled. I was thinking the same. Oh, you think our faces are so easy to see? He should at least provide some refreshments. Enough of your banter, go prepare. After experiencing several of Qin Handang's interrogations of Osiris, the entire TS-1 team, aside from Song Minyan, had been thoroughly rattled by his various antics. This time, it appeared that Qin Handang would be even more ruthless, as Bartle and Wang Jinkai politely declined, opting instead to return to report writing, leaving only Song Minyan to witness his live PUA performance. Following Isis's request for a face-to-face meeting, Qin Handang recognized that if he wished to acquire more information, he could not continue to avoid meeting face-to-face, so the base had retrofitted an interrogation room per his suggestion. Strictly speaking, this interrogation room was not particularly unique. It resembled a prisoner visitation area in the Angsa National Prison. It consisted of 2 adjacent small rooms connected by a half-demolished wall, replaced with a bulletproof glass partition. The seating on the prisoner's side was equipped with electric shock devices, and the room contained vents for dispersing anesthetic gas, along with 4 shooting ports positioned at different angles. Any sign of trouble from the prisoner could lead to swift incapacitation or even execution. Qin Handang, indeed, appeared to value his life, as Commander Fong had regarded him with a peculiar expression when he proposed the interrogation room's modification, suspecting that aside from having been a fraudster, he might have dabbled in torture. The process of extracting Osiris from his cell was far from amicable. They flooded the room with anesthetic gas, and once he collapsed, they administered a tranquilizer dart before allowing the fully armed soldiers to carry him to the interrogation room. Witnessing the entire ordeal, Song Minyan could not help but exclaim, Osiris has truly drawn the short straw in countering you. Where on earth did you learn such extreme precaution? Better safe than sorry. These Guawuda lords are more than a little sinister. One must remain vigilant. Seated in the interrogator's room, Qin Handang observed as Osiris was secured in the interrogation chair, awaiting his awakening, while Song Minyan remained in the adjacent monitoring room, prepared to observe the proceedings. Osiris, true to his title as Lord of the Guawuda, awakened after a mere half-hour, despite the hefty dosage of anesthetic that could have subdued an elephant. Upon regaining consciousness, he first inspected his restrained limbs before looking up to see a figure in a white mask seated behind the glass. Indeed, the cautious Qin Handang, even through the bulletproof glass, felt uneasy and donned a mask that obscured much of his face. He intended for Osiris to remain oblivious to his identity, as he had previously engaged in rather dubious activities. Ah, Osiris, I hear you have been throwing a tantrum and refusing to cooperate. This is quite disappointing. How can you lack a sense of contractual obligation? He began. However, I am magnanimous, so today I have come to meet you in person. Feel free to express any requests. We can come to an agreement. Let us not resort to strikes, as that would be detrimental to both of us. Osiris remained silent, staring intently at Qin Handang for some time before hesitantly inquiring, Are you Ishihara Shintaro? Qin Handang raised an eyebrow and replied, Indeed, but Osiris, you truly sadden me. It has only been a short while since we last conversed, yet you cannot recognize my voice? Osiris scoffed. Ha! Are you so ashamed to reveal yourself? Even in this state, you still hide your face from me. Ah, you misunderstand. I am not afraid to see you. Rather, I have caught a cold and wore the mask to avoid infecting you. Song Minyan in the monitoring room burst into laughter at this, thinking Qin Handang a master of deception. If he ever acquired a girlfriend, she would surely be led astray by his silver tongue. The audacity of Qin Handang was indeed rare, leaving Osiris momentarily speechless. Noticing Osiris's sudden silence, Qin Handang assumed he was merely biding his time and decided to take the initiative. Old Osiris, we finally meet. And you choose to play coy. Are you contemplating what gift you should bestow upon me for this reunion? We are brothers, after all. No need for formality. A small token will suffice. Osiris winced at the absurdity of the request. Unable to restrain his sarcasm, is this even human speech? I am the one in captivity, and you have the audacity to solicit a gift. In the monitoring room, Song Minyan suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Osiris. It seemed he had indeed committed numerous wrongs, leading to this situation where Qin Handang would interrogate him, a fitting comeuppance. Qin Handang, unfazed by Osiris's words, continued, if you have yet to decide on a gift, perhaps I could suggest a request? A certain interstellar archaeologist is seeking to purchase the power distribution map of the Guo Wuda on this planet from over 10,000 years ago. Why not share this information with me? It would only take a few words for you. Since pondering the division of power of the Guo Wuda on Earth over 10,000 years ago during his time on planet SA-0258, Qin Handang felt an insatiable curiosity, sensing there lay hidden secrets within it. That moment, Osiris suddenly regarded Qin Handang with a peculiar smile. Very well, consider it done. Then, his eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness, and he shouted the name Qin Handang had previously revealed. Ishihara Shintaro? Realizing something was amiss as he saw the light in Osiris's eyes, Qin Handang cursed inwardly, damn. I've been ensnared. However, he had no time to react before a sharp pain seized his head, and he lost consciousness. In the monitoring room, Song Minyan, slightly delayed in her reaction, was taken aback when she noticed the light in Osiris's eyes. Yet, as she observed Qin Handang sliding from his seat, she instantly recognized the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, she pressed two buttons on the left of the control panel, one blue and one white, followed by a red button on the right. An ear-piercing alarm resonated throughout the Stargate base. Simultaneously, Osiris's body convulsed violently in the interrogation room, frothing at the mouth, while the vents began to spew forth copious amounts of white smoke. Chapter 38. Koma witnessing Osiris succumb to unconsciousness under the dual effects of electric shocks and anesthetics. Song Minyan rushed out of the surveillance room. She commanded the fully armed soldiers stationed outside the interrogation room, quickly, take the prisoner back to his confinement cell and bind him securely. After issuing her orders, Song Minyan swiftly opened another door and dashed inside. At that moment, Qin Handang lay with his eyes closed, his complexion pale, his upper body slumped against the chair, sprawled on the floor. Song Minyan hurried to Qin Handang's side, crouching down to support his head, gently laying him flat on the ground. She first checked for his breath with her hand, then leaned down to listen for his heartbeat, relieved to find both relatively normal. At least his vital signs appeared stable. Just then, Commander Feng, along with Bartle and Wang Jinkai, rushed over upon hearing the alarm. Seeing the unconscious Qin Handang tighten their hearts, especially Commander Feng, who understood the significance of Qin Handang to the Stargate project. He accompanied the medical team in transporting Qin Handang to the medical station. Only after he was taken into the treatment room for examination did he have the opportunity to inquire about the incident from Song Minyan. Having focused solely on checking Qin Handang's condition, Song Minyan suddenly realized her lingering anxiety. She felt inexplicably tense. When Commander Feng asked, she forcibly suppressed her other emotions and recounted the entire sequence of events from the moment they entered the confinement cell. Yet even now, she remained baffled as to how Osiris had managed it. Despite having implemented sufficient protective measures, and with the interrogation room being fully isolated, the communication between Qin Handang and Abidos was not a genuine face-to-face interaction but conducted through intercom devices. However, one thing was certain. The issue must have stemmed from the moment Osiris's eyes glowed and he called out to Qin Handang. After listening to Song Minyan's account, Commander Feng fell into deep contemplation. It seemed that Osiris had been planning this event from the very beginning, with all prior behavior merely a guise to confuse them. Truly, He was a creature of ancient times, having lived for tens of thousands of years. Despite their myriad precautions, they had ultimately fallen into his trap. Seeing the self-reproach etched on Song Minyan's face, Commander Feng reassured her, "Do not blame yourself. You bear no responsibility in this matter. We simply underestimated the cunning of the Lord of the Gru. Even little Qin, who knows them best, did not anticipate that Osiris had such a hidden hand." After a moment of silence, Song Minyan replied, "Commander, I wish to check on Qin Handang's consultation. After all, I am also a doctor and the only eyewitness present. I may be able to assist." Commander Feng nodded in agreement. "Very well, you may go. Report to me immediately if there are any developments." "Understood." Song Minyan turned and entered the treatment room. "Bartle, Wang Jinkai, you two are to monitor Osiris in the confinement cell. As soon as he regains consciousness, commence interrogation. Additionally, elevate the security level for both him and Isis. No one is permitted to meet with them." Commander Feng ordered Bartle and Wang Jinkai. "Yes." The two men seethed with anger. As comrades who had fought alongside Qin Handang for over 2 years, they harbored a deep-seated hatred for Osiris, who was responsible for this chaos. Unfortunately, they could not afford to confront him recklessly. Otherwise, they would surely let that scoundrel know why the flowers were so red. Commander Feng then proceeded to the interrogation room to review the surveillance footage. Aside from that singular moment when Osiris's eyes glowed, he found no other anomalies. Troubled, Commander Feng returned to the treatment room, and shortly thereafter, the head of the base's medical station, Sun Shishing, emerged alongside Song Minyan. "Commander Feng, our examination reveals that Qin Handang's vital signs are currently stable. No abnormalities have been detected in his heart, lungs, or brain activity. The only certainty is that he has fallen into a deep coma of unknown cause. We have attempted several methods to awaken him, but to no avail. For now, he must remain under observation." Upon hearing this, Commander Feng felt a slight sense of relief. "Son, please keep a close watch on Qin Handang. Ensure that he is monitored 24/7, and notify me immediately of any significant changes." "Yes, rest assured, Commander. I will personally oversee the situation here." As the head of the medical station at Stargate Base, Sun Shishing was somewhat aware of Qin Handang's particular significance. After all, he had a list of key personnel, with Qin Handang at the very top, even above Commander Feng. Realizing there was little more he could do here, Commander Feng said to Song Minyan, "Come with me to the confinement cell. Osiris is likely to awaken soon. I want to see what schemes he has in mind." Upon arriving at the confinement cell, they found Bartle and Wang Jinkai intently watching Osiris, who lay discarded on the floor, apparently still unconscious. Song Minyan glared hatefully at the comatose Osiris, then turned to Commander Feng, saying, "I just recalled something while in the treatment room, reflecting on Qin Handang's various speculations about Osiris. It suddenly struck me. When Osiris first inquired about Qin Handang's name, he used the alias Shiera Shintaro, even mocked him for it, joking that he couldn't help but deceive with a name. At that time, he had quipped about needing to guard against Osiris using his name to curse him, given that this being had the identity of the god of the underworld in ancient Egyptian mythology. Who could know whether he possessed any peculiar supernatural abilities akin to those sealed within the pyramids of Mexico? Now, it seemed he might have indeed been onto something, though reluctant to accept such an absurd notion. The events that transpired in the interrogation room compelled them to entertain this line of thought. "P.S. Waking up," Bartle announced. Still fixated on the confinement cell, it appeared that the 2 doses of high-powered anesthetic had not inflicted any lasting effects on Osiris. As he swiftly rose to his feet upon regaining consciousness, Bartle pressed the communication button and angrily rebuked, "Osiris, have you forgotten your own identity? How dare you lay hands on our personnel? Speak. What did you do in the interrogation room?" A flash of light flickered in Osiris's eyes as he smirked coldly. "You wretched ants. Did you think that imprisoning me would resolve everything? You know nothing of the divine." With that, he closed his eyes with a self-satisfied expression, his lips moving as if reciting something. Commander Feng and the others were puzzled by Osiris's erratic behavior and prepared to continue the interrogation, but Song Minyan's expression suddenly changed drastically. She shouted urgently, "Quick, release the anesthetic. He intends to harm Qin Handang." However, before Bartle and Wang Jinkai could react, Osiris reopened his eyes, disbelief etched across his face, and began to roar at the viewing lens. "You despicable ants. Liars, how dare you deceive me even with your names? Ah, very well. Even if I cannot control him, He will not survive. With that, he again shut his eyes, a look of fierce malice overtaking his features. Without waiting for Song Minyan's warning, Bartle swiftly pressed the button to release the anesthetic. Yet, it would take time for the substance to take effect. Song Minyan, her face pale, turned and sprinted towards the medical station. Commander Feng's countenance darkened as he realized the extent of Osiris's madness. He ordered Bartle, summon the medical personnel. Once he falls unconscious, ensure they continue administering medication to keep him in a state of coma. Understood, Bartle paused before adding, I request 2 Zet guns. If the anesthetic proves ineffective, Wang Jinkai and I will directly incapacitate him with gunfire. Commander Feng nodded in agreement. Very well, ensure you keep him subdued. With that, he hurried towards the medical station. Upon arriving at the medical station, Song Minyan found that Qin Handang's condition had indeed worsened, with his heart rate and blood pressure declining and breathing becoming labored. Sun Shixing was left with no choice but to place him on a ventilator and administer medication to stabilize his heart rate and blood pressure. Commander Feng, witnessing the deteriorating situation, became even more agitated. After giving Sun Shixing a few instructions, he returned to his office to report to the higher-ups. Qin Handang was the very core of the Stargate project. Any mishap befalling him would deal an immensely severe blow to their efforts. He needed to inform the Central Command of this news at once, and it was evident that the medical resources available at Stargate Base would soon prove insufficient. Should Qin Handang's condition continue to deteriorate, they would have no choice but to transfer him to a hospital in the capital. After completing the call with Central Command, the high-ranking officials expressed significant concern. They instructed Commander Feng to find a way to compel Osiris's compliance while also preparing for Qin Handang's transfer to the capital. Once the call concluded, Commander Feng promptly notified the Abidos star, urging the Qin couple to return to Stargate Base as quickly as possible. For Qin Handang was their only son, and in such a situation, it was best for them to remain by his side. Thanks to Song Minyan's timely warning to Bartle about releasing the anesthetic, while Qin Handang's condition had not improved, it had at least been stabilized and did not continue to deteriorate, preventing Osiris from fulfilling his malevolent intentions as he had boasted. Nevertheless, this left Commander Feng and the others in a predicament. It was now nearly certain that Qin Handang's ailment stemmed from a curse-like effect inflicted by Osiris. Yet the troubling part was that knowing the cause was of no help whatsoever. Without awakening Osiris, they could not negotiate with him. However, if they did awaken him, it was highly likely he would attempt to complete the unfinished business he had started, placing Qin Handang in a perilous situation. After all, they remained unaware of how Osiris had caused Qin Handang to fall into a coma and worsen his condition. Upon stabilizing the condition of Qin Handang, Commander Feng and Song Minyan returned to the confinement chamber to consult with Badr and Wang Jinkai, seeking any possible solutions to break the deadlock. It is worth noting that the TS-1 team members have spent the most time with Qin Handang over the past 2 years, having also executed interstellar exploration missions together. Perhaps they could uncover some unique insights from their shared experiences. Chapter 39. The truth cannot be hidden. Song Minyan gazed at Osiris, who lay unconscious from a heavy dosage of anesthetics. Various memories of his previous behaviors flashing through her mind, prompting her to chuckle softly. Commander Feng and the others looked at her in surprise, and she pointed at Osiris, exclaiming, I just realized that Qin Handang's nonsensical remarks have truly bewildered this fellow. Ironically, it was precisely this that saved his own life. His last words before we sedated him mentioned that he had originally intended to control Qin Handang directly, but due to receiving a false name, his plans ultimately failed. In a fit of rage, he sought to kill Qin Handang instead. Had it not been for Qin Handang's incessant babble during his exchange with the Gua Wu Te, we might still be unaware of the current situation. It is evident that even if Osiris genuinely aimed to harm Qin Handang through curses, the use of a false name thwarted his efforts. Does this not imply the existence of a flaw in the curse? Therefore, if we can identify the right approach, we might still have a chance to dispel this so-called curse. Badr, scratching his bald head with a furrowed brow, lamented, that may be so, but where exactly is the flaw? None of us have ever dealt with such mystical matters. Wang Jinkai recalled the planet they had just visited and suggested, did not Xiao Qin mention that the indigenous people on S0258 possess remarkable healing abilities? Perhaps we could venture there and test our luck? Song Minyan shook her head, replying, this is our first interaction with them. We have yet to overcome the language barrier, making it nearly impossible to clarify this complex situation. Unless we bring the unconscious Qin Handang directly to the Ternani tribe as a gamble, but considering his current physical condition, we must be extremely cautious in moving him, while our side may manage. The road conditions on their end are well known. Qin Handang would hardly survive the journey to the tribe.at that moment. Badr smacked his forehead and turned to Commander Feng, saying, "Did not Shao Qin mention that another Gua Yiwu Te Lord is sealed in a healing chamber within a pyramid in Mexico? Should we not seek him out?" Commander Feng shot him a disapproving glance, replying, "What are you thinking? We do not even know where the pyramid is located, and it lies within a sovereign nation. How could we possibly undertake a military operation there? Moreover, Shao Qin indicated that this Gua Yiwu Te possesses peculiar abilities. Should anything go awry, the ramifications would extend beyond the Stargate base. Furthermore, those healing chambers have severe aftereffects. There is no guarantee that Qin Handang would be unaffected. This plan carries too much uncertainty and will not be approved unless absolutely necessary." With Badr's and Wang Jinkai's proposals dismissed, they could only brainstorm further. With the two of them monitoring the confinement chamber, Commander Feng and Song Minyan chose not to linger. Song Minyan went to the medical station to care for Qin Handang, while Commander Feng returned to his office to contemplate alternative strategies. Though Badr's earlier suggestion had been rejected, it was not entirely without merit. It ultimately depended on the Central Command's decision. Thus, Commander Feng sought to report to the superiors to see if they should prepare contingency plans. Additionally, he had one last desperate option: to eliminate Osiris and determine if his death could sever his influence over Qin Handang. However, this was merely a gamble to be taken at the last moment and would require prior authorization from the Central Command. Several hours later, Qin Xuan and Tang Li returned from Abidos, unaware of Qin Handang's predicament and believing they were merely attending an impromptu meeting. Upon arriving at the Stargate base, they were promptly taken to the medical station by Commander Feng, where they learned of Qin Handang's plight at the hands of Osiris. Seeing Qin Handang lying on the hospital bed, sustained only by a respirator, Tang Li broke down in tears, clutching her son's hand tightly. Qin Xuan, slightly more composed, silently observed Qin Handang for a while before turning to seek out Commander Feng to discuss strategies. For the past few hours, Song Minyan had been by Qin Handang's side, contemplating a way to break the deadlock. Unlike the others, she focused on recalling all of Qin Handang's descriptions of the Gua Yiwu Te and their exchanges, convinced that the key information lay within those interactions. It was only upon Tang Li's arrival that inspiration struck her, prompting her to hastily exit the treatment room and approach Commander Feng with her request. "Commander Feng, I would like to request a conversation with Isis." Commander Feng regarded her with surprise, firmly stating, "That is out of the question. Shao Qin has just been harmed by Osiris. It is evident that these Gua Yiwu Te lords have never ceased their scheming. I do not wish for you to be drawn into danger while Shao Qin remains at risk. Yet I believe this is the most promising avenue for finding a breakthrough," Song Minyan insisted. "I was present during Qin Handang's interrogation of them and am aware of what he has said to these two Gua Yiwu Te lords. Previously, Qin Handang exploited the information gap created by their inability to meet, leading Isis to mistakenly believe that Osiris intended to kill her. While I am uncertain whether Isis fully believed it, it is worth attempting, as it cannot worsen Qin Handang's condition. As for my safety, there should be no issue. We need not engage in a face-to-face meeting with Isis, as we can converse within the confinement chamber." Since Song Minyan did not insist on a direct meeting with Isis, Commander Feng acquiesced, stating, "Very well, I shall accompany you to speak with her." Qin Xuan added, "Commander Feng, I would like to join as well. Perhaps I can be of assistance." "That would be most welcome, Commander Feng." Recognizing that even if Qin Xuan were not Qin Handang's father, as the head of the Extraterrestrial Civilizations Department, he had the authority to engage in communication with the Gua Yiwu Te at such a critical moment. Qin Xuan turned to inform Tang Li of his decision, only to find that she had followed him out. Upon seeing the surprised expressions of Commander Feng and Song Minyan, she explained, "There are medical staff attending to Handang. I cannot offer any assistance. It would be better for me to accompany you to meet Isis." Indeed, this couple, seasoned diplomats, demonstrated their ability to maintain composure and understand the actions that could genuinely aid their son. Thus, the four of them proceeded to the outside of the confinement chamber where Isis was held. It was Song Minyan's suggestion. She took the lead in communicating with Isis. "Miss Isis, Mr. Shintaro Ishihara requires your assistance. Would you be willing to help?" Song Minyan wasted no time with pleasantries, opting for a straightforward approach, as she was unable to master Qin Handang's art of persuasion. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan and Tang Li were somewhat bewildered. Having not reviewed the mission reports concerning Qin Handang's dealings with the two Gua Yi Wu Te lords, they were unaware that their son had adopted the name of a certain country. However, now was not the time to pursue that line of inquiry, so they remained silent and listened intently. Isis was taken aback to hear Song Minyan's voice. She was accustomed to conversing with Qin Handang, and the sudden change felt somewhat disconcerting. Where is Shintaro Ishihara? Is he not here, or has something happened to him? Though Song Minyan lacked the finesse of Qin Handang's conversational style, she was not foolish enough to directly expose his identity. She chose to follow the thread left by Qin Handang, saying, "There appears to be a divergence between his and Osiris's methods regarding your issue. I'm uncertain what Osiris has done, but he has rendered Shintaro Ishihara unconscious. I am here to inquire if you possess any means to bring him back." Isis fell silent for a moment before responding. "Is it true that Osiris is intent on killing me?" Having absorbed some of Qin Handang's techniques, Song Minyan replied without hesitation, "Indeed. While I do not deny that Shintaro Ishihara perceives greater value in you, he has never considered using your life as a bargaining chip, not even against Osiris. What he truly desires are the various insights and technologies you can provide. However, due to the poor historical reputation of your Gua Yi Wu Te, it became necessary to detain you separately, and unexpectedly, it was Osiris who ultimately betrayed you. I am now left with no choice but to ask if you can offer assistance. However, Osiris's recent actions have shattered our trust in him. So even if you cannot help, do not worry. We will not use your life as leverage in negotiations with him." Though Song Minyan's words were rooted in the fabrications previously spun by Qin Handang, they were not entirely untruthful. The Stargate base's policies toward the two Gua Yi Wu Te lords aligned closely with her statements. Thus, she spoke with a degree of sincerity, as the one who deceived Isis was Qin Handang, a master of lies. While she conveyed the truth, it appeared that Isis was swayed, replying, "I cannot guarantee that I can assist, but please inform me of all that transpired with Osiris." Song Minyan recounted the events surrounding Qin Handang's sudden collapse, emphasizing the moment they suspected Osiris's involvement. To everyone's astonishment, Isis burst into laughter after hearing the words, her face adorned with a mocking expression. She then uttered a statement that left Song Minyan utterly astounded. "It seems you are not as honest as you claim to be. Ishihara Shintaro is not his real name, is it?" Momentarily taken aback, Song Minyan felt it prudent to refrain from denial given the circumstances. Yet she endeavored to mask her reaction. "How do you know this?" she inquired. "That fellow has so many enemies that he never reveals his true name in front of outsiders," Isis replied with a chuckle. "It's quite simple. Had Ishihara Shintaro been his true name, he would not be in a comatose state now, but rather a puppet completely under Osiris's control." Continuing, Isis remarked, "Let me hazard another guess. He is likely not merely in a coma, but is in grave danger. Am I correct? This must be Osiris's wrathful retaliation after discovering he has been deceived, is it not?" Isis's words left Song Minyan and the others speechless. It appeared that the best understanding of the situation surrounding Gua Wu Te came from their own kind, capable of reconstructing almost the entire sequence of events with just a few phrases. Realizing that Isis had discerned the truth, Song Minyan felt there was no longer a need for concealment and readily admitted, "You are correct. Can you explain how Osiris achieved this? How can we save him?" In that moment, Commander Feng and the Qin Chuan couple anxiously focused their attention on Isis across the single lens, hoping she would provide a useful answer. Commander Feng was even prepared to negotiate terms with her. However, Isis seemed disinclined to withhold information. This is a form of mental control known as puppetry, mastered by Osiris. I am not entirely certain how it operates, as it is one of his most significant secrets. However, from what I understand, certain prerequisites must be fulfilled for him to achieve complete control over another. For instance, he must know the person's name, they must be face to face for several minutes, and the individual must gaze directly into his eyes. Most crucially, he must have sufficient prior interaction with the target. I suspect this is essential for deepening his understanding of them, as he cannot launch such a mental attack on a stranger. I surmise that since Osiris was released from his seal, this so-called Ishihara Shintaro has been the one communicating with him. Moreover, his identity is rather complex, which is why he was chosen as a target for attack. Upon hearing this, Song Minyan and the others fell silent, realizing that from the very beginning, they had unwittingly stepped into Osiris's trap, making it almost inevitable that they would be ensnared. With a hushed voice, Song Minyan asked, if Osiris possesses such formidable abilities. Why was he sealed away? Isis smiled faintly. Your understanding of Gwawute is rather limited. Firstly, while not every Gwawute wields extraordinary powers, those who attain the rank of Lord typically possess their own secret methods. Thus, Osiris is not the most exceptional among them. Secondly, Osiris's abilities are also constrained. He can control only one individual at a time using this method. If he wishes to switch targets, he must eliminate the current puppet. Therefore, while his abilities may appear formidable, they are not particularly practical. Although Isis feigned disdain for Osiris's powers, her final remarks weighed heavily on the hearts of Song Minyin and the others, if her assertions were accurate. From Osiris's perspective, eliminating Qin Handang would be a necessary choice, given the latter's significant status. They had previously entertained the notion of negotiating with Osiris, but it now seemed there was little room for compromise. Unwilling to succumb to Osiris's control, Song Minyin voiced her earlier query. If you say that Osiris initiated this without knowing his true name, it implies he has not met the prerequisites for mental control. Does this mean we could exploit this flaw to save him? Isis shook her head. You are oversimplifying the matter. Although I am unaware of all the secrets behind Osiris's powers, the knowledge of a true name merely prevents him from fully transforming the target into a puppet. However, life and death remain under his control. With determination, Song Minyin asked, what if I were to kill Osiris directly? Isis's expression morphed into a half-smile, half-sneered. I advise against it. In my experience, I have never witnessed a puppet survive its master's demise. Unless you truly have no other options, do not gamble on Osiris's character. A moment of silence enveloped the group as they contemplated the implications of this gamble. Reluctantly, Song Minyin pressed on, is there truly no other way? After a contemplative pause, Isis posed a seemingly unrelated question. From the alias Ishihara Shintaro, it seems he has deceived me in the past. I am uncertain which of his statements were true and which were false. However, I would like to inquire. If Osiris has consistently refrained from mentioning my name while genuinely intent on eliminating me, what do you believe his motive could be? Internally, Song Minyin scoffed. That wretched Qin Handang has never spoken an honest word to you. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Osiris had never mentioned Isis. This was indeed peculiar. Could it be that you were responsible for Osiris being captured and sealed by Ra over 10,000 years ago? Isis did not respond to Song Minyin but instead made a request. I may have a way to save him, but you must first provide me with certain items. What items? Song Minyin and the others were no longer apprehensive about Isis's requests. They feared her simply stating there was no way to help. First, did you not extract us from Osiris's temple? I wish to see its current state. Second, if Osiris was subject to the same conditions as I believe you must possess all records regarding his release from the seal and his subsequent parasitism within a host. I require access to these records. Third, I assume you have documented Osiris's attempts to exert control over him. I want to see that as well. Lastly, I want to know the condition of Osiris himself, not his host, but his true form. Rest assured, I am not asking you to kill him. He simply needs to be alive. Please wait. We need to discuss this. The simplicity of Isis's requests puzzled Song Minyin and the others, not because they were difficult to fulfill, but rather because they seemed too easy, except for the last request, which might pose some challenges. The first three were completely manageable. Moreover, nothing in these requests hinted at any potential for deception on Isis's part. Yet despite the simplicity of the conditions, Song Minyin lacked the authority to make decisions. So she turned to Commander Feng. Compared to the lives of Qin Handang, these requests were trivial. Even if no immediate issues were discernible, what mattered was that as long as the requests did not involve sacrificing lives, they had to be agreed upon. Commander Feng conferred briefly with Song Minyin before addressing Isis. We can comply with your requests. The first three can be provided swiftly, but we have some concerns regarding the last one. It is not that we are unwilling, but we have never attempted to extract a Gwawute from its host before. We worry that we might unintentionally cause Osiris's demise during the separation process. Isis chuckled. You may be underestimating Gwawute. Unless you are intentionally trying to kill one, it is quite challenging to do so. Let me offer you a simple method. I presume Osiris is currently in a comatose state. You can make an incision along the host's spine to extract his true form as swiftly as possible. Then, place him in a container filled with anesthetic. By regularly replacing the anesthetic, you can keep him in a state of coma without endangering his life. However, this method will inevitably result in the host's death, So it depends on how significant the host is to you. Song Minyin immediately replied, "We will make the arrangements, and the entire procedure will be recorded for your review. As for the host, I mean no offense, but all our selected hosts are individuals who have already suffered brain death, so those who have died once cannot die a second time." Isis appeared to have anticipated this. "Very well, I shall await your provisions." Turning to Commander Feng, Song Minyin declared, "Commander, I request to lead the operation to separate Osiris's true form." Commander Feng naturally did not refuse. Song Minyin was a physician and a member of TS1. Making her the most suitable candidate for this surgery, it was likely that she would encounter such situations frequently in the future, and it would be unreasonable for her to miss this opportunity to gain experience. Although uncertainties loomed regarding Isis's true intentions and whether she could indeed heal Qin Handang, this was the only opportunity available, and they could not afford to let it slip away. Thus, Commander Feng began to arrange for the video documentation that Isis had requested, while Song Minyin prepared for the operation to separate Osiris's true form. 2 hours later, the comatose Osiris was wheeled into the surgical room of the medical station. Bartle and Wang Jinkai worked together to lift him onto the operating table, with one holding a Zat gun at the ready beside them. Song Minyin and Sun Shixing approached the surgical table clad in pristine white surgical gowns. Given the significance of the operation, it was Sun Shixing, the head of the medical station, who personally assumed the role of assistant to Song Minyin. 2 nurses wheeled a storage container, crafted from bulletproof glass and filled with anesthetic, to the rear of the surgical table, designated for housing the essence of Osiris. These nurses would also assist in this extraordinary procedure. Song Minyin gazed at Osiris, who lay prone on the surgical table, her expression a tapestry of emotions. After a brief pause, she inhaled deeply and extended the scalpel toward his neck. As the sharp blade glided down the center of the cervical vertebrae, she beheld a serpentine creature. As thick as 2 fingers, evidently, this was the embodiment of Osiris. It coiled from the host's cervical spine down to the vertebral column, with its tail only visible midway along the spine. With the scalpel, Song Minyin carefully parted the skin of the host's neck, discovering that Osiris's teeth were firmly clamped around the junction of the cervical vertebrae and the foramen magnum. It appeared he interfered with the host's neural pathways in this manner, thereby exerting control over the host's consciousness. Chapter 41. Isis's plan. After meticulously observing the condition of Osiris's essence within the host, Song Minyin devised a plan to proceed with the surgery. Retracting the skin. Accepting the retractor from the nurse, Song Minyin continued to pull back the skin of the host's neck to reveal a broader surgical vista. Tissue forceps. She took the tissue forceps from the nurse, gripping firmly beneath the head of Osiris's essence, attempting to pry his teeth loose. Yet, perhaps due to the anesthesia, the essence remained unresponsive. Undeterred, Song Minyin resolved to intensify her efforts. After all, the life of the host was no longer a concern. She requested Sun Shixing to take over the tissue forceps, while she received a new pair from the nurse. With determination, she inserted the forceps into the essence's mouth and forcefully pried open its clenched teeth, finally succeeding in separating it from the host's cervical vertebrae. From that point onward, the process became straightforward. Song Minyin grasped the essence's head and gradually extracted it from its entanglement with the vertebral column, ultimately placing Osiris's nearly 50-centimeter-long essence into the anesthetic solution. Following the extraction of Osiris's essence, the host's vital signs swiftly dwindled to nothing, marking the definitive demise of this spy from the Foot Basin Nation. After concluding the dissection, Song Minyin promptly carried the footage to the confinement chamber, where Isis had already reviewed the 3 additional videos sent by Commander Feng. Meanwhile, Commander Feng and his spouse, Qin Chuan, remained outside the chamber, their eyes fixated on her movements. Upon receiving the surgical video, Isis attentively watched, and upon witnessing Osiris's essence being submerged in the anesthetic, she reached out to turn off the video. From her expression, Song Minyin discerned a sense of relief. Isis approached the monocle, her voice icy as she proclaimed, "Since you have satisfied the conditions I proposed, I shall fulfill my promise." Commander Feng and the others exhaled slightly, sensing a release of tension. Song Minyin, emboldened, inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Isis smiled softly and replied, "Let me outline my method as for whether you will allow me to proceed after hearing it. That is for you to decide." Osiris's puppet technique had faltered due to the use of a false name. Identifying this flaw as the sole point of resolution, I have 2 plans for you to consider. One option is to address the false Shintaro Ishihara, Since he employed a pseudonym, Osiris's control over his consciousness is akin to a leaf adrift on water. I can devise a way to eliminate Osiris's encroachment on his mind. This method bears a lower degree of difficulty. However, I must forewarn you that during this process, I will inevitably encounter certain secrets concealed within his consciousness. Therefore, should you choose this option, I will have to impose additional requirements, as I need sufficient guarantees of safety. Otherwise, I cannot trust that you will not silence me afterward. The second method involves confronting Osiris directly. Again, due to the existence of a false name, I can anchor a new puppet for him. This approach is considerably more complex, and because the Gruia which Lord possesses a mental fortitude far surpassing yours, the probability of failure is significantly higher than with the first option. The first plan entails contending with the consciousness detached from Osiris's essence, while the second involves a direct confrontation with the essence's consciousness itself. Though only one entity must be dealt with in the second option, the difficulty increases exponentially. Furthermore, the second plan has a prerequisite. The name Shintaro Ishihara must correspond to a real individual, one who is currently alive, as the genuine Shintaro Ishihara must ultimately replace the false one as Osiris's puppet. If the name was fabricated on a whim, or if the real Shintaro Ishihara holds greater significance to you, then further discussion is unnecessary, as it would be a waste of time. Upon hearing Isis's two proposals, everyone began to ponder their respective merits and drawbacks, if one were to consider only the likelihood of success. The first option undoubtedly appeared the most favorable. Everyone understood the formidable challenge posed by the Gruia who excelled at manipulating the consciousness of hosts. It was akin to choosing between battling a formidable opponent and a mere shadow. One's advantage was glaringly apparent. However, as Isis herself indicated, the first plan would expose her to the secrets of Qin Handang, which posed a dire concern, for no one could ascertain how many secrets remained hidden in his mind. To allow a Gruia which lord access to such knowledge would be perilous. Indeed, even among the highest echelons of Huagua, few possessed the clearance to know such matters. Quite frankly, from a purely procedural standpoint, even Qin Handang's parents, the Qin Xuan couple, might not possess that level of access. Thus, Isis's apprehensions were not unfounded. Even if Huagua harbored no intention of silencing her, lifelong confinement would be an inevitable consequence, a fate she could not accept. Absent the second option, they might have had no choice but to acquiesce, for the importance of Qin Handang was paramount. As for Isis's concerns regarding the existence of Shintaro Ishihara, she was entirely unaware of Qin Handang's character. Being a quintessential name generator, he could not have conjured a foreign name from thin air. The real Shintaro Ishihara was a prominent politician from the Foot Basin Nation. The fate of the genuine Shintaro Ishihara was of little concern to the Stargate base. Commander Feng and his team were solely focused on the rescue, with any collateral damage not to be attributed to them, as they were not the ones executing the actions. However, Commander Feng and his team found it perplexing that Isis would voluntarily disclose the drawbacks of the first option. Had she not mentioned them, the base might not have recognized the issue. They had been thoroughly ensnared by Osiris, and while Isis had proactively voiced her concerns regarding the first option, the very act of being proactive raised suspicions. It was difficult not to question such seemingly gratuitous displays of goodwill. Nevertheless, the Stargate base found itself with limited options, with their only concern being the attitudes of the Qin Xuan couple. Director Qin, Director Tang, this matter, while official, also bears personal implications for you. Your opinions and stances hold great significance, so I would like to hear your thoughts first, Commander Feng inquired. The Qin Xuan couple exchanged glances. As the parents of Qin Handang, they were naturally attentive to Isis's proposed plans to save their son, fully engaged in listening and analyzing. To be candid, from a parental perspective, they were inclined toward the first option. However, they also bore another identity, and based on their understanding of the Stargate project and the Gruia they swiftly concluded that the second option was the more prudent choice. This inclination stemmed not solely from national interests, but from the belief that allowing a Gruia lord to manipulate Qin Handang's consciousness, even with the intention of rescuing him, posed an unacceptable risk. Should they successfully expel Osiris only for Isis to subsequently assume control over Qin Handang, it would render their efforts futile, akin to never having genuinely rescued their son. Seeing the same conclusion mirrored in each other's eyes, Qin Xuan addressed Commander Feng. We are inclined to choose the second option. Although Isis mentioned a higher probability of failure, this also indicates that the first plan is not infallible. Since we cannot guarantee 100% success, we prefer the option that poses less harm to Handang. Very well, Xiao Song. Please inform Isis of our choice. Commander Feng concurred, also favoring the second option. Song Minyan pressed the communication button and relayed to Isis. We choose the second option. Isis's expression remained unchanged as she calmly stated. It appears that Shintaro Ishihara indeed exists. I will now elaborate on the preparations required. Firstly, you must provide as much information as possible regarding Shintaro Ishihara, preferably including videos and photographs, as I need Osiris to associate the name with the individual. Secondly, I will require the Vajit sleeve chain to confront Osiris, at this moment. Song Minyan interjected, Wait, what is the Vajit sleeve chain? Isis responded with surprise. You mean to say you do not know what the Vajit sleeve chain is? However, I just witnessed something in the temple of Osiris, specifically that object adorned with a red gemstone at its center, it was at this moment that Song Minyan realized it was what was referred to as a wristband by the Qin, Han, and Tang dynasties, and thus remarked, Now I understand. Please continue. Ultimately, and most importantly, if we wish to successfully transfer the art of puppetry, it will be imperative for Osiris to awaken, as the activation of the puppet cannot bypass the spellcaster. Therefore, you must find a way to swiftly ascertain the true condition of Ishihara Shintaro. Should I fail, you must immediately incapacitate Osiris, or else the consequences will be understood. At this juncture, Isis raised her shackled hands and added, You cannot possibly expect me to confront Osiris in this state, can you? So do come find me only when you are truly prepared. Is that all? Commander Feng and the others were taken aback. As they had been anticipating Isis to propose conditions, it was not that they lacked courage, but rather that Osiris had instilled a sense of paranoia in them. Clearly, this was the optimal moment for Isis to negotiate. Yet she remained silent, leading them to suspect she was hiding a significant agenda. This matter could not remain unclear, so Commander Feng instructed Song Minyan to inquire further. Miss Isis, we have always upheld the principle of equitable exchange. May I ask what price you require for your assistance this time? Upon hearing Song Minyan's question, a cryptic smile graced Isis's exquisite face. Oh, how proactive of you. It seems your approach aligns rather well with my temperament. There are, of course, conditions, but let us discuss them after I have rescued my people. I have a premonition that the one capable of fulfilling my requirements is currently unconscious. By heavens! The four individuals on the single lens side were astounded. They had not anticipated Isis to indeed set her sights on Qin Handang. The expressions of the Qin Chuan couple, which had shown signs of improvement, quickly soured once more. What had that unfortunate child done to incur the wrath of these two malevolent sorceresses? Each fixated on him, and had he not been unconscious, Qin Chuan would have been inclined to lift him up and deliver a sound, thrashing to extract answers. At that moment, Qin Handang, still in a coma in the medical station, suddenly twitched his lips as if he were dreaming of something rather stimulating. Given their current dependence on Isis, they could not compel her to state her terms if she was reluctant. So they set aside this issue temporarily and prepared for the rescue plan. 3 days later, a wealth of information on Ishihara Shintaro was collected at the Stargate base, encompassing texts, images, and videos, spanning from his youth to the present, effectively creating a small biography. In an era where transportation and communication were still quite cumbersome, the speed of this collection was largely due to the Stargate base's ability to mobilize various departments. After all, merely transporting these materials from the capital to the base in the Gobi Desert took the better part of a day. Should Ishihara Shintaro become aware that an extraterrestrial was meticulously gathering information about him from thousands of kilometers away, he would surely be overwhelmed with emotion. However, much of the information could not be disclosed to the malevolent sorceresses, and Commander Feng expended considerable effort to filter it out. After receiving the materials from Commander Feng, Song Minyan promptly delivered them to Isis before proceeding to the newly renovated processing room to see if there were any gaps to fill. This room had been specifically adapted for Isis to confront Osiris. Although the previous interrogation room had failed to prevent Qin Handang's ambush, that did not deter the base from preparing another dedicated space for the sorceresses. Unlike the last occasion when Osiris had been released, this time Isis would be brought here while fully conscious, and she would also acquire the versatile Vajit wristband. Learning from Osiris's prior escape, no one dared to guarantee that Isis wouldn't create some unforeseen trouble. So even though they knew perfection was unattainable, the Stargate base could not afford to neglect any precautionary measures. The processing room retained its basic configuration, including anesthetic spray and shooting ports, with the only alteration being that the floors and walls were lined with steel plates. connected to conductive wires, emphasizing a focus on swift incapacitation. A day later, Bartle and Wang Jinkai, clad in bomb-proof suits and wielding Zat guns, entered the confinement chamber where Isis was held. Isis, observing the fully armed figures whose faces were obscured, could not resist a jest. "It seems Osiris has truly caused you a great deal of trouble." Wang Jinkai silently unlocked Isis's leg irons and handcuffs, then gestured for her to follow. Feeling a sense of boredom, Isis shrugged her shoulders and obediently followed him out of the confinement chamber, while Bartle trailed closely behind. The confinement chamber and processing room were separated by less than 50 meters. And soon, under Wang Jinkai's guidance, Isis entered the latter. In the center of the room stood a metallic table, upon which rested a glass case housing Osiris, alongside the resplendent Vajit wristband. Once Isis entered, Wang Jinkai turned and swiftly locked the door behind him. Instead of immediately donning the Vajit wristband, Isis approached the glass case and gazed silently at Osiris for a while before breaking into a soft laugh and picking up the Vajit wristband to adorn her right hand. In the adjacent monitoring room, Commander Feng and Song Minyan observed Isis's actions, each holding a phone that remained connected for communication. On the other end of Song Minyan's call was the medical station at the base, where the Qin couple was monitoring Qin Handang, ready to notify Song Minyan the moment his condition changed. Meanwhile, Commander Feng was in contact with special personnel stationed in the Foot Basin Nation, who were monitoring Ishihara Shintaro's every move. The Stargate base had scheduled this particular rescue operation to coincide with the surveillance activities back in the Foot Basin Nation. Currently, Ishihara Shintaro, a member of the Foot Basin Nation's parliament, was engaged in a public speech that had long been scheduled, which was undoubtedly the most advantageous time for the monitoring personnel. After donning the Vajit wristband, Isis directed her right hand towards the glass case containing Osiris. The red gemstone in the center of the Vajit wristband began to emit a brilliant light, aimed directly at Osiris's form. Before long, the anesthetic liquid within the glass case began to bubble, and Osiris's physical form started to distort. At this moment, Isis's expression grew increasingly grave as she fixated intently on Osiris, her eyes occasionally flickering with glimmers of golden light. This state persisted for several minutes, and beads of sweat began to form on Isis's forehead, while her right arm, which had been raised, was now supported by her left hand. Suddenly, Isis raised both hands skyward, causing Osiris's form to rise from the anesthetic liquid and float in midair. The red light emanating from the Vajit wristband intensified, enveloping Osiris entirely. Commander Feng and Song Minyan understood that they had reached a pivotal moment in the confrontation, and they promptly notified the personnel on the other end to maintain close surveillance on Qin Handang and Ishihara Shintaro. After 3 to 4 minutes, Osiris's form began to twitch slightly, indicating he was on the verge of awakening from his stupor. At this juncture, Isis proclaimed loudly, "Now is the moment. Inform me of the status of those two." Song Minyan promptly responded, "Please hold on." She then turned to the phone and inquired, "Dr. Sun, has there been any change in Qin Handang's condition?" Meanwhile, Commander Feng asked, "What about Ishihara Shintaro?" The first to respond was the special personnel from the Foot Basin Nation, who reported in an unusual tone, "Ishihara Shintaro just collapsed unexpectedly during his speech. The scene has descended into chaos." Commander Feng instinctively clenched his fist. "Good. Continue to monitor his condition and contact us immediately if there are any changes." At the same time, good news came from Sun Shixing's end, reporting that Qin Handang's vital signs were gradually improving without warning, though continued observation was necessary, and the ventilator could not yet be removed. Song Minyan exhaled in relief. Improvement was all that mattered. As the saying goes, recovery is a gradual process, and it was unrealistic to expect Qin Handang to suddenly regain vitality. As long as Ishihara Shintaro collapsed simultaneously, they would be satisfied, prompting her to quickly inform Isis. "The real Ishihara Shintaro has fainted, while the false one is improving." Upon hearing this, Isis immediately cast the writhing Osiris back into the glass case filled with high-concentration anesthetic. After struggling for a moment, he ultimately succumbed once more to unconsciousness. Seeing Osiris completely incapacitated, Isis's body weakened, and she had to lean on the table to avoid collapsing. It seemed that the 20 minutes spent battling Osiris had taken a toll on her as well. After steadying herself against the table for a moment, she quickly regained her usual icy demeanor and unexpectedly removed the Vajit wristband, tossing it onto the table. She then addressed a camera in the room. saying, "All right, I have fulfilled my end of the bargain. Your people may enter." Following her cue, Bartle and Wang Jinkai opened the door and stepped inside. Although their faces remained obscured, Isis keenly sensed that their hostility was not as pronounced as before. Though they still cautiously escorted her back to the confinement chamber, upon returning, Isis noted a marked improvement in her treatment, as she was no longer required to wear leg irons or handcuffs. At this moment, Commander Feng and Song Minion had little time to spare on Isis. As the guards escorted the unfortunate Osiris away, they hurried directly to the medical station, where Sun Shishing was continuously monitoring Qin Handang's condition. Upon seeing Commander Feng enter, he understood the inquiry at hand and began to speak directly. The vital signs of Qin, Han, and Tang began to improve suddenly and without any warning, and the speed of recovery was remarkably swift. At this rate, it is estimated that they could be off the ventilator in 3 to 4 hours. Upon hearing this, Commander Feng's face lit up with joy. Well, it seems that the influence left by Osiris has indeed been resolved. Director Qin, Director Tang, you both can sleep soundly now. At that moment, the Qin Chuan couple also wore expressions of relief, having witnessed their son being pulled back from the brink of death. Such feelings are difficult to articulate unless one has experienced them firsthand. Tang Li grasped Song Minion's hand tightly, expressing his gratitude profusely, aware that the spirited girl before them played a crucial role in saving Qin, Han, and Tang. Song Minion appeared somewhat uncomfortable in this situation, momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Fortunately, Commander Feng's words rescued her from her awkwardness. "Xiao Song, let us go have a word with that Isis. If we do not clarify her true intentions, I will find it hard to rest easy." Thus, Song Minion, feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, followed Commander Feng back to the confinement room where Isis was held. Upon seeing Isis sitting cross-legged on the floor, Song Minion chose to get straight to the point. "I sincerely thank Miss Isis for your tremendous assistance. It appears that the damage caused by Osiris has finally been successfully contained, as we previously stated. Equitable exchange is our consistent principle, so now, Miss Isis, you may present your requests, and we will do our utmost to accommodate them." Chapter 43. Awakening upon hearing Song Minion's voice, Isis lifted her gaze towards the single lens. Her expression playful, and no need to rush. Let's wait until that fake Ishihara Shintaro awakens. If you insist on hearing my conditions now, I will share one. Once he recovers, let us arrange a face-to-face discussion, at which point I shall naturally present my demands. Commander Feng's face turned pale upon hearing this. What on earth was wrong with these malevolent witch lords? Each one seemed eager to engage in conversation with Qin, Han, and Tang. Was this young man not merely escaping from the tiger's den only to step into the wolf's lair? Song Minion was also left speechless, but she suspected this was likely due to Qin, Han, and Tang's previous role in interrogating these malevolent witch lords, causing them to prefer dealing with those they were most familiar with, regardless of their intentions. However, given the sensitivity of Qin, Han, and Tang's identity and their prior betrayal by Osiris, Isis's request was exceedingly difficult to fulfill. "Miss Isis, you are aware that he has only just been rescued from Osiris's trap. Regarding your request, both he and we will have reservations." Isis chuckled lightly. "Have I not shown my sincerity? If I truly wished to harm him, there would be no need for such elaborate maneuvers. Moreover, this is your territory. Both Osiris and I have been under your vigilant surveillance. Even if Osiris had succeeded previously, it would have been unlikely for him to escape your control, so what is there to fear? For a long-lived race like ours, we do not recklessly seek our own demise. After all, as long as we are alive, there is hope, is there not? As for meeting me, let him decide after he awakens." With that, Isis closed her eyes, signaling her disinterest in further conversation. Seeing her resoluteness, Commander Feng and Song Minion also refrained from continuing the discussion, leaving their conversation unresolved, while their subject remained in a deep, unbroken slumber. Qin Han Tang felt as if he were trapped in an extended and exhilarating survival game. With someone relentlessly shouting Ishihara Shintaro's name while pursuing him, this was quite irksome. As a legitimate citizen of Huagua, it was tolerable for them to chase and shout at him, but why invoke the name of a foot basin nation to vex him? Did they not realize they were pursuing the wrong person? Unfortunately, his pursuer paid no heed to his protests, fixated on the chase. Just as Qin Han Tang sensed he was about to be caught, that persistent figure abruptly turned and fled, igniting his ire. Was this individual merely playing the fool? Unable to swallow his indignation, Qin Handang began to pursue his adversary, yet the enemy was too swift. Vanishing from sight in an instant, his stubbornness flared, and despite knowing he could not catch up, he persisted in the futile chase, eventually shouting in frustration, "If you have the guts, don't run. Come back for a one-on-one." With that furious exclamation, Qin Handang bolted upright from his hospital bed, only to find his parents, Song Minion, and Bartle standing nearby. "What on earth? Why are you all in my room?" "Ah, wait, I was ambushed by that scoundrel Osiris." Song Minion rolled her eyes dramatically. "So you do remember. How was it? You were being deceived all along, and little did you know others were digging a pit for you." Qin Handang's face flushed with embarrassment. He had truly made a fool of himself. That damned Osiris. I will not let this go. At this moment, Qin Chuan smacked his leg with irritation. "What were you dreaming about just now? Even in a coma? You can't forget about fighting and killing? How did we end up with such a reckless child?" Tang Li, upon hearing this, grew displeased. She elbowed Qin Chuan in the stomach. "What are you doing? Our son has just awakened, and you're already hitting and scolding him. What can he even remember? Can't you wait a couple of days before doing that?" Qin Handang had initially felt quite pleased, thinking that his mother was reliable, only to realize she was afraid he wouldn't learn his lesson after being beaten. This family was unbearable. He needed to find old Bart. "Bart, what on earth is going on? How long have I been unconscious?" Bartle, being a straightforward man, was overjoyed to see Qin Handang awake and full of vigor. He recounted the events of the past few days, concluding, "It has now been 3 days since Isis rescued you. Xiao Song predicted you would awaken today, and she was spot on." Now understanding the bizarre dreams he had experienced, Qin Handang realized that it was indeed that scoundrel Osiris at play. These malevolent witch lords were all nefarious. Despite his extensive precautions, he had still fallen into their trap. Was Isis truly so benevolent? She had intervened without stating any conditions? Song Minion nodded. "We also sense something amiss. But we cannot fathom where the problem lies. Let us not dwell on it. If she wishes to speak in person, I will meet with her. I refuse to believe I could stumble into the same pit twice." "No way," Tang Li interjected with disapproval. "Others may forget their pain once the wound has healed, but you still haven't recovered fully, and you're already thinking of courting danger?" Bartle also advised, "The abilities of these malevolent witch lords are indeed peculiar and unpredictable. We need not take such risks. After all, she is in our custody, and I doubt she can turn the tables." Qin Handang shook his head. "The malevolent witch lords are not as fearsome as you might think. Consider Osiris and the Hathor I mentioned before. While they employ underhanded tactics, their abilities do not directly lead to death, but rather lean towards mental manipulation. I believe this relates to the inherent strong mental faculties of the malevolent witch lords. So even if Isis is indeed scheming, she is unlikely to come after my life directly. As for mental control, she should have realized by now that our organization is highly structured, and it is not the kind of place where one could exert control over a few individuals at will. If she wishes to avoid following in Osiris's footsteps, she will likely refrain from any impulsive actions." "Well, you can persuade Commander Feng then. Perhaps it also involves the central leaders. After all, your words alone do not carry weight." Qin Chuan remarked, effectively shutting down the topic. He believed that continuing to engage with the malevolent witch lords could not be dismissed entirely, but in light of Osiris's treachery, combined with the secrets surrounding Qin Handang, he felt there was little chance for recklessness. Qin Handang chuckled, exuding confidence. "Just watch. I refuse to believe that such a vast Stargate base could be intimidated by a mere malevolent witch lord." 2 days later, fully recovered, Qin Handang was surprised to find that he had actually obtained permission from Commander Feng for a face-to-face meeting with Isis. "What exactly did you say to Commander Feng to persuade him?" "The leaders actually agreed to let you play with fire," Song Minion whispered to Qin Handang as they walked toward the interrogation room. Qin Handang grimaced in disdain. "Mind your wording. This is not playing with fire. Rest assured, this time it will be foolproof. PFF, who would worry about you, the master of deception? I'm concerned that any hiccup could severely impact the Stargate exploration mission. The follow-up tasks for that SA-0258 planet have been stalled for so many days. Oh no, I almost forgot. I need to find something for my parents to do. Otherwise, all they think about is how to deal with me. After I finish discussing with Isis, I will take them there, as they conversed." They entered the monitoring room next to the interrogation chamber, where Commander Feng and the Qin Chuan couple awaited them. Through the surveillance, they could see Bartle and Wang Jinkai escorting Isis inside. Shao Qin is here. This time, since you insist on taking the risk, although the leaders have approved it, I will be watching closely. If anything seems off, I will intervene immediately. You should also be cautious, Commander Feng advised. Understood. You see, I have always been quite cautious about my life and would never jest with my own existence. Qin Chuan and Tang Li exchanged few words. These past couple of days, they have come to realize that the Stargate project is inherently a venture fraught with peril. Each crossing of the Stargate to a foreign planet entails a risk, where one might encounter an array of bizarre individuals and occurrences. As long as Qin Handang remains part of the exploration team, he will inevitably face dangers that are even more formidable and unpredictable. Unless he is entirely distanced from the Stargate project, they can only choose to remain at ease. Upon noticing that Bartle and Wang Jinkai had exited the interrogation room, Qin Handang entered from the opposite side. Isis, observing Qin Handang's entrance, flickered with a hint of intrigue in her eyes. Should I continue to address you as Ishihara Shintaro? Qin Handang's face flushed with embarrassment. Please don't mention that unfortunate name. That Osiris truly made me lose face. Isis, listening to his familiar voice, smiled and remarked, how could that possibly be an unfortunate name? Were it not for this name, you would already be Osiris's puppet. So, are you preparing to reveal a new name to me? Qin Handang responded nonchalantly. I have no desire to parade around under someone else's name, but you know as well as I do that your Gua Iwu Te possess abilities that are both mysterious and variable. One must remain vigilant, moreover. Despite my utmost caution, I still fell into Osiris's trap. On that note, I must sincerely thank you. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I would have been utterly doomed. Isis shook her head, stating, ultimately, it was your own preparation that was sufficient. Osiris likely never anticipated that he would encounter failure due to a mere name. Qin Handang then inquired, by the way, I find myself rather curious. Do you not think Osiris is somewhat deranged? He is not blind to our situation here. He cannot genuinely believe that controlling me would grant him free rein. Chapter 44, The Social Death of Qin Handang. Isis gazed at Qin Handang with a bemused expression. Why do you think so, Mr. Ishihara Shintaro? Qin Handang felt a shiver at the sight of Isis's smile. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from uttering that unfortunate name. To be honest, I am hesitant to reveal my true name to you, but you may call me by another name, Wang Chao. Qin Handang was indeed inept at naming, yet he could draw inspiration from others, grateful to a certain automotive enterprise for the muse. Isis appeared disinterested in Qin Handang's true name, stating, as long as you are pleased, Mr. Wang Chao, after all, you seldom speak the truth. Qin Handang retorted defiantly, Miss Isis, you seem to harbor some misunderstandings about me, although I have uttered a false name. It is merely due to having too many enemies. It is not a personal affront to you. You must understand, I have traversed the martial world for many years, seldom employing my true name. In the surveillance room, Song Minyan could not suppress a chuckle. It seemed that Qin Handang had no intention of uttering a single truth in the presence of the Gua Iwu Te. The expressions on the faces of the Qin couple were equally complex, feeling utterly disheartened. Isis coldly scoffed. Do you not wish to understand why Osiris, fully aware of his inability to escape, seeks to control you? If the tales you previously shared regarding the annihilation of the Gua Iwu Te were relayed to Osiris, then he has known from the outset that you were deceiving him. Qin Handang, puzzled, asked, why is that? You have all been sealed for over 10,000 years. Countless events could have transpired during such a lengthy period. To be frank, in terms of true power, the Gua Iwu Te could hardly claim supremacy over the galaxy. Not to mention the strength of the Asgardians and the Noxians far surpasses yours. If they were to become truly incensed, the annihilation of the Gua Iwu Te would not be an impossibility. Isis shook her head, affirming, indeed, the Asgardians and Noxians are substantially more powerful than the Gua Iwu Te. Yet the most significant flaw in your narrative lies here. You claim that a newly ascended Gua Iwu Te Lord attempted to parasitize the Asgardians and Noxians, leading to the extinction of the Gua Iwu Te. While this story may appear credible, anyone who truly understands the Gua Iwu Te, Asgardians, and Noxians would recognize that such an event is utterly implausible. Seeing the bewildered expression on Qin Handang's face, Isis chuckled, I shall not keep you in suspense. simply refrain from committing such elementary errors in the future. You likely concocted this tale knowing that the Gua Iwu Te, as a parasitic race capable of controlling host consciousness, inherently possess formidable mental strength. Yet, you seem to have overlooked a crucial point. The Asgardians and Noxians, with a history far older than that of the Gua Iwu Te, possess mental capabilities that far exceed those of the Gua Iwu Te. Let us first discuss the Asgardians. I wonder if you are aware that they abandoned natural reproduction millions of years ago, opting instead to utilize cloning technology to prolong their existence. They have repeatedly transferred their consciousness from one clone to another, utilizing electronic devices as intermediaries in the process. After millions of years, each Asgardian has passively become an individual with extraordinarily potent mental strength, rendering a Gua Iwu Te's level of mental power utterly insignificant in their presence. Moreover, given the technological prowess of the Asgardians, it would be entirely impossible for a Gua Iwu Te to find an opportunity for parasitism. Even if a Gua Iwu Te were to succeed in parasitizing an Asgardian, the inevitable outcome would be that the Asgardian would regain control, leaving not even a trace behind. Upon hearing this, Qin Handang's expression darkened, inwardly cursing, "How infuriating! No wonder Asgardians possess such large heads. It turns out they have this hidden buff, which is utterly absurd." Isis, observing Qin Handang's sudden change in complexion, laughed again. "Are you unable to endure this? Then allow me to continue with the Noxians. Unlike the Asgardians, who gained their formidable mental strength through countless cloning processes, the Noxians are truly a chosen people. Like the Gua Iwu Te, their powerful mental abilities are an innate gift. However, the Gua Iwu Te's true form is merely a diminutive serpentine creature, and the disparity in physical form alone would result in the Noxians overwhelming them. Surely you are aware that the Noxians possess various extraordinary abilities? How do you believe Osiris's powers compare to those of the Noxians? If we assume that the Gua Iwu Te had a chance to breach the Asgardians' technological defenses and achieve the first step of parasitism, when faced with the Noxians, the Gua Iwu Te's true form would have no opportunity to engage. The Noxians need not even resort to deliberate defensive measures. Their bodies would instinctively react, annihilating the Gua Iwu Te's true form. Thus, even if a Gua Iwu Te were foolish enough to attempt to parasitize the Asgardians and Noxians, such actions would elicit no ire from them, as this behavior would simply be disregarded. Now do you comprehend why Osiris seeks to exert control over you? I suspect his primary objective is to extract information regarding the various Gua Iwu Te lords from your consciousness a millennium hence. After all, while you may be fabricating tales, they at least indicate that you possess some understanding of the current state of affairs within the galaxy. Were you in Osiris's position, what would you do? It seems to me that employing puppet techniques to control you is the simplest and most effective method, and after obtaining the information, he could negotiate your freedom as a condition, perhaps even allowing you to escape his grasp and flee to another planet. Qin Handang felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, as if he could use his toes to dig 2 more floors beneath the Stargate base. He was utterly mortified. It dawned on him that he had committed such a fundamental error from the very beginning, all while foolishly boasting in the presence of 2 Gua Iwu Te lords, oblivious to the fact that they had been silently observing him as a jester. The individuals in the surveillance room were similarly exasperated, burying their faces in their hands, unable to witness the scene further. The Qin couple yearned to drag this wayward child out for a thorough reckoning. Meanwhile, Song Minyan, mindful of the presence of the Qin couple, could only suppress her laughter, her shoulders trembling with mirth, betraying her amusement. Only Commander Feng maintained a semblance of composure, drawing upon his decades of military experience. After all, it was not his own dignity at stake, allowing him to stifle a smile and uphold the dignified stature of a general. Isis gazed at Qin Handang, delighting in the fluctuations of his expressions, seemingly pleased with the effect of her revelations. However, as a time traveler, Qin Handang had a thick skin, and after a moment of irritation, he quickly adjusted his mindset, adhering to the principle that as long as he remained unembarrassed, the embarrassment belonged to others. He lifted his gaze to Isis. "Well, let bygones be bygones. Let us focus on the future and discuss your requests." Isis nodded, stating, "Very well, may I leave this place? You need not send me off in a spaceship. I recall that this planet has a Stargate. Simply transport me to a habitable planet." Qin Handang stared at Isis in astonishment. Do you harbor some misconceptions about us? Although I embellished certain matters previously and you did save my life, ultimately, I am but a minor character in this tale. Tio, speak candidly, my life holds far less value than yours, so it would be best to refrain from making such unrealistic demands and instead propose something more sincere. Isis was not surprised by the rejection of her request. She rested her chin on her hands, gazing intently at Qin Handang. However, what I desire most is to regain my freedom. Why not tell me what I must do to secure my release? Qin Handang rolled his eyes, exclaiming, Are you truly oblivious to your predicament, or is it merely an act? If we were to release you, the safety of our domain would be irrevocably compromised. Just look at your relentless pursuit to eradicate the Tok'ru, and you will understand your vengeful nature as a Goi Wu tide. Isis's eyes flickered momentarily before she replied nonchalantly, Then let me reside somewhere on this planet. If venturing to other worlds is out of the question, absolutely not. You think we would allow you to roam freely and create mischief? Your Goi Wutai's penchant for considering yourselves as deities is utterly revolting. Qin Handang responded, once again denying her request. Isis slammed her hands on the table, exclaiming, If that's the case, are you planning to confine me indefinitely until death? Qin Handang, wishing to preserve a glimmer of hope for her, quickly countered, Not at all. We are currently engaged in some critical matters that cannot be disclosed, thus you must endure our company for a while longer. If you have no other demands, I will enhance your conditions. We shall provide you with the finest food, accommodations, and amenities. How does that sound? Isis retorted angrily, That sounds hardly appealing. What good is fine living in this lightless place? Instead, why not allow me to join your ranks? Wherever you go, I shall accompany you, thereby enabling you to keep an eye on me. Qin Handang pointed at his own head, saying, Do you take me for a fool? Allowing a Goi Wutai to join us would be akin to letting a wolf into the sheepfold. I am not keen on courting death, Isis scoffed. Did you not claim that the Goi Wutai were all but extinguished? Are you truly fearful of a lone survivor? Qin Handang's expression darkened. There are lines that should not be crossed. Are we to revisit this matter again? Since it is evident that your claims are fraudulent, do not use this as an excuse. Isis sneered, So, it appears that the Goi Wutai still reign supreme in the galaxy. After all these millennia, the Tok'ru, who once boasted of their unyielding opposition to the Goi Wutai, have hardly made a significant impact. Chapter 45. Unexpected revelations. Qin Handang, having grown accustomed to countering the Goi Wutai, instinctively retaliated against Isis's mockery of the Tok'ru. Indeed, the Tok'ru cannot hope to triumph over you Goi Wutai, but what is there to be proud of? In terms of initiation, you have been leagues ahead of the Tok'ru for countless years, and in terms of strength, you far surpass them. A moderately powerful Goi Wutai lord could easily crush the entirety of the Tok'ru, yet you have failed to eradicate them completely. Isis's gaze sharpened. Isn't it merely a matter of time? While I may be unaware of the current state of affairs between the Goi Wutai and the Tok'ru, it stands to reason that the Tok'ru's power will only diminish with every confrontation, and their numbers will dwindle. The fact that they have endured this long is already beyond my expectations. Though Isis spoke truthfully, Qin Handang was the type who would never concede defeat. You would do well not to celebrate prematurely. Until the very last moment, no outcome is certain. The Tok'ru may yet have a chance to turn the tide. Had it not been for their own obstinate pride, the Tok'ru would not be in such dire straits. If they had but seized a couple of opportunities or adjusted their policies, even if they could not defeat you Goi Wutai, they could at least render you powerless against them. Isis chuckled, Indeed, I am but a prisoner, so you are undoubtedly correct. Even if you claim that the Tok'ru could rise from the ashes to vanquish the Goi Wutai, I would believe you. How dare you? What sort of attitude is that? Qin Handang erupted in anger, and you, an extraterrestrial, dare to use our unique syntax to insult yourself? I cannot allow this to go unaddressed. You must understand the strength of a skilled debater. Do not engage in this sardonic banter with me. The Tok'ru, despite their weaknesses, possess a moral and ideological superiority that far surpasses your Goi Wutai, in comparison to your twisted and vile souls, which seek only to dominate the consciousness of their hosts. The essence of the Tok'ru is far more noble and pure. Do not be misled into thinking that these intangible qualities lack significance. Now that you speak our language, you should be aware of an old saying. Those who attain the Tao have many supporters. Those who lose the Tao have few. Should the Tok'ru make even slight adjustments to their temperament, they could garner substantial support and allies. Meanwhile, your Goi Wutai will find themselves in a state of utter abandonment. Ah, but I stand corrected. You egotistical and self-serving individuals have no loved ones to abandon. As Qin Handang passionately articulated his points, he suddenly noticed that Isis's expression had shifted from one of mockery to one of calm intensity, her eyes shimmering with an inner fire. Oh no! Could it be that Isis was about to unleash some form of special attack against him? Qin Handang discreetly slipped his hand into his coat pocket, gripping the Zat gun within. This was the source of his confidence when speaking with Song Min Yin. It was simple, effective, and brilliantly conceived. However, this Zat gun was not intended for use against Isis, but rather for his own self-destruction. Given the Goi Wutai's insidious mental control abilities, Qin Handang reasoned that it would be wiser to incapacitate himself than to remain vigilant against an adversary. The Zat gun was designed to render its target unconscious with its first shot. His plan was to preemptively knock himself out as a countermeasure against the Goi Wutai's mental manipulation. Should he detect any unusual movements from Isis, he would take the initiative to incapacitate himself. He was eager to observe how Isis would control a target rendered unconscious and bereft of sensory perception. However, before Qin Handang could enact his plan, Isis's words left him momentarily speechless. Very well, I shall dispense with the pleasantries, and my demand is simple. You must bring at least one Tok'ru to meet me. Qin Handang was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? You want me to bring a Tok'ru to you? Are you under some misapprehension? The Tok'ru are currently being hunted across the galaxy by your Goi Wutai. Where am I to find them? Moreover, what is this? Are you unable to play the game? If you cannot best me in debate, do you wish to resort to demanding that I capture a Tok'ru for your amusement? Let me assure you, that is out of the question, in fact. Should I happen to encounter them, I might even contemplate selling you out to them. Isis regarded him with the bemusement reserved for a simpleton, who said, I want you to capture them for revenge? And just because you cannot find the Tok'ru does not mean I cannot. I will provide you with several coordinates for Stargates. At least one of those locations should yield a Tok'ru. Qin Handang scoffed. Who do you think you are? My dear, it has been over 10,000 years. Surely you do not believe that the Tok'ru's secret base you once discovered still exists? They may be weak, but they are not foolish. Isis shook her head in resignation, her gaze shifting from one of mockery to one of pity. Finally, she sighed deeply. Is there a possibility that the coordinates I provide you lead to the very core of the Tok'ru's base? A stronghold that will remain as long as the Tok'ru endure. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Handang retorted, Impossible. If you Goi Wutai were to discover such intelligence, the Tok'ru would be doomed. Do you think you are a... His voice trailed off, dwindling to a whisper as he contemplated a nearly impossible scenario. His gaze shifted to Isis, suspicion creeping into his expression. Seeing that Qin Handang had begun to connect the dots, Isis decided to unveil her true identity. You finally deduced the truth. Indeed, I am an undercover agent of the Tok'ru. Embedded within the Goi Wutai, I approached Osiris years ago to infiltrate the circles of those great lords, aiming to use him as a stepping stone to replace Ra. However, my plans were thwarted by the unexpected intervention of Apophis. Initially, I felt elated upon hearing your claims of the Goi Wutai's extinction, only to realize that you had woven such a pitiful tale. Leaving me with nothing but hollow joy for a few fleeting moments, I understand that you may not readily trust me. Thus, I offer you these coordinates to help me re-establish contact with my kin. Allowing them to verify my identity, surely, you would not refuse such a condition, would you? At this juncture, Qin Handang was genuinely flabbergasted. In the Stargate series, Isis had met her demise in an explosion prior to making her official appearance, ultimately becoming a lifeless specimen on the dissection table. Who would have imagined that her true identity was that of a Tok'ru undercover agent? This was utterly ludicrous. He had unwittingly witnessed an extraterrestrial version of infernal affairs. Not only was Qin Handang taken aback, but Commander Feng, the Qin couple, and Song Min Yin in the monitoring room were equally astonished by this explosive revelation. They never anticipated that the Goi Wutai, confined within the Stargate base for months, would turn out to be a Tok'ru, which felt like a surreal fantasy. Chapter 46, Target. Tok'ru if Isis is genuinely what she claims to be. A Tok'ru embedded within the ranks of the Goi Wutai. This would hold immense significance for the Stargate base, and the overarching Stargate Initiative.it is worth noting that following Qin Handang's completion of the Galactic Civilization Literacy course, the Tok'ru were identified as potential allies warranting close attention, their importance ranking alongside that of Asgard and Nox. Originally, I had hoped to encounter them within 2 or 3 years after the commencement of the Stargate program. But to my surprise, the Stargate base had barely opened when they had already captured a Tok'ra and imprisoned them. It truly was an effortless stroke of fortune. At this moment, Qin Handang had finally emerged from his dazed state. Yet he was once again engulfed by a wave of mortification. He had, in the presence of a Tok'ra, mindlessly lauded their kind. How utterly shameful! And there was Isis, silently observing him as he extolled the virtues of the Tok'ra. Utterly unfeeling. In the span of merely half an hour, he had experienced social demise not once, but twice. Qin Handang suddenly felt that even if he had to throw a tantrum, he should have insisted on boarding the O'Neill to Abidos. Better yet, let this wretched base meet its end. Noticing that Qin Handang remained silent for an extended period, Isis inquired, "What is it?" Still in disbelief. "What more proof do you seek?" However, given the current circumstances, my options are quite limited. Hearing this, Qin Handang had no choice but to fortify his already thick skin, feigning nonchalance as he looked at Isis and replied, "It is indeed difficult to believe. But we will verify it promptly. Please write down the Stargate address for me." Isis regarded him with a half-smile, her eyes filled with inscrutable expression. "Of course, I will provide you with one Stargate address initially. For those addresses are classified information of the Tok'ra, and it would be neither feasible nor necessary to disclose them all at once. After all, over 10,000 years have elapsed, and no one knows what changes might have transpired under the relentless pursuit of the Goa'uld. Thus, I will furnish you with the most probable address, and should you fail to locate the Tok'ra there, I will provide additional addresses." Qin Handang nodded, saying, "No problem, I completely understand. Miss Isis, you should return to rest for now. While we must convene and deliberate with that." He dashed out of the interrogation room as though his tail had been stepped on, feeling as though Isis's gaze was laced with mockery, which was exceedingly uncomfortable. Upon arriving at the monitoring room, he heard Commander Feng state directly, "This is an urgent situation. I must report to the leaders. Everyone, proceed to the Stargate control room to prepare for a meeting." Throughout the journey, Qin Handang felt that Song Minyan's gaze was filled with mirth. Once they reached the Stargate control room, he could no longer contain himself and said to her, "All right, you need not hold back any longer. If you wish to laugh, then laugh. After all, who hasn't faced a couple of blunders in their lifetime?" Song Minyan discreetly glanced at the Qin Chuan couple beside her, deciding to afford Qin Handang a semblance of dignity, and replied with a serious expression, "I am professionally trained and generally do not laugh unless I can no longer contain myself. Moreover, I have already laughed before in the monitoring room." Qin Handang sensed a palpable malice. The TS-1 team had learned far too many cringeworthy phrases and quotes from him, and the proverbial boomerang had come back to hit him. Shortly after Qin Handang and his team arrived at the Stargate control room, Bartle and Wang Jinkai, who had just returned Isis to her confinement, also received orders to come over. They were surprised to see Qin Handang sitting silently with a dark expression, as he was usually quite boisterous. Since they had been stationed outside the interrogation room, they were unaware of what had transpired within. Before they could inquire with Song Minyan, Commander Feng entered the room. Bartle produced a note and handed it to Commander Feng, saying, "This was just given to me after returning Isis. It contains the Stargate address we require." Commander Feng glanced at the note and said, "All right, Shao Qin, please elaborate on Isis's situation so Bartle and Wang Jinkai can grasp the details." Once Qin Handang explained that Isis might be a Tok'ra, both Bartle and Wang Jinkai were astonished, never expecting that they had pulled such a significant catch from the sea. They wondered how Isis had suddenly provided them with the Stargate address. After Qin Handang detailed Isis's background, Commander Feng remarked, "I just spoke with Central Command, and the higher-ups have requested that we verify Isis's identity as swiftly as possible. The original Stargate exploration mission for TS-1 is temporarily on hold. We must prioritize the Tok'ra matter." "Understood." The TS-1 team responded in unison, recognizing the importance of the Tok'ra's whereabouts. Should they successfully establish contact through Isis, there would be a substantial chance of forming stable diplomatic relations. Despite the Tok'ra's retreat under the pressure of the Goa'uld, what mattered most to Huagua was not their combat prowess, but rather the intelligence and technology they could offer. Commander Feng then turned to Qin Xuan, saying, Director Qin, after the meeting, please join me for a discussion with Central Command, as the higher-ups require a preparatory plan for engaging with the Tok'are. Qin Xuan nodded in agreement. Certainly, but Qin Handang, you possess considerable knowledge about the Tok'are. Are there any particular points we should be mindful of when dealing with them? Qin Handang pondered for a moment, realizing that the proud Tok'are were indeed challenging to engage with. Indeed, there are several key points. Firstly, the Tok'are are generally quite sensitive and suspicious, likely due to their prolonged persecution by the Goa'uld. Secondly, their pride is formidable. As their parasitic nature is often misunderstood and rejected, they will not entertain dealings with those who express disdain or aversion towards it. Furthermore, they harbor intense animosity towards the Jaffa. Although we view the Jaffa as victims of the Goa'uld's brutal rule, the Jaffa have served as the primary military force for nearly all Goa'uld lords, resulting in countless Tok'are casualties over the years. Lastly, the Tok'are seem to have become accustomed to working independently, showing little inclination to engage with other races, let alone form alliances, which is one of the primary reasons for their declining strength. Beyond that, I am not well versed in other details. We will only uncover more once we truly begin to interact with them. Qin Xuan responded, that is sufficient for now. We are merely preparing a preliminary plan, so excessive detail is unnecessary. Chapter 47. Soraka Star Commander Feng raised the note in his hand and said to Bartle, now that we possess the Stargate address provided by Isis, we will dispatch a small probe today to ascertain the environmental conditions near the Stargate. T.S. One should prepare in advance. If today's reconnaissance reveals no significant security concerns, you shall depart tomorrow to seek the whereabouts of the Tok'are. At this moment, Qin Handang raised his hand and said, I need to speak with Isis again. There is an unavoidable issue regarding our search for the Tok'are, the language barrier. Should we find the Tok'are, we must quickly earn their trust, and this can only be resolved with Isis's assistance. Bartle added, additionally, we need to confirm the basic information about that planet and the details on how to locate the Tok'are once we arrive. Commander Feng nodded. These matters should be communicated with Isis. So Xiao Qin, you should conduct the conversation with her in the interrogation room. Given the current circumstances, it would be inappropriate to question her in the confinement area. However, you must remain vigilant until we verify Isis's true identity. We cannot relax our precautions and surveillance around her. Thus, Qin Handang soon found himself once more in the interrogation room with Isis. She looked at him with a playful glint in her eye and said, You summoned me back so quickly. Are you planning to continue deceiving me? Qin Handang rolled his eyes. What do you mean by that? I'm here to discuss something serious with you. We are preparing to depart tomorrow to the Stargate address you provided to seek the Tok'are. However, there lies a significant issue. We do not speak your language, and you cannot understand ours. How shall we communicate? I can't just secretly capture a Tok'are to bring along, and besides, we may not even succeed in that. Isis pondered for a moment and replied, that is indeed a dilemma. How about this? You possess recording equipment, do you not? I can record a couple of audio messages for you. The first message you may play for any Tok'are. It will serve to establish your identity and allow you to meet with the Tok'are Decision-Making Council. The second message will be a coded message, known only to the Council, instructing them to send someone to verify my identity. What do you think of this method? While the approach was excellent, it was not without risks. The primary concern was whether Isis might embed her own agenda within the recording. If she were to convey any information detrimental to the Stargate base or Earth, it would spell disaster. However, Qin Handang reconsidered. As long as they could ascertain that the individuals they encountered were indeed Tok'are, there was no need to fear Isis's potential treachery. At worst, they might sour relations with the Tok'are, but they were unlikely to become outright enemies like the Goa'uld. Thus, Qin Handang replied, that sounds like a good plan. I will arrange for someone to assist you with the recording shortly. By the way, what can you tell me about the Stargate address you provided? Is it a planet under Tok'are control, or merely a contact point? How do we go about contacting them once we arrive? Isis responded, that is a planet called Soraka, originally a resource planet governed by Ra. However, it was abandoned after the depletion of the Naquata mines, and the slaves who worked there were relocated by Ra to other planets. Subsequently, we Tok'are developed it into a secret base, where I resided for quite some time prior to accepting my undercover mission. The Stargate on Soraka is located in a desert, and we have personnel assigned to monitor the Stargate's activity discreetly, though they generally do not engage with outsiders. Moreover, Due to the fact that the planet has been desolate for many years and the environment around the Stargate is rather harsh, even if someone occasionally passes through the Stargate to that location, they would not linger for long. This is also the reason why I chose to provide you with the coordinates of this Stargate first. The likelihood of encountering unexpected circumstances there is quite low. And even after a span of over 10,000 years, one can assume that there would be minimal changes, as long as the GRU which has not discovered that the location is a secret base of the Takare. It should now be relatively easy to contact our people. The simplest method would be to play my recording directly near the Stargate. Qin Handang raised his thumb and remarked, "Truly impressive. It seems you have been severely oppressed by the GRU which for a long time. You are quite adept at managing secret bases. However, I have a question. Why do the planets under the dominion of the GRU which place their Stargates in such desolate, inhospitable areas like deserts?" Isis looked at him quizzically and replied, "Don't you know? The extraction of Naquata severely deteriorates the surrounding environment, leading inevitably to desertification. Thus, it is not that the GRU which prefers to situate the Stargates in deserts. Rather, the Lords position them near Naquata mines for the sake of transporting the ore. Over time, this has transformed the area surrounding the Stargate into a desert. On planets lacking Naquata mines, the GRU which Lords seldom place Stargates in deserts. Given their nature, how could they allow themselves to live in such impoverished conditions?" Qin Handang suddenly understood, inadvertently gaining new knowledge. It seems that the formidable properties of Naquata metal are not without reason. The fact that mere extraction can render the surrounding environment into a desert is no simple alteration of geological structure. It likely requires corresponding climatic impacts to achieve such an effect. Having acquired the intelligence he needed, Qin Handang stood and said, "Thank you, that I must prepare for tomorrow's operation. Someone will come by shortly to assist you with the recording. I hope that over the past 10,000 years, there have not been significant changes in Salak, and that the GRU which has yet to discover your secret base, I hope so as well," Isis replied. "After all, no one wishes to be confined in such a bleak and sunless place. You must understand, I was sealed for over 10,000 years before being released. I have no interest in the life of a prisoner." Qin Handang found himself at a loss for words. It is not excessive to implement any precautionary measures against the GRU which, a truly inhumane race. However, treating a Takare in such a manner is indeed unjustifiable. But who can blame Isis for being born at the wrong time? For security reasons, the Stargate base can only continue to detain her until her true identity is confirmed, albeit with improved conditions. Point 1, can only hope this does not significantly affect communication with the Takare. Finally, before leaving, Qin Handang stated, "We will strive to locate the Takare to verify your identity as swiftly as possible, but until then, we may inadvertently offend you." Subsequently, Qin Handang arrived at the Stargate chamber and, together with Bartle and the others, activated the Stargate coordinates provided by Isis. It appeared that the Stargate in Salak was still operational, which was undoubtedly good news. Wang Jinkai deployed a small probe into the wormhole, and soon it transmitted video data back. Chapter 48. Joanna. As they gazed at the screen filled with yellow sand and desolate scenery, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Thus far, Isis's intelligence had proven accurate. The remaining task was to assess the situation during tomorrow's on-site exploration by TS. The following morning, the base reactivated the Stargate to Salak, routinely sending a remote-controlled probe through. After confirming there were no anomalies, Bartle led a 4-member team from TS. Through the Stargate's wormhole. As Qin Handang felt the chill enveloping him and observed the familiar desert landscape surrounding the Stargate. He suddenly realized that situating the Stargate in a desert region was indeed a sensible choice. At the very least, the high temperatures of the desert could counterbalance the icy sensation experienced upon emerging from the wormhole. This Stargate mission was arguably the least challenging. Upon arriving on the planet Salak, they need not undertake any exploration themselves, but merely play Isis's recording near the Stargate, followed by a simple task, waiting. This was unavoidable, for it would be akin to chasing a mirage for TS. To locate the Takare's secret base on Salak relying solely on their own capabilities. Neither manpower nor technology supported them in accomplishing this endeavor. Bartle opened the multifunctional storage cabinet and retrieved the recording device and loudspeaker prepared specifically for this mission. After connecting the power, he began to loop the first segment of the recording made by Isis. In fact, after obtaining the recording yesterday, Commander Feng had also tasked someone in the base who had previously learned GRU which language from Osiris to attempt translation. Given their rudimentary grasp of the language, They could only make rough guesses regarding the general meaning of the first segment. In this segment, Isis explained that during her execution of a secret mission for the Takare, an unforeseen incident occurred, preventing her from returning to the secret base. Hence, she entrusted several alien friends to seek help. The second segment, however, was completely incomprehensible, and Isis admitted that it contained encrypted information, intelligible only to the upper echelons of the Takare. Listening to the unintelligible recording playing through the loudspeaker, Qin Handang felt rather foolish, as it significantly diminished the prestige of interstellar exploration. Fortunately, Isis's recording soon yielded results. Within 10 minutes of playback, a spacecraft that bore an almost identical resemblance to the Avenger suddenly materialized above them. Bartle and the others quickly took cover behind the storage box, arming themselves in preparation. If this vessel did not belong to the Takare, they would likely meet their end here today. Thankfully, the ship did not attack. Instead, a woman clad in grayish-white leather descended through a transport ring. She was tall, with fair skin, her golden hair tied back in a ponytail cascading behind her, and her sea-blue eyes shone brightly against her hair and skin. With his keen perception honed over 2 lifetimes, Qin Handang could discern at a glance that she was an exquisite platinum blonde beauty. The woman appeared unarmed, glancing at the loudspeaker that was playing the recording before approaching them. Upon noticing her attire, Qin Handang, familiar with the fashion of the Takare, realized they had not come in vain and confidently stepped forward to greet her. The golden-haired beauty seemed aware of the language barrier and made no attempt to converse. Instead, she extended her right hand towards Qin Handang. He instinctively reached out to reciprocate the handshake, only to find himself drawn forward. Astonishingly, the golden-haired beauty pressed their foreheads together. A miraculous occurrence transpired. Although the woman spoke not a word, Qin Handang distinctly heard her voice in his mind. "Greetings, my friend, I am Joanna from Maxu. Thank you for bringing news of my compatriot. We have received her message. You may now cease the recording, and I will escort you to meet the highest council of the Takare." Subsequently, the golden-haired beauty released Qin Handang and took 2 steps back, observing him quietly. Qin Handang, momentarily bewildered, suddenly realized, wow. This woman can communicate directly through mental energy at the level of consciousness. Truly, it is no wonder that beings of the same origin as the Gru which possess such peculiar abilities related to mental prowess. Turning to the others, Qin Handang called out, "The communication is complete. Turn off the recording and follow her." Bartle emerged first, puzzled, and asked, "When did you communicate? Moreover, you were rather reckless just now, the moment she grabbed you." "I was ready to fire. Thankfully, you released each other quickly." Qin Handang sighed, "Do not say that. This woman, named Joanna, directly connected with my forehead and communicated through mental energy. She said she received Isis's information and is now taking us to meet the leaders of the Takare." Bartel's eyes widened in surprise. They certainly had a knack for delivering various surprises, or perhaps shocks. Isn't that the truth? It appears that the intelligence provided by Isis was indeed accurate. After over 10,000 years, the Takare has remarkably maintained their secret base here. From her words, it seems this place may still be the Takare's headquarters. Upon seeing Song Minyan and Wang Jinkai approaching, Qin Handang relayed Joanna's message. And they too were taken aback by her extraordinary ability. With the connection established, there was no reason to hesitate. The group swiftly returned their equipment to the storage box and moved alongside Joanna. However, unexpectedly, no transport ring was used to take them aboard the spaceship. Instead, they witnessed the spacecraft reactivating its cloaking function while Joanna gestured for them to follow her. Having come this far, they had no choice but to trail in her footsteps, braving the scorching sun towards the distant sand dunes. Fortunately, Joanna did not lead them for long. After merely crossing one sand dune, she halted, standing behind it in an unremarkable location, beckoning Qin Handang and the others to join her. Realizing this was likely a fixed transport point, he urged Bartle and the others to quickly make their way over. Indeed, as soon as they stood beside Joanna, they were promptly transported away by the ring. Once the transport ring vanished, Qin Handang and his companions found themselves in a realm composed entirely of crystal. This environment was eerily familiar to Qin Handang. Was this not the underground base constructed by the Takare using some form of modified, naturally grown crystal? Holy moly! Is it possible that this is the secret base that was attacked by the treacherous Lord Guai due to betrayal several years later? Qin Handang suddenly realized. Chapter 49. First Encounter. Unlike Qin Handang, who was rather clueless, the other 3 members of TS One merely speculated that they had been transported to an underground base. To them, the abundance of crystalline stones merely appeared to be an eccentricity of alien decor. Completely oblivious to the fact that everything here was organically grown from these very crystals. Nevertheless, these shimmering gems captivated Song Minyan's attention. Indeed, it is quite challenging for any woman to resist such sparkling allure. Upon witnessing the underground base, which resembled a realm of crystals, she was taken aback by the hexagonal grayish-white crystals that emanated a gentle white glow, illuminating the base as if it were daylight. Interspersed among these grayish-white crystals were gems of various colors. Although they did not emit a bright light, their twinkling amidst the white glow allowed one to sense the beauty of the starry sky within this subterranean world. Following Joanna, Qin Handang and his companions navigated the winding corridors of the underground base, encountering numerous individuals clad in a variety of attires. It was then that they noticed Joanna was likely wearing a type of uniform belonging to the Tok'ro. Based on their observations, it appeared that this underground base housed a considerable number of people, its expanse reminiscent of a vast subterranean city. After approximately 10 minutes of following Joanna, they were finally led into a room of about 200 square meters, where an oval conference table crafted from crystal was situated at its center, already occupied by 7 men and women dressed in diverse styles. At the center sat an elderly woman clad in a gray robe, her white hair flowing, her face etched with wrinkles, and her figure somewhat portly. Yet, no one could overlook the brilliance in her piercing eyes, which seemed capable of effortlessly penetrating one's innermost thoughts. Flanking her were 3 individuals on either side. 4 women and 2 men, all appearing to be vigorous middle-aged persons. Joanna guided Qin Handang and his companions to take their seats, while she positioned herself beside Qin Handang, engaging in brief conversation with the elderly woman. Subsequently, she gently grasped Qin Handang's hand, seemingly intending to pull him from his seat. Suddenly, a spark of intuition struck Qin Handang, realizing that Joanna might wish to engage in a mental exchange with him again. However, considering the multitude of matters that likely required discussion today, he felt a surge of anxiety. Although Joanna was a striking beauty, the continuous imposition of such mental exchanges felt exceedingly awkward. Therefore, he turned to Song Minyan beside him and said, "Dr. Song, Joanna's method of communication feels rather uncomfortable. Since you are a woman, perhaps it would be best if you took over." Song Minyan glanced at Joanna, then at Qin Handang, and with a light laugh remarked, "So you find this embarrassing? I truly have lived long enough to witness such things. Here is a stunning beauty wanting to connect with you, and you wish to avoid it?" Despite her words, Song Minyan stood up and approached Joanna, first greeting her with a smile, then taking her other hand and gesturing towards their foreheads, indicating her desire to communicate directly. As a Tok'ro with formidable mental prowess capable of such exchanges. Joanna quickly grasped Song Minyan's intent. After a fleeting moment of satisfaction in her gaze towards Qin Handang, she chuckled softly and released her hold on him. Joanna then clasped Song Minyan's hands, and the two gradually pressed their foreheads together. In the next instant, a voice resonated in Song Minyan's mind. "Greetings, beautiful lady. I am Joanna. Seated here are the members of our Tok'ro's highest council remaining in this location. The elder at the center is our oldest leader, Samako. She is already aware of your intention and knows that our compatriot in need requires a coded audio recording that you possess. You may now play it for the council." As their foreheads separated, Song Minyan opened her mouth to pose questions to Joanna but quickly realized that their language barrier remained unresolved, leading her to reluctantly abandon the effort. However, Joanna seemed to perceive that Song Minyan had something to express. She first offered an apologetic smile and then pressed her forehead against Song Minyan's once more. "I apologize, distant friend. Although I possess the ability to engage in mental communication, it does not imply that all Tok'ro can do so. This is my unique ability, which is why I am tasked with hosting visitors from other races. Furthermore, my capacity is not without limitations. I can only convey my thoughts to you but cannot receive your expressions unless you also share a similar ability." With this revelation, Song Minyan completely relinquished the notion of two-way communication and focused on assuming the role of a messenger. Bartle retrieved a pre-prepared recorder from his backpack and pressed the play button, and the voice of Isis filled the room. Although Qin Handang and the others could not comprehend what Isis was saying in the recording, they remained vigilant, observing the expressions of the Tok'ro to glean any insights. It was rather telling. The Tok'ro seemed unable to conceal their emotions. As the recording played, Expressions of surprise, shock, and joy emerged successively on the faces of Samako and the other council members, indicating that Isis's recording had indeed brought them considerable delight. Conversely, Joanna, who had been facilitating their communication, appeared unperturbed, suggesting that Isis was truthful. Her second recording was indeed in a form of encrypted language that ordinary Tok'ro would not understand. Once the recording concluded, an emotionally stirred Samako exchanged a few words with Joanna, who displayed a look of surprise at Samako's initially calm demeanor, engaging in further dialogue before relaying the message to Song Minyan. Samako expressed profound gratitude for their assistance to Isis, stating that the highest council had not received news from her for many years, and everyone had presumed they had lost an exceptionally talented companion. To their astonishment, circumstances had taken a turn for the better after such a lengthy silence. The highest council was now aware of their concerns regarding Isis's situation, prompting Samako to decide to accompany another council member, Guxia, to their planet to confirm Isis's true identity. After Song Minyan conveyed Joanna's message, they were all taken aback by the unexpectedly smooth progression of events. Their spirits lifted. Despite the inability to communicate verbally, they expressed their joy through smiles and gestures. Initially, Qin Handang found it hard to believe in their fortunate turn of events. However, upon reflection, he reasoned that if this were indeed the secret base that would be attacked in a few years, then the current scenario was quite fitting. Chapter 50. Reunion. The Tok'ro had concealed their secret base on Siraku Star rather effectively. Had it not been for the emergence of a traitor among the council members, they could have continued their concealment here. Thus, the address provided by Isis had struck true. However, Qin Handang was still taken aback that Samako, the leader of the Tok'ro's highest council, would personally travel to Earth to authenticate Isis's identity. This situation was akin to the central authorities of Huagua sending a high-ranking official to another country to verify the identity of an undercover agent mistakenly apprehended abroad, an utterly ludicrous notion. Clearly, while Isis was an undercover agent, her status within the Tok'ro was likely far from ordinary. Regardless of Qin Handang's speculations about Isis's identity, since the Tok'ro had resolved to send representatives back to Earth with TS-1, their mission could be deemed a success. After Joanna informed Song Minyan of the council's decision, Qin Handang and his companions were ushered into another room to await further instructions, as they were to be accompanied by the Tok'ro leader, who surely had matters to discuss. Yet, the Tok'ro operated with remarkable efficiency. Even a sudden decision for Samako and Guxia, leaders of their caliber, to embark on a journey seemed not to require extensive preparations. TS-1 waited for less than an hour before witnessing Samako and a tall, middle-aged woman clad in a purple gown enter, with Joanna trailing behind them. Song Minyan adeptly approached Joanna, and upon their foreheads lightly touching, Joanna introduced the other Tok'ro. The individual beside Samako was Guxia, another member of the highest council. We three shall accompany you to confirm Isis's true identity. We can depart immediately. Thus, TS-1 set off alongside these three towards the Stargate. Along the way, Qin Handang could not help but whisper to Song Minyan, "These Tok'ro are remarkably bold. They would allow two high-ranking officials to accompany us solely based on Isis's two recordings without fear of deceit. It is entirely inconsistent with their typically suspicious nature. I wonder what Isis actually said in those recordings." Song Minyan shot him an exasperated look and replied, "Whatever she said, it likely wasn't anything flattering about you. If Isis is indeed an important figure among the Tok'ro, you should pray she won't let past events jeopardize our plans for establishing diplomatic relations, or else Director Qin will surely deliver you a sound thrashing." The underground base was not far from the Stargate, and soon they arrived, dialing the coordinates for Abidos star. After confirming their identities with the transfer base, the seven of them stepped into the wormhole of the Stargate, vanishing from Siraku star. Upon reaching Abidos star, they underwent routine health checks and sanitation procedures at the transfer base. In truth, the routine inspection items upon returning to the base after each Stargate mission are rather few, primarily consisting of two tasks. One involves an X-ray scan to ascertain whether they have been infested by the Gru Witch, while the other entails an evaluation of their mental state and memory to prevent any potential impersonation. These two checks were proposed by Qin, Han, and Tang, as such scenarios have frequently occurred in the series, thus necessitating strict vigilance. This time, TS-1 adhered rigorously to the standard inspection protocols. However, the three Tok'ro were exempted from the checks and only underwent disinfection via spraying, as these procedures held no significance for them. During the inspection conducted by TS-1, There was no attempt to evade Samako and her companions, yet they appeared unperturbed by the inspection process. Once the routine checks were completed, the transit base contacted the Stargate address on Earth, and at this moment, the three Tok'ro finally felt a degree of astonishment, as they had not anticipated that their destination would lie beyond this planet. Upon returning to the Earth's Stargate base, Qin, Han, and Tang proceeded to the Stargate control room to brief Commander Feng, while Song Minyan and Wang Jinkai took it upon themselves to escort the three Tok'ro to the waiting area. The objectives of this Stargate mission were clear, and it progressed exceedingly smoothly, allowing Bartle and Qin, Han, and Tang to complete the briefing in under 15 minutes. Given that communication with the Tok'ro was not yet feasible, Commander Feng opted not to waste time and promptly instructed Bartle and Wang Jinkai to escort Isis to the interrogation room, while Qin, Han, and Tang accompanied Samako and the others. Isis was the first to enter the interrogation room, and her demeanor today was markedly different from previous encounters. Although she might soon receive the unfortunate news that the Tok'ro had not been located, she had an inkling that today would mark her reunion with a fellow kin. Meanwhile, on the other side of the interrogation room, Qin, Han, and Tang led Samako, Guxia, and Joanna inside. Strictly speaking, Isis and the three Tok'ro would not be able to recognize each other's identities based solely on appearance. Given that over 10,000 years had elapsed, and each had undergone at least a dozen host transitions. However, as a glimmer of recognition sparked in their eyes and they began to converse, emotions surged forth, particularly for Isis and Samako, who were so overwhelmed that they shed tears. Although Qin, Han, and Tang could not comprehend their words, the intensity of the moment compelled him to exclaim, "My goodness! How is it that these two, having lived for millennia, can still be moved to tears?" Conversely, Guxia and Joanna seemed less familiar with Isis. Guxia managed to exchange a few words with her, while Joanna remained a silent observer throughout, indicating that Isis perhaps held a significant status within the Tok'ro lineage. Given the current circumstances, Isis's identity was effectively corroborated, and the Stargate base had indeed struck a fortuitous chord, unwittingly capturing a Tok'ro undercover agent right at the outset. And fortunately, they had established contact with a potential ally. At this moment, Guxia spoke a few words to Joanna, who had been quietly listening beside her, and approached Song Minyan to relay the confirmation of Isis's identity via a mental flow. "I am immensely grateful for your assistance. On behalf of the Tok'ro High Council, I hereby affirm Isis's identity. She is indeed the undercover agent we placed beside the Gru which lured over 10,000 years ago. And we hope she will receive treatment befitting her status." Song Minyan conveyed this sentiment to Qin, Han, and Tang, as well as to Commander Feng and the Qin Xuan couple, who were monitoring the proceedings. Given that it had been over 10,000 years since Isis and Samako had last met, it was impossible for them to continue their conversation here indefinitely. After approximately half an hour, they temporarily concluded their dialogue. Isis turned to Qin, Han, and Tang, expressing, "Thank you for facilitating my connection with Samako. I never imagined that the first kin I would encounter after such a long absence would be my dearest friend from yesteryears. This bond shall forever remain etched in my heart." Chapter 51. The formal meeting. Upon hearing Isis's gratitude, Qin, Han, and Tang hastily replied, "This is not solely my achievement. I am merely executing orders. However, while your identity has been verified, we still have some internal procedures to navigate, so I must unfortunately ask you to endure a little longer in your previous quarters. I trust you will understand. Rest assured, we will certainly ensure that Samako and the others are well looked after, and I kindly ask you to explain this to them." Isis had previously been detained as a prisoner of a hostile faction, and although a Tok'ro had now vouched for her identity, the Stargate base could not guarantee with absolute certainty that the individuals from Saraku were truly Tok'ro, let alone rely on Isis to affirm her own identity. Nonetheless, the Stargate base operated differently from the conventional departments of Huagua. In the realm of interstellar exploration, matters could not be handled with the same meticulousness as typical administrative affairs, where everything could be confined within existing legal frameworks. For instance, the determination of how to verify Isis's identity and the subsequent arrangements for her would ultimately rest on Commander Feng's judgment. However, considering the necessity for ongoing collaboration with the Tok'ro, Commander Feng chose to exercise caution, first consulting with the leaders at the core before reaching a final decision. Isis readily acquiesced to Qin, Han, and Tang's request, having waited so long that a day or two more was inconsequential. She then informed Samako of the Stargate base's arrangements, and since Isis herself bore no objection, Samako and her companions, being reasonable individuals, opted to go along with the plan. Due to the language barrier and the fact that Isis, the only one capable of bridging the communication gap, remained in custody, there was currently no avenue for dialogue between the Stargate base and the Tok'ro. Consequently, after exiting the interrogation room, Samako and the others were escorted by Qin Han and Tang to their accommodations, while Commander Feng and Qin Xuan made a call to the Corps for further instructions. The following morning, having received the final authorization, Commander Feng instructed Qin, Han, and Tang to release Isis and asked Song Minion to summon Samako and the others to the Stargate control room. As Qin, Han, and Tang pushed open the door to the holding cell, he felt a twinge of anxiety, not from fear of any repercussions from Isis, but rather from the guilt of having deceived her so many times. It left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Currently, Isis only believed that the extermination of the Gru, which was a falsehood, unaware that every word spoken by Qin, Han, and Tang had been a mere fabrication. He could only reassure himself that once Isis connected with her kin, all would be well. Isis gazed at Qin, Han, and Tang as he appeared in the doorway and remarked wistfully, "Ishihara Shintaro. Ah, no, Mr. Wang Chao. We can finally engage in a genuine face-to-face conversation. It has certainly been a long time coming." Qin, Han, and Tang chuckled awkwardly and replied, "In the past, we were unclear about our positions, and I apologize for any offenses caused. However, I must clarify that my actual name is Qin, Han, and Tang. This time, it is indeed my true name." Isis stepped closer, playfully leaning in to scrutinize his face, laughing, "Are you certain? I hope you're not going to tell me later that this too is merely a pseudonym." Qin, Han, and Tang took a step back and confidently asserted, "I assure you, this time it is genuine. No aliases here, the man must stand by his name. If I say I am Qin, Han, and Tang, then I am indeed Qin, Han, and Tang." Isis rolled her eyes, retorting, "I wonder where you find the audacity to make such claims. Very well, I shall not listen to your ramblings any longer. Are we not to meet Samako and the others?" "Of course. Follow me," Qin, Han, and Tang exclaimed, relieved, and promptly led the way. Upon their reunion in the Stargate control room, Isis and Samako could no longer contain their emotions and embraced each other tightly. Those present, whether from Huagua or Tok'ro, were genuinely elated for their reunion after millennia apart. The two remained in their embrace for 3 to 4 minutes before Isis turned to embrace Guxia and Joanna. Then addressed Qin, Han, and Tang. "So, are you not going to introduce your companions to me?" Thus, Qin, Han, and Tang collaborated to complete the significant introductions pertinent to the Stargate base. Since the Stargate base was already acquainted with the names of several Tok'ro, Qin, Han, and Tang began by introducing the personnel from Huagua. "This is General Feng Guohui, the commander of the Huagua Stargate base. He is our highest military authority, and it was he who sanctioned the mission to Suraku to locate the Tok'ro. This is Qin Xuan, the head of the Extraterrestrial Civilizations Department of the Huagua Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He oversees diplomatic affairs with all extraterrestrial civilizations and races. This is Director Tang Li of the Extraterrestrial Civilizations Department. She is primarily responsible for the specifics of our interactions with extraterrestrial civilizations. This is Captain Bartle, the acting leader of the TS-1 Extraterrestrial Exploration Team, responsible for leading the recent mission to Suraku. This is Captain Song Minion, also a member of TS-1, and she is an exceptionally accomplished doctor in medicine and biology. This is Captain Wang Jinkai, another member of TS-1, and he is an outstanding warrior. I am Qin, Han, and Tang, also a member of TS-1, specializing in intelligence analysis. As Qin, Han, and Tang completed the introductions, Isis translated them into Gru-witch language, and without wasting a moment, she began to introduce the identities of the Tok'ro. This is Samako, the esteemed leader of the Tok'ro Supreme Council and the eldest among its members. She is tasked with convening council meetings, reviewing member qualifications, and temporarily assuming command of the Tok'ro military when necessary. Astonishingly, all present from Huagua were left in utter disbelief. So this lady is, in essence, the true leader of Tok'ro. Was her journey to Earth not a tad hasty? Although Joanna had previously mentioned Samako as the eldest member of the council, no one anticipated that she not only held the oldest age, but also the greatest power. Could it be that longevity is the main currency of influence within the Tok'ro clan? Regardless of the astonishment felt by those from Huagua, Isis's voice remained undeterred. This is Guxia, a council member responsible for managing Tokro's intelligence and external communications. IT. Turns out that this seemingly aloof middle-aged woman is, in fact, the head of Tokro's intelligence and foreign affairs. Chapter 52. The Legend of Terii. This is Joanna. You are likely aware of her unique abilities. She specializes in liaising with newly encountered races within the External Relations Department. This blonde beauty indeed leaves a profound impression with her talents. It must be said that Tokro excels in utilizing the strengths of its members. Finally, Isis pointed to herself, stating that over 10,000 years ago, she received orders from the Tokro Supreme Council to infiltrate the inner circle of the Lord of Go-Wu-Te as an undercover operative. Isis is, in fact, my true name, and this is one of the reasons I was chosen for this covert mission. Unfortunately, I was unable to complete the assigned task and was ultimately sealed by our IT. It was only thanks to your assistance that I managed to escape. After this round of introductions, both parties gained a basic understanding of those present. Leading Commander Feng to directly voice his confusion, Miss Isis, we are delighted that Samako and Guxia have come to the Stargate base, but as I understand it, both of them are significant leaders of Tokro. Thus, I am rather surprised by their presence. After all, we have only just met, and you know very little about us. Is it not a bit overly trusting for them to arrive on a foreign planet without any precautions? In truth, had the occasion permitted, Commander Feng would have preferred to express that their actions seemed rather reckless. Isis appeared unfazed by Commander Feng's inquiry, yet she translated his words for the other three. Samako first smiled and nodded in acknowledgement to Commander Feng before conversing with Isis and Guxia for a moment. Once their discussion concluded, Isis finally revealed the reason for Tokro's arrangement of such high-ranking officials for this visit. The primary reason Samako and Guxia came in person, aside from confirming my identity, was that I had conveyed a crucial piece of intelligence to them through encrypted recording. That you are highly likely from the most enigmatic planet in the galaxy, Terii. The so-called First World. Upon hearing the terms Terii and First World for the first time, Commander Feng cast a puzzled glance towards Qin, Han, and Tang, clearly questioning why he had not been informed of this. Initially, Qin Handang was taken aback, but he quickly recalled that Terii is the designation used by most extraterrestrial beings to refer to Earth, while the First World is a term of reverence for Earth. His rapid recollection stemmed from his recent return from Salaka Star, where he realized it might be the secret base betrayed by Tokro traders in the coming years. That night, while reminiscing about relevant plot lines in his dormitory, he indeed managed to uncover some useful materials. Samako, years later, had found a new host in Air Force Brigadier General Jacob due to the limitations of her original body's capabilities. Guxia took over her position as leader of the Supreme Council during Samako's illness. Joanna, on the other hand, was the wife of another Tokro named Lan Tushu, but she had to parasitize Carter due to an assassination attempt by the Go-Wu-Te assassins, ultimately sacrificing herself to protect Carter when the assassins returned. However, Qin Handang did not intend to share these details regarding sentient beings unless the situation demanded it, as sentient beings possess consciousness, and applying narrative materials without care could lead to disastrous outcomes. Thus, he chose to regard such information merely as a reference. As for the content surrounding Terii and the First World, there was regrettably little to go on. He had been preoccupied with recalling character relationships and had not paid much attention to these details. Observing Commander Feng's gaze directed at Qin Handang, Isis couldn't help but chuckle. It appears you are not just a master of deception, Qin Handang. Why don't you elucidate the matter? At that moment, Qin Handang could not afford to expose his limited knowledge, thus maintaining a stoic expression. He replied, I know nothing. Perhaps you should elaborate. Isis shot him a glance, but did not press further. Instead beginning to explain, I don't know what you call your planet, but across the languages of most civilizations and races in the galaxy, it is uniformly referred to as Terii. Similarly, I am unaware of how you perceive your planet's status within the galaxy. Yet in the histories and legends of numerous civilizations and races, Terii is also held in esteem as the First World. Upon hearing Isis's words, all present from Huagua, Commander Feng included, found it incredulous. Was Earth truly so renowned in the galaxy? The name Terii could be understood, but what in the world was the First World? Could it be that the galaxy originated from Earth? Such a notion was absurd. The individuals present prior to joining the Stargate base may not have possessed extensive knowledge of astronomy, yet since their inclusion in the Stargate project, astronomy had become a compulsory subject. Earth, or more specifically, the solar system, is merely an ordinary planetary system within the galaxy. The only exceptional aspect is that humanity, an intelligent species, arose there. Before the Stargate's discovery, some might have thought of Earth as a fortunate anomaly, and humanity as a miracle of life. But upon detecting thousands of Earth-like planets through the Stargate wormholes, no one would cling to such narcissistic ideas any longer. Even if Qin Handang had noted that humans from Earth had been captured as slaves by Go-Wu-Te thousands of years prior, and that the ancient human race viewed Earth as a settlement, it only indicated that extraterrestrial beings had visited Earth. The ancient human race and Go-Wu-Te had traversed countless planets, and Earth was merely one among them. Having been ruled by Go-Wu-Te was hardly a fortunate occurrence. Yet today, Isis presented them with such revelations. Was the title of First World so easily bestowed? Isis, undeterred by the thoughts of the Earthlings, continued, "Legend has it that most races in the galaxy trace their origins back to Terrii, or at least were inspired by the high civilizations of Terrii. In many civilizations' legends, Terrii symbolizes a land chosen by the gods. The divine beings of Terrii, in their quest to disseminate the brilliance of civilization across the galaxy, created a miraculous artifact for swift travel to any planet, the Chapai AI, which you refer to as the Stargate. Hence, Terrii, the dwelling of the divine beings, naturally earned the esteemed title of the First World. Yet the gods have never disclosed Terrei's precise location, adding to its enigma. Countless individuals have attempted to uncover the true whereabouts of Terrii. Isis's words encapsulated the history of the ancient human race within the galaxy. It appeared that in the language of the ancient human race, Terrii indeed referred to Earth, suggesting they had underestimated the ancient human race's impact on the galaxy. Chapter 53. The past of Terrii. At this juncture, Qin Handang countered, "What you describe as Terrii, the abode of the divine beings, should have little connection to our planet, right? Otherwise, how could Go-Wu-Te wreak havoc here? Moreover, you have spent some time on this planet. Did you find any evidence regarding Terrii?" Isis did not directly respond to Qin Handang's question, but instead recounted another story. "Do you know why? Over 10,000 years ago, the Tok'ro Supreme Council arranged for me to go undercover? Because at that time, we received news that one of the most powerful lords of Go-Wu-Te, Anubis, had discovered crucial clues regarding Terrei's location. Although the legendary divine beings of Terrii have remained silent for millions of years, Anubis coveted the secrets and treasures that may lie within Terrii, yet he dared not venture alone. Thus, he summoned several Go-Wu-Te lords to prepare for a joint expedition to Terrii in search of the divine being's secrets. Once the Tok'ro spies learned of this information, they promptly notified the Supreme Council. The council members unanimously agreed that although the information regarding Terrii remained unverified, should the Go-Wu-Te lords acquire the secrets of the divine beings, it would be akin to adding insult to injury for the already disadvantaged Tok'ro. Hence, the undercover plan was proposed, and ultimately, due to a recently discovered Go-Wu-Te spy sharing my name, I assumed his identity to commence the undercover mission. Subsequently, I managed to join the Go-Wu-Te alliance searching for Terrii by getting close to Osiris, and together with these lords, I arrived at the planet suspected to be Terrii, which is this very place." Upon hearing this, Qin Handang finally confirmed part of his conjectures regarding S-0258. It turned out the presence of so many Go-Wu-Te lords on Earth had its origins here. Initially, the lords did not discover any evidence to substantiate that this place was indeed Terrii. Here, only indigenous people scattered across various continents dwelled, seemingly having just evolved to a tribal stage, devoid of any signs of advanced technology, which left the lords profoundly disheartened. However, they soon stumbled upon the sealed Chapai AI on this planet, where they found coordinates representing Terrii. After a brief dialing test, the lords finally confirmed that this planet was the legendary Terrii. The members of the Stargate base, including those from the Qin, Han, and Tang dynasties, then understood how the Go-Wu-Te had ascertained that Earth was Terrii. The seventh coordinate during the Stargate dialing served as irrefutable evidence. In their exhilaration, the lords intensified their exploratory efforts on Terrii, albeit with little new progress. Nevertheless, they soon discovered that the indigenous inhabitants possessed remarkably unique genes. A rare few among them were particularly suited to become hosts for the Go-Wu-Te. This suitability manifested not only in compatibility and longevity, but also harbored a more significant secret. Upon discovering these exceptionally suitable individuals among Terrii's natives, the lords of Go-Wu-Te swiftly changed hosts and subsequently witnessed a remarkable transformation. Once they identified the most compatible host among the natives of Terrii and completed the parasitic bond, they inevitably gained a special psychic skill. It was at this juncture that the Go'i-Wuda lords realized that the source of the psychic mutation and the special skills acquired by the host resided within the host itself. From Osiris and Joanna, you should have already gleaned that a select few of Go'i-Wuda and Tok'ro possess unique psychic skills, which are neither innate nor common. Previously, we mistakenly believed them to be the result of the primary body's psychic mutation. I imagine you can envision the frenzy among the Go'i-Wuda lords upon reaching this conclusion. Initially, the lords could negotiate territorial divisions, but eventually, they began relocating Tauri's indigenous peoples to the planets under their dominion. This not only allowed these natives to serve as a labor force for mining, but also enabled them to propagate within their territories, thereby providing more suitable hosts for themselves. Ultimately, as the indigenous population of Tauri dwindled, the Go'i-Wuda lords inevitably began to engage in infighting. It was during this tumultuous period that Osiris and I were ensnared and sealed by Ra and Apophis. Many questions that had previously puzzled Qin, Han, and Tang found resolution at this moment. No wonder the Go'i-Wuda captured so many slaves on Earth, and no wonder Apophis sought hosts everywhere. The root of it all lay here. However, a further question arose. From Osiris's attack on me, it seems that the primary body does not lose its acquired abilities upon losing a host. Does changing hosts after acquiring a skill result in the accumulation of new skills? Or does it merely replace the existing one? Isis did not anticipate Qin, Han, and Tang's keen perception, so swiftly honing in on this crucial point. However, she harbored no intention of concealing the truth. It appears you have reached a judgment. The primary body can only possess one special skill at a time, though they can choose which to retain. My goodness. While my conjecture was indeed correct, it was still astonishingly formidable. Yet, reflecting on the Noxians, it seems rather par for the course. Truly, comparison breeds perspective. Diverging from Qin, Han, and Tang's focus, Isis's narration made the other members of the Stargate base acutely aware of how invaluable the information previously provided by Qin, Han, and Tang truly was. It seems even the ancient races like Go'i-Wuda and Tok'ro, with their hundreds of thousands of years of history, are not fully aware of the intricacies of the ancient human race. Even though they confirmed that Earth was indeed Tauri, their understanding of the ancient human race clearly paled in comparison to that of Qin, Han, and Tang. This individual is indeed shrouded in secrets. Yet, it must be said that something feels amiss about Earth. It appears everyone has some connection to it. If this continues, rather than engaging in interstellar exploration, it may be more prudent to delve deeper into Earth and humanity itself, to see if unexpected surprises might await. Thus, I am most curious about what transpired on Tauri after my sealing. Although I am unaware of how many things Qin, Han, and Tang deceived me about, judging by your current state, Tauri has undoubtedly long since freed itself from the dominion of the Go'i-Wuda lords. However, with the technological level you presently exhibit, you are still far inferior to the Go'i-Wuda of over 10,000 years ago. How did you achieve this? At this moment, Qin Chuan interjected, allow me to address this question. Previously, during a teleconference with the Central Command, Commander Feng and Qin Chuan had already established the fundamental principles for engaging with the Go'i-Wati. Our dealings with the Tok'ro currently do not involve military actions. Communication with them will primarily occur through the Bureau of Extraterrestrial Civilizations. Chapter 54, The Sincere Tok'ro. Unlike his unreliable son, Qin Chuan either refrains from speaking or shares only the truth. We truly cannot provide an answer to Miss Isis's inquiry, as the lords of Go'i-Wuda were not defeated and driven away by us as we are now. According to our speculation, Earth, which you refer to as Tauri, is our designation for the mother planet. It appears that over 8,000 years ago, the Go'i-Wuda lords present on Earth were reduced to but a single lord, Ra, who soon departed from Earth. According to the limited records available, he was presumably forced to leave after being defeated by the indigenous peoples of that time. This perplexes us as well. All the indigenous peoples of Earth were still in a primitive state of slash-and-burn agriculture, making it seemingly impossible for them to vanquish the Go'i-Wuda, who possessed spacecraft. Furthermore, both Ra, who ultimately disappeared, and the other lords did not meet their demise. Figures like Ra, Apophis, and Anubis still roam the galaxy, causing chaos, yet none have returned to Earth. Thus, we are quite curious about what transpired with the Go'i-Wuda lords on Earth at that time. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's account, Isis was taken aback. She had initially believed that the indigenous peoples of Tauri had only recently driven the Go'i-Wuda away, But it turned out that the lords had been expelled from Tauri thousands of years ago. Clearly, there was an untold story behind this. When she relayed Qin Huang's words to Samaka and Guxia, it was evident that both were equally astonished. Such a significant event lacks any relevant record in your history? Are you not the descendants of those indigenous peoples who expelled the lords? Qin Huang shook his head. The situation on Earth is rather complex. During the Goi Wuda's dominion over Earth, they did not impart any advanced technology to the indigenous peoples. Consequently, after their disappearance, the natives remained in a primitive society. Thus, each region's natives governed themselves, and for an extended period, there was virtually no exchange of civilization between the continents. Over thousands of years, many of the races from that era became extinct for various reasons. The ethnicity to which we belong is presently the longest surviving civilization on Earth, yet our documented history spans far less than 10,000 years. Therefore, it is exceedingly challenging for us to excavate the history of the Goi Wuda's reign through archaeology. Isis sighed, I appreciate your candidness, yet it is unfortunate that I was sealed away. Had I persevered until the end, I might have uncovered what transpired during that time. Nonetheless, this does not affect our stance on engaging with Tauri civilization. We Tok'ro prefer to be straightforward in our communications with friends, so I shall directly state the purpose of Samaka and Guxia's visit to Tauri. Qin Huang responded with solemnity, We, the people of Huagua, share the same sentiment. Please proceed. Qin, Han, and Tang rolled their eyes internally, realizing that Qin Huang was merely taking advantage of the fact that extraterrestrials were unfamiliar with Earth, claiming that Huagua people were direct in nature. Father, are you jesting? Indeed. I was not the only one capable of spinning tales in this household. Should Isis learn that Qin Huang is Qin, Han, and Tang's father, one wonders whether she would still speak with a smile. It was evident that you all harbored a hostile attitude towards the Goi Wuda, the malignant tumor of the galaxy, while we Tok'ro are their sworn enemies. Hence, the Tok'ro's highest council aspires to establish a stable cooperative relationship with Tauri civilization, providing mutual support in confronting the Goi Wuda. After fostering further understanding and trust between both parties, we could even form an alliance to resist the Goi Wuda lords. In truth, when Isis introduced Samaka and Guxia, Qin Huang had already considered that Tok'ro likely intended to establish diplomatic relations. However, he did not anticipate that their goal was to form an anti-Goi Wuda alliance. Although this diverged from Huagua's usual diplomatic policy, the situation at hand was entirely different from the past, and the future remained uncertain. Regardless, Tok'ro was not aiming for immediate results, which aligned with Huagua's original plan. Thus, Qin Huang responded with enthusiasm, We are delighted to receive your friendship and trust and hold a sincere desire to establish stable diplomatic relations with Tok'ro. However, we had not anticipated that leaders of the caliber of committee members Samaka and Guxia would personally visit the Stargate base, which is why our central leadership could not come to welcome and negotiate. My rank is insufficient to make such significant diplomatic decisions on the spot, but I will promptly report your intentions. I believe we will soon see satisfactory progress for both parties. After conversing with Isis and Samako, she addressed Qin Huang, stating, We have overstepped our bounds. Perhaps it would be prudent for both parties to first discuss the areas of collaboration that interest us, and we can subsequently establish a formal cooperation agreement at a later date. Qin Huang appreciated this forthright approach to negotiations, as it would save considerable time that could otherwise be wasted in protracted discussions. Naturally, he was inclined to accept Isis's proposal. That sounds splendid. After all, we are the hosts here. Let us first hear your proposed areas of cooperation, and then we shall present ours, shall we? Isis, having evidently conferred with Samako, nodded in agreement. Very well, as we have only just begun preparations for collaboration and our mutual understanding is still limited. We currently have 3 points of cooperation to propose. Firstly, assistance and support. We have long been pursued in various forms by the Gru Teth, and as you are also engaged in interstellar exploration through the Chopai AI, we hope that when you encounter our compatriots in emergencies on other planets, you can provide necessary aid, such as receiving and treating the injured or offering emergency refuge. Secondly, intelligence sharing. If during your interstellar explorations you come across any malicious information targeting us, we would appreciate timely notification. Of course, these first 2 points are reciprocal. Should the situation be reversed, we would also extend corresponding assistance to you. Thirdly, mutual deployment of liaison personnel to facilitate timely communication. After hearing Isis's conditions, Qin Huang felt a twinge of awkwardness. as the cooperation content they had previously drafted seemed grossly unequal compared to the terms proposed by Ta Karyud, as a diplomat. Qin Xuan was adept at managing his composure. Even if Tokru's demands were modest, he still felt it necessary to voice the requirements of Huagua. If the other party found them unsatisfactory, they could always propose further terms. Ms. Isis, the 3 points you mentioned align perfectly with our prepared cooperation content, so I shall refrain from reiterating them and instead present additional points. The seasoned diplomat Qin Xuan skillfully navigated the conversation, revealing that the Qin, Han, and Tang dynasties had a rich heritage in certain aspects. Firstly, regarding language, the Gru Wutetha's vast influence within the galaxy means that many extraterrestrial civilizations and races we encounter during our explorations utilize or have previously utilized Gru Wuteth language. This language is the most widely applied in the galaxy. Thus, we would like to request your assistance in establishing a learning system for Gru Wuteth. Currently, the language barrier poses the greatest obstacle to our interstellar explorations. Previously, we assigned personnel to learn Gru Wuteth from Osiris, which was merely a stopgap measure. Not to mention, Osiris harbors ulterior motives, and it would be unwise to continue employing him as a language instructor. Even if he were capable, he is no expert. And the teaching process and outcomes are regrettably dismal. Now, with Tokru as a readily available resource, we must capitalize on this opportunity, ideally creating a comprehensive language teaching system akin to those for other foreign languages on Earth. Once we cultivate a few qualified instructors, we can sustain ourselves in this regard. Secondly, we seek technological exchange. We are currently in a phase of rapid technological advancement. However, we have identified substantial gaps and deficiencies in fundamental scientific fields. Therefore, we wish to engage in learning exchanges regarding basic scientific knowledge with your esteemed organization. This point has been deliberated extensively by our central authorities. While Huagua could propose direct exchanges of advanced products or even mature technologies using other resources, past experiences, especially with our northern allies, have taught us caution, particularly when dealing with extraterrestrial entities. To avoid being led astray, our leaders ultimately decided to focus solely on learning fundamental scientific knowledge from you. While we persist in developing our own technological capabilities, although this approach may be slower, it is undoubtedly more reliable and grounded. Moreover, based on our experiences on Earth and the insights provided by Qin, Han, and Tang regarding the developed civilizations in the galaxy, transferring advanced technology and trading sophisticated technological products has never been straightforward. Such endeavors can easily be met with rejection or entail exorbitant costs, and could appear overly greedy. Thus, it is preferable to settle for learning basic scientific knowledge, which will never become obsolete, rendering any acquisition a valuable gain. Lastly, we seek your assistance in deciphering certain extraterrestrial technological products. As we embark on our interstellar explorations, we occasionally discover peculiar items, and frankly, our current technological level renders us ill-equipped to analyze them. Hence, we hope to collaborate with you in this regard, as it could yield mutually beneficial outcomes. This point was initially proposed by Qin, Han, and Tang. Although the Stargate project has just commenced and has yet to yield any extraordinary finds, it is foreseeable that we will inevitably encounter various curiosities on other planets. By studying these artifacts, we may uncover unexpected surprises. However, Qin, Han, and Tang cannot forget the myriad troubles caused by peculiar items in the Xi'an mountain base depicted in previous series. Independently tackling these challenges not only poses safety risks but, given Huagua's current research capabilities, most of these objects would likely languish in storage for an extended period, gathering dust. Qin, Han, and Tang considered that rather than allowing these items to become forgotten, it would be wiser to select a few and collaborate with Tokru in their study, sharing both the risks and the rewards. This approach would not only facilitate a more rapid and secure acquisition of technological knowledge, but would also deepen our collaborative relationship. While it may appear that Huagua stands to gain the most, Tokru would certainly not be at a disadvantage. It is a quintessential win-win scenario. After articulating Huagua's proposed areas of collaboration, Qin Xuan added a few concluding remarks. I am unaware of any diplomatic conventions that Tokru adheres to. However, Huagua operates under 5 fundamental principles in its foreign policy that I believe would be mutually beneficial for our engagement. These principles are mutual respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, non-aggression, non-interference in internal affairs, equality and mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence. These principles govern our interactions with other nations on Earth, and we feel they should also apply to exchanges between civilizations and races on different planets. Isis, clearly intrigued by this exposition, revealed a newfound curiosity. However, she also discerned a previously overlooked issue from Qin Huang's words. From what you say, it seems that you are not the only power or organization within Terui. Is it possible that Terui is still as fragmented as it was during the reign of the Gru Wu Teth Lords? Qin Huang had intentionally disclosed this information to pique Isis's interest, and it appeared her instincts were quite sharp. Indeed, present-day Earth is arguably more fragmented than during the Gru Wu Teth's dominion. Based on your earlier narrative, there were only a handful of lords dividing the territory back then, yet now there are over 100 nations on Earth. Although we are all indigenous to Earth, the diverse factors of ethnicity, religion, language, geography, and history have led the people of Earth to form numerous social groups according to their own desires. These groups are what I refer to as nations. Each nation is a sovereign entity, independent of one another, possessing its own government, military, and societal development model. The relationships between nations are somewhat akin to those among the Gru Wu Teth Lords. Isis appeared to grasp the significance of his explanation. I see what you mean. Such situations exist on many planets with lower technological levels. However, it seems Terui has an unusually high number of nations, does it not? With your current technological capabilities, this fragmentation seems excessive. I recall that Terui is not particularly large, and the habitable land suitable for human settlement is even smaller. How could it be so severely divided? Over 100 nations. Are you certain they are not merely tribes? Qin Huang found himself at a loss for words in response to Isis's inquiry. What was she implying? Was she criticizing Huagua's technological prowess, or lamenting its lack of a unified Earth? If it were the former, he could accept it. After all, Huagua's technological level pales in comparison to Tokru's. However, if she were implying the latter, it could prove disastrous. Such opinions should not be carelessly expressed, as they could lead to severe consequences. Qin Huang deemed it necessary to clarify Isis's perspective, lest her misconceptions lead to future complications. Qin Huang resolved to enlighten Tokru about the current state of Earth, recognizing that they would be engaging in long-term relations. Rather than allowing them to stumble upon such matters in the future and potentially be misled into causing discord, it would be wiser to familiarize them with Huagua's narrative framework. Although there are over 100 nations on Earth, we have also formed the Earth Nation Alliance through treaties, and when we encounter disagreements, we typically choose to convene and negotiate a resolution. We believe that nations, much like individuals, are equal to one another. No party, regardless of its economic or technological superiority, should impose its will upon a less developed counterpart. Such dynamics inevitably lead to large-scale wars and even genocides, which are wholly unacceptable on Earth. Therefore, it is unlikely that a singular nation will unify Earth in the foreseeable future, nor will there be a situation where a handful of nations divide the planet among themselves. Certainly, we do not deny that due to the multitude of nations on Earth, various interests inevitably intertwine, leading to the occurrence of localized conflicts. Thus, the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence that I mentioned earlier serve as a vital means to ensure long-term stability and peace on our planet. In order to enhance communication and reduce misunderstandings, each nation establishes formal diplomatic relations by exchanging resident ambassadors and accompanying officials, which aligns closely with the third point you previously raised, indicating a solid foundation for our cooperation. After Isis translated Qin Huang's words, both Samako and Gaxia displayed expressions of appreciation, clearly indicating their agreement with this set of rules. Given the historical context of the descriptions of Tokru prior to the Qin, Han, and Tang dynasties, such reactions are entirely expected. After a brief discussion among several Tokru representatives, Isis addressed Qin Huang, stating, "We also need to return and consult with the members of the Supreme Council regarding your requests. Therefore, let us agree on a time to finalize the details of our cooperation." Qin Huang nodded in agreement, of course. How does 3 days from now at our location sound? While it would be impossible for 2 nations on Earth to establish diplomatic relations so swiftly, the extraordinary nature of the Stargate project facilitates such expediency. This is largely due to the high level of confidentiality surrounding the project. Currently, aside from personnel at the Stargate base, only a handful of high-ranking officials are privy to this information, resulting in a remarkably flat decision-making hierarchy that enables quick resolutions. After exchanging a few words with Samako, Isis affirmed, "That is acceptable. We shall still send the 4 of us. However, I have a few questions I wish to clarify." "Please, go ahead," Qin Huang replied. "Is Chopper AI now solely owned by your nation? what is your country's standing in Terrii? Will the treaty we sign be influenced or constrained by other nations in Terrii? Will we need to sign similar treaties with all countries on Terrii? Please do not misunderstand our intentions. It is simply that there are over 100 nations on Terrii, and as you mentioned earlier, there is no subordinate relationship among them. Frankly, while the First World holds a unique position, we Tok'ru truly lack the capacity to simultaneously engage in diplomatic relations with over 100 countries. Qin Huan chuckled heartily, thinking to himself, you cannot possibly pursue such an approach. That would surely lead to chaos on Earth. Firstly, regarding the ownership of the Stargate, there is no doubt that our nation, Huagua, possesses 100% ownership of it. Additionally, all matters pertaining to the Stargate are classified, and even among those in Huagua who are aware of its existence, very few know the details, making it impossible for other nations to know anything. Moreover, to prevent the Lords of the Gru from regaining interest in Earth, we have consistently concealed the precise location of Earth within the galaxy. Furthermore, Samako and her colleagues should have noticed that we have established a transit station between Earth and other celestial bodies. Including ourselves, no one can directly dial Earth's Stargate address from other planets. All must first pass through the transit Stargate. While this effort may likely prove futile, it is worth noting that they have not considered returning to Earth for thousands of years. After all, no one knows what transpired there. As for the second and third questions, I can provide a unified response. Huagua is currently one of the 5 most powerful nations on Earth, and we hold a veto power within the Earth Nations Alliance. This means that while we may not be able to accomplish everything we desire, we at least possess the ability to refrain from actions we do not wish to undertake. Before addressing your fourth question, I would like to clarify our nation's 5 fundamental principles of diplomacy: mutual respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, non-aggression, non-interference in internal affairs, equality and mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence. If we were to contextualize these 5 principles within the framework of interstellar civilizations and species, they would necessitate appropriate modifications, though the core concepts would remain unchanged. For instance, we understand that Tok'ru effectively controls multiple planets and possesses secret bases on planets such as Suraku. Given this situation, we shall regard these planets as Tok'ru's territory, and without your permission, we will not engage in activities such as establishing outposts or settling immigrants on these planets, nor will we disclose any related information to third parties, in order to avoid jeopardizing your interests or placing you in danger. Any arrangements made by Tok'ru on these planets are considered your internal affairs, regardless of whether other races or civilizations exist on these planets. Huagua will not bypass Tok'ru to establish any diplomatic relations with them, so as not to adversely affect Tok'ru's strategic or political arrangements. Our interactions with Tok'ru are not aimed at unilateral appropriation. I firmly believe that mutual benefit and win-win outcomes are the foundation of enduring cooperation. In conclusion, after elucidating the 5 basic principles, Qin Huan stated, conversely, we hope that Tok'ru will also respect our core interests and refrain from influencing the political and military landscape of Earth in any form. After listening to Qin Huan, Isis once again conferred with Samako and Gashia. This time, even the previously quiet Joanna participated in the discussion. Finally, Isis remarked, I believe we now comprehend the essence of your 5 basic principles. As one of the 5 most powerful nations on Terrii, your nation, Huagua, possesses full independent ownership of Choppai, and the other nations on Terrii are currently unaware of the existence of Choppai and any extraterrestrial civilizations. Therefore, the treaty between Huagua and Tok'ru will not be constrained or influenced by any other nations on Earth, and Huagua will serve as the sole representative of Terrii in signing cooperation treaties and establishing formal diplomatic relations with us. Once our nations establish diplomatic relations, Tok'ru will not be able to bypass Huagua to establish diplomatic ties with other nations on Terrii, lest it disrupt or undermine Huagua's political and strategic arrangements on Earth. If Huagua were to acquire other planets, would they be managed similarly to the situation on Terrii? Qin Huan mused to himself, your summary is indeed astute, yet there is no need to articulate it so openly. How am I to respond now? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Huan replied, that is the general idea. However, we do not restrict other nations on Earth from establishing diplomatic relations with extraterrestrial civilizations. It is simply that, as the Stargate is located within our territory, any interstellar activities requiring passage through the Stargate will inevitably infringe upon our sovereignty and territorial integrity, posing threats to our national security and interests. Thus, other nations on Earth would not have the opportunity to engage with extraterrestrial civilizations through the Stargate. Of course, if other nations on Earth were to encounter extraterrestrial civilizations through means other than the Stargate, that would not concern Huagua, and we would not interfere in the internal affairs of other countries, including Tokru. Listening to his father's earnest discourse, Qin Handang inwardly scoffed, thinking, how is this any different from what Isis said? By sealing off Earth's Stargate, what chance do other nations have of contacting extraterrestrial beings? If one day aliens were to arrive on Earth in a spaceship, it would likely be the Gru-What Lords. And it would probably lead to direct conflict rather than the establishment of diplomatic relations. As for advanced civilizations like Tokru arriving on Earth, they would likely seek out the nation with the highest technological and moral standards. Choosing who they would have approached in the past is hard to say, but from this point onward, Huagua is essentially the only option. After all, Huagua currently possesses a Stargate, extraterrestrial territory, Abidos, and a spaceship, the Ouchwangda. If we continue to advance the Stargate project, it is likely that within the next 10 to 20 years, our technological level will create a significant gap compared to other nations. Indeed, Isis remarked nonchalantly, this is of little consequence. After all, we Tokru do not have the capacity to engage with multiple factions on a single planet simultaneously. Regardless, we will return to our Supreme Council for discussion. We shall meet again in 3 days. Additionally, will you be sending representatives with us back to Saraku? Will your personnel need to guide us upon our next visit? Commander Feng interjected, that will not be necessary. We will provide you with the Stargate address for our transit base and a communicator. When you activate the Stargate wormhole, please be sure to contact us first using the communicator. Once we confirm, you may proceed through the wormhole, as we have established a safety shield at the Stargate. Any unauthorized wormhole transmissions will be blocked from entering the Stargate. Isis's eyes brightened at this clever solution, as it effectively prevents malicious visits. However, it would be quite cruel for those unaware, as those trapped in the wormhole would face only obliteration as a consequence. Qin Handang scoffed, if it were a normal gate exploration activity, how could there be such a direct assault? Dispatching a probe should be a standard procedure, shouldn't it? Isis cast a glance at him. Oh, how clever you are, Ishihara Shintaro. Is this tired old joke still relevant? Damn it! Osiris, just wait for me. After confirming the time and place for the next meeting with Takuro, Isis and her companions did not linger, stepping into the Stargate wormhole under the watchful eyes of Commander Feng and others. Returning to Salaka Star, once Takuro was sent off, Commander Feng and his team resumed their meeting in the Stargate control room. Significant changes had occurred at the Stargate base during this time. Although the situation had been resolved quite splendidly, some loose ends still needed to be tied up. The 2 Goer Wudo retrieved from the sea had brought us unexpected surprises, particularly the one brought by Isis, which could be deemed the greatest harvest at the Stargate base. As for how to deal with the remaining Osiris, what are your thoughts? Commander Feng first affirmed the achievements gained from Isis, but he also noted that they could not keep Osiris submerged in anesthetic indefinitely. It was a waste of manpower and resources. After all, even landlords run out of grain. Qin Handang had suffered greatly at the hands of Osiris, nearly losing his life, and to make matters worse, he had lost a significant figure, suffering a social death on the spot. He was naturally inclined to seek revenge, and since he had neglected Osiris due to the matter with Isis, he felt compelled to retaliate now that Commander Feng had brought it up. Thus, he was the first to voice his opinion. Osiris could not be spared. The special abilities of this avian creature were exceedingly troublesome, making it a potential menace if allowed to remain. Moreover, in an effort to save him, Isis had transferred her puppet mastery onto Ishihara Shintaro, which not only illustrated the terrifying nature of this ability, capable of controlling targets without regard to distance, but also implied that should he awaken again, the secrets of the Stargate base would likely be exposed. It was crucial to understand that Shintaro's coma was a result of Osiris's anesthetized state. If Osiris were to awaken, it would mean Shintaro would also awaken, consequently revealing the existence of aliens and the Stargate to the Foot Basin Nation. Once the avian inhabitants of the Foot Basin Nation learned of this, it would inevitably reach their overlord, the Angsa Nation, who had records of Stargate experiments. The repercussions would be uncontrollable unless we dispatched someone to eliminate Ishihara Shintaro entirely, ensuring he was reduced to ashes, thus preventing any potential leaks upon Osiris's revival. Qin Handang's desire for revenge led him to deliver a fatal blow. While there was a hint of malice in his intent, his assertions were nevertheless factual. The puppet mastery ability was indeed quite insidious, presenting significant safety hazards. Chapter 58. Song Minyan's fatal strike. After Qin Handang finished speaking, a heavy silence enveloped the room as everyone contemplated the pros and cons of awakening Osiris once more. After a moment, Song Minyan interjected with a decisive remark, delivering a fatal blow. Due to Isis's influence, we managed to establish contact with Takuro, thereby diminishing Osiris's role as an intelligence source, while significantly enhancing his value as a specimen for dissection. Our knowledge of the Goer Wudo's true form is limited. If the risks associated with reawakening Osiris are too great, I believe dissection is a prudent course of action. After all, the true enemy lies within the Goer Wudo's essence, while the host is merely a fade. Understanding their physiological structure is essential for a deeper comprehension of them. Song Minyan's words sent an inexplicable shiver through the room. It is often said that when a doctor turns ruthless, even ghosts tremble in fear. Qin Handang, having harbored a lifelong fear of doctors, couldn't help but mentally applaud Song Minyan's insight. Wow! Truly impressive, Dr. Song. This suggestion is nothing short of flawless. You are indeed my savior. As the saying goes, while words may be harsh, the reasoning remains sound. The combined verbal onslaught of Qin Handang and Song Minyan proved to be immensely persuasive. After hearing their statements, no one dared to raise objections. Consequently, Commander Fong concluded, since no one has any further opinions, I shall submit the proposal as discussed. Next, the conversation shifted to the previous diplomatic negotiations with Takuro. Although this matter was spearheaded by the Department of Extraterrestrial Civilizations, Director Qin had just mentioned that Takuro had unexpectedly dispatched their highest-ranking officials to Earth, yet the conditions they proposed were rather simplistic, prompting a desire for insights from the group. As soon as Commander Fong finished speaking, all eyes turned to Qin Handang, which made him feel an overwhelming pressure, especially after having faced setbacks at the hands of Osiris recently. Why are you all looking at me? I'm not well acquainted with Takuro either. I didn't even know that Isis was affiliated with Takuro, which illustrates just how unreliable my knowledge is. Commander Fong waved his hand dismissively. Isis's matter is irrelevant to you. Simply knowing the area where they submerged is already quite impressive. It's normal not to be privy to their true identities. After all, she is an undercover agent, and very few within Takuro are aware of her identity. Do not hesitate to share your thoughts. Everyone else should do the same, as we are currently brainstorming, Tang Li added. Although the Department of Extraterrestrial Civilizations is primarily responsible for engaging with alien civilizations, we all understand our circumstances. This is a completely new department with unprecedented communication partners and strained human resources. Everyone here is at the forefront of interstellar exploration, and we wholeheartedly welcome your opinions. Seeing Commander Fong and Tang Li both endorse this, Bartle, acting as the temporary captain of TS-1, decided to voice some perplexities stemming from their recent journey to Salaka Star. Takuro is considered an established advanced civilization, sharing origins with the Goer Wudo and having fought against them for so long. One would expect their planet to be quite developed. However, Sulaku Star feels more akin to a desolate wasteland. Resembling Abidos Star, and even their underground secret base does not appear particularly advanced. There's something wrong here. Wang Jinkai and Song Minyan echoed Bartel's sentiments, expressing their own doubts. Consequently, the group's gaze once again converged on Qin Handang, who found himself deep in thought, rummaging through his memory of the Stargate series regarding Takuro, though he regrettably found it of little use. Unlike the real world, the Stargate series was merely a low-budget production of films and television shows. Whether due to production costs or the inherent arrogance of the Yangtze people, the series featured only a handful of sci-fi scenes one would expect from a high-tech civilization. While Qin Handang had previously criticized the series in passing, he now found himself fervently cursing the writers, directors, and producers in his mind, which only exacerbated the deficiencies of his already limited knowledge. Nevertheless, despite his grievances, it was not difficult to infer the infrastructural capabilities of these established technological civilizations from the few sci-fi urban scenes depicted. Isis's connection to Takuro's highest council on Salaka Star was likely more complex than it appeared on the surface. Considering their history of being relentlessly pursued by the Goer Wudo, Qin Handang formulated a bold hypothesis. However, due to his unique status, he refrained from voicing any unfounded conjectures that might influence high-level decisions, and instead opted to share only reliable intelligence. I cannot ascertain the true situation of Takuro, but I do possess a small piece of knowledge regarding that underground secret base. The crystals we observed in the underground base were not mere construction materials. They were active materials engineered by Takuro based on a certain crystalline life form. The entire underground base we witnessed was actually cultivated from a living crystal the size of a bathtub. Takuro merely had to implant the base's blueprint into this crystal matrix, and it would grow autonomously at an astonishing rate, with the entire base completed in under a day. Furthermore, if necessary, the crystal could continue to grow, expanding to create more space. Only Takuro knows its limitations. What's more, in the event of an emergency requiring evacuation, Takuro could command the living crystal to retract back to its original size and be transported away, rendering the entire base completely undetectable, leaving no trace behind. Upon hearing Qin Handang's revelations, Commander Feng and the Qin couple, having never encountered the actual phenomenon, managed to maintain their composure despite feeling incredulous. However, the three who had been on site, Bartle, Wang Jinkai, and Song Minyan, were left utterly astounded. Bartel's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Are you saying that the underground base, which took us nearly 20 minutes to traverse, could be constructed in just one day? That sounds a bit far-fetched, doesn't it?" While it may indeed sound exaggerated, the fact that Takuro had managed to withstand the relentless pursuit of the Gorudo for so many years, despite the vast disparity in power, could be largely attributed to this living crystal technology. Qin Handang's deductions were based on the narrative, and even if there were some discrepancies, he believed they would not be significant. Chapter 59. Life or Death, Soulmates, or Unity of Body and Soul. The ever-present divergence of choices. Song Minyan found herself increasingly intrigued by the living crystal itself. Was this living crystal classified as a plant, an animal, or merely a simple mineral? This material was one of the highest secrets of Tokro, and it was said that the Lord of the Goi Wutai had long coveted it, yet had never managed to acquire it. After all, if this substance were used for mining, it would be an unparalleled match. Qin Handang was genuinely unaware of what this marvelous crystal truly was, and he believed that Tokro possessed far more treasures beyond this, with the living crystal undoubtedly being the most suitable for preserving life. Due to Tokro's prolonged persecution by the Goi Wutai, it seemed likely that their technological development had a significant bias, most likely towards extremes of survival and offense, while technologies related to civil livelihood were likely absent from their agenda, resembling the former northern overlords. Thus, should we engage in technological exchanges with Tokro, it would be prudent to avoid any military technology projects to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings. Qin Xuan understood that this statement was primarily directed at him. Qin Handang felt that limiting our technological exchanges with Tokro to the realm of basic sciences was rather conservative, as the young lad was inherently impatient. Given the vast chasm in technological advancement between us and Tokro, we needed to exercise caution in our interactions. After all, equality and mutual benefit were the foundations for maintaining long-term friendly exchanges between the two nations. Currently, the conditions under which we could engage in equitable exchanges with Tokro were virtually non-existent. Thus, we must not appear overly greedy. Qin Xuan's words did serve as a reminder for Qin Handang. Indeed, we possessed a bargaining chip, albeit one that was somewhat challenging to maneuver. What bargaining chip? What makes it difficult? Qin Xuan, aware of his son's inclinations, pressed further. As Qin Handang was on the verge of revealing this, he hesitated, for the matter at hand was indeed delicate. He personally felt there was nothing to be overly sentimental about, genuinely believing it to be a win-win scenario. However, he could not ignore the likelihood of vehement opposition from certain quarters. The others, noting Qin Handang's ambivalence, grew increasingly curious about what he was about to say, especially since this fellow, known for his audacity, was exhibiting such inner turmoil. An uncommon sight indeed. Commander Feng encouraged him, "Speak your mind. What you say is not definitive anyway. Besides, you know yourself well. What is there to worry about?" "Goodness, you're right. What is there for me to worry about?" It seemed that Osiris had indeed instilled some doubt in him. This fellow truly deserved a reprimand. After a moment of indecision, Commander Feng's words jolted Qin Handang into clarity. The crux of Tokro's dilemma lay in their philosophy of symbiosis with their hosts, which had led to a severe shortage of hosts, resulting in a dwindling population. A dire implication for any civilization, as could be readily understood. However, this posed no predicament for us. Even disregarding those in good health, there remained a plethora of patients suffering from terminal illnesses, even if a substantial number were eliminated for confidentiality reasons. The remaining count was still considerable. Take it a step further. If we focus solely on those from special departments, military, police, fire, and special operations, who were gravely injured in the line of duty, how would they and their families choose if given the chance to be reborn? Of course, Tokro's own choices would also be a factor, but our personnel base was significant, and the moral integrity of those in special departments provided a reasonable assurance that the probability of achieving resonance with Tokro would not be too low. Moreover, considering the precedents set by Osiris and Isis, while the Goi Wutai might find it difficult to accept hosts who are brain-dead, it appeared that Isis was rather indifferent to this issue. This expanded the operational space significantly, as I perceived this matter to be not much different in essence from organ donation. Regardless of how others might perceive it, if I were facing the brink of death, I would never be so sentimental as to forfeit the chance of rebirth. Even offering my body as a host post-brain death would be something I would wholeheartedly welcome. Who says this isn't another form of resurrection? Naturally, such matters would elicit a multitude of perspectives, and the clash between proponents and opponents was likely to breed irreconcilable conflicts. I could already envision scenes where both sides regarded each other as heretics. Even willing to clash, this was precisely why I had hesitated earlier. This issue was indeed quite uncontrollable. Furthermore, this proposal could not be initiated by us. However, I felt that with Isis as a precedent, Tokro would likely broach this subject first. Thus, even if we ultimately decide against accepting their proposal, we must prepare a method of refusal in advance, lest Tokro interpret our rejection as a denial of their way of existence, leading to complications in our diplomatic negotiations. Qin Handang was not being overly paranoid, at least in the Stargate series. Due to the host issue concerning Sima Ku, the Ongsala nearly fell into hostility with Tokro due to pretentiousness. In the end, it was the intertwining of interests and the human instinct for survival that resolved the issue. While watching the show, Qin Handang often criticized this, insisting on a pretentious prelude. He sincerely believed that as long as national and ethnic interests were not endangered, any politically correct rhetoric was utterly trivial in the face of life and familial bonds. Qin Handang's proposal regarding the host indeed took everyone by surprise, and in a moment of introspection, they couldn't help but question how they would choose in the scenarios he presented. Would they opt for a soulmate sharing their body, or cling to the purity of unity of body and soul? What if it involved their loved ones? What if it were comrades with vital intelligence? Moreover, as Qin Handang noted, this choice transcended personal fate. It would inevitably be influenced by numerous factors, including existential inquiries, reflections on the meaning of life, familial sacrifices, national and ethnic obligations, moral judgments, and entangled interests. This was destined to be a question without a standard answer, a choice forever fraught with divergence. After much contemplation, everyone began to feel a headache, except for Qin Xuan and his wife, who were secretly cursing Qin Handang for being such a troublesome son. Qin Xuan and Tang Li were pondering when they last punished their son. Perhaps it was time to discipline him again. Chapter 60. The end of Osiris. After a period of contemplation in the Stargate control room, it was Qin Xuan who finally broke the silence. Regardless of how the Central Command ultimately decided on this matter, Handang was correct in one regard. When Tokro could not find conditions for equal exchange with us, they would likely propose demands regarding hosts. We indeed needed to prepare a contingency plan in advance. If there are no other objections, let us conclude this meeting here. Commander Feng, it would be best for us to head to Beijing. This matter is better discussed face-to-face with the superiors. Commander Feng concurred, recognizing the urgency of the report. Understood. We will contact the Central Command shortly and head over as soon as possible. Xiaosong. You may begin preparing the dissection plan for Osiris. Once the Central Command approves, we can proceed directly with the operation. Others, remain on standby at the Stargate base. Meeting adjourned. Regarding the dissection of Osiris, Qin Handang exhibited immense enthusiasm. Upon exiting the Stargate control room, he followed closely beside Song Minion to discuss the surgical procedures. Dr. Song, are you planning to dissect Osiris while he's alive or after he's dead? Song Minion shot him a fierce glare and retorted, isn't your vengeful intent a bit too blatant? I'm a doctor, not a sadist. While Osiris may not resemble us physically, he is still an intelligent life form. How could I possibly perform vivisection on him? Feigning realization, Qin Handang exclaimed, oh, I had completely forgotten about that. Blame it on his rather unappealing appearance. With a cold laugh, Song Minion challenged, if you have the guts. Say that in front of Isis, if you dare, I will respect you as a man. Qin Handang swiftly shifted the subject. Since we are to dissect the deceased, we must first execute Osiris. Shooting is out of the question. Which do you think would be more appropriate, electrocution or medication? Song Minyan genuinely contemplated this issue. If dissection were to be conducted to understand the physiological structure of the Goi Wu Tai, it was imperative to preserve the body as intact as possible. Electrocution could inflict physical damage to the organs, while medication might alter their properties to a certain extent. Without a control group, neither option seemed perfect. Having watched numerous horror and suspense films in his previous life, Qin Handang quickly devised a new method. What if we suffocate him? It guarantees no external or internal injuries. Perfect. At that moment, Song Minyan finally grasped Qin Handang's true intent. He was not genuinely seeking to discuss the dissection, but was rather unwilling to see Osiris executed without consciousness. However, the maltreatment of prisoners was unacceptable, even if Osiris's life form differed from that of Earthlings. While he could be sentenced to death for attempted murder and threats to national security, any other transgressions were beyond permissible limits. Rather than engaging in idle chatter with me, you would be better served contemplating pressing matters. For instance, should the central authority decide to refuse Tok'ro the provision of hosts, what measures can we employ to address this issue appropriately? As for Osiris, there is no need for your concern. A few shots from the Zat gun will suffice. Humane, straightforward, and swift. Qin Handang smirked, realizing that there was no way to subject Osiris to any torment. He had indeed lucked out significantly. The situation with Tok'ro is not one I need to fret over. I firmly believe that the central authority will most likely acquiesce to the provision of hosts. With the distinction lying in the scope of those hosts, Song Minyan expressed her astonishment, inquiring, "Why do you hold such a belief?" Although Tok'ro lacks the strength of Asgard and Nox, it is precisely this disparity that subjects them to immense survival pressures. They are not averse to sharing technology with other races, provided that their partners can offer effective assistance. Furthermore, the population size and parasitic ideology of Tok'ro dictate that their demand for hosts will not be excessively high, at least not when compared to the population of our nation, which is several magnitudes greater. Thus, even if the matter of hosts is contentious, it pales in significance against the backdrop of interstellar cooperation. What remains to be seen is how Tok'ro will broach the subject of hosts. I anticipate they will not make outlandish demands, especially since we are only beginning our dealings and both sides are still cautious of each other. In contrast to the Tok'ro situation, I am far more concerned about when the decision regarding Osiris will be forthcoming, as I await the opportunity to send him off for the final time. The determination regarding Osiris did not keep Qin Handang and the others waiting long. After Commander Feng and the Qin couple arrived in the capital, they received a call the following morning from Commander Feng, informing them that Osiris could be sent to the dissection table. It seems his unique abilities were indeed a cause for concern, as the speed of this decision indicates that the central authority's judgment was almost instantaneous. Upon receiving the order, one wasted no time under Qin Handang's urging, taking the Zat gun and wheeling Osiris's containment tank into the dissection room. Qin Handang gazed at the still unconscious Osiris, submerged in anesthetic, and lamented, "Oh, old Osiris, why couldn't you just live peacefully? Why must you seek your own demise by attempting to control me? What was the point? Regrettably, I could not pass judgment on you while you were awake. Now I can only bear the pain of sending you on your way." Song Minyan, clad in surgical attire, kicked Qin Handang's leg, exclaiming, "Are you done yet? I am here waiting to perform the dissection. Captain, hurry up and extract him. Just give him a couple of shots and be done with it." Bartle and Wang Jinkai wielded hooks to retrieve Osiris from the anesthetic tank and placed him on the dissection table. At this moment, Qin Handang dared not continue his idle chatter. Should the creature awaken prematurely, it would spell disaster. After firing 2 shots from the Zat gun at Osiris's actual form, Song Minyan employed instruments to check his vital signs, ultimately confirming that Osiris had indeed perished. Thus, this lord of the Gru who had lived for countless millennia, met his silent end upon the dissection table, perhaps never having anticipated such a humiliating demise. The physical form of the Gru was no larger than that of a snake, rendering the dissection a trivial procedure for a medical doctor like Song Minyan. She made an incision from the head with her scalpel. The blood that flowed was not red but rather a translucent grayish-white. Within, there were no biological organs typical of earth creatures, but rather a series of purple and pale green organs resembling pineal glands. With recording and video equipment set up nearby, Song Minyan narrated her observations as she dissected, noting the abundance of blood vessels and nerves, without any apparent digestive organs. Initially, Qin Handang intended to observe the dissection process in its entirety, but Song Minyan's icy tone and the sight of Osiris's severed body quickly dissuaded him. He soon fled the dissection room alongside Bartle and the others. Chapter 61. The conference. Not long after exiting the dissection room, Qin Handang and his companions received a call from the intelligence personnel of the Pedestal Nation, informing them that Ishihara Shintaro had suddenly died in a coma just moments prior. It appeared that Osiris's character was indeed lacking, as he had taken his puppet along in his final moments. After hanging up, Qin Handang privately reflected that had Song Minyan not decided to seek out Isis, it might well have been him who had met a sudden demise. He was grateful for the life-saving intervention of the two esteemed figures. Song Minyan's dissection of Osiris yielded no groundbreaking discoveries. After all, he was an entirely new species, and without a living reference specimen, many hypotheses remained unverified. She could only hope for future specimens of the GRU which, Commander Feng and the Qin couple returned to the Stargate base 2 days later, accompanying the two leaders. Upon seeing the esteemed leader in the Stargate control room, Qin Handang knew that the Central Authority had likely approved the provision of hosts. Indeed, during the subsequent meeting, Qin Chuan confirmed his suspicions, leaving only the question of whether Tok'ro would raise this issue the following day. The next day, T.S.1 and Qin Chuan proceeded to the transit base on Abidos to welcome the delegation from Tok'ro, as Abidos had now become a tenuous territory of our nation, necessitating appropriate diplomatic courtesies. Qin Handang observed as the Tok'ro delegation emerged from the Stargate wormhole, noting that this time, they were accompanied by a tall, gaunt male from Tok'ro. Isis introduced this new member, dressed in the same uniform as Joanna's husband, Lantaxu, who, like Joanna, was also a member of the External Liaison Department. Their stay on Abidos was brief, as they soon returned to the Earth Stargate base, where the two leaders personally welcomed the delegation from Samako. After all, the highest leader of the opposing side had visited twice in succession, and it would be remiss to be anything less than courteous. Qin Chuan and Isis once again served as spokespersons, introducing both sides before proceeding to the Stargate control room. Isis maintained her straightforward approach, diving directly into the subject matter once both parties were seated. After our last discussion, the Supreme Committee deliberated on our collaborative request. In principle, Tok'ro is amenable to the cooperation you proposed, but we have also added some supplementary content. Firstly, regarding the language acquisition and analysis of extraterrestrial technology products, these are matters we have no objections to. If you have no further thoughts in the coming days, these 2 points can be directly inscribed in the treaty. We can negotiate the specifics of implementation thereafter. We appreciate your understanding and recognition of these 2 items. Qin Chuan promptly voiced his agreement to finalize this. Excellent, Isis continued. Now let us move on to the next item, the exchange of foundational scientific knowledge. As Tok'ro's accumulation of knowledge primarily relies on the memory inheritance of generations of hosts and their physical forms, which differs from the majority of races, we do not have dedicated institutions for educating newcomers. And we are, in fact, not adept at conventional knowledge transmission. Therefore, if you wish to learn foundational scientific knowledge from us, there are only 2 options. The first is to arrange for students to reside permanently at Tok'ro's research base. Working alongside our researchers, the extent of their learning will depend on their own capabilities. The second option is something we have devised recently, which may exceed your usual understanding, so you will need to weigh whether you can accept it. Realizing this likely pertained to hosts, Qin Chuan solemnly responded, "Please proceed. We will seriously consider any proposal you present." Isis nodded, stating, "This method involves providing new hosts for those original hosts among us who are nearing the end of their lifespans. We can allow the Tok'ro who acquires a new host to reside in Terui for a specified duration, during which they will engage in academic exchanges with you as mentors, returning to Tok'ro after the main relatives of the host in Terui have passed away. You may choose which option suits you best." Although the Chinese side anticipated that Tok'ro would make demands regarding hosts, they had not foreseen this particular arrangement. It must be acknowledged that this proposal was superior to what they had initially envisioned. Should an individual become a host for Tok'ro, their lifespan would extend to at least 200 years. This proposal not only respected the survival and emotional desires of the host, but also fulfilled Tok'ro's requirements for hosts, while simultaneously meeting the objectives of the Chinese side, truly a win-win situation. This proposal rendered the prior plans of the Chinese side inadequate, leaving the seasoned Qin Chuan momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Qin Chuan's troubled expression, a flicker of an unusual look crossed Isis's eyes. The Tok'ro had grown accustomed to the suspicion, disdain, and fear exhibited by other races, often being regarded as malevolent heretics akin to the Gru witch. Thus, they had anticipated a rejection from the Terui people. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt a long-forgotten discomfort in her heart at this moment, perhaps a remnant of being sealed for too long, or perhaps due to the absence of native consciousness in this host. As Qin Chuan hesitated on how to respond to Isis, the esteemed leader, in a rare move, interjected into the conversation. Ms. Isis, allow me to express a few thoughts on this matter first, as your proposal has rendered Director Qin's prior plans somewhat insufficient. He is likely still contemplating how to remedy this situation. The esteemed leader first teased Qin Chuan before continuing, due to the interactions with Xiao Qin. Oh, that is, Qin Handang, the one who enjoys using pseudonyms, we have largely formed our understanding of Tok'ro from him. Upon hearing this, Isis turned to Qin Handang, his expression momentarily flustered as he raised a hand to his forehead, pondering that it appeared the joke about the name would not be easily dismissed. From our discussions with Xiao Qin, we learned that Tok'ro, due to their choice of a symbiotic existence with their hosts and the brutal oppression by the Gui Wuda, has been ensnared in a detrimental situation of population decline. Therefore, following our mutual expressions of intent to establish formal relations, we have been contemplating what we, as partners committed to fostering a long-lasting friendship, might contribute to this endeavor. Acting on Xiao Qin's suggestion, we have been diligently researching options to provide hosts for Tok'ro over the past few days. Surely, you can comprehend that as sentient beings, individuals naturally strive to maintain the independence of their bodies and consciousness under normal circumstances. In our terms, this is akin to the unity of body and soul. Thus, this initiative encountered unavoidable ethical dilemmas from the outset, compounded by the necessity of maintaining the confidentiality of the Stargate project, which significantly restricted our operational capabilities. Ultimately, it was Xiao Qin who proposed two viable solutions, enabling us to draft a preliminary plan. Chapter 62. A historic establishment of diplomatic relations. Isis initially presumed that the Terui people were deliberating on how to decline Tok'ro's proposal, only to discover that they had been preparing a contingency plan for providing hosts even before formal requests were made. This marks the first instance in over 100,000 years since Tok'ro separated from Gui Wuda, where a race and civilization has actively considered offering hosts. Although Tok'ro's hosts willingly allowed their parasitism, this does not imply that the races and civilizations to which the hosts belong fully endorse Tok'ro's mode of existence. Consequently, many hosts have distanced themselves from their original civilizations, which, while not wholly detrimental to Tok'ro, has at least bolstered their internal cohesion. All of this seems inextricably linked to that individual, who speaks few truths. At that moment, Isis recalled Qin Handang's evaluation of Tok'ro before revealing his identity, realizing that this individual had been consistent in his stance on this matter. Isis cast a deep gaze at Qin Handang before solemnly inquiring of the Grand Commander. Might I ask what proposals your esteemed nation has prepared? The Grand Commander exchanged a glance with Qin Handang and replied, Xiao Qin, as the original proponent, it is your turn to elaborate. Naturally, Qin Handang, upon being called upon by the Grand Commander, complied and recounted the previously prepared plans for military and police hosts, as well as for brain-dead hosts. He concluded, considering various factors, we can only allow volunteers on the brink of life and death to become potential hosts, while those who are brain-dead must have consented to body donation during their lifetimes to qualify as hosts. I trust you understand this point. Furthermore, compared to the proposal you just articulated, we have yet to contemplate the option of allowing hosts to accompany important family members on Earth for the remainder of their lives, which made Director Qin somewhat hesitant to present our plan. Isis offered a calm smile, remarking, while you possess a profound understanding of us Tok'ro, it seems you have entered a cognitive pitfall. Why do you assume we would be troubled by the notion that humans would only be willing to become hosts at the brink of death? This is, in fact, the norm. We Tok'ro too only consented to part with our original hosts at the last moment. Tok'ro has never proactively severed ties while the symbiotic entities still possessed vitality. Our mindsets regarding this matter align, as it is an act of necessity to perpetuate life. Isis's words plunged all present from the Huagua side into contemplation. They had always approached the issue from the perspective of the hosts. only to realize through a shift in viewpoint that Tokuro and their hosts had shared existence and death for a century or two, or even longer, regarding one another as a unified being. Thus, how could they not also be making alternative choices at the edge of life and death? Seizing this moment, Isis translated the contents of their exchange verbatim for the benefit of others present, who were evidently taken aback and moved by Huagua's choices and arrangements, recognizing them as a remarkably inclusive race and civilization, further affirming the complexity of the legendary Terui civilization. Subsequently, the Tokuro engaged in hushed discussions among themselves, seemingly deliberating on some topic. After approximately 10 minutes, they concluded their discourse. Isis continued, "We are genuinely surprised and pleased by Huagua's willingness to accommodate our Tokuro way of existence. I believe this will serve as the foundation for our enduring friendship. Although there are discrepancies in our arrangements for hosts, this will not hinder our collaboration. Rather, it will enhance our camaraderie. However, given that we have only just established contact, and that the selection of hosts is inherently a reciprocal process, both parties must possess sufficient understanding of one another. Therefore, we propose a new initiative. In addition to the previously agreed-upon exchange of diplomatic officials, we could explore further avenues to deepen our understanding. We can mutually assign representatives to join specialized teams from each other's side, fostering familiarity with each other's lifestyles and work methodologies through regular cooperation. For instance, our Tokuro maintain a specialized small fleet patrolling the galaxy, primarily tasked with discovering habitable planets beyond the Stargate's range. They somewhat resemble your Stargate exploration teams, though they intentionally circumvent the Stargate system. Tokuro welcomes your personnel to join this small fleet. I believe this experience will provide a comprehensive understanding of our Tokuro. Additionally, regarding the earlier suggestion of sending personnel to our research institute for fundamental scientific exchanges, this does not conflict with the arrangements for hosts. As pure academic instruction in Terui differs from learning through practical research processes. Correspondingly, we will dispatch representatives to join your Stargate exploration missions. I am confident that with Tokuro's involvement, your interstellar exploration efficiency will significantly improve. As you mentioned, the greatest barrier in interstellar exploration lies in language, and we are perfectly positioned to swiftly bridge this gap. Isis's proposal exceeded Huagua's previous expectations. Had Qin Handang not been privy to Tokuro's intricacies, he might have begun to suspect ulterior motives. The open and accommodating stance of Huagua regarding hosts fostered a remarkably harmonious atmosphere in the discussions, leading to swift consensus on nearly all issues, culminating in both parties finalizing the details of their diplomatic relations in just 2 days. On September 11, 2214, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, a time of reunion for the Huagua people, this year also marked a historic day, as Huagua and Tokuro would officially establish diplomatic relations. This momentous occasion heralded the first extraterrestrial civilization to forge ties with Huagua, carrying profound significance. While confidentiality constraints precluded grandiose announcements, the signing of the diplomatic agreement took place in the obscure and remote Stargate base. Nevertheless, in keeping with Huagua customs, the essential formalities and ceremonies could not be overlooked. After all, the Stargate project would one day be declassified, and today's events would undoubtedly be revealed to the world. Due to Tokuro's indifference towards such formalities, combined with Huagua being the host nation, the entirety of the diplomatic ceremony was orchestrated by Huagua. The venue was, without question, the Stargate chamber, with the focal point positioned before the Interstellar Gateway. The Stargate chamber was solemnly adorned, and the Stargate base had purposefully activated the wormhole of Soraka Star. The Grand Commander and Selma Ku signed the diplomatic agreement on the dais before the Interstellar Gateway, representing Huagua and Tokuro respectively, before shaking hands and exchanging national documents. Flashes from cameras illuminated the scene, capturing this historic moment. Chapter 63. New member of TS-1 following the conclusion of the diplomatic ceremony. Tokuro's delegation returned to Soraka Star, while TS-1 did not immediately resume its Stargate exploration tasks. Instead, they engaged in 2 days of intensive study under the tutelage of Qin Xuan and Tang Li, focusing on the diplomatic agreement established between Huagua and Tokuro. Qin Handang never anticipated that he would one day find himself in his parents' classroom. These 2 days had left him quite exasperated. As he was frequently called upon for questioning, he felt he had never been interrogated so much in his life. At long last, after enduring the lessons, TS-1 was summoned to the Stargate control room for a meeting the following day. Once Commander Feng had taken his seat, he promptly announced an order that filled Qin Handang with elation. The turmoil surrounding Gui Wuda on Earth had reached a temporary resolution, and with the successful establishment of diplomatic relations with Tokruo, you have learned what you needed to learn. Thus, the base is set to resume Stargate exploration tasks. Tomorrow, you will first head to planet SA-0258 to continue the previously shelved mission. Qin Handang raised a fist in excitement, exclaiming, "Yes, finally, we can venture out." Commander Feng cast a glance in his direction before continuing. Considering the current personnel shortage in TS-1, and to enhance the efficiency of the Stargate tasks, the Stargate base has decided to supplement your team with a new member. Bartle, as the captain, I expect you to take this matter seriously. Yes. This news came as a surprise, but given the content of the past 2 days' study, Bartle and the others surmised that their new teammate would likely hail from Tokruo. At that moment, Qin Chuan knocked and entered, followed by a familiar figure. Isis, you are truly investing heavily in this, Qin Handang exclaimed in astonishment. You actually sent him to join TS-1? Isis gazed at Qin Han and Tang, smiling as she remarked. Is it so peculiar? My host is a Teru. No. I should now refer to them as Earthlings. I find no language barrier in our communication, and I do not believe anyone is more suited than I am. Or perhaps you have committed numerous misdeeds against me in the past and fear that prolonged interaction will unveil your transgressions. Recently, Qin, Han, and Tang had endured much from Isis's jests and had developed a kind of immunity. Clearing his throat, he replied, Wasn't it that I was unaware of your true identity before? Moreover, how can that be considered wrongdoing? It was merely a bit of tactical deception. We shall be teammates moving forward. So let us not dwell on trivialities. Isis smiled but remained silent, directly taking a seat beside him. Qin, Han, and Tang instinctively withdrew his hand from the table to rest it on his lap. Feeling a bit out of sorts as a respectable person towards his unwitting interlocutor, Qin Chuan then sat across from Isis and announced the central command. Based on the diplomatic agreement between the two nations of Wado, both parties would mutually send personnel to join each other's interstellar exploration programs. Considering the current status of the Stargate base exploration team and Miss Isis's personal willingness, the Central Authority of Huagua and the Supreme Council of Tokro reached an agreement to have Miss Isis represent Tokro as an official team member of TS-1. Believing that her extensive experience would significantly enhance the interstellar exploration efficiency of the Earth Stargate base. As soon as Qin Chuan finished speaking, Qin, Han, and Tang enthusiastically led the applause, though it was unclear whether he was flattering his true father or Isis. It must be said that Isis's inclusion was indeed a timely relief for TS-1, not to mention the formidable abilities of Isis, a Teru who had lived for an indeterminate length of time. Her linguistic prowess alone was worth its weight in gold. After the meeting, Bartle took the TS-1 team on a tour of the base, culminating in a communal meal at the cafeteria, effectively organizing a welcoming ceremony for Isis. One must admit that Bartle, this Mongolian giant, was straightforward in his endeavors, brimming with the distinctive character of Huagua. Had it not been for the base's alcohol prohibition, he would undoubtedly have indulged in a celebratory feast. Nonetheless, this arrangement proved effective, as Isis quickly acclimated to the Stargate base environment, and the group became familiar with one another, particularly forming a close bond with Song Minyan. The following day, the Stargate base established contact with Stargate SA-0258. And TS-1 finally resumed its exploration mission, which had been interrupted for nearly half a month. Under Bartel's leadership, TS-1 returned to the Tanani tribe. Having only visited half a month prior, and given that the Tanani tribe seldom entertained outsiders, the guards recognized TS-1 upon their arrival and promptly escorted them to meet Tanani. Upon seeing Qin, Han, and Tang again, Tanani appeared exceedingly delighted, immediately enveloping him in a hearty embrace while exclaiming something. However, with Isis present, there was no need for guesswork. He welcomed them back to the Selashi tribe, and mentioned that the item Qin had given him previously was quite useful in the wild. Isis's unique voice surprised Tanani as she translated, prompting him to glance curiously at her after releasing Qin, Han, and Tang that it had been over 1,000 years since Apophis was driven from this planet. And by Tanani's generation, no one remembered the characteristics of the false god Guwut. Otherwise, Tanani would have been alarmed upon hearing Isis speak. The Selashi tribe? Now they finally knew the name of their tribe. Please convey to him that the knife he gifted me previously is exceptionally useful. It is the sharpest and lightest weapon I have ever encountered. Isis diligently fulfilled her role as translator. And upon hearing her relay Qin's words, Tanani was astonished that this peculiar-voiced woman could speak their tribal language. How splendid! You speak our tongue, but I have never seen you before. What is your name? How do you speak our language? I am Isis from Tokro. Isis merely answered her name, and regarding the second question, it was a long story indeed. She had no intention of elaborating extensively, so she translated for Qin, Han, and Tang, adding, I am too lazy to explain. You are best at these matters, so you take it from here. I will only handle the translation. Why am I the one suited for this? Qin, Han, and Tang thought to himself but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Since Isis had revealed her identity, he felt somewhat intimidated by her. However, if Isis's identity were to be explained, it would indeed be cumbersome. After a moment of contemplation, Qin, Han, and Tang said, just tell them that their tribe is not the only one that has been oppressed or bullied by the false god Guwut. Your race is among those as well, hence your languages are essentially Guwut's tongue. You see, I told you that you excel at deception. Isis smiled wryly. This is not deception. Your command of the language requires improvement. Tell me which of my words is untrue. Qin, Han, and Tang adamantly refused to accept this characterization. Isis shot him an exasperated glance and ignored him, instead translating his words to Tanani. Chapter 64. Return. Although Tanani could not recognize Isis's peculiar voice, he was well aware of the tribal history under the dominion of the false god Guwut. Upon learning that Isis shared a similar experience, he became increasingly curious. Tanani, being straightforward by nature, asked without hesitation, So, there are tribes that have faced the same fate as ours. Did the Spinace help you drive away the false god as well? Upon hearing Isis's translation, Qin, Han, and Tang finally understood how Tanani referred to the beings that transformed into crows and giant wolves. Spinace likely meant divine beings. However, Qin, Han, and Tang had little interest in delving into the true meaning of the term and decided to temporarily refer to that race as Spinace. Observing Isis's expectant expression, he blurted out, You aren't expecting me to answer that question, are you? Why not? I am merely a cold, unfeeling translation machine at this moment. Isis appeared ready to entirely abandon her role. Qin, Han, and Tang could not help but retort. Are you truly a Teru? Or has your prolonged undercover work altered your personality? Isis, feigning surprise, countered, Didn't you say that we Teru must change our stubborn ways if we are to defeat Guwut? I am simply practicing what you preach. Qin, Han, and Tang opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. What a calamity! One misstep could lead to eternal regret. Song Minion, fully aware of Qin, Han, and Tang's past attempts to deceive Isis, cruelly chimed in, Just give up the struggle. Comply, as Tanani is waiting. Resigned, Qin, Han, and Tang decided to seize the opportunity to clarify Isis's identity. If they wished to establish contact with the Spinace and engage in peaceful dialogue, they must ensure the other party understood the distinction between Tokro and Guwut. Otherwise, Isis would likely be at risk. Captain, it seems we must deploy the video we produced. Upon hearing this, Bartle retrieved a laptop from his backpack. Tanani, upon seeing this marvelous device, understood its purpose without needing Isis to translate and immediately stood before the screen. The Stargate base had compiled a video blending the history of Tokro with footage from its recent diplomatic endeavors with Huagua, with a clear objective, to introduce the existence of Tokro and clarify their distinction from Guwut, as many races and civilizations across the galaxy could not discern the difference. While the diplomatic relationship between Huagua and Tokro was highly beneficial, it was not without its risks. The most significant risks included an increased likelihood of attracting the attention of the Guwut Lord and the potential for misunderstandings with other races and civilizations due to Tokro's involvement. The Teru had performed poorly in their attempts to rehabilitate their image. Huagua understood the importance of public perception, so after establishing diplomatic relations with Tokro, both parties worked together to produce this video, which even included a narration in Guwut's language. Thus, when Tanani watched the video, he faced minimal barriers to comprehension and quickly grasped the identity represented by Isis. Afterwards, Qin, Han, and Tang asked Isis to inform him that they wished to request his assistance in delivering this video to the Spinace, allowing them to decide whether or not to meet with TS. 1. Tanani was a warm-hearted individual. Upon learning of Qin, Han, and Tang's intentions, he readily agreed and promptly set off into the depths of the forest to seek their divine beings. Perhaps the video had an impact, or perhaps the Spinace were simply curious about Tokro. In any case, upon Tanani's return, he informed Qin, Han, and Tang that the Spinace were indeed prepared to meet them. However, before departing, the hospitable Tanani treated them to a lavish lunch at the Celashi tribe. During the meal, Qin, Han, and Tang made an unexpected discovery. It turned out that the Celashi tribe was not the only tribe on this planet. After Apophis's retreat over 1,000 years ago, the absence of the Guwut Lord's population suppression policies allowed the original Celashi tribe's numbers to swell rapidly. The land near the Stargate could no longer support the growing population, so with the assistance of the Spinace, portions of the tribe would periodically migrate to settle in other areas rich in Ku or Qin, Han, and Tang estimated that over the course of a millennium, the Celashi population on this planet had likely exceeded 1 million, possibly even reaching tens of millions, and their presence might have already spread across the entire planet. This posed significant challenges for Huagua's plans to mine the mithril. Indeed, Qin, Han, and Tang, who had a knack for naming, had now set his sights on the Ku metal that Tanani mentioned, insisting on dubbing it mithril, a term commonly found in the Western magical world. Initially, in the realm of the series, the character of Spanaz expressed opposition to the excessive mining of mithril. However, the situation in the real world is even more complicated, as it is highly likely that this planet has no unclaimed mithril mines left. Following a delightful luncheon, Ternani, accompanied by TS-1, ventured into the forest to meet Spanaz. Upon encountering a raven and a giant wolf, Ternani remarked to Isis, "I shall not join you. Spanaz has only invited you." Knowing each other's backgrounds, Qin Handang felt little concern about being deceived. After bidding farewell to Ternani, he was suddenly blinded by a dazzling white light, and in the next moment, they found themselves in a silver circular hall, with the raven and the giant wolf standing before them. Qin Handang did not rush to communicate with these two beings, but instead curiously examined the room's decor. The predominant color was a glaring silver, making it evident that mithril was extensively utilized as a building material, truly extravagant. The hall spanned over 300 square meters, featuring a dome-shaped ceiling, without a single supporting column in sight, at the center. A circular space approximately 5 meters in diameter was left open, surrounded by 3 rows of light blue seats, capable of accommodating dozens of people, suggesting that this was indeed a conference room. In that moment, the raven and the giant wolf transformed into a man and a woman clad in silver robes, their appearance closely resembling that of earthlings, save for the gill-like respiratory organs adorning their noses and cheeks. As Qin Handang had previously described, although the seasoned members of TS-1, having been briefed by Qin Handang, were curious, they were not particularly startled. Only Isis displayed a hint of surprise. However, having served as an undercover agent among the Guwut Lords, she was well versed in the extraordinary, and her expression remained largely unchanged. In contrast, the two newly transformed Spanaz beings appeared quite intrigued, as they could not discern any signs of shock from their extraterrestrial guests. Chapter 65. The Legend of the Ancients. The female, who had morphed from the giant wolf, greeted them in Guwut language. "Travelers from Chopai AI, welcome to Osiris Prime. I am Takaya." She gestured towards the man beside her, saying, "This is Zels. We are members of the Council of the Indigenous Peoples of Osiris Prime, responsible for liaising with the Celashi tribe. We received the message you entrusted to Ternani, hence our invitation for you to meet in council. May I inquire from whence you hail?" As Isis relayed Takaya's words, both she and Zels scrutinized the members of TS-1, particularly regarding Isis, their gazes tinged with a semblance of caution. After hearing Isis's translation, Qin Handang took a moment to observe Takaya and Zels, beginning to understand why the indigenous people referred to their planet as Osiris Prime. The roles within TS-1 were distinctly defined, with Qin Handang primarily responsible for communicating with the extraterrestrials. He first requested Isis to assist in their self-introduction before addressing Takaya's inquiry. "We hail from Earth, a planet once ruled by the Guwut. Although they have been expelled, they continue to wreak havoc across the galaxy, posing significant risks to our safety. Consequently, we have chosen to traverse the Stargates to visit various races and civilizations, establishing diplomatic relations based on peace and equality, and exchanging knowledge and resources in pursuit of a comprehensive solution to the Guwut threat." Upon hearing the translation from Isis, Takaya and Zels began conversing in another language that the TS-1 members could not comprehend. Qin Handang cast a glance at Isis, who immediately grasped his intent and shrugged her shoulders, stating, "This must be their native tongue. I cannot understand it either." Qin Handang suddenly realized that the Guwut bore some resemblance to the Anxes in certain aspects, despite their rampant colonization and misdeeds. They inevitably rendered their language a sort of lingua franca, thereby reducing communication costs, an outcome that was utterly revolting. Takaya and Zelz's discussion did not last long. Soon Takaya addressed Isis, saying, "Due to the previous actions of the Gwawat lords, we have been monitoring the movements around Chopai AI. For over a millennium, you are the first visitors to activate Chopai AI. Your conduct during your previous encounter with the Salishi tribe has also suggested that you harbor no malicious intent. Thus, despite the presence of one who appears to be a Gwawat among you, we have chosen to bring you to the headquarters of the council for a meeting. Engaging in peaceful communication with other friendly civilizations is a goal pursued by all civilizations at a certain level of technological advancement. However, as we are only beginning to interact, we must remain cautious until we gain a deeper understanding of you." Qin Handang, upon hearing Isis's translation, readily acknowledged their stance. Indeed, the universe is home to not only peace-loving races like theirs but also malevolent ones akin to the Gwawat lords, making caution a necessity. Subsequently, Isis found herself in a familiar situation, as Qin Handang began promoting Earth's diplomatic protocols, such as the mutual exchange of resident diplomats. Observing this, it was apparent that Takaya and Zelz were receptive to the Earthlings' proposals. Notably, the idea of exchanging diplomats was straightforward and low in technical requirements, yet it proved to be an effective means of fostering mutual trust and deepening understanding. Qin Handang had little to convey, as formal diplomatic affairs fell under the purview of the Extraterrestrial Civilizations Office, TS. One was merely a vanguard, with the key factor being whether the Spanas were willing to engage in such a mode of communication. It seemed that Takaya was not opposed. She and Zelz exchanged a few quick words before stating that they would present Earth's proposals to the Council for review. "If you have no other arrangements, you may stay with us for the time being. The Council discussions will take at least a day, and I shall notify you once the results are determined tomorrow." Qin Handang and his companions readily accepted. Previously, T.S.1 had a mission to survey mithril mines near the Stargate, but upon learning about the situation on Osiris Prime, that task had lost its significance. The Huagua government would not forcefully mine when aware that the mines were claimed. Under Takaya and Zelz's guidance, Qin Handang and the others exited the circular room, only to be astonished to find themselves seemingly in an underwater world, with enormous glass walls revealing various uniquely shaped fish swimming outside. Qin Handang's reaction was relatively composed. Having frequented ocean parks and underwater restaurants in his past, he had encountered similar architectural styles. He was merely astounded that the Spanas had constructed their city beneath the water. However, recalling the gill-like features on their faces, it seemed somewhat fitting. Isis was also only slightly taken aback, having navigated the galaxy for years in her capacity as a Gwawat lord, witnessing countless peculiar beings and phenomena. In contrast, Bartle, Song Minyan, and Wang Jinkai were experiencing a fully submerged city for the first time. Had it not been for Qin Handang's prior explanations about the remnants of the ancients in the Pegasus system, they might have mistaken this place for the fabled Atlantis. To Qin Handang's surprise, Takaya voluntarily began to recount the origins of the Spanas. In myth and legend, our ancestors were originally inhabitants of the sea. Later, a powerful race from Terui arrived on Osiris Prime and constructed the gateway to other worlds, known as Chopai AI. Subsequently, they discovered our ancestors living beneath the waves, where they had already established numerous tribes. Upon finding our ancestors, they did not belittle or enslave them due to the disparity in technological advancement. Rather, they engaged in equitable communication. Aware of the challenges in extracting resources from the seabed, they assisted our ancestors in altering the evolutionary direction of their genetic makeup, enabling us to thrive in both terrestrial and aquatic environments. Henceforth, our ancestors referred to that group from Terui as the divine race. After completing the initial genetic modifications for our ancestors, they imparted some knowledge that was beyond our ancestors' comprehension at the time, before departing in their spacecraft, never to return. Following the departure of the divine race, our ancestors underwent a protracted process of genetic evolution, lasting several million years, culminating in our amphibious evolution over 100,000 years ago. Chapter 66. The Tales of Osiris Prime. Takaya's eyes glimmered with reminiscence as she continued. Upon becoming amphibious beings, we found ourselves capable of freely extracting resources from both land and sea, and our lifespan significantly increased. The only drawback was our low birth rate. However, this also meant that our demand for resources remained minimal. All these factors contributed to a comfortable existence, and over millions of years, we have venerated the divine Terui race, resulting in a near-total neglect of the knowledge they left behind. As the members of TS-1 absorbed this, they could not help but marvel at the profound impact the ancients had on the galaxy, as well as the advanced technology that enabled a wholly aquatic race to be transformed into an amphibious one, a truly remarkable feat. Furthermore, aside from Isis, the others gained a deeper understanding of Earth's significance within the galaxy. Had the Central Authority not harbored numerous concerns, it was likely that TS-1 could have leveraged the Terui name during their exploratory mission, potentially saving considerable effort, although it might also have increased unnecessary risks. As TS-1 contemplated these thoughts, Takaya continued to narrate the history of Osiris Prime. After the departure of the Terui divine race, the Chapai AI was never reactivated, and our ancestors remained content with the primitive yet bountiful freedom of the ocean god star, never considering the activation of Chapai AI to seek out other human civilizations. Instead revering it as a totem. As time passed, the Terui divine race gradually transformed into a myth. Many years elapsed until, approximately 10,000 years ago, Chapai AI was reactivated once more, and a cadre of elite soldiers clad in iron armor emerged. Due to our periodic rituals and prayers at Chapai AI, we were inevitably discovered. Initially, we were unaware of their identity or origin, even suspecting them to be descendants of the Terui gods, and we assisted them in exploring the planet in search of a metal or known as Nakuda. Unfortunately, no Nakuda ore was found on Ocean God Star, but they did discover Kametal, a lightweight and high-strength material that piqued the interest of their leader, Apophis. Subsequently, they resorted to capturing our kin as slaves to extract Ku ore. Upon uncovering Apophis's true nature, our people, unable to endure the humiliation yet powerless to resist, abandoned surface life and returned to the depths of the sea. Apophis soon ceased his pursuit of us, opting instead to transport slaves from other planets via Chapai AI for mining operations. These slaves were the ancestors of the Selashi tribe. Once we retreated to the ocean depths, our kin were unwilling to languish in such a manner. So they sought the knowledge left to us by the Terui divine race, hoping to find a means to defeat the Lord of Goewudai in the end. We discovered that the knowledge bestowed upon us could not be wielded to vanquish our foes in an instant, but required systematic study to enhance our capabilities. Simultaneously, we learned that the Terui divine race was not divine beings but a highly developed civilization with myriad advanced technologies, perpetually seeking habitable planets and intelligent life throughout the cosmos, and sowing the seeds of technological civilization, with Ocean God Star being one such example. The knowledge left by the Terui divine race for our ancestors was not exhaustive, but specifically tailored to our race's evolution, enabling us to further enhance our strength post a complete amphibious transformation, after which we could choose our own path of civilization development. Thus, we dedicated nearly 9,000 years to learning and strengthening ourselves, ultimately defeating Apophis over a millennium ago. Regrettably, our ability to construct spacecraft was far inferior to his, and we could only drive him away rather than annihilate him. After expelling Apophis, over 30,000 Selashi tribespeople remained on Ocean God Star. Their origins unknown to us, and our physical forms bore notable differences. To avoid instilling panic among them, we chose to approach them in animal forms. Ultimately, we resolved to emulate the manner in which the Terui divine race had treated our ancestors, striving to interfere minimally with their development, only extending assistance during significant hardships. After Takaya briefly recounted the history of Ocean God Star, they were escorted into a blue structure approximately 30 meters high. Takaya led them into a room resembling an elevator within the grand hall, and with a flash of white light, they found themselves in another spacious hall, encircled by a series of teal room doors. Takaya explained that this building was designated for the residence of visiting kin, comprising 10 floors, and that they had been allocated 5 rooms on this 9th floor for their choosing and distribution. Afterward, she handed Isis 5 conch-like objects, stating that these served as keys to the rooms, each inscribed with a room number. She added that if they wished to dine, they could visit the restaurant on the top floor, and she would return to escort them once the results of tomorrow's council discussion were available. Once Isis completed the translation, Takaya nodded to each member of TS-1 and then departed. After Takaya's exit, Bartle addressed the others. "Let us proceed to our rooms for a meeting." Isis distributed the 5 conchs among the others, and Bartle convened the group in his room. The method of opening the door was straightforward. A conch symbol adorned the door, and upon bringing the conch close, the door opened with a sound. The room's decor was a pale blue, and upon entering, they found a living room of approximately 20 square meters. To the left, there was a door likely leading to the bedroom. The 5 individuals each found a chair in the living room and sat down. Qin Handang inquired of Isis, Apophis arrived here over 10,000 years ago. Did you hear any related news while on Earth? Isis shook her head, replying, at that time, all the lords were transporting slaves to their territories, and I primarily followed Osiris, so I only had a general awareness of the movements of other lords without detailed information. Moreover, considering the properties of Mithril, Apophis must have taken stringent precautions to guard against any leakage of information regarding the situation on Ocean God Star. Bartle remarked, I never anticipated that Ocean God Star had such intricate ties to Earth. Even a fragment of knowledge left by the ancient race could easily overwhelm the Lord of Goi Wat. Song Min Yen pondered the genetic modifications the ancient race had performed on the indigenous people of Ocean God Star. Wondering what Takaya's ancestors had looked like before undergoing genetic alteration millions of years ago. The ancient race's technological prowess in genetics was astounding. Chapter 67. A surprise. Suspected ancient language Qin Handang was exceedingly curious about the knowledge legacy left by the ancient race on Ocean God Star. Based on Takaya's introduction and the technological development trajectory of the indigenous people, it seemed they had not acquired advanced spacecraft technology, but rather leaned towards unlocking the inherent potential of the natives. However, this was not the greatest gain of the expedition. Qin Handang realized that the indigenous people of Ocean God Star likely possessed knowledge of the ancient language. It was entirely possible that the conversation between Takaya and Zayers had been conducted in that very language. Considering that millions of years ago, when the ancient race arrived on Ocean God Star, Takaya's ancestors were just beginning to form tribal civilizations, it was reasonable to deduce that their linguistic system at that time likely consisted solely of oral communication without written form. From Qin Handang's understanding of the ancient race, they typically refrained from directly intervening in the developmental progress of native civilizations. Yet here, they had unusually performed direct genetic modifications on the natives and even left behind a legacy of knowledge. Did this imply that they had also imparted the ancient language to the Ocean God Star's inhabitants? Although the ancient race's language appeared to hold less value than the knowledge they bestowed upon the natives. When considering the factors of the Pegasus star system, it became an essential condition for fully controlling the city of Atlantis. Should Huagua establish diplomatic relations with the indigenous civilization of Ocean God Star? This opportunity could allow them to acquire the ancient language, yielding tremendous benefits. What do you think the Ocean God Star Council will conclude tomorrow? Bartle inquired. Without hesitation, Qin Handang replied, I anticipate no significant issues. Their decision not to destroy or bury the Stargate after defeating Apophis indicates they have not abandoned the opportunity for interaction with extraterrestrial civilizations. Moreover, our mission does not require us to establish formal diplomatic relations immediately. As long as both parties can commence normal contact, subsequent matters will naturally be handled by the Extraterrestrial Civilization Department. Why do you choose to conceal the fact that Earth is Terawi? I believe that if they knew you hailed from Terawi, many matters would be simplified. Isis expressed her confusion regarding Qin Handang's omission of this information after learning Ocean God Star's history. As the representative of Tokruo, it was crucial for her to avoid misunderstandings in such matters. Consequently, Qin Handang clarified, I am not concealing anything. I simply refrain from mentioning it proactively. Civilizations capable of peaceful interaction will naturally uncover this information after establishing relations, while unfriendly races need not be privy to such details. Furthermore, even if Earth is Terawi, the present-day inhabitants of Earth are vastly different from the ancient race. Emphasizing this connection could easily lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Isis still struggled to comprehend the mindset of the Huagua people. However, her role within TS-1 was primarily that of a language expert, and she held neither authority nor interest in influencing Huagua's strategic direction. After some discussion, the group each retired for the night. The following morning, Takaya returned to escort them back to the circular hall, which was now filled with Ocean God Star's inhabitants clad in silver robes. The assembly clearly indicated the importance the Ocean God Star people placed on the first batch of extraterrestrials to arrive via the Stargate in over 1,000 years. In the center of the hall, which had previously been empty, 5 purple tables and chairs arranged back-to-back now occupied the space. Takaya invited Qin Handang and the others to take their seats, addressing them in Goi Wat language. Takaya stated, esteemed envoys from Earth, The Council has approved a proposal for further engagement with you. The members have several questions they wish to pose. Please proceed. A woman with flowing silver hair stood first. Asking, will you continue to liaise with us? Qin Handang responded. Our small team is primarily tasked with preliminary exploration. My country has a dedicated diplomatic department that will engage with other civilizations, sending officials capable of representing the government's stance to communicate with Ocean God Star. Will there be representatives from Tokuro among your personnel? The subtext of this dialogue is glaringly evident. It appears that they remain vigilant regarding the Tokuro, who share a common origin with the Go-E, which, however, Isis seems unconcerned by this, translating the words with an unflinching demeanor. This revelation momentarily left Qin Handang and his companions at a loss. Logically, there should be no representatives from Tokuro in the official communications between Huagua and the Ocean God Star. Yet, due to Huagua's current inability to grasp the Go-E language, their cooperative treaty with Tokuro includes a provision to invite Tokuro personnel to act as translators when necessary. After pondering for a moment, Qin Handang stated, I must clarify that, as of now, no one in our country possesses proficiency in the Go-E language. Thus, we will temporarily seek the assistance of Tokuro. However, once both sides have mutually acquired fluency in each other's native tongues, I believe our communications will become significantly more fluid. Reflecting further, Qin Handang added, in fact, I think the presence of Tokuro during our exchanges is not detrimental. It provides you with an indirect channel to understand them better. Perhaps once our diplomatic negotiations are concluded, you and Tokuro could establish formal diplomatic relations akin to ours. Isis translated Qin Handang's words. She regarded him thoughtfully, realizing that despite his seemingly unreliable demeanor, he occasionally offered unexpected insights. While the members of the Ocean God Star Council raised several questions, most were procedural in nature, given that decisions had already been made. And the consultation meeting concluded swiftly. With Takaya clasping her hands before her chest, a flash of light enveloped Qin Handang and his companions, and they found themselves standing before the Stargate. I presume you are eager to return and relay your findings. Hence we have brought you directly back to the Stargate. Here, we have personnel monitoring at all times. Upon your next visit, there will be no need to go to the Sali tribe, as we will arrange for you to be escorted directly to the underwater city. Qin Handang replied, very well, we will expedite our arrangements. Under Takaya's watchful gaze, TS-1 activated the Stargate and returned to Abidos star. Upon their return to the Earth Stargate base, Commander Feng promptly reported to the Central Command after receiving the mission briefing from TS-1, leading the Extraterrestrial Civilization Department to commence preparations and contact Tokuro for arrangements regarding accompanying personnel. 3 days later, under the escort of TS-1, Qin Chuan, accompanied by 3 members of the Extraterrestrial Civilization Department and the Tokuro representative Lantaxu, set off for the Ocean God Star. Chapter 68. Planet SA-0366. Due to Qin Handang's mention during his individual briefing that the native language of the Ocean God Star inhabitants is likely an ancient human dialect, the Extraterrestrial Civilization Department prioritized the study of the Ocean God Star language. Given the Ocean God Star inhabitants' lack of trust in Tokuro, when Qin Chuan proposed a plan for mutual language acquisition, the Ocean God Star representatives readily agreed, insisting that no further in-depth exchanges occur until both parties mastered each other's languages. Qin Chuan readily concurred, and within a mere day, the Extraterrestrial Civilization Department accomplished this external visit, yielding favorable outcomes. Huagua and the Ocean God Star officially established the lowest tier of diplomatic relations, mutual representative offices, with further steps to be taken once language barriers are resolved. Ultimately, the Ocean God Star Council decided to maintain contact with Tokuro, requiring Huagua to act as an intermediary, which the Extraterrestrial Civilization Department was more than willing to facilitate. Thus, the TS-1 team's mission on the Ocean God Star reached a temporary conclusion, paving the way for new Stargate exploration missions. However, during their respite at the Stargate base, the team now had an additional task: to learn the Go-E language and the suspected ancient human dialect of the Ocean God Star. It remains uncertain whether the challenges faced during the Ocean God Star mission depleted the TS-1 team's fortune, as the subsequent 3 Stargate exploration missions yielded no discoveries of intelligent life or human civilization, at least no signs of intelligent activity near the Stargates. Nevertheless, for Huagua, there were still gains. They identified 3 habitable planets, and the Stargate base deployed long-term research and exploration teams to each. Their dual objectives were to ascertain potential new mineral resources and to establish Stargate shields. Should it later be confirmed that these planets harbor no indigenous populations, it would effectively expand Huagua's territorial reach, albeit only in an interstellar context. Currently, the optimal strategy for exploring these habitable planets devoid of natives involves launching artificial satellites. Although Qin Handang had submitted a modular small satellite launch platform project on the key technology research list several years ago, the research progress had yet to reach a deployable stage. Furthermore, prior to launching satellites, it is imperative to calculate the basic environmental parameters of these planets. No matter how habitable they may be, they are not mere replicas of Earth, with significant discrepancies in gravity and size necessitating comprehensive recalculations of all relevant parameters. The Research Institute estimates that at least another 2 to 3 years will be required before satellite launches can commence. This is also one reason why the Stargate base has not rushed to expand the Stargate exploration teams. The efficiency of TS-1 has already led subsequent teams to struggle to keep pace. Currently, Commander Feng is beginning to feel the strain of insufficient personnel at the Stargate base, while the military department can easily allocate personnel. The research department's talent pool is rapidly depleting if the TS-1 team discovers 2 or 3 more habitable planets without indigenous populations. The research team at the Stargate base will be stretched thin. Moreover, in about 15 to 20 days, assuming no unforeseen circumstances arise, the Aochuang will soon reach Abidos star, potentially necessitating even more manpower there. However, Qin Handang has heard that Central Command is contemplating sending research personnel intercepted from the northern Big Brother to the extraterrestrial planets. As long as the treatment for these researchers is negotiated in advance and their families can be together, once they are dispatched to the Stargate, concerns about information leaks will be moot. As no one can traverse light years to relay information back to Earth. Even if someone could, the information would take at least a decade or 2 to reach Earth, by which time Huagua's Stargate program would likely have already been exposed. On this day, as TS-1 prepared for its 4th Stargate exploration mission following their task on the Ocean God Star, Qin Handang deliberately chose a Stargate location that exhibited clear signs of human activity to prevent the depletion of base resources. This planet was designated as SA-0366. After activating the Stargate wormhole, they adhered to their usual protocol, deploying a remote reconnaissance drone for preliminary exploration. Once they confirmed the absence of any immediate threats, Bartle led the team through the Stargate wormhole. Upon emerging from the wormhole, Qin Handang surveyed his surroundings and noted several evident signs of intelligent life, the most prominent being a small altar. The environment surrounding the Stargate was splendid, enveloped by a forest that bore the marks of meticulous maintenance, with 3 stone-paved paths extending from the Stargate into the woods. Bartle and Wang Jinkai opened the multifunctional storage box to release the reconnaissance drone, and the monitor soon displayed an aerial view of the area surrounding the Stargate. As the drone adjusted its altitude, the field of vision expanded, rapidly revealing signs of civilization. A modestly sized town, indicated by the wisps of smoke rising from chimneys, signifying human habitation. With further focus adjustments, human figures soon appeared on the monitor, and individuals on the ground noticed the drone. However, due to its altitude, they likely mistook the drone for some sort of bird, casting a few curious glances before returning to their activities, thus causing no alarm. Having located the indigenous settlement, Wang Jinkai retracted the drone and resealed the storage box. After which Bartle led his 4 team members toward the town. The journey from the Stargate to the town spanned approximately 5 to 6 kilometers, and TS-1 took over half an hour to arrive. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of the locals, who were intrigued by their peculiar attire. Meanwhile, Qin Handang and his companions observed the indigenous people and the town, noting that most buildings were constructed from roughly hewn stone, with the tallest structure being no more than 3 stories high. The indigenous populace primarily donned garments fashioned from leather and fabric, with several adults armed with swords, bows, and other weapons, suggesting that their technological development was likely comparable to that of Earth several centuries prior. The appearance of these individuals indicated that they were descendants of Earth's white population, with a notable presence of yellow-skinned individuals, yet no evidence of black individuals was observed. The sight of these people heightened Bartle and his team's vigilance, as it was possible that this area fell within the domain of a Go-E which Lord At that moment, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, approached and inquired in Go-E which language. "Who are you? Where do you come from? What brings you to Iron Ring Town? What a fitting name." Qin Handang and the others mused inwardly upon hearing Isis's translation. Chapter 69. Iron Ring Town Isis's unique voice during the translation piqued the curiosity of the middle-aged man and the onlookers. Yet their expressions revealed no signs of fear or hostility, suggesting that this planet had likely not been under Go-Witch domination for at least a century or two. Qin Handang observed the middle-aged man, who appeared to be a descendant of Earth's white population, tall and robust, with brown hair peeking out from beneath a leather hat. It remained uncertain how many generations had thrived on this planet. We are explorers hailing from Earth, journeying far and wide in pursuit of friendships and the exploration of diverse worlds. Today marks our inaugural visit to this place, and we hope to reside in the town for a few days. May I inquire your name? A middle-aged man scrutinized Qin, Han, and Tang for a moment, noting their lack of weapons such as swords or bows, which considerably eased the wariness in his eyes. I am Albin, the sheriff of Iron Ring Town. You are explorers from Earth? What manner of place is Earth? Has the Stargate here lain dormant for ages? Qin, Han, and Tang resolved to test the waters. Earth is a vast realm populated by many, far larger than this place, as Iron Ring Town named after that imposing structure outside. Albin regarded Qin, Han, and Tang with surprise. So you come from that direction? Indeed. Our town derives its name from the Great Iron Ring. According to the ancient tribes in the vicinity, it serves as a passage to other worlds. The inhabitants of our realm have traversed through the Great Iron Ring to arrive here, yet since the tribe's disappearance, such legends have seldom been mentioned. Qin, Han, and Tang comprehended the implications. Evidently, this planet had once been under the dominion of a lord of Gwawutu many years ago. However, the reasons for its abandonment remain unclear, as even the transported slaves were neglected. They decided to withhold the fact that they had arrived via the Stargate, forgiven this planet's historical ties to the Lord of Gwawutu and the presence of descendants from Earth. It suggested that the Lord had likely visited Earth, and there was a strong possibility of a Naquita metal deposit here. Since the people of Iron Ring Town perceive TS-1 as a group devoid of weaponry and thus seemingly harmless, Albin ceased his inquiries after a few questions, allowing Qin, Han, and Tang to meander about the town. The settlement was modest in size. Wang Jinkai estimated its population to be merely a few thousand. It appeared that this planet must harbor other settlements, for it was implausible that so few people could exist without the oversight of the Lord of Gwawutu. Taking the example of Abidos, Qin Xuan and his wife had only learned how RA controlled the population there while conversing with the indigenous people. RA periodically relocated a segment of the Abidos natives to other planets while simultaneously transferring populations from other worlds, thus both suppressing the native numbers and preventing genetic deterioration due to bloodline concerns. After exploring the town, Qin, Han, and Tang sought out Sheriff Albin, realizing that they needed funds to remain here for several days. Unlike Abidos and Ocean Godstar, where society was still in a primitive tribal stage devoid of currency, Iron Ring Town presented an entirely different scenario. If they wished to avoid dining and dashing or being waylaid, it would be prudent to acquire some local currency. While wandering the town, they had inquired about the currency and pricing system in Iron Ring Town, or rather among its inhabitants, a currency system known as queso was in use. Divided into gold queso and silver queso, with an exchange rate of 1/100, this indicated that the planet possessed gold and silver mines, and these precious metals had naturally become the cornerstone of currency. Akin to feudal Earth, gold queso was a round coin that could not be divided, while silver queso was a bar approximately 10 centimeters long, segmented into portions by small nodes, allowing for accurate division if suitable tools were available. The cost of living in the town was relatively low, with gold queso rarely required. A single silver queso could last a person at least 5 days for food, while a night in a guest room would cost half a queso. Thus, TS-1 could manage their daily expenses for food and lodging within 4 queso. Upon finding Albin, Bartle produced a 10-gram gold bar, exchanging it for 120 queso through ISIS, sufficient for their month-long expenses. As an exploration team, TS-1 could not rely solely on small snacks and military supplies for sustenance, so each member was equipped with 2 10-gram gold bars, prioritizing their use as currency in local transactions. Previously, they had no opportunity to utilize these in Abidos and Ocean Godstar, but here in Iron Ring Town, they finally proved advantageous. Albin was undoubtedly pleased with the exchange rate, and in his delight, he invited TS-1 to lunch at a local restaurant. Naturally, Qin, Han, and Tang welcomed this opportunity to forge connections and gather intelligence. During the meal, Qin, Han, and Tang gleaned valuable information from Albin. This planet had yet to develop technological civilization, its overall culture resting at a level akin to Earth's Huagua over a millennium ago. The inhabitants were unaware that the land beneath their feet was a spherical planet, only cognizant of their existence on a continent named Queso, which also lent its name to the currency. To date, no unified and powerful empire had emerged on Queso, with inhabitants clustering in city-states across the continent. Iron Ring Town, being relatively remote, had only developed over the last century through the migration of people from larger cities. The nearest major city was at least several hundred kilometers away in Earth's distance units, requiring a trek of nearly 10 days without modern transportation. Close to Iron Ring Town were two similarly sized settlements, primarily relying on hunting to supply the larger city, which explained the prevalence of weapons among adult townsfolk. Upon absorbing this information, Qin, Han, and Tang deduced that some other faction had likely expelled the Lord of Guawutu from this region many years ago, yet had refrained from interfering further in the development of the indigenous population. Curiously, whether intentionally or unintentionally, the natives had distanced themselves from the Stargate until their numbers gradually increased, allowing them to approach the Stargate's vicinity once more. Chapter 70. The Rattle TS. One enjoyed a delightful first meal on Queso, particularly Bartle, who consumed the local low-alcohol beverages as if they were water, leaving Albin in a daze. In the end, Bartle even paid the bill, employing the traditional skill of Chinese people to settle the expenses, which greatly enhanced Albin's impression of them, nearly leading to a brotherly bond between them. After Albin departed, Qin, Han, and Tang did not rush to leave, but instead organized the information they had just gathered in the restaurant. Taking a sip of the pale juice in his glass, Qin remarked, "The situation here bears a striking resemblance to the handiwork of the Asgardians. They expelled the Lord of Guawutu but did not interfere with the development of the natives." Isis looked at Qin with curiosity. "You seem quite knowledgeable about the Asgardians." Clearing his throat, Qin replied, "Just a bit of study. Really, it's not only the Asgardians. Even advanced civilizations, including the ancients, seem reluctant to directly intervene in the developmental processes of other cultures. The more primitive the civilization, the less interference they impose. Even when they do intervene, it tends to be exceedingly subtle. Ocean God Star is indeed an extreme case. At this moment, Song Minion redirected the conversation back to Queso. Albin mentioned that there were ancient tribes near the Stargate. It's unfortunate we arrived too late. Otherwise, we could have engaged with them. Yet the Stargate is so close to Iron Ring Town. With a road leading directly here, it seems peculiar that no one has attempted to exploit the Stargate over all these years. Wang Jinkai added. Indeed, Bartle mused. While it seems the altar at the Stargate has been neglected for some time, it is still in relatively good condition, indicating that someone must have periodically checked on it, albeit on a lengthy cycle. Given the current circumstances, it appears this planet's situation is more intricate than any we have encountered thus far. Let us return to the Stargate and request a team from the base to guard the area, after which we can resume our exploratory mission. It seems we must visit the nearest major city. Qin Han suggested. Recalling Albin's mention of two similarly sized towns near Iron Ring Town, Qin felt it necessary to scout the locations of those settlements. During their earlier drone reconnaissance, they had noted that only Iron Ring Town showed signs of habitation, while other directions appeared to retain their primitive forested state. It remained uncertain if the other towns Albin referred to lay in those directions, thus a return to deploy the drone for an expanded reconnaissance seemed prudent. Thus, one rose from the restaurant and made their way outside the town. Their attire, vastly different from that of the natives, drew curious gazes, particularly from the children playing in the streets, who almost formed a line behind them. Reluctantly, Bartle refrained from leading the group directly to the Stargate, opting instead to exit the town from another direction, after which the curious children ceased their pursuit, suggesting they had been well educated against straying beyond the town limits. Upon exiting Iron Ring Town, under Wang Jinkai's guidance, the group circled back to the Stargate, activated the wormhole to Abidos, and commenced their rattle. Once the wormhole dissipated, Bartle retrieved the reconnaissance drone to conduct a secondary survey of the surrounding environment. This time, they made new discoveries, identifying two similarly sized towns in the direction of Iron Ring Town, situated further from the Stargate. This indicated that the expansion of the indigenous population was gradually progressing closer to the Stargate. According to Obin, the town of Iron Ring boasts a history spanning over a century, during which they have constructed a road leading to the Stargate. Yet, curiously, they seem to maintain a distance from this enigmatic structure. It is worth noting that the Stargate is composed of Naquata metal, which undoubtedly possesses substantial value. Coupled with the legends surrounding ancient tribes, one would expect a rational course of action to involve either investigating the Stargate's purported wonders or dismantling it for profit or weaponry. The feasibility of their technology in disassembling the Stargate remains a separate matter. However, their apparent indifference towards the Stargate is perplexing. Even if they cannot manipulate it, the dialing control appears significantly less complex yet remains entirely intact. Does this planet's indigenous population lack any curiosity? Qin Handang pondered. Upon locating the two small towns mentioned by Obin, Batel redirected the drone, flying in the opposite direction, only to discover that this area still resembled an untouched forest. Suddenly, Isis pointed at a specific spot on the screen and remarked, Let us investigate that direction further. There seems to be something there. Batel promptly altered the drone's course toward Isis's indicated location while lowering its altitude. As the possibility of a new discovery arose, all eyes converged on the monitor. Indeed, there is something there. Isis, your vision is impressive. Qin Handang exclaimed. That moment, the screen revealed several grayish-white stone columns, approximately 10 in number, with an estimated height of around 5 meters. Could this be the totem of the ancient tribe that Obin spoke of? Wang Jinkai speculated. The sudden revelation ignited a spark of excitement in Qin Handang's eyes. Regardless, they must investigate. However, the distance appeared considerable, making it unlikely to reach today. By the way, should we request a few off-road motorcycles from the base? That way, we could make it today, he suggested. Batel nodded in agreement. Good idea, Kai. Initiate the call. Being backed by the Stargate base was indeed advantageous, allowing them to summon support at a whim. Qin Handang was certainly not foolish enough to emulate the SG-1 crew from the series, tackling every challenge with just 4 individuals. Half an hour after their second communication with the Abidos base, the Stargate on Cassowary continent was activated. Following confirmation of environmental safety from TS-1, a team of armed soldiers emerged from the wormhole, pushing several off-road motorcycles. This standard 9-man squad comprised the Earth Stargate base's guarding troops, led by Major Zhao Jiyun, a familiar face to Qin Handang and his companions. Thanks to you, we finally have a legitimate Stargate traversal mission, Zhao Jiyun remarked as the soldiers exchanged salutes. Batel chuckled. Do not get too carried away. Your primary task this time is to secure the Stargate. Intelligence indicates that there may be peculiarities in the vicinity. Zhao Jiyun immediately grasped the situation. No problem. We'll handle the rear. We've brought 6 off-road motorcycles. You can take 3, and the remaining 3 will be for our support.